Chapter 1. She has returned. The hotel lobby manager stood before a middle-aged woman whose face was half covered with scars from an early disfigurement and asked, "Do you know you're a fugitive?" The ugly woman slightly raised her head, her gaze revealing a sense of emptiness, as if her memories had traveled back 20 years, to when the corn in Liu Wazi Village had grown taller than a person. The afternoon sun cast a golden glow. Suddenly, a scream came from Zhaodi's family cornfield. Liu Dasheng, with eyes like a wild beast, pinned the frail Zhaodi to the ground. He nervously glanced around, afraid her cries would attract attention, and grabbed a hoe, smashing it into Zhaodi's face. What followed was the beginning of a nightmare. Blood stained Zhaodi's entire life. Enduring the cruel abuse from her stepmother at home and the verbal attacks from neighbors, Zhaodi believed she couldn't hold on until the day he returned. She had thought about death, but she wanted to wait for him, to see him one last time. It wasn't until the day she saw him return in glory that Zhaodi learned he had become a high-ranking officer. She sincerely prayed that his future wife would be very happy, though she knew it absolutely would not be her. She committed the most reckless act of her life, severing all ties with him and ruining her life forever. "I know. I killed someone." The lobby manager gasped, involuntarily taking 2 steps back. She never imagined this usually silent woman, who only knew how to work diligently, was actually a murderer who had been on the run for 20 years. Good heavens. Zhaodi was sentenced to execution by firing squad. The sun was bright. It was the season again for harvesting wheat and planting corn. Zhaodi hazily heard noise outside. She thought that after death, everyone returns to the places they lived to take one last look and bid farewell to their loved ones in this world. With an unusually calm heart, she opened the tattered black wooden door. Outside the fence, a few chili peppers and cabbages were planted. Her stepmother, Cuilan, was sun-drying wheat on the threshing ground outside. Turning around and seeing Zhaodi standing foolishly at the doorstep without going to work, Cuilan dropped her basket, rolled up her sleeves, and rushed toward Zhaodi. Glancing around to ensure no one was nearby, she raised her hand and slapped her. "Zhaodi, are you trying to die? If it weren't for your fever letting you nap, you'd be up by now without even having the sense to come work? Standing there stupidly waiting to die." As she said this, Cuilan still nervously looked around. Being a stepmother was hard. She was always afraid of being seen and gossiped about. Fortunately, no one noticed. "Aunt Lan, what are you doing?" Before Zhaodi could react, she saw a man she had dreamed of meeting riding a 28-inch bicycle stop right in front of her. Shao Zhendong. Zhaodi was stunned. He was wearing a military uniform, his face still carrying a trace of the innocence from when he had just joined the army. It turned out Zhaodi had returned to 23 years ago, the very year he had just enlisted. This year, Zhaodi was just 15. She remembered clearly, Shao Zhendong had said that once he got promoted, he would come back to marry her. Zhaodi's body trembled slightly. She looked at the man before her in disbelief, opening her mouth but unable to utter a single word. "What are you? Why are you meddling in our family's business? Not to be rude, but just because you're a soldier, you think you're something special? Isn't it just a few dozen yuan a month? What's there to show off about?" Cuilan shot Shao Zhendong a glance, then turned and went back to the threshing ground to continue working. "Zhendong." Outside the door, Zhaodi looked at Shao Zhendong, her large eyes glistening with tears. She called out his name in a low voice, her heart aching unbearably. She bit her lower lip as she gazed at him. She wanted so badly to pour out all her suffering. "Huh? What's wrong, Zhaodi?" "I came back this time to help my family harvest wheat. I took special leave. We're done at home, so I came to see if your family needs any help," Shao Zhendong said as he propped up his bicycle. He noticed Zhaodi seemed different today, as if she had suffered great injustice. "Don't cry. In another 2 years, when you're grown up and I get promoted, I'll marry you and take you away. Let's see who dares to bully you then." Chapter 2. 20 years ago, when he first became a soldier. Shao Zhendong stood at a height of 1.89 meters, giving off an imposing and majestic presence. Combined with his tendency not to smile much, he appeared much like his father, his face as stern as iron, exuding a cold and rigid impression, yet his heart was actually quite soft. Upon hearing these words, Zhaodi felt a pang in her nose. She didn't understand why. In her previous life, she hadn't regretted her actions at all, but now, she deeply regretted them, deeply, deeply regretted. Since heaven had given her a second chance, she would definitely protect herself and wait until he became a high-ranking officer, wait for him to come and fetch her. 3 days later, Shao Zhendong returned to the military base. Before leaving, he slipped Zhaodi 10 yuan, telling her to buy herself a pair of sandals. It was only then that Zhaodi noticed she was still wearing her mother's shoes, which were a bit too big for her feet. During the summer, Zhaodi ended up wearing the cloth shoes like slippers, the backs completely worn down. She felt a bit embarrassed, but she still couldn't bear to spend even a dime on new shoes. After all, 10 yuan was quite a sum for Shao Zhendong. On her way home, Zhaodi kept thinking, ever since her stepmother had married into the family and given birth to a younger brother, the old feudal mindset in the countryside had taken hold. They even felt that without a son, one couldn't hold their head up in public. So, her parents always favored her now 7-year-old brother. Most likely, all the grain harvested this season would be sold off just to pay for her brother's tuition fees. Therefore, Zhaodi had to rely on herself. But as soon as she entered the house, she was met by the wife of cripple Wang from the east end of the village. Frowning, Zhaodi stepped inside. Her father, Ma Jiangwo, was a carpenter who made straw mats, stools, chairs, and the like. If the client provided their own wood and reeds, he would work all day for just 2 or 3 yuan in labor fees. And since they were all fellow villagers, sometimes her father would even waive the fee as a favor. Whenever Liu Cuilan found out about such things, she would unleash a torrent of scolding. Several times over this, she had threatened to take their son, Ma Baozhu, and leave. I say, Cuilan, Zhaodi is still young. Why did you agree to Sister Wang's proposal? Ma Jiangwo happened to be squatting on the doorstep, his back to his wife in the main room as he smoked his pipe. You still have an opinion? How much money can you earn in a day? The grain from this season has to be sold as soon as it's dried. Otherwise, how will we pay for Baozhu's tuition? Where will the money come from to buy corn seeds for the next season? Are we supposed to rob someone? Besides, last time they tried to arrange a match, it was with a wealthy family from out of town, offering a sewing machine and a bicycle as dowry. You weren't willing then, so fine. But this time, it's Liu Dasheng, the eldest son of the village chief's family. Don't you know what their family conditions are like? They have meat with every meal. If Zhaodi marries into that family, she's guaranteed to live a life of luxury. They're even offering 200 yuan in betrothal gifts. Are you still hoping for that per soldier? Zhaodi may be young, but in our village, isn't it common for girls to be betrothed at 12 or 13? Zhaodi was taken aback. So it was indeed a matchmaking visit. Liu Dasheng? Just hearing the name made Zhaodi scoff inwardly. In her previous life, it was precisely because she had desperately refused this marriage that she had ended up in that predicament. In this life, there was no way Zhaodi would let her entire life be ruined by that Liu Dasheng. Oh, Zhaodi, you're back just in time. With your father here, why don't you give your stance? Li Cuilan spotted Zhaodi the moment she returned, leaning the broom against the back of the door as she spoke. Zhaodi understood perfectly well that under normal circumstances, her stepmother wouldn't use such a tone. After all, Ma Jiangwo was home today, and she didn't have the nerve to resort to hitting and scolding right in front of him. I will not marry Liu Dasheng. You can give up on that idea. Zhaodi wasn't angry. Her eyes held a steadiness and wisdom that seemed utterly mismatched with her age. Chapter 3. The Marriage Proposal. Li Cuilan truly hadn't expected this. Was this girl trying to defy the heavens? Had she not been beaten hard enough usually? How dare she make Li Cuilan lose face right in front of Ma Jiangwo? Wasn't she afraid of getting another beating? Ma Jiangwo was also very surprised. Usually, his daughter was gentle and obedient, always agreeing with whatever the adult said, only ever nodding in agreement. What was wrong with his daughter today? Ma Jiangwo's personal workspace for his carpentry was at the west end of the village. He had specially set up a tin shed there to work under, so after dinner, when Ma Jiangwo said he had work to do, he headed out. Ma Zhaodi, however, had a feeling that a storm was brewing. Just as she expected, as soon as the man left, Li Cuilan grabbed a broom from the doorway and was about to hit her. Try touching me, and I promise I won't strangle Baozhu. Zhaodi suddenly glared fiercely. Li Cuilan lowered the broom she had raised high. Zhaodi was actually threatening her with Baozhu's life. She was immediately so furious her chest heaved, unable to utter a word. After saying that, Ma Zhaodi slammed the door and left. That evening, a refreshing breeze blew along the country path, uplifting and soothing to the heart. Li Cuilan immediately went to the carpentry shed to complain, saying Zhaodi had rebelled and threatened to strangle Baozhu. But Ma Jiangwo naturally didn't believe it. With her gentle, doe-like temperament, soft enough to squeeze bubbles out of, how could she possibly say such a thing? Seeing that her husband didn't believe her, Li Cuilan grew even angrier. I've already accepted the betrothal gift. Whether she marries or not, she has to marry. How long are we supposed to keep feeding her at home? Isn't food and everything else money? Ma Jiangwo just sighed without saying anything. Who could blame him for being incapable? But thinking about it, the Liu village chief's family conditions were indeed good. They could afford stewed pork belly with bean sprouts for lunch, while his own family, aside from homegrown cabbage and whatever else they might scrounge up, mostly had to make do with fermented bean paste. After all, soybeans are expensive, aren't they? Daily necessities like firewood, rice, oil, and salt are all expenses. Last month, they borrowed 20 yuan from the eldest brother's family to buy flour, and this month they probably wouldn't be able to pay it back. Meanwhile, Zhaodi was making her way along the ridges between the fields. The corn had already grown as tall as a person. In another month, it would be ripe. At the edge of the field was a ditch, used to channel water from the Peach Blossom River during the dry season. Zhaodi squatted by the ditch, pushed aside the wild grass on the bank, and watched a few bubbles gurgle up from below. If she could dig a small pond about 10 square meters at the field's edge, line it with plastic sheeting, and fill it with mud, she might be able to try raising rice field eels. After all, this season was the peak breeding period for eels and loaches. And right under the grass Zhaodi had just disturbed were the eels that hid during the day and came out at night. Right now, she only had 10 yuan to her name. Raising eels would only require an investment in a piece of plastic sheeting. At the prices of that time, 5 yuan could buy quite a lot. Thinking this, Zhaodi decided to act immediately. The next day, as Liu Cuilan pushed open Zhaodi's door, she scolded. "I've never seen anyone in the whole village as lazy as you. What time is it and you're still sleeping? Aren't you ashamed?" But when she pushed the door open, she found the room empty. The quilt was neatly folded, but Zhaodi was nowhere to be seen. She reached out and touched the bed. It was already cold. Where had that wretched girl run off to? Remembering yesterday's incident, Liu Cuilan thought it would be better if she died out there. Zhaodi had taken a shovel and gone to dig a pit at the field's edge at 4 in the morning. By 7 o'clock, she was already heading to the market with her 10 yuan to buy plastic sheeting. Just then, sister-in-law Wang came by to discuss the marriage proposal, saying the other side had agreed. Since Zhaodi and Liu Dasheng were from the same village and knew each other well, and since Zhaodi was pretty with skin everyone acknowledged was fair even after sun exposure, the Liu family said that if the match succeeded, a betrothal gift of 300 yuan would be no problem. They would also buy a foreign bicycle. Hearing this, Liu Cuilan was overjoyed, grinning from ear to ear. After all, good fortune had come knocking. Liu Cuilan could only think about that 300 yuan and the bicycle. She immediately wiped her hands and went to tell her husband about it. Ma Jiangwo's tone was neither cold nor warm. "As long as my daughter can live a good life from now on and not suffer, whatever works is fine." Chapter 4. Enemies Cross Paths. Ma Jiangwo naturally didn't want his daughter to suffer. Back then, her mother had passed away from postpartum hemorrhage not long after giving birth to Zhaodi, all because he couldn't afford to send her to the hospital for treatment. The name Zhaodi was even chosen by her mother, hoping it would lead to a second child, a son for Ma Jiangwo. But in the end, the mother was gone. Upon hearing her husband chime in, Liu Cuilan eagerly began discussing Zhaodi's marriage with sister-in-law Wang. Zhaodi, overjoyed, was carrying a bundle of plastic sheeting back to the village. The round trip involved crossing 5 or 6 mountain ridges and took over 3 hours. Without returning home, Zhaodi headed straight to the field with the plastic sheeting. She laid it out, filled it with the dug-up soil, and then poured water into it bucket by bucket. Afterward, Zhaodi started catching eels. She tossed most of the egg-bearing ones into the pond, while the ones without eggs, she planned to take home and sell at the market early the next morning to earn some money. As for how Zhaodi knew that eels with babies not only had swollen bellies, but also reddish reproductive organs at the tail end, indicating they were about to give birth, it was because, after committing her crime in her previous life, she had fled. In those days, population records were still full of gaps. For instance, a large number of people could find work even without identification. Freshly escaped from Liu Wazi, Zhaodi had spent 3 years in Beihai City scavenging and begging to survive. During those 3 years, she knew Shao Zhendong had been promoted and was actively searching for her, but the more he looked, the more she dared not show her face. So, she hid again in a remote mountain village, begging for food. One family took pity on her and let her stay to take care of their fish pond. That family was a nouveau riche aquaculture business, already owning a car. It was during that time that Zhaodi learned the skill. The family found Zhaodi hardworking and honest, asking for little, just 50 yuan a month, with room and board included. So, they taught her to read and many technical skills. Even now, Zhaodi still feels immense gratitude toward that family. In one afternoon, Zhaodi caught 70 or 80 eels and 30 or 50 loaches. The bucket was filled entirely with males. Carrying the bucket and hoe on her shoulder, Zhaodi headed home with an indescribable sense of satisfaction. These eels and loaches could fetch a good sum of money. With a sweet smile, Zhaodi walked home with the bucket, only to see Liu Cuilan sitting on a large rock at the doorstep, eating dough lumps from a bowl, before she even reached the house. A neighborly aunt was chatting with her, exchanging idle remarks. "I think Liu Dasheng taking a liking to Zhaodi is a blessing she's earned. This marriage seems pretty good to me. Isn't that right? To tell you the truth, auntie, being a stepmother isn't easy. I can't hit or scold her, and even after arranging a good marriage, the girl still refuses. Isn't this all for Zhaodi's own good? Sigh. As she spoke, Li Cuilan lifted her bowl and slurped down the last of the dough lumps. Finding the chopsticks inefficient, she wiped her finger around the bottom of the bowl, cleaning it out completely. That's true, but isn't Zhaodi seeing that Shao family boy? Huh. What's the use of a soldier? Only 30 or 40 yuan a month. I'm just thinking about my daughter's future, you know? Don't you agree, Auntie? Yes, yes, yes. They say a woman fears marrying the wrong man. It's like a second rebirth. Oh, Auntie, I've got to go. I'm heading back inside to get some cured meat stewed with radish. With that, Li Cuilan glanced at her empty bowl, stood up, and walked back into the house. She lifted the pot lid and served herself another bowl of dough lumps. In truth, there was no meat in the house at all. The next day, a little after 5 in the morning, before dawn broke, Zhaodi got up early, took the eels, grabbed the scale her grandfather used for selling vegetables when he was alive, and headed out. Little did she expect that enemies would cross paths. She ran right into Liu Dasheng on the main street. Chapter 5. A kick to the crotch that'll send you to heaven. Since it would take an hour or two to walk the mountain road, and arriving late meant risking not getting a good spot to do business, by the time Zhaodi reached the market, most of the vendors setting up stalls along the street had also just arrived. Without a word, Zhaodi set her bucket down by the roadside, took out a basin, and separated the eels from the loaches. As soon as someone approached, she called out to them. Auntie, would you like to buy some eels? They're all alive, only 1 yuan 50 per jean. They really are all alive. Could you grab 2 for me? Zhaodi was slightly taken aback. Auntie, even the biggest eel here doesn't weigh half a jean. 2 would be just over 2 liang at most, not even a full jean. How about weighing out a jean instead, Auntie? Eels are very nourishing. The old woman thought for a moment and seemed reluctant to buy. Seeing this, Zhaodi quickly held onto her. How about this, Auntie, if you buy a jean, I'll throw in 2 loaches for free. Hearing this, the old woman felt it was more reasonable. As she fished out money from her waist, she said, Don't you dare short me on the weight. Don't worry, Auntie. Our scale is absolutely fair. If you're not satisfied, you can check it yourself. If it's even 1 liang short, I'll give you a whole jean extra. With that, Zhaodi weighed out a jean of eels and tossed 2 extra loaches into the bag. After the old woman left happily, Zhaodi noticed a few young hooligans approaching the stall across the way. Wait, those looked like the ones collecting stall fees. At that thought, Zhaodi glanced at the 1 yuan 50 she had just earned and began to worry. Maybe she should move to the back? As she was thinking this and starting to pack up to relocate, she heard from behind. Hey, you there, girl, stop right there. Zhaodi's heart ached at the thought. If she had to pay 50 cents for a stall fee, the idea alone pained her. But there was no other choice. She stopped and turned around, planning to smile and say a few nice words, explain that it was her first day setting up a stall, and she might not even come again in the future, hoping to get through this ordeal. However, when Zhaodi turned to look, her face darkened. The leader of the little ruffians was none other than that damned Liu Dasheng. Well, if it isn't Zhaodi, let me see what you're selling. With that, Liu Dasheng craned his neck to look into the bucket. Oh, eels. How much per jean? Instantly, scenes from her past life, those unbearable memories, flashed through Zhaodi's mind, along with the pool of blood when everything was destroyed. A deep chill immediately appeared in Zhaodi's eyes, as if the person standing before her was her mortal enemy. She was like an angry wildcat. Don't underestimate it. When a cat fights a tiger, the tiger is definitely the one who loses, because cats can climb trees. Brothers, let me introduce you. This is my future wife, Liu Dasheng's woman. See her? What do you think? Pretty and fresh, isn't she? Now call her sister-in-law. Sister-in-law. The lackeys behind him, with their center-parted eunuch hairstyles, hurriedly stepped forward to kiss up. Zhaodi turned her face away, slammed the bucket on the ground, splashing water everywhere. 1 eel even jumped out and landed outside the bucket. Without even glancing at the eel, Zhaodi lifted her foot and kicked Liu Dasheng squarely in the crotch. At that moment, Liu Dasheng's face turned from green to white, from white to red, and finally, to a purplish liver color. Clutching his crotch, he immediately rolled on the ground. The lackeys rushed to help him up, but Liu Dasheng, seemingly concerned about saving face, gritted his teeth and struggled to his feet. His dark red face twitched violently, the veins on his neck covered in cold sweat. He tried to force a smile, but it looked uglier than crying. That's quite something, Zhaodi. You'll be mine sooner or later. Let's see how tough you can be. I actually like this fierce side of you. Chapter 6. The Liu family proposes marriage. After speaking, Liu Dasheng straightened his back, but it was obvious the upper part of his thigh, exposed beyond his large underpants, was twitching. He turned and called for his lackeys before leaving. Zhaodi didn't say a word the entire time, continuing to set up her stall in the same spot. Only after she had sold everything did she head home as if nothing had happened. Counting her money, she had earned 8 yuan and 50 cents this time. Adding the 5 yuan left from the 10 that Zhendong had given her last time, she now had 13 yuan, 85 cents. Before returning home, Zhaodi bought a pair of gloves for her father, spending 2 yuan. Her father had been a carpenter for years, his palms calloused thickly. Worse still, whenever the weather turned cold, his fingernails and knuckles would start to crack. At the county hospital, Liu Dasheng was wheeled into the emergency room. When Liu Baoshan heard the doctor say that his son's manhood showed signs of tissue necrosis due to prolonged congestion, he nearly fainted on the spot. However, Liu Baoshan insisted to the hospital staff that this matter be kept confidential. He was currently arranging a marriage for his precious son with the Ma family, and if word got out, his son might never be able to marry. "Doctor, is there any way to treat this?" Liu Baoshan asked cautiously after discussing the need for secrecy. "Let him stay for a couple of days first, and we'll administer some medicine to promote blood circulation and remove stasis. If that doesn't work." Before the doctor could finish, Liu Baoshan interrupted him. "We'll do as you say, doctor. Let him stay for 2 days. I have the money." Once Liu Dasheng was out of danger, he became frantic, wanting to kill someone, and even his father couldn't restrain him. Yet, he was too ashamed to admit that he had been kicked by a young girl. Thinking about it, he had truly underestimated Ma Zhaodi. She looked so thin, yet her strength was immense. Just wait, he thought. She wanted to cripple him, didn't she? Just wait, you little bitch. Once I'm out of the hospital, I'll show you what a real man is. Dad, don't worry about me. My buddies will come to see me later. You don't need to be in the way here either. Go back and help arrange the marriage as soon as possible. I only want Zhaodi. All right, as long as you stay quietly in the hospital for 2 days, whatever you say goes. I'll leave now and hurry things along for you. Liu Dasheng waved his hand impatiently, signaling for his father to get lost. In Liu Wazi Village, at the Ma household, as soon as Ma Zhaodi entered the door, she heard her stepmother muttering incessantly. But the content was the same as always, grumbling that old Ma couldn't earn money, couldn't support the family, and that she had been blind to marry him in the first place. And that little bitch, all she does is eat, and sleep. As she spoke, Li Cuilan pulled up a cabbage, peeling off the rotten outer leaves and tossing them into the chicken coop. You too, I must have had the worst luck in 8 lifetimes, raising nothing but money losers. At the very least, if you're going to eat so much, lay an egg for me to see. Aunt Lon, that's a rooster. Zhaodi replied indifferently, picking up the thread. They had bought chicks at the start of spring this year, 20 cents each, from an old man who traveled the villages. Everyone else knew how to pick, but she bought a rooster, saying this chicken looked lively. Turns out it was a male. Who's to blame for that? I'm not blind. By the way, where did you run off to so early in the morning? Why are you only coming back now? Who's going to do the work in the fields? Did you eat the dough drop soup from last night? And why is there such a big hole in the field? Li Cuilan thought about it. The things that had happened these past couple of days were a bit too strange. Could she have even stolen and eaten the half bowl of dough drop soup she had hidden in the stove? How did this little girl become so cunning? I dug it. It's my land, I can dig it however I want. Zhaodi couldn't be bothered to argue with her, because the more she argued, the more talking points would arise. Chapter 7. The Tempting Betrothal Gifts. Land allocation in the countryside was based on household registration. Even though she was a girl, she was the eldest child and hadn't been born outside the family planning quota, so she was entitled to land. Besides, when her mother married her father and moved her household registration here, she had been allocated 6 fen of land. Combined with Ma Zhaodi's share, that made a full mu of land. Did you dig this? Digging your own grave. Li Cuilan glared, forcefully setting the cabbage she was holding down on the edge of the well. Who would have thought the cabbage would be so uncooperative? It rolled right into the well, forcing Li Cuilan to scramble to catch it. She nearly tumbled in herself, but the cabbage still fell. Li Cuilan no longer had time to scold Zhaodi for ruining the land. She hurriedly threw a bucket down to retrieve the cabbage. Just then, visitors arrived at the gate, members of the Liu family, accompanied by Auntie Wang, the matchmaker. Seeing Liu Baoshan carrying bundles of gifts, Li Cuilan immediately abandoned the cabbage, wiped her wet hands on her clothes, took the gifts, and ushered them inside. Brother Liu, what brings you here today? You shouldn't have brought gifts. Come in. Auntie Wang, have some tea. Li Cuilan asked knowingly. Wasn't their joint visit about Zhaodi's marriage? She put on a flawless smile, poured each of them a cup of tea, then rubbed her hands together and sat down. Well, it's about Zhaodi's happy occasion. She's not getting any younger, you know. Just think what kind of fortune your Zhaodi must have accumulated over lifetimes to catch the eye of Dasheng from village chief Liu's family. From now on, she'll truly live a life of luxury. Auntie Wang smiled as if she'd eaten honey, then nudged Liu Baoshan. Baoshan, isn't that right? Yes, yes, sister-in-law. If you have no objections, why don't we take advantage of Auntie Wang's presence to discuss when our two families should proceed with the betrothal gifts? Liu Baoshan had two sons. When the eldest, Liu Dasheng, was born, Liu Baoshan was overjoyed. After all, a son meant someone to rely on in old age. He wanted his wife to have a second child, but as village chief, he couldn't openly defy the party's family planning policy. One misstep could cost him his position. So, during his wife's efforts to hide her second pregnancy, an accident occurred. As a result, his second son, Liu Dasheng, whose name meant peace, was anything but peaceful. He was born intellectually disabled and, now 15 or 16, still acted like a 7 or 8-year-old, often with a runny nose. Thus, Liu Dasheng became the Liu family's only treasure. If their son wanted to marry a Ma family daughter, Liu Baoshan felt duty-bound to make it happen. Hearing her future in-laws speak this way, Li Cuilan felt they truly valued the Ma family. It brought her honor. Though she worried that her now odd and stubborn daughter might refuse, she believed that once a girl married into a good... Although households with 1,000 yuan were rare in those days, Liu Baoshan could just barely scrape it together. Still, he couldn't help thinking, the Ma family is really overreaching. Isn't this outright robbery? That evening, when Ma Jiangwo dragged his tired body home, Zhaodi was already in her room with the light on, keeping accounts. Though today's earnings were meager, she had caught many eels in the afternoon and was sure to make over 10 yuan the next day. Oh right, tomorrow she planned to buy a stamp and send a letter to Zhendong at his military unit. Once she saved enough for travel expenses, she would go visit him at the army base. In the main room outside, Ma Jiangwo ate his meal while listening to Li Cuilan excitedly chatter and gesture about Zhaodi's marriage arrangement. When she described the betrothal gifts from the groom's family, she felt as if she were experiencing a second spring in her life. Chapter 8. A child right after the wedding. Ma Jiangwo, however, remained lukewarm. He pulled out the day's earnings from his pocket, a total of 2 yuan and 80 cents in small, hard coins, which clattered onto the table and even rolled off onto the floor. This time, Li Cuilan didn't immediately snatch up the money. Instead, she hinted indirectly that even if they starved to death, it would be as members of the Ma family. She then brought out the salt jar from the kitchen and placed it on the table, showing old Ma how little salt was left inside. The rice jar was already empty, with only a bit of flour remaining, flour bought last month with the 20 yuan borrowed from the eldest brother's family. Round and round she went, trying to make Ma Jiangwo understand that her arrangement for Zhaodi's marriage was entirely for Zhaodi's future well-being, and that she too was doing it for the sake of the family. Only when Ma Jiangwo was so nagged that he lost his appetite did he furrow his brows and say, "Get some meat dishes ready. We can't afford to lose face when the betrothal gifts are exchanged." This finally shut Li Cuilan's nagging mouth. The Mid-Autumn Festival was approaching, and the festivities were no less lively than the New Year. All sorts of good things usually deemed too extravagant to buy were saved up to be enjoyed to the fullest during the holiday. Even Zhaodi's eels and loaches were completely sold out. Zhaodi thought to herself, if that's the case, why not catch more during these few days? Returning home, she didn't bother eating and went straight to the ditch. She waded through it from start to finish, and by the time she looked up, the sun had already set behind the western hills. Feeling her stomach growl, Zhaodi decided to call it a day. Turning around, she saw her bucket was now full and heavy to lift. A few loaches, sensing the bucket's movement, began darting around nervously, and several even jumped out. This forced Zhaodi to carefully set down the bucket and catch them. On the way back, she didn't dare make any sudden movements, so she walked very slowly. Whenever a slippery loach escaped, she had to stop and catch it again. Zhaodi's mind drifted to the contents of the letter she had written to Zhendong. She wondered if he would think her too forward, especially given the times. Particularly that line, "I will definitely wait for you to marry me, I definitely will." Looking up at the stars beginning to dot the night sky, Zhaodi recalled her previous life, the scene of his triumphant return. It was an entire division's military procession. Not just the village chief or county magistrate, but even high-ranking officials personally received him. Haibei City had produced a division commander. How majestic it was back then. But sadly, at that time, Zhaodi watched everything from the shadows, brewing a plan that also meant parting ways with him forever. Thinking of this, the starry sky in Zhaodi's eyes blurred. The stars suddenly seemed to grow tails, sweeping her vision into a hazy mess. Zhaodi wiped the mist from her eyes. It wasn't for the innocence of the past, but for the fact that he, knowing all she had been through, still hadn't given up searching for her. For this alone, Zhaodi was determined to spend her life striving to become a woman worthy of him. The night passed without incident. The next day, Zhaodi went to the market as usual to sell eels and loaches. She planned to buy a net with the earnings so she could catch river shrimp, preferably one with mesh no larger than a centimeter, to catch both large and small shrimp. Wifey. Suddenly, a voice Zhaodi least wanted to hear rang out. While weighing goods for another customer, Zhaodi lifted her eyelids slightly to glance at Liu Dasheng. Uncle, that's 2 jin in total, 3 yuan. I'll throw in 2 extra loaches for you. Zhaodi packed them into a plastic bag and handed it to the old man. By now, her bucket only had about 2 or 3 jin of eels and over a jin of loaches left. Seeing Liu Dasheng, Zhaodi just wanted to grab her bucket and scale and leave. What's the matter? Planning to save these for my house to make you a nourishing soup? Hoping for a wedding today and a baby tomorrow. Liu Dasheng swayed his head, a Dujiang cigarette, the kind that cost 2 yuan a pack, dangling from his mouth. Zhaodi was exasperated. Do all men know eels are considered an aphrodisiac? Dream on. I will not marry you. After saying this, Zhaodi really started packing up to leave. But Liu Dasheng deliberately stuck out a foot and stepped on the scale pan. No matter how hard Zhaodi pulled, she couldn't budge it. Chapter 9. Catching the Wild Wolf. Zhaodi simply stopped pulling and straightened up, standing with a smile as she looked at Liu Dasheng. Did you enjoy that kick last time? As she spoke, Zhaodi made a motion to lift her foot. Though it was just a bluff, it still scared Liu Dasheng enough to make him retreat 2 steps. You feisty little bitch, you've got quite the temper. Liu Dasheng chuckled and took 2 steps forward, reaching out to pinch Zhaodi's cheek. It's fine, I don't mind. In a couple of days, I'll have you running around the bed every night screaming for help. Liu Dasheng still couldn't believe when this little lamb had become so fierce. Thinking of her usual soft and submissive appearance, he had even worried she might be lacking in bed. But now, the spicier she was, the more interesting she became. Zhaodi swatted away his groping hand, a faint, almost imperceptible smile curling at the corner of her mouth. She bent down, picked up the eel from the ground, gave it a pinch and flung it straight at Liu Dasheng's face. The eel, in pain, launched an attack. Immediately, Liu Dasheng clutched his ear and yelled. Ow, fuck. Get it off me, quick. The eel had clamped down hard on his ear. The more he pulled, the more it hurt. Blood streamed down along the eel's body. After much struggle, Liu Dasheng finally managed to tear it off, hurling it to the ground and stomping on it twice. God damn it, you wild girl. Do you have a death wish? Clutching his bleeding ear, Liu Dasheng pointed at Zhaodi, baring his teeth in rage, ready to strike. But when he looked closely, there was no trace of the girl to be found. Zhaodi, carrying her bucket and scale, had already broken into a jog, heading back to the village. Her heart was racing. In her past life, it was because she opposed this marriage and angered Liu Dasheng that she met a tragic end. This time, Zhaodi would be careful. Starting today, she had to take responsibility for protecting herself. Once home, Zhaodi set down the bucket and went to the fields. She needed to dig up some aquatic plants from the riverbank and transplant them into the pond, as eels and loaches would definitely choose places with lush vegetation to lay their eggs. After working for a while, Zhaodi thought back. In her past life, it was in this very cornfield that she encountered Liu Dasheng seeking revenge. No, she had to prepare. It would be best to make preparations that could disable him without her having to take responsibility. Zhaodi went back home and rummaged through everything. Finally, in the storage room among her grandfather's belongings, she found a few rusty traps. These traps were used for catching wild rabbits, stronger than mouse traps, with an extra row of iron teeth. Zhaodi shook off the dust and carried them to the carpentry shed. Dad, you have some diesel here, right? Ma Jiangwo was busy working. The diesel was used for soaking rusty nails to clean them so they wouldn't have to waste money buying new ones. What do you need that for? Ma Jiangwo didn't look up, busy pulling an ink line to mark the wood. To treat the traps. Zhaodi tossed the traps she was holding to the side. Only then did Ma Jiangwo stop his work and ask, what are you messing with those for? If your Aunt Lon finds out, she'll have something to say about it. Catching wild rabbits. Zhaodi said, already starting to scrub the traps with a wire brush. There are wild rabbits in our field. I want to see if I can catch a couple. Ma Jiangwo didn't say much more. After all, his daughter wouldn't be home much longer. Let her have some fun. Once she's at her in-laws' place, she won't have this kind of leisure. After cleaning them, Zhaodi carried the traps to the field. She dug a few holes, placed the traps inside, and carefully covered them with a thin layer of soil. At a glance, they were completely invisible. By this time, Liu Dasheng had already returned from town with his ear bandaged. He had gone to Zhaodi's house, but no one was home, so he found his way to Ma Jiangwo's carpentry shed. Uncle Jiangwo, where's Zhaodi? Though he was burning with anger, wanting to make that girl submit, he still had to put on a smiling face for elders, no matter how furious he was. Ma Jiangwo saw it was Dasheng and quickly set down his work. Nephew, what happened to your face? Nothing, got scratched by a cat. Where's Zhaodi? I need to talk to her. Hearing this, Ma Jiangwo pointed in the direction of their cornfield and said she was there. He thought to himself, it seemed this Dasheng really cared about his daughter. That was good. Let the two youngsters spend some time together and build their relationship. All right then, uncle, you keep busy. I'll go find Zhaodi. With that, Liu Dasheng turned and headed straight for the cornfield. His face instantly darkened as he turned away. He refused to believe he couldn't tame this little wildcat. Parting the cornstalks, Liu Dasheng crouched down and vaguely saw Zhaodi busy working at the edge of the field. Looking around and seeing no one else, a surge of delight rose in Liu Dasheng's heart. You little brat, today I'll make you learn what it means to be a woman. Chapter 10, Most Likely Ruined. Zhaodi pricked up her ears, thinking, he's here already? It would be a lie to say she wasn't afraid. Zhaodi was worried that the iron trap had been set for too long and might fail at the crucial moment, so she conveniently picked up the foreign-made shovel and held it in her hand. Zhaodi, what are you doing? Liu Dasheng appeared with a sneaky grin, though the muscles at the corners of his mouth were clearly twitching. Zhaodi didn't speak or acknowledge him. Her eyes were fixed intently on the spot where the rabbit trap was buried, waiting for him to step on it. I'm telling you, Zhaodi, I'm a grown man and won't stoop to your level as a woman. Apologize to me, and I'll forgive you. Liu Dasheng moved step by step closer to Zhaodi. Zhaodi instinctively took 2 steps back. Liu Dasheng, you'd better be careful. There are landmines here. As Zhaodi spoke, Liu Dasheng's smile grew even more infuriating. He crossed his arms and said, what, atomic bombs too? Today, I'm going to make you beg for mercy. A faint snap sounded, and a puff of dirt immediately flew up from under Liu Dasheng's feet. However, it seemed the trap's counterpressure spring had broken. Liu Dasheng looked down. Damn, a rabbit trap. Furious, he pried the trap from under his foot, dangled it from his finger to show Zhaodi, and then, gritting his teeth, threw it aside. Zhaodi's face turned pale. It really had failed at the critical moment. Watching Liu Dasheng's anger grow, his eyes gleaming with a beast-like ferocity, he lunged forward in a swift stride. Zhaodi turned and ran, only to hear a rip. Liu Dasheng grabbed Zhaodi by the collar and tore off a piece of fabric with a rip, exposing her fragrant shoulder. This only stirred a more intense animalistic desire in Liu Dasheng. Snap, snap, 2 rabbit traps sprang up one after another from where Liu Dasheng stepped, but neither served their intended purpose. Zhaodi panicked. Without bothering to cover her shoulder, she swung the foreign-made shovel toward Liu Dasheng's face. Liu Dasheng, a street ruffian who often got into fights, reacted slightly faster than the average person. He sidestepped and dodged the blow. But immediately after, Liu Dasheng tripped over a malfunctioning trap in front of him. He lost his balance and fell face-first to the ground. Just as he was about to get up and continue demonstrating his manly prowess, his face contorted. Pointing at Zhaodi, he gritted his teeth and uttered a single word. You. Then, Liu Dasheng stiffened, rolled over, and passed out. Only then did Zhaodi see the reason. His lower body had been caught in a trap. Zhaodi's eyes widened in shock, but she remained remarkably calm. She quickly cried for help. She couldn't just walk away, or she'd have no way to explain herself. Soon, villagers working nearby arrived in small groups. At the scene, each one turned pale with fright. Zhaodi crouched on the ground, crying as if the sky had fallen. One look at Zhaodi's torn clothes told everyone what despicable thing Liu Dasheng had tried to do. Zhaodi, don't be afraid. A neighbor's aunt tried to comfort her. Soon after, village chief Liu rushed over in a panic. One look at the scene, and he was half dead with anger. I say, village chief Liu, you need to discipline your son properly. We all heard the 2 kids were about to get engaged. How could Dasheng do such a vile thing? Look how scared Zhaodi is. Exactly, she's a young unmarried girl. If this scares her into some kind of trauma later, your Liu family will have committed a sin. Village chief Liu's face turned ashen. But his son's manhood had been caught in a trap, and after the last hospital visit, this time, it was most likely ruined. Village chief Liu couldn't bother with the villagers' reproaches. He hurriedly sent Liu Dasheng to the hospital. Soon, the incident spread throughout Liu Wazi Village. Some spoke up for Zhaodi, but others suggested it might have been Zhaodi who seduced him. After all, everyone knew the Ma family was so poor they could barely put food on the table. Who wouldn't want to latch onto a wealthy family? Chapter 11. The pot's been smashed. Everyone had something to say about it, but in any case, Ma Zhaodi was the calmest one in this whole affair. If you asked who was the most agitated, it would probably be Li Cuilan. At home, besides cursing back and forth and wailing to the heavens, she had even screamed herself hoarse. Oh heavens, this life is impossible now. The bicycle is gone, the sewing machine is gone. Oh God, is there any way to go on living? Ma Jiangwo, you're just a useless waste, good for nothing, not a real man. Ma Jiangwo had listened to her cursing with a pained face for 2 or 3 days now. But what truly pained his heart was his daughter. She was only 15 and had almost been. Thinking of this, Ma Jiangwo's heart ached terribly. He felt he had let down Zhaodi's deceased mother. Cursing about other things was one thing, but what a man finds most taboo is being told he's not a man. Ma Jiangwo, who never raised his voice to anyone, shot to his feet in an instant. Without a word, he went over and slapped his wife across the face. Since Li Cuilan had entered this household, this was the first time Ma Jiangwo had laid a hand on her. Before, he hadn't so much as touched a single hair on her head. This slap stunned Li Cuilan. The tears on her face weren't even dry yet. Covering her cheek, she stared blankly at Ma Jiangwo. You dare hit me? I'll fight you. As Li Cuilan spoke, she made to hit him back. But after all, she was a woman. If a man doesn't hit you, it's because he cherishes you. It's never a question of him being unable to beat you. Seeing his wife had gone mad, Ma Jiangwo swung his arm and cursed, "Get out of my sight." Li Cuilan stumbled back 2 steps, gritted her teeth, turned, and walked away. Reaching the doorway, she felt this was letting him off too easy. She turned back, smashed everything in the house that could be smashed, and even put a big hole in the iron pot sitting on the earthen stove. Ma Jiangwo neither stopped her nor asked anything. He just glared coldly at his mad wife. While smashing things, she was still muttering. What did I get out of this? I bore you a son, helped you raise your daughter. I must have been blind. How could I have been willing to follow a useless thing like you? After finishing the smashing, Li Cuilan grabbed Ma Baozhu and went back to her parents' home. Ma Jiangwo looked at the devastated home and sighed. He raised a hand to wipe the bitterness from his face, stood up and knocked on his daughter's door. She hadn't eaten for 2 days, probably scared out of her wits. Zhaodi, open the door. Do you want something to eat? Dad will make it for you. As soon as the words left his mouth, Ma Jiangwo sighed. The pot was smashed. What was he supposed to cook with? With that knock, the door opened by itself. Ma Jiangwo was startled. Pushing the door open, he saw his daughter wasn't home at all. Where had this girl gone? She wouldn't do anything foolish, would she? Thinking this, how could Ma Jiangwo care about the mess at home anymore? He hurried out to look for her, asking everyone he met if they had seen Zhaodi. His old face was visibly sweating with anxiety. He happened to run into old Zheng from the village head, who made tofu, just returning from selling tofu at the market. Ma Jiangwo hastily went up to ask, Old Zhang, have you seen my Zhaodi? This girl, who knows where she's gone? Old Zhang chuckled and said, she's wandering around the market. Hearing this, Ma Jiangwo thought with a pained expression, what's that girl doing at the market? She doesn't have any money. Still, knowing Zhaodi's whereabouts, Ma Jiangwo felt considerably more at ease and hurried towards the market to find her. Right at the village entrance, he saw his daughter coming back carrying a bucket. Zhaodi, where have you been? Ma Jiangwo saw his daughter was even humming a tune, completely fine. He finally let his heart settle. I went to sell eels. Dad, look what I bought. Zhaodi quickly put the bucket down, removed the basin on top, revealing 2 jean of pork belly inside. Pork belly. Ma Jiangwo immediately smiled, the wrinkles on his old face smoothing out. Oh really now? How much did that cost? 2 quiet jean. This is 2.5 jean. Zhaodi said with a smile. Come on, Dad, let's taste my cooking skills at noon today. Good. Ma Jiangwo looked at his daughter with a mix of belief and doubt. He remembered his daughter catching eels a few days ago. He never thought she'd be thinking about doing business. Oh no, all the stuff at home was smashed by your Aunt Lon. Ma Jiangwo suddenly remembered. They could eat meat at noon today, but all the pots and bowls at home had been smashed by that madwoman. Chapter 12, The Stinking Soldier. Huh? Zhaodi was taken aback. When she got home and looked, oh my heavens, it was no longer a home. The only electrical appliance, the flashlight, had been smashed. The light bulb hanging from the ceiling was the sole survivor. What to do? But even if she went back to the market now to buy something, it would be too late. They still had to eat lunch, right? Maybe we could take the meat to Uncle's house and make do with a meal there first. Ma Jiangwo sighed. He really had no face to go eat at his elder brother's house because he still owed him 20 yuan. You go. Dad will tidy up at home. Zhaodi didn't insist. She went to the kitchen, cut half of the 2.5 jean of pork, and carried it to her uncle's house. Uncle Ma Jianjun was a worker, a permanent employee, and also the only educated person in the Ma family who had finished junior high school. His monthly salary was around 1 or 200 yuan, so his family's living conditions were worlds apart from Zhaodi's. That's why Grandma would rather endure being a nanny and putting up with mistreatment at the eldest son's house than enjoy a life of ease at the second son's. Zhaodi thought of her cousin Ma Yuhua. In her previous life, after Zhaodi was violated, Ma Yuhua was the most enthusiastic one, stirring things up behind the scenes, urging Grandma to have the family drive Zhaodi away, saying she was a disgrace. She had even called Shao Zhendong a poor soldier right to his face. Thinking of this, a faint smile curled at the corner of Zhaodi's mouth. Zhendong, he was definitely not just a poor soldier. One day, he would return in glory to marry her. Knocking on the grand red painted iron gate, Zhaodi glanced at the imposing red brick and green tile courtyard wall. It had to be said, Uncle's family was the first and only one in Lujiawan, besides the village chief, to build a tiled house. It was quite impressive. Mother, you never say anything about second brother. He's owed that 20 yuan for almost 2 months now. Jianjun won't let me go ask for it. I think, old lady, you're just biased towards second brother's family. You eat ours, live with us, that's fine, and we don't ask you for a single cent to support you. At least say something to second brother's family. These words were heard clearly by Zhaodi outside the door. Although she couldn't stand how the eldest brother's family, relying on their money, bullied her and her father into feeling ashamed. After all, they did owe them 20 yuan. After Ma Zhaodi knocked and entered, she put down 1 jean of pork and left 20 yuan. Aunt Song-ing immediately felt somewhat embarrassed, realizing the girl had probably heard what was just said. But that noon meal, Ma Zhaodi ate with great frustration. Her grandmother, whom she hadn't seen in a long time, kept finding fault with her, saying Liu Dasheng's family conditions were so good, and if she didn't want the family to suffer because of her, this was the only thing Ma Zhaodi could do for the family. She also said Shao Zhendong was just a poor soldier, that good people don't become soldiers, soldiers are no good, and that Ma Zhaodi's life would be just like her dead mother's, utterly worthless. At the table, Song-ing kept putting meat into her daughter Ma Yuhua's bowl, specifically choosing the lean pieces. She gave the fatty meat symbolically to the old lady, saying grandma was old and her teeth weren't good, and the fatty meat wouldn't get stuck. And just like that, the old lady ate happily. I'm telling you, Zhaodi, what grandma says about you isn't wrong. Liu Dasheng is, after all, the village chief's son. What future does that Shao Zhendong have? His old man is paralyzed and his old lady is a sickly mess. Ma Yuhua chimed in, earning a round of praise from grandma. Listen. See how sensible your cousin Yuhua is. I'm finished. I'll take some for my dad to eat. Zhaodi acted as if she hadn't been listening to the adults at all from the beginning. Saying this, she stood up, took her bowl, grabbed a steamed bun, split it open, stuffed some vegetables inside, turned, and left. Hey! Song-ing couldn't stand it anymore. Pointing at Zhaodi's retreating back, she said, Mother, look, just look. Does she even have you, her grandmother, in her eyes? Hearing this, old lady Ma flung down her chopsticks and cursed. She's just as worthless as her mother. Grandma, my mother has been dead for over 10 years. Don't you think your tongue might rot for cursing like that? Chapter 13. Repaying the Debt. Ma Zhaodi had just left the courtyard but turned back, saying she didn't mind, but she wouldn't tolerate anyone speaking ill of her parents. As soon as these words were spoken, the old lady angrily stood up, ready to grab a broom and hit her. However, Song-ing was stunned for a moment, because the old Zhaodi would never have dared to talk back. Even Ma Yuhua felt superior in front of her. Now, she truly dared to even scold the old lady. As her aunt and elder, Song-ing felt it was only right to teach her a lesson. With that thought, Song-ing rushed forward and slapped Zhaodi before the old lady could act. How dare you speak like that? Apologize to your grandmother right now. Seeing that her eldest daughter-in-law had already slapped her granddaughter, the old lady simply put down the broom in her hand and glared at Ma Zhaodi, thinking bitterly to herself that a girl from a poor family was destined to live a lowly life. Ma Zhaodi smiled bitterly and looked down at the bowl of rice and steamed bun in her hands. If it weren't for the fact that her father hadn't eaten yet, she would have thrown them aside and fought back. But when Ma Zhaodi raised her eyes, her gaze was unusually terrifying, as if she were looking not at living beings, but at corpses. Like a wildcat hunting at night, her stare sent shivers down one's spine. Aunt, what right do you have to hit me? Did you give birth to me or raise me? Her words sounded calm as water, yet they carried an intimidating pressure that outsiders couldn't comprehend, making Song-ying's heart tremble with fear. Grandma, I am also your granddaughter, just like Yuhua. Why are you so biased? If you die in the future, don't expect my family to take care of you in your old age or arrange your funeral. Ma Zhaodi spoke indifferently, then turned and walked away. She knew she had spoken unfilial words, but the stinging pain on her face couldn't compare to the frustration in her heart. In this life, reborn, she would never allow herself to live as meekly as she did in her previous life. Ma Zhaodi thought fiercely as she carried the rice bowl and steamed bun back to the bare, earthen-walled house. The cabbages inside the fence were growing well, and 2 chili peppers glowed fiery red under the sunlight. Dad, it's time to eat. Ma Zhaodi didn't want her father to worry, so she quickly put on a cheerful expression and said, there are several pieces of meat in here. As soon as she entered the main room, she saw her father still busy tidying things up, but he was squatting motionless on the ground, staring blankly at an old-fashioned mirror printed with peonies. When Ma Jiangwo heard his daughter return, he hid the moisture in the corners of his eyes, smiled, took the bowl, and began eating. But none of this escaped Ma Zhaodi's notice. Dad, what's wrong? If something broke, we can earn money to buy a new one. Oh, and I've repaid the money we owed Uncle's family. Ma Zhaodi was terrified. Although her father was honest and simple, he was a man, and she had never seen him cry. It was only after she grew up that she heard he had wept bitterly when her mother passed away. It's nothing, Ma Jiangwo said, waving his hand as he ate the steamed bun. When Ma Zhaodi looked at the spot where her father had been squatting earlier, she suddenly understood. It was a mirror, part of her mother's dowry from years ago. Zhaodi seemed to realize the reason and noticed that the mirror was not shattered beyond repair. Perhaps her father didn't know that something like glass adhesive existed in this world. Zhaodi carefully cleaned up the pieces while urging her father to eat more. After tidying up, Zhaodi went to the rice-field eel pond in the afternoon. During this season, rice-field eels reproduced quickly, and within half a month, tiny eels as thin as threadworms could be seen drifting in the water. Zhaodi's mood instantly improved, as these were her hope. She would no longer have to live under someone else's roof. As Zhaodi was lost in thought, her neighbor, sister-in-law Wang, suddenly came running over, panting and waving her arms, shouting from afar. Zhaodi, hurry, go home and check. Liu Dasheng brought people to your house. Your father has been badly beaten. Zhaodi's scalp instantly went numb. Liu Dasheng must have come to demand an explanation for his son. Chapter 14, Liu Dasheng resorts to violence. Zhaodi didn't even stop to grab the water bucket. She swung her arms and ran full tilt for home. As soon as she reached her doorstep, she saw neighbors and fellow villagers crowded outside the fence, completely blocking the narrow path leading to her house. People were saying all sorts of things. Some said this couldn't really be blamed on Dasheng. Sure, he was a troublemaker, but if Zhaodi hadn't led him on, how could Liu Dasheng have been so single-minded about marrying her? There were plenty of pretty, well-off girls in Liu Wazi Village. Zhaodi pushed through the crowd and burst into the main room. In one glance, she saw her father, his forehead bleeding from a beating. Liu Dasheng was sitting on a chair, his eyebrows knotted in rage, eyes blazing with fire as he pointed at Ma Jiangwo's nose and cursed. Ma Jiangwo, damn your ancestors. You son of a bitch, you either cough up 10,000 yuan today, or your daughter becomes my Liu family's daughter-in-law. You decide. Otherwise, this is just the beginning. The people who had come with the Liu family included Liu Dasheng's elder brother, as well as his brother-in-law, his sister's husband. As soon as these words were spoken, Liu Dasheng's brother-in-law leaned over and whispered into the ear of the other brother-in-law, his wife's brother. Our nephew's manhood is beyond saving. What's the use of demanding 10,000 yuan? Though the words were soft, Ma Jiangwo still heard them. His eyes widened, and he spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva. Huh. Serves him right. The calculations in Liu Dasheng's heart were unknown to others. He demanded 10,000 yuan precisely because the Ma family couldn't possibly produce it. Forget 10,000, they couldn't even scrape together 100. This way, he was clearly forcing the Ma family to marry their daughter to his son. Even if she ended up living as a widow in name only, it would soothe the hatred in his heart and preserve his son's reputation. Later, they could adopt a child to carry on the Liu family line. It was the best solution. Now, hearing that Ma Jiangwo, beaten to such a state, still dared to act defiantly in front of him, Liu Dasheng immediately grabbed the stool he was sitting on and swung it to smash it down. Ma Zhaodi arrived just in time. She shoved Liu Dasheng hard from behind. Caught off guard, Liu Dasheng stumbled, and the stool in his hand flew off course, landing squarely on the forehead of his brother-in-law, his wife's brother. The man immediately clutched his face, squatted down, and began to wail. By the time Liu Dasheng regained his bearings, his eyes fell on Ma Zhaodi. His pupils contracted, hatred surging so fiercely, he wished he could strangle her on the spot to vent his fury. Dad, are you okay? Zhaodi's heart ached. She grabbed a rag from the table and wiped the blood from her father's face. Only then did she see the wound on his forehead wasn't large, but it was terribly swollen, like a little light bulb. Liu Dasheng, you abuse your power as village chief, barging into common people's homes to beat them up. Aren't you afraid of being removed from your post? Zhaodi was tall but painfully thin due to her family's circumstances since childhood. Yet her tone was forceful, her gaze sharp and piercing. Even Ma Jiangwo, who had watched Zhaodi grow up, found it utterly surprising. This girl used to be so timid you couldn't get a peep out of her with 3 kicks. Had she taken the wrong medicine now? Daring to speak to him like that? He was the village chief. Who wouldn't show him some deference and courtesy? Liu Dasheng was grinding his teeth in anger. She was the one who caused his son to lose his manhood, almost costing him his life, and now she dared to shout and yell here? He stepped forward, grabbed Zhaodi by the collar, and raised his hand to strike. Ma Jiangwo suddenly stood up and pulled Liu Dasheng back. Dasheng, you can't hit my daughter. Hit me if you must. Since she was little, he, as her father, had never been able to bring himself to lay a finger on her, let alone stand by and watch others hit his girl. Moreover, Ma Jiangwo had been honest and unassuming all his life, muddling through. He could bear his own losses, but he couldn't let his daughter suffer because of him. 10,000 yuan. I'll find a way. I'll sell the land, sell the homestead plot, I'll scrape it together. My daughter cannot live as a widow. The people outside, hearing this talk of living as a widow, more or less guessed what had happened. The fact that Liu Dasheng was now incapable of having children became an open secret. Hearing this, Liu Baoshan finally let go. Fine. You're so damn poor, if you can actually come up with 10,000 yuan, I'll write my surname Liu upside down. Let me make this clear up front. I'll give you half a month. If you don't have the money, then obediently deliver the girl to my house. After all, your wife accepted the betrothal gifts and the marriage between the two kids was settled. You can't say I'm bullying you, right? As he spoke, Liu Baoshan's words turned into soft daggers, also absolving himself of any blame. After Liu Baoshan left, the people outside gradually dispersed. Looking at her father, who kept sighing and lamenting his own uselessness, but never uttered a single word directly blaming Zhaodi. Zhaodi remained silent. She fetched the leftover baijiu from yesterday and disinfected her father's forehead. Outwardly calm, a fierce resolve had long been building within her. She had no money to give, and she wouldn't give herself either. She would make Liu Baoshan and his son regret today's actions before they even had time to think. Chapter 15. Leadership goes to the countryside. In her past life, Zhaodi had only resorted to murder and ruined her entire life after her innocence was destroyed, when she found no help from heaven or earth, when the Women's Federation offered no recourse, and when her father took her everywhere seeking justice, only to be repeatedly obstructed by Liu Baoshan's schemes, leaving her utterly desperate. My girl, it's your father who's useless. Ma Jiangwo could barely feel the burning pain of the alcohol on his wound. Perhaps there is a kind of pain called heartache, far more agonizing than any physical wound. Dad, don't worry. I'm grown up now. There are some things I can decide for myself. Ma Zhaodi's words were calm, so calm it was as if nothing had ever happened. Ma Jiangwo was slightly taken aback. His daughter had changed. She had become particularly composed and decisive. But still. Then you still can't live as a widow. Even if you don't remain a widow, that Liu Dasheng is no good man. Dad, I never said I was going to marry him. But our family. When it came to money, Ma Jiangwo didn't finish his sentence. He had always felt it was his own lack of ability, and his mood instantly sank to freezing point. Ma Jiangwo was thinking about how to raise the 10,000 yuan. Land nowadays was practically worthless. Even selling an acre would be hard-pressed to fetch 1,000 yuan. As for their dilapidated house, it was probably worth just over 1,000 at most. These were thoughts that didn't consider future livelihood. In the middle of the night, Ma Jiangwo, unable to sleep, threw on his clothes and headed under the starry sky to Old Song's house at the west end of the village. He wanted to ask if someone his age could still go down the mines to dig coal. He also planned to visit various households to see if he could borrow a bit here and there. Tomorrow, he also thought about going to his eldest brother's house to borrow some money. But Zhaodi was thinking about what method could be used to report Liu Baoshan and Liu Dasheng. Currently, most members of the Township Women's Federation were acquaintances of Liu Baoshan, and the Village Women's Federation was even more so. The women's director was his own younger sister. Thinking of this, Zhaodi suddenly sat up in bed. She calculated the days. At the end of this year, there would be a re-registration of households and a redistribution of land. Town leaders would go to the countryside to survey and measure each family's land area. If Zhaodi wasn't mistaken, she could bypass the Village Women's Federation and directly write a letter for the town leaders to take to the town's Women's Federation Association. Thinking this, Zhaodi felt this was her only opportunity, her only method. Zhaodi immediately went to her drawer and found an old leftover homework notebook from her school days. She found a fountain pen, washed it with hot water, filled it with a bit of ink, and tested it. Although the ink flow was intermittent, it was barely usable. Moreover, in her past life, after being taken in by that large-scale breeding family, they had also taught her to read and write. That family was particularly wealthy. Their son and daughter were both university students. The older brother who ran the breeding farm was even a master's graduate from an agricultural university. Seeing Zhaodi's diligence and eagerness to learn, and finding it sometimes boring after finishing work watching the fish pond and breeding farm, he often brought her books to read. Zhaodi eventually studied on her own and earned a university diploma. Zhaodi still remembered how excited she was back then, even moved to tears. Now, because of the experiences from her past life, the plea letter Zhaodi wrote was particularly profound. Coupled with her neat handwriting, concise cursive script, and thoughts that grew from small to large, it even represented an advocacy for emancipating the mind from this feudal society. If vulnerable groups fail to receive society's attention and protection, as a woman, she felt profound sorrow. After the Town Women's Federation members read this letter, they were actually captivated by it, unable to control their tears. Until there were only 2 days left before the 10-day deadline to compensate Liu Dasheng 10,000 yuan. The day before, Qin Min, the women's director of the Town Women's Federation, personally brought her assistant to Liu Wazi Village for an on-site investigation. The Village Women's Federation women's director, Liu Dasheng's sister Liu Baoxia, prepared properly and actively welcomed the superior leaders coming to the countryside for the inspection work. Before this, Liu Baoxia had visited every household, precisely because she was afraid fellow villagers might speak carelessly. Chapter 16. Qin Min. As soon as Qin Min arrived at Liu Wazi Village, she had her assistant conduct home visits. She was accompanied throughout by members of the Village Women's Federation, and Liu Baoxia naturally stuck close to Qin Min's side. However, Qin Min headed straight for the Ma family. Upon learning that Zhaodi was working in the fields, she didn't send someone to call her back, but went in person instead. At that moment, Liu Baoxia's face changed color. She feared this matter might not be so simple. Could it be related to her nephew's affair? She quickly excused herself to find someone to inform village chief Liu Dasheng. For Qin Min, seeing the handwriting was like meeting the person. Just opening the envelope gave a pleasing impression, and the deeply emotional content made her genuinely feel that this woman was undoubtedly someone with strong resolve. When she reached the fields, Zhaodi was digging a channel to release water into the eel pond. The eels inside were growing day by day and would soon face the winter. To ensure they wouldn't stop growing out of season, Zhaodi had already begun preparing insulation measures. Qin Min's expression was cold, and she wore a professional suit, giving off an aura of strict impartiality. Out of the corner of her eye, Zhaodi noticed a figure in her blind spot. She tucked the stray hairs by her ear behind it and looked up. She recognized this person. It was Qin Min. She remembered in her past life, she had once made a scene in town, but due to insufficient evidence and Liu Baoxian's influence, she couldn't verify anything and had no way to resolve it. Sister Qin, why have you come in person? Zhaodi washed her hands in the eel pond, wiped them casually on her clothes, and walked over. Qin Min slightly furrowed her brows. You know me? I've heard of you. I heard Sister Qin is impartial and strict with her work, a role model for us women. Zhaodi's words were sweet, causing Qin Min's initially tense face to break into a smile. This letter was written by you, right? Yes, it's just that the pen wasn't flowing well, so I was worried you might not be able to read it clearly. Zhaodi spoke honestly, a faint, pale curve forming at the corner of her mouth. Qin Min saw that this girl was indeed 15 years old, as stated in the letter, but her demeanor gave off a sense of remarkable steadiness, a maturity and composure not typical for her age. Especially in her beautiful eyes, there was a resilience shining through. Qin Min opened her notebook, which already contained the basic situation described in Zhaodi's letter. Now, she needed to have Zhaodi verbally recount and verify it once more. As Zhaodi spoke, she pointed to the area beside the eel pond. The rabbit traps in the field were still there, making the story even more believable. I originally set them to catch wild rabbits. It was Liu Dasheng who happened to take advantage of the situation when no one was around with ill intentions, so... Zhaodi lowered her head and didn't say more after that, as everything was clearly explained in the letter. In fact, Zhaodi had intentionally not been at home. She wanted to stay here. Many fellow villagers witnessed it at the time. The subtext of this statement was, if you don't believe me, go door to door and ask. Many will tell the truth. Naturally, Qin Min would have someone inquire further. If the situation was true, then it would align well with the contents of the letter. If that were the case, then Liu Dasheng was indeed deranged. Seeing Qin Min lost in thought, Zhaodi added, now, Liu Dasheng is forcing me to marry his son. He even came to my house and beat my father, breaking his head. Given this, Qin Min, representing the Women's Federation director, naturally stood on the side of women. Otherwise, what use would she be? What kind of society is this? Is International Women's Day just for show? From now on, we women must stand firm. Zhaodi, don't worry. Our country's policies, whether the marriage law or the women's rights law, are on our side. The state has strong protective regulations for us women. Don't worry, Sister Qin will handle this matter. Zhaodi's eyes welled with emotion as she looked at Qin Min, biting her lower lip and nodding firmly. Seeing this, Qin Min's heart ached for her. Worried the girl might carry psychological scars, she couldn't help but offer a few more words of concern. Zhaodi, you're still young, and there's a long life ahead of you. Please try to see things positively. If anything feels too heavy on your heart, talk to someone from the Women's Federation. Besides, I heard you have a sweetheart, right? A soldier. Soldiers are good, they serve the country and are role models for us all. Don't worry. As she spoke, Qin Min patted Zhaodi's shoulder, comforting her with heartfelt sincerity. Zhaodi suddenly felt a warm current flow into her heart. If in her past life she hadn't been so short-sighted and ignorant, perhaps she would have used this method to seek justice for herself sooner. Chapter 17, on tenterhooks. However, luckily, heaven had given her a chance. Everything was still okay. After Qin Min left, Zhaodi thought she should also tidy up and go watch the commotion. Zhaodi walked unhurriedly towards the village. As she passed the western end of the village, she heard the wife of the Tao family, who had been married for less than 2 years, holding her child and kneeling before the Women's Federation representatives, wailing and crying for her parents. She claimed it was an arranged marriage. She had been married into Liu Wazi at 16, and the person she met back then was actually her current husband's younger brother. This matter was actually already known in the village, but there was nowhere to seek justice. The Tao family had 2 brothers. The elder brother had been mischievous as a child. When they were building a house, he climbed a wall, fell, and broke his ankle. They didn't take him to the hospital, just fixed it with a wooden splint, and he lay in bed for 3 months. At that time, Tao's elder brother was only about 10 years old, right in the stage of fastest bone development. So later, when he became lame, they realized it was too late. For the meeting, it was the younger Tao brother who went. But during the wedding ceremony, it was the elder Tao brother. The girl was from a neighboring village. Now, she cried out to heaven with no response, cried out to earth with no relief. Right after marrying over, she made a fuss about returning to her parents' home. She even took it to the Liu Wazi women's director, but no one paid any attention. Half pushed, half yielding, 2 or 3 years passed, and she even had a 2-year-old child. This home visit uncovered too many families with forced marriages. Qin Min immediately felt overwhelmed. She originally thought Zhaodi's situation was heartbreaking enough, but now it seemed even more heartbreaking cases were yet to come. There was an even more outrageous one. What era is this? There's still such a thing as child betrothals? Huh? Are there still child brides? These were Qin Min's exact words when she slammed the documents at the brigade headquarters. At that time, Liu Wazi's women's director, Liu Baoxia, didn't dare to say a word. She kept wanting her brother Liu Baoshan to come out and back her up, since he was the village chief. But how dare Liu Baoshan show his face? Initially, it was he who told his sister that being the women's director meant receiving a state salary, and the job was just about doing some statistics, at most mediating family disputes when they arose. Think about it, no matter the reason for the marriage, once married, where else could you run? Liu Baoxia, who had never been to school, thought that few hundred yuan could be earned just by wagging her tongue a bit. Who knew the state's requirements were so strict? Qin Min lost her temper right then. Seeing women's director Liu Baoxia remain silent, Qin Min put her hands on her hips and pointed at Liu Baoxia, saying, "I'll deal with you all later. Go get your village chief for me." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present looked at each other, but all eyes eventually settled on Liu Baoxia's face, since the village chief was her own brother. Liu Baoxia's face turned dark purple. She had already called him, but her elder brother only said he would come over verbally. He still hadn't arrived, saying that since a leader had come, he needed to prepare good food and drink for hospitality. It was already past 12 o'clock. This women's director from the town hadn't even mentioned eating, and her elder brother still hadn't come. Qin Min saw that no one was speaking. "Fine," she said. "The village chief isn't within my scope of work. Then I'll go back and report to the relevant department, let the corresponding department handle it personally." With that, Qin Min gathered all the materials from the home visits, turned around, and left the brigade headquarters. Hearing this, Liu Baoxia hurriedly notified her elder brother, saying the leader had left, not even planning to eat a meal in Liu Wazi Village. Liu Baoshan rushed to the village entrance to intercept her. In his mind, there was nothing that couldn't be solved with a good meal. But when Liu Baoshan reached the village entrance, he saw Ma Jiangwo and his daughter there at a glance. "Zhaodi, this time, don't you stop me. Even if I go kneel before her, you can't stop me. As long as we tell the leader about your matter, our family will have nothing to fear." Ma Jiangwo had no idea that this leader's inspection tour to the countryside was due to the power of his daughter's letter. Earlier, Zhaodi was busy in the fields, and he was busy in the woodshed. As soon as he heard the Women's Federation leader had come to the countryside and was doing home visits house by house, he dropped everything he was doing and came. Chapter 18. Is this ever going to end? As he spoke, Ma Jiangwo watched eagerly as the official's car left the village entrance. He stepped forward, intending to kneel. Zhaodi grabbed her father and pulled him up. "Dad, I've already told them everything." In her past life, her father had been just like this moment, dragging her around everywhere, kneeling to people and pleading for justice, but in the end, the red flag sedan braked sharply, almost hitting Ma Jiangwo. Qin Min, sitting in the passenger seat, frowned. She got out of the car and leaned forward to look, immediately spotting Zhaodi trying to persuade the man beside her, presumably her father. As a representative of women since the reform and opening up, Qin Min personally got out and approached, intending to offer comfort. But then Liu Dasheng appeared beside her, insistently trying to pull her to his home for a meal. Qin Min frowned. And who are you? Oh, my apologies. Every household in the village is busy sowing today. I've been in the fields all morning and didn't know you were coming. I asked who you are. Qin Min cut off the fawning face. Sister Qin, he's Liu Dasheng, the village chief of Liu Wazi. Zhaodi stepped forward and said, yes. So, how about coming to my place for a simple meal? It's almost 1 o'clock. As the village chief, I can't neglect my duties, right? As he spoke, he reached out to pull Qin Min. Oh, so you're the village chief. Your presence must be quite precious. We've invited you so many times, and you never showed up. Did we need an 8-man sedan chair to carry you here? What are you saying? I'm the village chief. This family needs irrigation. That family needs watering. Don't I need to understand the people's situation and lend a hand? Who knew it would be noon by the time I got back? Liu Dasheng wore a broad smile, looking utterly shameless and boastful. His grin was as wide as if he'd just seen a pile of silver dollars. Zhaodi's father, standing beside her, seemed on the verge of speaking, not wanting to miss this opportunity, but Zhaodi discreetly tugged his sleeve to stop him. Well, thank you for the trouble, Village Chief Liu. I'm in a hurry to return and report on the work situation. The leadership is waiting for the report, so I won't stay for a meal. With that, Qin Min got back into the car. Just before closing the door, she remembered that the old father earlier hadn't meant to block the car, but had intended to kneel. Feeling somewhat moved, she couldn't help but say to Zhaodi and Ma Jiangwo, don't worry. We women are a generation raised under the protection of the 5-star red flag. There's nothing we can't get through. Zhaodi smiled slightly, pressing her lips together. Take care, Sister Qin. The mountain roads of Liu Wazi Village were rugged, and the red flag sedan wobbled away, disappearing from everyone's sight. Liu Dasheng was seething with anger. How on earth did this girl know someone of such high rank? And calling her Sister Qin left and right? On the way back, Ma Jiangwo was also puzzled. Daughter, that leading cadre, you know her? Just met her today. Zhaodi explained how she went to the fields to find her for the home visit. Ma Jiangwo finally breathed a sigh of relief. That leading comrade looks like someone who gets things done. This time, we'll rely on her to speak for us. I don't know what the outcome will be or how we should thank her later. As he spoke, Ma Jiangwo's honest, weathered face finally broke into a smile, crow's feet appearing at the corners of his eyes. Yet, he still felt he was useless. Otherwise, his daughter wouldn't have suffered such great injustice. Dad, you're thinking too far ahead. There's no result yet. If there is one later, we can invite her to a small restaurant in town for a meal. As she spoke, Zhaodi settled her father at the table, rolled up her sleeves, and went to the kitchen to start the fire and prepare the meal. When Zhaodi sliced the pork belly and rendered a little lard in the bottom of the wok, a fragrant aroma wafted from the kitchen. It drew Ma Jiangwo over. What are you making that smells so good? Still cabbage, but I added a bit of pork belly. Smells good, right? With a sizzle, Zhaodi first tossed the chopped cabbage stems into the wok and stir-fried them a couple of times. A fragrance mixing the richness of the cracklings with the fresh sweetness of the cabbage washed over her, and Zhaodi couldn't help but take a deep breath. Ma Jiangwo's weathered face broke into a genuine smile. He picked up a piece of firewood and tossed it into the stove. Sometimes he wondered if he hadn't remarried, would he and his daughter be living quite happily? Just like now, with one less sharp-tongued woman in the house, he felt his ears were much more peaceful. For this meal, with the mixed-grain cornbread Zhaodi had shaped, the pork belly stewed with cabbage and glass noodles, both father and daughter ate 3 pieces of cornbread each, finishing all the food until only the broth remained. Satisfied smiles appeared on both their faces. Ma Jiangwo patted his belly, laughing, and said, "First time I've eaten so much I'm stuffed. Off to work now." Zhaodi smiled as she watched her father clear the dishes. But just when they were happiest, as soon as Ma Jiangwo stepped out, someone arrived. The visitor was none other than Liu Dasheng. Looking at Liu Dasheng's pale face, clenched teeth, and that ferocious expression, Zhaodi's hands, holding the dishes, froze. She turned and placed the dishes back on the table, staring at the utterly vicious Liu Dasheng before her. Chapter 19. The Fatal Blow. Zhaodi gave a faint smile. In her past life, he had destroyed her chastity. In this life, you, Liu Dasheng, are already ruined. What more do you want? Brother Dasheng, you're out of the hospital already? If you haven't eaten, there's still some vegetable soup left. Without saying a word, Liu Dasheng took advantage of Zhaodi speaking to step inside the door. After a few days apart, Liu Dasheng's face was pale and dull, but his eyes had always been like those of a dog on the verge of being beaten to death, rolling their whites as he glared at Zhaodi. Off to work. Seeing his ferocious expression, Zhaodi only said this, with an air of, if you don't eat, I'll clean up, and continued carrying the bowls and chopsticks into the kitchen. Soon, the sound of scooping water came from the kitchen. Liu Dasheng stood outside, watching her slender, alluring back and the rounded curve of her buttocks as she bent over to wash the dishes. His eyes instantly blazed with fire. In his heart, he truly wanted this woman to die beneath him, but immediately he felt a tearing pain in his crotch. Gritting his teeth, Liu Dasheng restrained himself, swaying slightly a few times before steadying himself. Cold sweat had already soaked his back. Zhaodi, did you do this on purpose? Bent over washing dishes, how could Zhaodi not sense his presence? That suppressed groan of pain, she wasn't deaf, she heard it clearly. She hated Liu Dasheng, wished he were dead. But even though Zhaodi hated him intensely, she had to calm down. She couldn't walk the same old path of her past life and ruin her entire life again. Hearing Liu Dasheng speak, Zhaodi suddenly turned her head and smiled at him. But then, not caring about the wet droplets on her hands, Zhaodi grabbed her collar, undid a button, and walked out of the kitchen. Instantly, her delicate and translucent collarbone was exposed under the 15-watt fluorescent light, appearing even more like jade. Liu Dasheng's face immediately flushed red. Then, it turned eggplant purple. Clutching his crotch, he turned and walked out of the fenced yard. Zhaodi snorted, fastening the button on her neck tightly. Liu Dasheng, you should be grateful you're still alive in this lifetime. Turning back to continue washing dishes, Zhaodi's tears fell into the wash basin. If not for him, Zhaodi's life would have been glorious as the wife of a high-ranking official. But precisely because of him, Zhaodi had become a fugitive. Just as she finished cleaning up, she heard the news spreading through the village. It turned out Liu Dasheng had collapsed in pain right after leaving Zhaodi's gate. If not for the villagers finding him, who knows if he would have survived. Zhaodi immediately guessed that while Liu Dasheng deserved his punishment, his father was the village chief. If he wanted revenge on her family, they wouldn't escape trouble, big or small. Moreover, Liu Bashan was petty, vindictive, hated evil, and bullied the weak while fearing the strong. Thinking of this, Zhaodi felt a sense of pressure. That very midnight, Liu Dasheng was back in the hospital due to excessive blood loss. If Zhaodi had to guess, his wound must have split open. Liu Bashan rushed to the hospital overnight, cursing with every breath, "You're lucky to be alive, and yet you still act up? Do you want to die?" As a man, having lost that thing, Liu Dasheng suffered more than death. But even if he died, he would drag that spicy girl Ma Zhaodi down with him. "I don't care. That Ma Zhaodi. I'll make her join me in the grave." Liu Dasheng kept struggling and roaring even as he was being pushed into the county hospital emergency room to stop the bleeding. How could Liu Bashan not want to strangle that girl? But death was too easy for her. Think about it, he, Liu Bashan, had 2 sons. The younger one was mentally disabled. Carrying on the family line relied entirely on Dasheng. Now his son had lost his manhood. What difference was there between him, Liu Bashan, and having no descendants? It won't be that easy. Absolutely not that easy. Thinking that tomorrow was the final deadline, even if the Ma family sold everything they had, they couldn't come up with 10,000 yuan. So, even if he had to seize her by force, he would drag the Ma family's second daughter over to live out her life as a widow, making her existence one of unbearable suffering, unable to live or die. Chapter 20. Acting. The sunlight seemed dazzling, but as the season reached the 9th and 10th months of the lunar calendar, the wind turned cool, and the sun no longer felt too harsh. Zhaodi was taking advantage of the season to mix mud by the eel pond. Once dried, it would become adobe bricks. She needed to save costs by enclosing the eel pond with them. When the weather turned cold, she could cover it with plastic sheeting for insulation. To ensure the eels wouldn't suffer from lack of oxygen or freeze, she planned to spend money on an oxygen pump for the pond and weave some reed mats to place over the plastic canopy. This way, by the start of spring and the Lunar New Year, when wild eels were just beginning to recover and grow, hers would already be fully formed and ready to sell. Now, Zhaodi thought she could buy the plastic sheeting in town. As for the reed mats, she still needed to gather some cattail leaves and dry them. Her father made straw mats for a living, so Zhaodi knew what kind of cattails worked best. That day, Zhaodi was busy all day. After lunch, she had to move the cut cattails back home. Just as she was bending over, pulling the cart with all her might, she was stopped by 4 burly men. She happened to be on the path at the edge of the cornfield when 4 members of the Liu family approached her head-on, including Liu Baoshan's brother-in-law. The Liu Wazi Brigade headquarters had once established a shell breeding farm to comply with national policies, emphasizing the cultivation of self-employed households to secure subsidies from higher-level authorities. It was essentially a large compound, with second-hand chicken coops inside, all to prove that their jurisdiction was also responding to the national call to set up chicken farms. This way, they could receive subsidies and gain recognition. In reality, Zhaodi never saw any old hens. All she saw was Liu Baoshan hastily mobilizing fellow villagers to build the breeding farm. At that moment, in the courtyard of the brigade headquarters, the shell breeding farm, most of the villagers from Liu Wazi had gathered. Along the way, Zhaodi overheard the discussions and mostly understood what was happening. Higher-level officials had come to investigate Liu Wazi's economic situation. Qin Min, the head of the Women's Federation, was also there. She specifically asked for Zhaodi to step forward as a representative, to speak on behalf of all Liu Wazi villagers about their opinions on the current state of the village. As a representative of the villagers, Zhaodi was summoned. That was why Liu Baoshan had sent people to prepare her ideologically in advance. On the way to the brigade headquarters, members of the Liu family warned her not to speak recklessly. She was to say that village chief Liu loved the people like his own children and was considerate of their needs. They even insisted she not mention the incident where Zhaodi was forcibly brought into the Liu family. Otherwise, during the upcoming land distribution, the Ma family's land would all be allocated to desolate, remote areas. Zhaodi's heart tightened. Her family only had 1.3 mu of land, half of which belonged to her and her mother. Her stepmother, Li Cuilan, had been married into the family for over 10 years, but still had no land because her household registration was only transferred 2 years ago. As for her father, Ma Jiangwo, it was even worse. Due to his lack of ambition and his marriage to Zhaodi's birth mother, which was opposed by old lady Ma, he was not allocated any land when the family divided its property. With this land distribution, perhaps her brother and stepmother would finally receive land. If they threatened Zhaodi like this, the Ma family would basically have no way to survive. Along the way, Zhaodi's heart wavered. Now, only 2 paths lay before her. The first was to tell the higher-level officials that the letter she wrote was just a joke, and she would continue to struggle between the 10,000 yuan and becoming a living widow. The second was to clarify the matter in front of the officials and add that the village chief had threatened her to keep her from telling the truth. But then, Zhaodi and her father would face retaliation from Liu Dasheng, their family would receive no land, face years of poor harvests, and risk starvation. Weighing her options, Zhaodi gritted her teeth. She could not live as meekly as she had in her past life. Acting who didn't know how. When Zhaodi was brought into the brigade courtyard, she suddenly burst into tears and ran towards Sister Qin, crying out as she ran that village chief Liu had threatened her not to tell the truth. Beside her, Liu Baoshan's face immediately turned pale and cold sweat broke out on his back. Chapter 21. Alone without the Ma family. Hadn't they already sent people to warn her about the severity of the situation? Could this little girl really not mind her own family's poverty? Was she truly planning to go begging? Not only was Liu Baoshan's expression abnormal, but the relevant people present, such as Liu Baoxia and those trusted followers of Liu Baoshan who had threatened Zhaodi, were also stunned. They had all agreed so readily on the way here. Sister Qin, there's no way to live like this. Village Chief Liu forbids people from telling the truth. He sent people to scare me, and said if I told the truth, he wouldn't give our family any land. As soon as these words were spoken, Qin Min, who had already been on the woman's side, was taken aback. This was outrageous. No wonder so many women in Liu Wazi were crying injustice. So this village chief was the scoundrel. Looking down at Zhaodi, who was crying her heart out, she felt a pang of pity. Although she herself was over 30 and a mother, her youngest sister was about the same age as Zhaodi. With the party and the country here, I refuse to believe he can defy them all. Qin Min seemed to be comforting Zhaodi, but her words were aimed at Liu Baoshan. What on earth is the women's director of Liu Wazi doing? At this moment, Liu Baoxia and her brother Liu Baoshan were filled with regret. Who could have imagined that Ma Zhaodi, this dead girl who hadn't even finished primary school, could bypass the village and directly report to the town? Who gave her the courage? You have to understand, people in the village were even wary of meeting cadres from public units. But her? So young, yet she learned to pull a surprise move like the long march turning back for a counterattack. Good grief, they had really underestimated this little minx. This incident not only intensified the feud between the Liu family and Ma Zhaodi, but also pushed Liu Baoshan into a precarious position. Standing on the cusp, Liu Baoshan simply couldn't figure it out. Does she have connections in the town? Big brother, she's just a little girl from Liu Wazi Village. She's never left the mountains since she was a child. Where would she have any connections? Besides, what ability does her father, Ma Jiangwo, have? He's just a carpenter, an honest man who wouldn't make a sound if you kicked him twice. Liu Baoshan's brother-in-law, Wang Dasan, also wore a worried expression. Then how did she know to find people in the town? This matter isn't simple. Handle it well, and your eldest nephew won't have a good reputation either. Handle it badly, and I, this village chief, might end up needing a walking stick. Then, big brother, what are you thinking? Humph. Liu Baoshan snorted twice through his nose. This matter is definitely not over. My nephew has ended up like that. If I swallow this anger, I might as well swallow it in my coffin. Wang Dasheng was taken aback. It seemed his wife's brother was also dead set on not giving the Ma family a way out. But thinking about it, it made sense. If his own son had his lineage cut off, a matter of continuing the family line, a lifelong major issue, he would also have to go fight for his life. At noon, several women gathering wheat stalks on the threshing ground were tidying up the wheat straw stacks with triangular forks polished from mulberry branches. These could be kept for burning in the stove. Auntie, do you think the Ma family's second branch looks good making such a fuss? Their own daughter got that, and they still have the face to take it to the Women's Federation. Who said she got that? I think Zhaodi is quite sensible, obedient since she was little. Auntie, you've got it wrong. When a girl grows up, who knows what's in her heart? Besides, the Dasheng family's conditions are among the best in the village. Given how poor her Ma family is, it's normal for a girl to try and hook up with someone to have a better life. True, another interjected. Such a shameful, ugly affair, and they even reported it to the town. If it were me, I'd really have no face to go out. Zhaodi was already used to the village gossip. She knew that when everyone had full bellies and nothing to do, what else was there? They just gathered together to gossip about how this family's daughter-in-law fed her mother-in-law cabbage for lunch, or how that family's sister-in-law beat her child at noon. Let them talk if they like. Anyway, not many households in the village had televisions. In this day and age, if you didn't have something to gossip about, you'd probably die of boredom. Zhaodi also heard these rumors. At the moment, she was scooping algae by the eel pond. The algae had started bubbling, and she needed to clean it promptly and introduce fresh water from the river so the eels could have a fresh water source to breathe. A man's voice came from the dam. Zhaodi was bent over, clearing obstacles in the ditch to allow water to flow more smoothly into the eel pond. Suddenly hearing the voice, she looked up. Wasn't this her classmate from first grade? Though, he was also Shao Zhendong's younger brother, Shao Zhenbei. Back then, it was also because of Shao Zhenbei that she and Zhendong had played together since childhood. Zhenbei, what brings you here? Zhaodi almost said long time no see, but then thought it inappropriate. They had just met last month. Why can't I come? It's summer vacation, I've been home. Here, a letter from my big brother. I happened to see there was one for you too, so I picked them both up from the post office in one trip. Shao Zhenbei and his elder brother Shao Zhendong had completely different temperaments. One was quiet and reserved. The other, Shao Zhenbei, had a hint of a rogue's air. If Shao Zhendong hadn't given up his studies, saving money for his younger brother to attend high school, he, Shao Zhendong, would at least be promising material for a prestigious university by now. Thanks. Zhaodi took the letter, her heart surging with waves. That feeling had been absent for so long, even the feel of the envelope under her fingers made her heart flutter. Zhaodi's face immediately flushed with a rosy hue, leaving Shao Zhenbei somewhat speechless. He simply scratched his head, said goodbye, and turned to leave. Zhaodi put down the scoop net in her hand, sat down by the field, and opened the envelope. She thought Zhendong must have received her letter and knew she was waiting for his decision. After opening it, the first line was an ordinary greeting. The letter's content was even shorter than what Zhaodi had written, consisting of only 2 brief paragraphs. But one paragraph pierced Zhaodi's heart with every word. I heard from home that your family and the village chief's family have become in-laws. It's a pity that I've just started making some progress here and can't get away to return home to congratulate you in person. After the autumn harvest, during the New Year holidays, I will definitely offer my congratulations face-to-face. After reading it, Zhaodi's breathing became rapid. She took several deep breaths to swallow back the tears welling up in her eyes. Communication in this society was very inconvenient. Zhaodi told herself over and over that he must have heard about what happened earlier, but he didn't know about the later developments. Zhaodi suddenly felt an impulse to go to the military district and explain this matter to him clearly in person. He was the only one in her heart. In her past life, forced by circumstances, she had mistakenly gone astray and missed him, but from beginning to end, he had been the only one. Zhaodi's heart raced for a while. She immediately got up and ran towards the county town. She still remembered the phone number for the military district from her past life's memories. Unfortunately, only the village chief's house in the village had a telephone, and she couldn't possibly go borrow theirs. She ran all the way to the county town, sweating profusely, just to make one phone call. The phone rang twice before someone answered. Hello, XXX Military District Headquarters. Who are you looking for, or which extension number would you like me to connect you to? The mechanical reply was always the same. I am Shao Zhendong's fiancé. There's a matter at home. Could you help connect me? Shao Zhendong? Which regiment, which battalion, which squad? Who is the squad leader? Zhaodi was instantly at a loss. She weakly hung up the phone, utterly bewildered. Miss, you haven't paid yet. The shop owner said with an awkward smile. Zhaodi snapped back to reality. Oh, she said, took out 50 cents, and handed it to the shopkeeper. Did she really have to wait until he came back on leave during the new year to explain to him in person? But Zhaodi felt she couldn't wait. She didn't want to miss him again like in her past life. The corn for this season was finally harvested. Many of Zhaodi's eels had also grown to size. The wind grew cooler. It was also the season for Liu Wazi and several nearby villages to reallocate land. Every household was frequenting the brigade headquarters, eager to see where their land was allocated and whether the soil was fertile. But the Ma family's name did not appear on the roster posted at the village announcement board. When Ma Jiangwo found out, he was dumbfounded. Furious, he went straight to the village chief's house to demand an explanation. Chapter 22, Demanding an Explanation. Zhaodi, you keep working here by yourself. I'm going to find that son of a bitch Liu Dasheng and demand an explanation. In the field, Zhaodi and her father were busy harvesting corn, one breaking off the ears, the other cutting down the stalks. As he spoke, her father threw down his hoe and stomped angrily toward the village. Zhaodi's heart sank. This Liu Dasheng really meant what he said. And why hadn't the higher-ups dismissed him yet? Thinking this, Zhaodi also put down the corn in her hands and hurried after her father. Liu Dasheng was nothing but a bandit leader at heart. There was no guarantee her father wouldn't end up beaten again like last time, without getting any answers. Zhaodi had to jog for 3 li before she finally caught up with her father and stopped him. Dad, we can't handle this with force. Ma Jiangwo truly felt he had run out of options. Their family was poor, but at least they had that one mu of land, giving them something to hope for year after year. Now, it was all gone. He looked helplessly at his daughter. She was already 15, yet most of the clothes she wore were tattered hand-me-downs from her mother, who had passed away years ago. A surge of anger rose in Ma Jiangwo. I refuse to believe there's no place to seek justice. Can Liu Dasheng really beat me to death? As he turned to leave again, Zhaodi quickly grabbed his arm. Dad, just listen to me this time. After we finish the season's work, I'll go to the town to report him. Besides, the announcement just came down, right? Land redistribution won't happen until after autumn. There's still plenty of time. Ma Jiangwo was taken aback. Report him? The Liu family has everything under their thumb. Otherwise, why didn't the higher-ups manage to take Liu Dasheng down during their inspection last time? There hasn't been a peep since. The way I see it, Liu Dasheng must have connections higher up. Justice exists under the clear sky and bright sun, Dad. Just trust me on this. Zhaodi's tone was resolute, which comforted Ma Jiangwo somewhat. After all, his daughter was grown up now. At least he had someone to discuss things with when trouble arose. Sighing, Ma Jiangwo went back to work in the field. As he worked, he brought up his elder brother's family, saying his brother couldn't easily get leave from his work unit, so there were no men at home. After harvesting their own corn, they still had to help the elder brother's family with theirs. Zhaodi listened in silence, but how could she feel good inside? Help their family with work? She'd rather spend the time raising more rice field eels, at least that effort wouldn't go unappreciated. It took the father-daughter pair 2 days and a night to finally move all the corn from their 1 mu of land to the threshing ground to dry. After that, they still had to peel, stake, and hang it. Once dried, the kernels needed to be shelled. Ma Jiangwo was utterly exhausted these days, yet he couldn't sleep at all. If they lost the land, they would truly have no food. No, he had to visit the Song family more often and ask if they still needed workers for the well digging. Zhaodi originally planned to go directly to the town to expose Liu Dasheng. But if she reported him and he simply said, there was a mistake in the tally, we'll add you back in, he could easily brush the whole thing aside. No, Zhaodi needed to go to Liu Dasheng's house first to confirm the matter before she could report him. As she passed the big poplar tree at the village entrance, Zhaodi's ears were bombarded with gossip, most of it about how she had seduced Liu Dasheng and then turned around and accused him. Zhaodi tried to pretend she didn't hear, but in the crowd, she spotted Shao Zhendong's mother. Her expression was particularly unpleasant. Young people these days aren't like our generation. They're just too loose. Mother Shao's face showed her discomfort because the whole village knew her son had been seeing Zhaodi. Does Zhendong know about this? A girl like her, and I'm not being gossipy, Auntie, I wouldn't dare take her as a daughter-in-law even if she were offered. Just think, what happened in that cornfield probably wasn't the first time. Mother Shao's face grew even more strained, feeling she had lost face. She forced an awkward smile and said, not at all. My Zhendong just grew up with her, that's all. There's nothing else between them. Besides, my Zhendong has a girlfriend in the army now. She's a performer in the cultural troupe, a dancer. Her stature and looks are quite good. Oh really? Will Zhendong bring her home for New Year's? I'll have to come over for some wedding candy then. Zhaodi had initially intended to go over and greet her as auntie, but upon hearing this, her face turned pale. Her heart felt like it had plunged into a deep well, with no bottom in sight. She could pretend not to hear what others said, but the Shao family was different. After all, she had just received a letter from Shao Zhendong not long ago. Zhaodi had been eagerly waiting to explain everything to him. Now, hearing this, her heart felt as if it were on fire. Biting her lower lip, Zhaodi said nothing. She pushed through the stream of gossip and headed straight for Liu Bashan's house. His home had double red-painted iron doors and bright tile-roofed houses. It was the only household in the village with both a television and a landline telephone. There was also a tractor parked in the yard. Every harvest season, villagers scrambled to use his tractor. Liu Bashan was a man who only saw money. You could use it, but it cost 10 yuan per trip, and you had to supply the fuel. The one who came to open the door was Liu Bashan's niece, the daughter of his sister Liu Baxia, Shen Shuangshuang. She was about Zhaodi's age. Due to her family's circumstances, Shen Shuangshuang dressed no less fashionably than Ma Yuhua. Zhaodi knew her character well. In her past life, Shen Shuangshuang might have been the only one who opposed her cousin Liu Dasheng marrying Zhaodi, because she looked down on Zhaodi's shabbiness and deemed her unworthy of joining the Liu family. Now, it was completely the opposite. Not only did she look down on Zhaodi's shabbiness, but she also wished her cousin had ruined Zhaodi right there in the cornfield. It would have been even better if Zhaodi had been driven to suicide by the shame. The moment she saw Zhaodi, Shen Shuangshuang rolled her eyes and said coldly, "What are you doing at my second uncle's house?" "I'm here to see your second uncle." Zhaodi ignored her cold stare. "No kidding, I know you're here for my second uncle." Shen Shuangshuang turned her head and shouted toward the main room, "Second uncle, the whore is here to see you." Zhaodi was stunned. "Say that again." Shen Shuangshuang shrugged lazily and looked back at Zhaodi. "Whore? Did I say it wrong? Why don't you take a piss and look at your own shabby reflection? My cousin taking a liking to you, that's green smoke rising from your Ma family graves. Besides, did I say anything wrong? The whole of Liu Wazi knows you're a whore." "What?" Trying to act chaste now. Zhaodi's face remained calm. She took 2 steps forward and slapped Shen Shuangshuang, who covered her face, stunned for a long moment. Her eyes were full of disbelief, as if she had seen a monster. After all, the old Zhaodi wouldn't say a word if you kicked her 3 times. She was so timid that even Ergazi next door, 3 years younger, could scare the piss out of her. Right now, she truly wondered if the person who had just hit her was really Ma Zhaodi. By the time Shen Shuangshuang reacted, Zhaodi had already entered the main room to find Liu Bashan. "Liu Bashan, why wasn't my family included in this land redistribution?" As soon as Zhaodi entered, she saw Liu Bashan sitting with his legs crossed, drinking tea and watching TV. The TV was playing the episode of Journey to the West where the Monkey King defeats the white-boned demon 3 times. When he saw Zhaodi, he didn't even lift his eyelids. Don't think just because you're a girl who reported to the town that they'll back you up. Don't forget, he is the parent official of Liu Wazi. If he wants to make things hard for you, he can make you understand in a minute that Liu Bashan isn't someone to be bullied. Seeing this, a slight curve appeared at the corner of Zhaodi's mouth. "Liu Bashan, do you know your own worth? Aren't you just the cheapest official among the state cadres? You can't even be considered a proper official. Don't think I don't know anything about the dirty deeds you've done. You know exactly how much money you've embezzled. If I report you this time, you won't be so lucky. And do you know the national election policies are changing next spring? If you can still laugh by then, I'll take your surname." Upon hearing this, Liu Bashan raised an eyebrow. How did she know so much? He immediately felt a pang of guilt. Chapter 23, Shao Zhendong. The election policy was changing in 93. From then on, all elections would be by voting, and anyone who lost the people's support would be kicked out. Furthermore, in her previous life, Zhaodi knew that he had pocketed the state subsidies meant for several 5-guarantee households in the village during this land distribution. When the time came, getting rid of him would be easy. But for now, Zhaodi could only scare him. After all, the events hadn't progressed to the point where she had solid evidence. Yet, Zhaodi would stake her life on it. Someone like Liu Bashan would definitely still embezzle. Who said your family didn't get land? It was just an oversight in the records. As the saying goes, if you've done nothing wrong, why fear a ghost knocking at your door? Feeling guilty was like sitting in the shadows watching others walk in the sunlight. Hearing this, Zhaodi realized she had been right not to impulsively report him to the town authorities. And indeed, intimidating him had worked. Of course, Liu Bashan's guilt only confirmed Zhaodi's suspicion that he had embezzled a lot before. Otherwise, why would he be so scared? "Uncle, she hit me." Just as Liu Bashan was relenting, Shen Shuangshuang rushed in, covering her face and pointing at her cheek. Clear finger marks were swollen on her jawline. "Hit you? That's getting off easy. If you spout nonsense again next time, I'll tear your mouth apart." Without even glancing at Liu Bashan's expression, Zhaodi turned and left, shoving Shen Shuangshuang, who was blocking her way, to the ground. Shen Shuangshuang was no pushover, she was just shocked. What was Zhaodi like before? And what was she like now? Still teetering on the edge of disbelief, she watched Zhaodi leave before starting to whine in front of Liu Bashan. Liu Bashan had always doted on this niece. After all, he had 2 sons, so he fit the old saying, Those without sons desperately want one to carry on the family line, but once they have sons, they start wanting a daughter. Perhaps that described Liu Bashan. Don't cry, Shuang Shuang. How did that girl become so wild now? Liu Bashan was also puzzled. Although he had always disliked the Ma family, he had, after all, watched Zhaodi grow up. He remembered one time when she and that kid Zhendong were catching frogs in the field and accidentally trampled a few of his soybean seedlings. Liu Bashan had scolded her harshly then. Ma Zhaodi had been so frightened she wet her pants. But now, Liu Bashan wondered suspiciously, unable to figure out if the girl had been provoked somehow. Then he patted his niece's shoulder and said, "When your Dasheng brother gets out of the hospital, you talk to him. Do whatever you want." Shin Shuang nodded vigorously, but suddenly remembered something. Looking up at her uncle, she said, "Uncle, why did you agree to give her family land? It'd be better if she starved to death, or better yet, had to beg for food. Look what that Zhaodi did to Dasheng brother." Hearing this, Liu Baoshan narrowed his eyes, a sharp glint of hatred flashing through them. Want land? Wouldn't that mean you wouldn't starve? Just then, Liu Baoshan's second son, Liu Ping'an, appeared in sight with a simple, honest look. Rubbing his belly, he said, "Dad, I'm so hungry. Is there anything good to eat?" As he spoke, drool dripped from his mouth all the way down to his chest. Liu Baoshan was already fuming. Now that Dasheng couldn't carry on the family line, and looking at this foolish son in front of him, Liu Baoshan's anger flared up. He grabbed a teacup from the table and hurled it at him. Liu Ping'an had been born with deficiencies. At 17 or 18, his intelligence remained that of a 7 or 8-year-old. He was round and bulky, and when he walked, he waddled like a large millstone. Unexpectedly, the teacup hit Liu Ping'an's belly and bounced back. Liu Baoshan's temper flared even more. "Go find your mother." "Oh." Seeing his father's unpleasant expression, Liu Ping'an shrank his neck in fear and turned to leave. "Come back." Liu Baoshan suddenly thought of something. After all, Ping'an's condition wasn't genetic. It resulted from some complications when they were hiding from the family planning policy to have a second child. So, Liu Baoshan thought, this foolish son might have brain problems, but that thing still worked, didn't it? As long as he could carry on the family line, then Liu Baoshan wouldn't have to worry about having no descendants. Thinking this, he beckoned. Liu Ping'an timidly inched toward Liu Baoshan, afraid his father would hit him. Seeing his foolish son like this, Liu Baoshan almost lost his temper again. He simply yanked him over, whispered a few words in his ear, then took out 10 yuan for him to buy some snacks. This delighted Liu Ping'an immensely. When Zhaodi returned home, she told her father the good news. Liu Baoshan had agreed to allocate them land. Ma Jiangwo was stunned. "He didn't give you a hard time?" Zhaodi shook her head. Ma Jiangwo looked at his daughter as if he'd seen a ghost. "What did you say?" Zhaodi didn't go into details. The result was what mattered. The next day, the Ma family's name was added to a corner of the bulletin board under "Omitted from Statistics." This convinced Ma Jiangwo. His expression relaxed considerably, and he even cheerfully went to help his elder brother's family shuck corn and harvest soybeans. Zhaodi, however, felt no relief. Alone by the rice field eel pond, she thought, if the land was to be redistributed next spring, then her eel pond would have to be relocated. But that wasn't the main issue. The most important thing was Zhendong. The more Zhaodi thought about it, the more upset she became. Could he really have found someone in the army? Remembering the letter's contents, he even said he'd bring back a congratulatory gift for her, felt more painful than a knife to the chest. Driven by her emotions, Zhaodi mustered the courage to visit the Shao family. Although Mrs. Shao smiled, Zhaodi could tell how forced and awkward that smile was. "Auntie, I just want to know which company Xiaodong is in." Zhaodi was resilient in everything else, but facing the Shao family, she felt she had wronged them. After all, she had already failed him once in her past life. "Oh, this. I really don't know." "Oh, I have congee cooking on the stove. Why don't you stay and have some, dear?" This was clearly a dismissal. Zhaodi smiled bitterly and shook her head. "No, Auntie, you go ahead. I should go home and start cooking too." On her way back, Zhaodi was preoccupied with her thoughts, unaware that some people were even more troubled than she was. In the military district at the division headquarters, a man in his 50s wearing a military uniform, if not for the strands of silver hair visible beneath his cap, no one would guess his actual age. Though in his 50s, Division Commander Tan stood straight-backed, exuding authority. His square, chiseled face radiated integrity. Countless medals adorned his chest. A miniature party flag stood on his desk, and steam rose from the tea in a porcelain cup. Sitting across from him was none other than Shao Zhendong. This mission was executed flawlessly. It'll give this old man something to boast about for 10 days to a fortnight. Shao Zhendong, praised by the division commander, remained stern-faced, showing no sign of arrogance from the favor. Leaving the division headquarters, Shao Zhendong's expression grew increasingly somber. His upright, resolute steps carried a weight of sorrow. He had joined the army not only because his family was poor, but mainly because his Zhaodi was delicate. He wanted to become strong, to be the indispensable hero in her life, so he could protect her in the future. This had been Shao Zhendong's dream since childhood. He had even planned to marry her so she would never have to suffer under her stepmother's harsh treatment again. But he never expected that less than 2 years after he enlisted, she would become engaged to Liu Dasheng, the village chief's son. This was his first commendation after being promoted to the Wild Wolf Regiment. Yet, he couldn't feel any joy. During the life-and-death mission against Vietnamese drug trafficking gangs, his mind had been filled with scenes of returning in glory, kneeling on one knee to propose to her. He had even wondered if he would be nervous when that moment came. Chapter 24. Barren Alkaline Land. Recalling the past 20-odd years, Shao Zhendong still remembered when he was 10 years old, young and naive. He began to hesitate to hug her as freely as he did in childhood, and in that moment, he knew he had grown up. Yet, marriage remained a vague concept to Shao Zhendong. It wasn't until later, at 16, that he understood marriage was a lifelong commitment, just like his parents, never abandoning each other. At 18, whenever he thought about what they had done together that day, how many fish they caught, how her face was smeared with mud while catching loaches, Shao Zhendong would lie awake all night. At 19, he joined the army. Now, at 23, he was long past the typical age for marriage, yet he was deeply dissatisfied with his current situation. More importantly, since it was a lifelong commitment, he could only push himself harder. But now, she was about to become another man's woman. At this thought, Shao Zhendong's icy eyes reflected an abyss-like emptiness, like a frozen river. Sometimes, he even felt that if Zhaodi were right in front of him, he would mercilessly grab her and demand to know why. Returning to the military compound, Shao Zhendong's right-hand man, Wang Cheng, immediately gasped and hurriedly notified the brothers of the Wild Wolf Regiment to train with utmost vigilance. Recently, their regiment commander seemed to have truly turned into a wild wolf. Even the slightest mistake would cost them dearly. When Shao Zhendong arrived at the military compound in a military vehicle, his towering height of over 1.9 meters and his stern expression brought an overwhelming chill with him. The brothers of the Wild Wolf Regiment were running drills, shouting slogans with veins bulging in their necks. Some even strained their voices to the point of hoarseness. Only when they watched the big bad wolf enter the regimental office did everyone breathe a slight sigh of relief. Wang Cheng. A sudden shout made Wang Cheng tremble, but he still saluted crisply and responded, "Here." Then, under the sympathetic gazes of the others, he was escorted into the office. Wang Cheng was not tall. He had been transferred from the communications department because of his outstanding performance in the last mission. Moreover, Shao Zhendong noticed that his lung capacity was significantly higher than average, and he was clever, so he had him reassigned. But as soon as Wang Cheng entered the office, Shao Zhendong, without even glancing at him, coldly slammed a folder onto the desk. "Revise this month's training plan." Wang Cheng immediately saluted. However, once he left the regimental commander's office, he felt like crying. Did the commander think this month's training plan was too easy? A 200-kilometer cross-country mountain climb with a 40-kilogram load, and it's still considered too light? My goodness. Who knew the regimental commander could be so ruthless? After Wang Cheng left, Shao Zhendong's icy eyes softened like a lake touched by a spring breeze, tinged with sorrow. He had been on the battlefield and witnessed his brothers die before his eyes, a helplessness only he could understand. He would rather have his brothers endure inhuman, Iron Man-like training on their own soil than see another brother die in a foreign land. Pulling open a drawer, he retrieved Zhaodi's letter from the bottom. Though the words were plain, they seemed to transport the two of them back to their innocent, beautiful youth in Qing village. He liked her. He had liked her since childhood. He loved how even the slightest scare would turn her face pale, how she would tug at his sleeve and cry out, "Brother Zhendong, that's so scary." Back then, Shao Zhendong felt it was the happiest time because she would call his name when she was scared. So, as a child, he would deliberately frighten her with a rope just to satisfy his own heart. He would scare her until she jumped around. "A snake, Brother Zhendong, there's a snake." At this memory, a flicker of warmth welled up in Shao Zhendong's eyes, and the corners of his mouth lifted into a pale, feeble smile. With a soft scoff, he tossed the envelope and letter into the trash. But then, as if reproaching himself, he bent down, retrieved the letter, carefully smoothed it out, and treasured it like a precious keepsake in the very bottom of the drawer. The harvest season in Liu Wazi had passed. Every household greeted each other by asking, "How many pounds did your acre yield?" Ma Zhaodi was in her yard shelling corn kernels, while Ma Jiangwo was responsible for rubbing them off the cob. Beside them, 3 bulging sacks of corn were already filled. Ma Jiangwo chatted idly with his daughter about everyday matters, reminiscing about how restless she was as a child, kicking off her swaddling clothes no matter how tightly they were wrapped. Other girls kept their legs bound from a young age, but his Ma family daughter simply couldn't be restrained. No matter how tightly they were wrapped, she would kick them off within the time it took to drink a cup of tea. As a child, Zhaodi was an energetic and spirited girl. Unfortunately, as she grew up, she changed, becoming exceptionally obedient and terribly timid. As he spoke, Ma Jiangwo smiled, though a glimmer of moisture shone in the corners of his eyes. He knew it was because she had grown up without a mother, and as she got older, she became increasingly insecure. Even in her teens, she would come home crying after being bullied by 7- or 8-year-old children. "Dad, where exactly was our land allocated?" Zhaodi's mind wasn't on her childhood. After all, no matter how timid she was back then, it was all in the past. She was increasingly convinced that Liu Baoshan wouldn't make it easy for their family to get land. "Oh, they said there's a meeting the day after tomorrow at the brigade. They'll announce it to everyone then," Ma Jiangwo replied. Zhaodi grunted in acknowledgement, the crisp sound of shelling corn drowning out her thoughts. 2 days later, the village's large, cauldron-like loudspeaker crackled to life with the voice of village chief Liu Baoshan. He summoned the villagers to gather at the brigade headquarters at 9 o'clock, after finishing breakfast and their morning chores. He warned that anyone late couldn't blame him for not notifying them properly. After repeating the announcement 3 times, the loudspeaker emitted a sharp crackle of static before falling silent. The allocation of land to each household was a major event. Families with newborn sons or newly married sons needed land for the additional members. Everyone, even if it meant skipping a meal, dropped what they were doing and rushed to the brigade. Ma Jiangwo was no exception. He set down his hoe and followed the crowd from the wooden shed to the brigade, chatting and laughing along the way. "Your family added a member this year. You should get at least half an acre, right? Yours too. Your wife should qualify for a few fen of land, and with the new son, you'll probably get an acre. Combined, your family should end up with at least 2 acres this year." Hearing this, Ma Jiangwo's face beamed with a wide smile. But when he arrived at the brigade and listened to the announced allocations and locations for each household, he had to wait until the very end for his family's turn. When the result was announced, Ma Jiangwo was instantly furious. Zhaodi had been planning to relocate the eel pond she had painstakingly dug once the land was reallocated. As soon as the results were out, she intended to move the eels. In 2 more months, they would be ready to sell, just in time for the new year. Coincidentally, Shao Zhendong was also back on leave. She planned to buy something for his family. Everything seemed to be going smoothly. But Ma Jiangwo returned home with a crestfallen expression after the meeting dispersed. Not finding Zhaodi at home, he went to the fields. When Zhaodi heard that their family's land had been allocated to the alkaline plot at the foot of the mountainside, she was stunned. "Fine, Liu Baoshan," she thought. "Don't push people too far. In my past life, I could kill your son. In this life, don't think you can bully me, Ma Zhaodi." Chapter 25, Wives for All. Everyone in the village knew that the Ma family's 2 acres of land had been allocated at the foot of the mountain, where the ground was barren year-round, covered with a white, alkali-like frost. Rubbing it with a hand revealed rough granules. Nothing could be grown there. Because the Liu family was a prominent clan in Liu Wazi Village, and Liu Baoshan was the village chief, everyone was eager to curry favor with them. Regarding the Ma family's land allocation, most people said the Ma family had brought it upon themselves. At this critical juncture, Ma Jiangwo also realized that so many people had been waiting to see his family become a laughingstock. Ma Zhaodi's mind went blank for a moment, but she had to stay calm. At this moment, Liu Baoshan was probably smugly sipping tea and watching TV. The land had been allocated to the Ma family, after all. No one could say he hadn't allocated it. Liu Baoshan was a man of his word. That night, Ma Zhaodi couldn't sleep at all. She grabbed a shovel and headed to the alkali land. Liu Wazi Village bordered the foot of Taizi Mountain. Taizi Mountain was lush and verdant, but this particular area was covered with saline alkali soil. The further up the mountain, the lighter the alkalinity. Coincidentally, their 2 acres were in the most heavily saline alkali spot. Drawing on knowledge from her past life, Zhaodi knew that this type of saline alkali land was caused by rich underground minerals. During water shortages or droughts, the surface alkali couldn't be diluted. Another reason was that underground tributaries rose, gathering alkali on the soil surface and drawing underground salts to the top, creating a cycle of desalination and dealkalization. To eradicate it, drainage channels would have to be dug to redirect the underground tributaries and draw out the groundwater. This was the fundamental way to reduce surface soil alkalinity. However, Zhaodi planned to improve the land gradually. First, she needed to move the rice field eels over. Just as she was about to start digging, she noticed the beam of a flashlight swaying toward her. Zhaodi was startled. Who would come up the mountain after 8 at night? In her past life, she would have been wary of Liu Dasheng, but Liu Dasheng was now half dead. Zhaodi simply continued working. Soon, the flashlight beam drew closer and closer, so close that when Zhaodi looked up, the light blinded her. Then, Zhaodi heard a spine-chilling voice that sent cold sweat down her back. "Little brother, I knew you'd be here at the new land." What the hell was that sound? It was clearly a voice with a foolish laugh. While Zhaodi hesitated, the person had already approached. Liu Ping'an? Zhaodi could hardly believe her eyes. What was this idiot doing here? Liu Ping'an placed his flashlight on a rock, then waddled over, his fat jiggling and his large buttocks swaying. He grinned, drool dripping down, looking like the king of hell emerging from the underworld to claim a soul. "What are you doing here? Go home quickly, or someone might catch you, slaughter you like a pig, and sell your meat." Zhaodi couldn't stand the sight of anyone from the Liu family now, let alone this fool who couldn't even count. "Little brother, why are you so fierce? You're just like my dad." Frightened by her scolding, Liu Ping'an trembled and took 2 steps back. He reached into his pants, which had sagged to his butt crack, scratched his buttocks, pulled his hand out, and sniffed his fingertips. Zhaodi immediately suppressed the urge to gag. Was he seriously picking his ass and then smelling his hand? "Go home now, or I'll hit you." Zhaodi raised her shovel threateningly, scaring Liu Ping'an into raising his elbows to protect his face and retreating 2 more steps. A rock tripped him, and he fell flat on his butt. Sitting on the ground, he started crying, kicking his legs as he wept. The surface alkali was kicked away, and his pants looked like they'd slide down to his thighs if he kept it up. "You idiot, cry one more time and I'll smack you dead with this shovel." Zhaodi raised her hand higher to intimidate him. With all this commotion, half the village dogs were barking. How was she supposed to get any work done? Seeing this, Liu Ping'an took a sharp breath, sucking 2 streams of snot into his mouth. Then, with a gulp, he swallowed it. "Little brother, don't hit me. I won't cry anymore." Liu Ping'an said he'd stop crying, but his pout could have held a 2-pound oil jug, looking as wronged as if he'd been terribly mistreated by his own mother. "Get lost." Zhaodi saw he'd stopped crying. She didn't want to bully a fool, so she urged him to leave. Liu Ping'an scrambled up from the ground, hitched his pants, and ran down the mountain. But, unexpectedly, he didn't go far. At the foot of the mountain, he started crying again. Zhaodi was really unlucky. Clearly, this idiot had forgotten his flashlight and was scared crying by the dark woods below. She picked up the flashlight and tossed it down toward him. Liu Ping'an picked up the flashlight, sniffed back his drool, wiped his nose with his hand, and smeared snot all over his face. Zhaodi turned back to work, but then it struck her, something wasn't right. How did this idiot know she was here? "Ping'an, come back here." Zhaodi wasn't afraid of this fool, so she called Liu Ping'an back. Liu Ping'an, often beaten by Liu Baoshan at home and threatened by Zhaodi earlier, was now called back. He timidly sniffed back drool, glanced at the shovel in her hand, and dared neither approach nor run away. "Who told you I was here?" Zhaodi set the shovel down and sat on its handle. Liu Ping'an looked as guilty as if he'd been caught stealing. Timidly, he said, "Dad." "Liu Baoshan?" Zhaodi frowned slightly and pressed on. "What did your dad tell you to do here?" Speak." Seeing his cowardly act, Zhaodi pressed her hand on a nearby rock. Liu Ping'an, frightened, blurted out in one breath. "Dad told me to come find you to be my wife. You can have babies for me, so I came. I don't know anything." Hearing this, Zhaodi almost couldn't hold back her laughter. He'd said it all without taking a breath. Suppressing a laugh, she said, "Do you even know what a wife is, to believe your old man's words?" "Yes." Liu Ping'an immediately looked at Zhaodi with clear eyes, but upon seeing the rock in her hand, he lowered his head and mumbled, "If you can roll around, you can have babies." Pfft. Zhaodi couldn't help it. "Haha, looks like you're not that stupid after all." Hearing this, Liu Ping'an's doughy face immediately turned serious. Snot still hung on his face, but his eyes gleamed brightly. "Really? Dad says I'm not stupid too." "I also think I'm not stupid," Zhaodi thought. Had she just misled him? She quickly cleared her throat and realized Liu Baoshan's purpose in sending his foolish son was to ruin her reputation. Immediately, Zhaodi changed her expression and said kindly, "Brother Ping'an, you're actually not stupid at all. It's your dad who's stupid. Think about it, if he weren't stupid, why would he keep hitting you? You're his own son, and he still beats you. If I were you, I'd tell my dad I'm not stupid. Whoever says you're stupid, you hit them." Liu Ping'an thought it over. That made sense. Why did his old man keep saying he was stupid? He clearly wasn't. See, even little brother said he wasn't stupid, so he definitely wasn't. "Okay, I'll go back and hit my dad." This time, Liu Ping'an really didn't seem stupid. He took the flashlight and headed down the mountain. Halfway down, the fool turned back and asked, "What if I can't beat him?" Chapter 26, Threat. "Then you're an idiot," Zhaodi said simply. Liu Ping'an went home, his heart filled with fervor. Zhaodi was taken aback, sweat beading on her forehead. This guy was actually quite perceptive this time. Alright, she still had work to do. She had to dig pits for one mu of land. Even though Zhaodi knew herself that she couldn't finish it even if she worked through the night without rest, but, well, the eyes are cowards, the hands are heroes. She'd just start working bit by bit. By the time Zhaodi went home that night, the horizon was showing the first light of dawn. Besides her sore arms, her legs felt like they were filled with lead. Her whole body felt somewhat light and floaty. As soon as she got home, she collapsed into sleep. When her father called her for breakfast at daybreak, he couldn't wake her. Ma Jiangwo wore a worried expression, preoccupied with the land issue. It seemed their Ma family couldn't outmatch the village chief. He might as well go with Old Song to work in the small coal mine. At least he could earn 600 or 700 yuan a month. Just as Old Song said, it was unsafe down the mine. A collapse could happen at any time. The money earned there was life-threatening money. From the moment you descended into the mine, your head was basically hanging from your belt. You were only truly alive again once you came back up. However, Old Song was used to it, having worked there a long time. But he had to make these things clear to Ma Jiangwo. He also said that on the first day, he should buy a few packs of cigarettes to hand around, to get to know everyone. Once down the mine, everyone could look out for each other. But Ma Jiangwo didn't even have money for decent cigarettes. Old Song had no solution either. That very day, Ma Jiangwo went to try the work. When over a dozen men were lowered into the mine by the hoist, Ma Jiangwo's legs went weak with fear. Down there, you literally couldn't see your hand in front of your face. The only proof you were still alive was the miner's lamp on your helmet. After working 12 hours and being brought back up, Ma Jiangwo couldn't even find Old Song. Everyone's faces were pitch black, like they had just escaped alive from a battlefield after an artillery barrage. Fortunately, there was a place to shower. Only while showering did Ma Jiangwo recognize himself, let alone anyone else. Zhaodi worked at home for 3 full days and nights before finally finishing digging the eel ponds for 1 mu of land. By the time she got to laying the plastic sheeting, Zhaodi was almost completely exhausted. By the time everything was done, a week had passed. During this time, Zhaodi began to wonder why her father was gone all day every day. He wasn't in the carpentry shed either. He was busy until 8 or 9 at night before coming home, eating a little something, then collapsing into sleep, impossible to wake. You fucking retard. You still think you can rebel? The spot at the village entrance where several old women gathered had become quite lively these past few days. Every day, they saw the village chief's idiot son either hitting his father or being hit by his father. This time, the idiot apparently waited until his old man was asleep, got a string of firecrackers, and tossed them into the bedding. The quilt was blown to shreds. It really exploded with billowing smoke. Now Liu Dasheng was running all over the village with a knife, trying to chop that idiot. You're the fucking idiot. I'm not stupid at all. When Liu Dasheng heard this, he wished he could have strangled this son in the womb. Who's the idiot here? You motherfucker, don't even think about coming home tonight, goddamn it. Zhaodi heard the commotion from home. With all the cursing back and forth, it was hard to tell who the idiot was. She opened the door to look and saw the village chief's idiot son actually running towards her house. Zhaodi quickly closed the door. No matter how he knocked, Zhaodi just didn't speak. Who knew that not speaking wasn't enough? The big oaf outside kept banging on the door and shouting, "My dad really is an idiot, he's the idiot, I'm not stupid." Suddenly, Zhaodi wondered if she was being a bit too harsh. But then she thought about the harm the Liu family had caused her, and suddenly she didn't feel the slightest bit inferior. What did this matter? Hadn't she, Ma Zhaodi, ruined her entire life? Wasn't that true? Besides, wasn't she out for revenge? Soft-heartedness? Leave that for her past life. Zhaodi opened the door with a calm expression. Seeing Liu Ping'an with his hand still raised to knock, Zhaodi suddenly smiled. What's wrong, Ping'an? Did you beat up your dad? As soon as Liu Ping'an saw Zhaodi's face, he seemed to gain confidence. Pointing towards the village entrance, he said, "That idiot says I'm stupid and even tried to chop me. He says he won't let me come home tonight. I know I'm not stupid. He's the stupid one." But Liu Ping'an lowered his head, picking at his fingers, as if tangled up with a lot of thoughts. "But my dad said he'd get me a wife if I threw a tantrum. Now he definitely won't get me a wife. How can I throw a tantrum?" Ping'an, you're still young now. When you grow up, the village committee will collectively distribute wives. You can just go and collect one then. Zhaodi explained to Liu Ping'an, her mind full of exasperation, silently cursing Liu Dasheng for being a piece of work. Liu Ping'an heard this, scratched his head, and asked half-believingly, "Really? Really?" Zhaodi nodded earnestly with a tone that could fool someone to death without compensation. This time, the idiot actually believed it and trotted off happily. Zhaodi breathed a sigh of relief, turned around, picked up her tools, and went to work in the fields. After all, the weather had already turned to late autumn, with yellowing fallen leaves everywhere. If she didn't hurry to finish the insulation work for the eel ponds this season, the eels would go into hibernation, affecting their growth. Zhaodi had to work day and night. Fortunately, in her past life, she had learned a lot of advanced breeding techniques from that family. Building a simple wall foundation was something she could handle. The most troublesome part was that the highly acidic soil dug up from that plot couldn't be used. Zhaodi had to carry basket after basket of soil from near the dam to move it over. This laborious task took over 10 days of hard work. Every time she was so tired her arms and legs cramped, Zhaodi gritted her teeth and persevered. After all, being able to return to this era to make up for the shortcomings of her past life was already a great kindness from heaven. At night, dragging her exhausted body home, she unexpectedly saw Liu Dasheng sitting on the stone block at her doorstep, smoking a cigarette with his legs crossed, as if waiting just for her. "Zhaodi, back from the fields?" Liu Dasheng greeted her amiably, but inwardly he was overjoyed. "Let's see what you can possibly grow on that land. Uncle Dasheng, you seem quite idle. Every household is planting wheat, and your family's fields grow wheat sprouts by themselves. My family can't do that. If we don't work the fields, we'll have to drink the northwest wind." Zhaodi placed the shovel by the door, took out her key, and opened the main gate. Liu Dasheng, unoffended, followed her into the main room. Zhaodi wanted to see what trick he was going to pull today. She simply busied herself with her own tasks, letting him do whatever he wanted. "Well, I say, Zhaodi, your family doesn't have much rice left, does it?" Liu Dasheng, hands behind his back, stuck his head into the kitchen, looking here and there. "Oh, still burning firewood? My family uses coal briquette stoves now." "What's this? Last lifetime's pigskin? Saving it to wipe your mouth." Liu Dasheng pointed at the dried-up piece of pigskin hanging above the stove. The whole village knew about this. Li Cuilan used this thing to wipe her mouth, then went out everywhere saying she was so full from eating meat she was stuffed, becoming the laughingstock of the whole village. Zhaodi was already exhausted, and his nagging was grating on her nerves. "If you have something to say, say it. If you have a fart to let out, let it out." Liu Dasheng was taken aback. Dasheng was right, this little girl is really prickly now. "Originally, I wanted to discuss this matter with the adults in your family. Since Jiangwo isn't home, then uncle will talk to you about the marriage between you and Dasheng. My family's conditions in Liu Wazi are among the best. You're just a girl. When you look for a man in the future, isn't it just for a life of ease and comfort? If you agree to this, uncle will definitely treat you like my own daughter, help replan your family's land." Chapter 27, Liu Dasheng's Foolish Son. Zhaodi was in the kitchen scooping water to wash the pot and prepare a meal. Hearing Liu Dasheng's words, she gritted her back teeth so hard they ached. The ladle in her hand was full of water, ready to be poured into the pot. With a turn, before Liu Dasheng could finish speaking, she flung the water right at his face. "Uncle Dasheng, are you awake now? Want another ladleful to sober up?" Splashed with water, Liu Dasheng stumbled back 2 steps, dripping from head to toe. Furious, his chest heaved as he pointed a trembling finger at Zhaodi. You damn girl, have you lost your mind?" Liu Dasheng's rage was like a wild dog about to pounce. But, unexpectedly, Zhaodi remained calm and unhurried. She turned back to scoop another ladle of water. Liu Dasheng immediately turned and fled the main room. To his surprise, the wild girl Zhaodi, holding a ladle of water, chased him all the way to the vegetable garden at the entrance. As he turned to curse her, another splash of water hit him, drowning the words that were about to leave his throat. These 2 splashes made him spit out a mouthful of water. "You damn girl, just you wait. I don't believe I can't cure your cold." With that, Liu Dasheng turned and left, his hair and clothes soaked from head to toe. On his way home, he ran into neighbors greeting him, but he was too ashamed to admit he had been drenched by Zhaodi, that wild 15- or 16-year-old girl. Grumbling all the way, Liu Dasheng happened to run into Ma Jiangwo, who had just returned from the well. "Your Ma family can just go wait in line for handouts." Ma Jiangwo was already exhausted from work. Now, barely entering the village, he was cursed out by Liu Dasheng without any warning, leaving him momentarily stunned. What the hell? Who had he Ma Jiangwo offended? Only when he got home did he learn that Liu Dasheng had come earlier looking for his daughter. Hearing this, Ma Jiangwo smiled with relief. He was glad his daughter had a temper. Well done. A wild dog like him isn't even fit for wolves to eat when he dies. Next time, don't even let him step into our house. Zhaodi cooked the little rice left in the jar into 2 bowls of thick porridge, filling enough to stave off hunger, especially with some pickles. "Dad, what have you been busy with lately?" "Yesterday, someone came looking for you to make a table," Zhaodi asked while eating. "Found some lighter work outside. Pays a bit more than carpentry at home." "I'm not planning to work as a carpenter anymore." Zhaodi was slightly taken aback. "What kind of job makes you leave at 4 or 5 in the morning?" "Hey, don't worry about it. We're out of rice at home. Buy some tomorrow." "Oh, and buy a pig's trotter or something to stew and nourish yourself." As he spoke, Ma Jiangwo took 20 yuan from his pocket and placed it on the table. After all, his daughter had never had much to eat since she was young. Other girls were plump, but his own daughter was so thin you could rest an egg in the hollow of her collarbone. It pained him to see. Zhaodi always felt uneasy. She had money. The earnings from selling eels over the past 2 months, minus expenses, were still saved up. Even if her father didn't give her money, she had planned to buy rice and flour tomorrow. But Zhaodi clearly noticed her father's hands trembling slightly as he held the bowl and chopsticks, and his fingernails were completely black. Dad, keep this money. I have money. I still have quite a bit left from selling eels. Lately, I've been working in the fields and haven't had time to go to the market, but tomorrow I'm free. Zhaodi pushed the 20 yuan back toward her father. Ma Jiangwo sighed, put down his bowl, picked up the 20 yuan again, and pressed it into Zhaodi's palm. Take it. From now on, you manage all the household income and expenses. I'm no good at handling money. Hearing this, Zhaodi felt a pang of sadness. Dad, Aunt Lan has been back at her parents' place for so long. Should you take some gifts then? No. At the mention of Li Cuilan, Ma Jiangwo waved his hand decisively. Bring her back? However much money we have, it'll never be enough for her to take back to her family. But he was still a man, the pillar of the household. Baoyu was his son. Yet, seeing the treatment his daughter received, how could he face Zhaodi's deceased mother? His heart twisted with anguish. Zhaodi didn't say anything either. Although she couldn't stand her stepmother's hypocritical face, at least when she was home, there was someone to cook and wash clothes for her father. Now, her father washed his own clothes and never asked Zhaodi to help. The next day, Zhaodi made a special trip to the market to buy rice and flour. On her way back, she also bought some plastic sheeting for insulating the eel pond. As soon as she got home, she started cutting bamboo. Bamboo was tough and she planned to shape the eel pond like a plastic greenhouse so she could easily enter and inspect it and regularly disinfect it. Soon, it was late autumn. The northern woods grew increasingly bare. Seizing the opportunity, Zhaodi gathered many branches to store for firewood in winter. Liu Dasheng was giving his foolish son a pep talk. I say, Ping'an, don't you want a wife? What do you think of that girl, Zhaodi? Liu Ping'an picked at his fingers, lowered his head, and giggled foolishly, occasionally sniffing his runny nose. Of course Zhaodi was pretty. But then, thinking it over, Liu Ping'an suddenly looked up with a serious expression. Dad, younger brother said you have to wait until you grow up to get a wife from the brigade. I have to grow up first before I can go get a wife. Liu Dasheng was stunned, his face full of pained confusion. What? Liu Ping'an earnestly emphasized again that wives were distributed uniformly by the brigade. He added that since his father was the village chief, they couldn't let others take them all. The first one should be reserved for him. Liu Dasheng rubbed his face hard, almost on the verge of tears. Who told you wives are distributed? Younger brother said so. Which younger brother? Liu Dasheng felt his intelligence, couldn't keep up while communicating with his foolish son. Zhaodi ma Zhaodi. Hearing this, Liu Dasheng's face darkened. He hadn't expected this little girl to trick his foolish son. Ping'an, you damn well remember this. You have to get a wife yourself. Where would the brigade get wives to distribute? As soon as he said this, a flash of inspiration struck Liu Dasheng. His expression softened. Ping'an, come here. Liu Ping'an timidly stepped closer. Liu Dasheng patted his son's head. Ping'an, wives really are distributed. That Ma Zhaodi is registered with our brigade. You go and get her, okay? With that, he took out 10 yuan and stuffed it into Liu Ping'an's hand. Liu Ping'an happily pocketed the money and went out. He bought a pack of instant noodles at the small shop and immediately tore it open to munch on. Then he thought, should he buy something for Zhaodi? She would surely praise him for being a husband who dotes on his wife. He spent the remaining money on candy, a whole plastic bag full. Skipping and jumping, he headed toward the Ma house, his pants slipping so low his butt crack showed, but he didn't bother to pull them up. That evening, as soon as Zhaodi entered the house, she sensed someone was there. Her father shouldn't be back yet. Her heart sank immediately. Why did she hear that fool's voice? Oh, Den, you're so filial. You even brought Auntie candy to eat. Of course. Zhaodi is my wife. I just got her. You're my wife's mother. Shouldn't I give you candy to eat? Liu Ping'an looked serious as he pondered the relationship. Hearing this, Li Cuilan almost choked on the candy in her mouth. Chapter 28. Coming to demand money. Zhaodi felt a chill run down her spine at the sound. Damn fool. Putting down the shovel, Zhaodi entered the main room and called out, Aunt Lan. As soon as Li Cuilan saw this money-losing girl return, she rolled her eyes. Where's your dad? He went to work. He won't be back until 7 or 8 tonight. Zhaodi told the truth. Li Cuilan had arrived a little after 3 in the afternoon, a belly full of anger simmering inside. She had been gone for almost 2 months, and that beast Ma Jiangwo, after all these years with him, didn't even know to go fetch her back. Now she had become the subject of gossip back at her parents' home, and she had to swallow her pride and come back on her own. But when she heard that Liu Wazi was redistributing land, and that she and Baoju were allotted a few plots, she finally set aside her pride and hurried back to check. However, as soon as she entered the house, there wasn't a soul in sight. She rummaged around the kitchen, thinking that without her managing the household, the father and daughter must be living hand to mouth. But this look was no small matter. The rice jar was full of rice, there was a sack of fine flour, not to mention 2 jin of pork belly and 5 jin of tofu. Li Cuilan immediately drew a sharp breath. Had this father and daughter struck gold? The 5 jin of tofu Zhaodi bought was intended for making fermented tofu. After scalding it with boiling water and leaving it in a basin, it would ferment into fermented tofu on its own. Later, she could mix in some chili powder, add a few drops of sesame oil, and eat as much as she wanted, saving some to dip with steamed buns. It tasted especially good. But Li Cuilan saw it immediately and broke off a piece to eat raw. In her heart, she muttered, "These two are living better than before. This won't do. They must have found a way to make money. This trip of mine really wasn't in vain. What kind of work is it? How much money can they make in a day?" Li Cuilan thought. It must be a lot, otherwise, where did the money come from to buy all these good things? Even without looking, Zhaodi knew what she was thinking. "I don't know." Hearing this, Li Cuilan thought, well, these two are trying to hide it from me, and immediately changed the subject. Shao Zhendong sent some candy. Want to try it? It's really sweet. Mentioning Liu Pingyan at this moment gave Liu Pingyan an immediate sense of presence. He quickly grabbed a handful of candy and forced it into Zhaodi's hand, calling her wife with every breath. Zhaodi was completely bewildered. "Pingyan, come here." Zhaodi went to the vegetable garden to pull up some Chinese cabbage and called Liu Pingyan over as well. Then Liu Pingyan squatted beside Zhaodi and asked her. As he squatted, Li Cuilan, who was eating candy in the main room, caught sight of the crack of his buttocks exposed above his waistband and immediately coughed violently several times. "Who told you to call me wife? Didn't I say? Wait until you grow up. Wives are distributed uniformly by the brigade," Zhaodi said righteously. Liu Pingyan, simple-minded, told the truth. He said his old man told him that Zhaodi had signed up at the brigade, and he was here today to collect his wife. When Zhaodi heard this, she almost crushed the Chinese cabbage in her hand. But she couldn't do anything about a foolish child either. So, suppressing the anger about to erupt inside, she said softly, "Pingyan, there's been a mistake. I never signed up. If you don't believe me, go back and ask your mom, don't ask your dad. Have you forgotten? Your dad is just an idiot." Liu Pingyan thought about it and realized it was true. His dad was an idiot and always called him stupid too. Immediately filled with righteous indignation, he left the Ma family to go find his mom. Zhaodi wore a worried expression. This fool. When she returned to the kitchen with a head of Chinese cabbage, she saw her stepmother Li Cuilan bent over, cutting the pork belly. A full 2 jin, all cut up. Zhaodi had planned to make it last for 3 meals, adding a meat dish for her dad every night when he returned. She never expected Aunt Lan to cut it all at once. "I'll cook tonight's meal. You go play somewhere else," Li Cuilan said, turning to take the Chinese cabbage from Zhaodi's hand, humming, "Tonight we'll eat pork belly stewed with Chinese cabbage and vermicelli." Zhaodi shot a glare at Aunt Lan, but said nothing more, turning and leaving the kitchen. "Oh, Zhaodi, where did our family's land get allocated? I haven't even gone to see the plot yet." "That alkaline land at the foot of the mountain." Zhaodi told the truth truthfully. Some traditional rural thoughts are quite futile. Not to mention fighting with a man and returning to her parents' home. Even for regular visits, the husband's side is supposed to fetch her back. Not being fetched means she isn't valued in the husband's family, which is a very shameful thing. Moreover, Aunt Lan here was slapped away by father. She came back without being fetched. If she didn't have some ulterior motive weighing half a catty or 8 tails in her heart, would she have come back? Zhaodi wouldn't believe it even if beaten to death. At this moment, upon hearing the land was allocated to alkaline soil, Li Cuilan immediately put down the kitchen knife and looked back at Zhaodi. "What did you say? Alkaline land? Yeah, if you don't believe me, go see for yourself. Your and Baoju's 1 mu of land is still sitting there," Zhaodi said unhurriedly, then turned to fetch a basin of hot water and went to the washroom to bathe. By the time she finished bathing, the meal was ready and Ma Jiangwo had also returned. Zhaodi knew this day would be turbulent again. Seeing the man return, Li Cuilan slammed a basin of food onto the table and began itemizing the accounts. "Ma Jiangwo, are you even human? You hit me, I went back to my parents' home, and you didn't even go fetch me. What? You want to marry a 3rd time and find another one? It's not that I, Li Cuilan, look down on you. With your character, besides me, Li Cuilan, I'm afraid no other woman would want you. Forget that. The land was allocated to alkaline soil, and you didn't even go argue about it. Tell me, what use are you? You can't make money, you can't hold up the family at home. Tell me, what are you living for? As she spoke, she sat down at the dining table and began to cry, lifting her apron to wipe the corners of her eyes. Li Cuilan muttered, I must have been blind. How could I end up with a useless man like you? Ma Jiangwo's face remained dark and gloomy from start to finish. He didn't say a word, only letting out heavy sighs. If it weren't for seeing his own daughter only 2 months old, others having mothers while his Zhaodi had none, and no one coming to propose marriage, he wouldn't have gritted his teeth and agreed. Now look, the woman he married not only mistreated his daughter, but was also an unreasonable woman. Compared to Zhaodi's mother, it was like heaven and earth. But the woman was his choice. No matter how she scolded, Ma Jiangwo could only blame himself. Could he blame others? Seeing Li Cuilan had tired herself out from scolding, Ma Jiangwo finally asked calmly, Where's Bao Zhu? Why didn't you bring him? You have the nerve to mention our son? Last month he had a fever, it turned into pneumonia, cost several hundred yuan just for 4 drips. Are you even a father? I even had to borrow money from my brother-in-law for his treatment. And you hide here in Liu Wazi living the easy life? Do you even care if we mother and son live or die? For every sentence Ma Jiangwo said, she had 10. But upon hearing his son was sick and so seriously ill, he was, after all, a father. His heart tightened. Zhaodi appeared calm, eating her meal by herself, but in her heart, she understood perfectly. Baozhu was a year younger than her, always given the best food and drink. His body was as strong as an ox. Besides, wasn't Aunt Lan just after money? Why curse her own son? Chapter 29. Not a man. In her past life, incidents of using Baozhu to threaten her father were too numerous to count, and Zhaodi had long grown accustomed to it. Now, seeing Zhaodi had already started eating, she suddenly realized she should act before all the meat was eaten up by the girl. She got up, fetched an empty bowl, picked through the dish, and quickly filled the bowl with meat, not a single noodle strand included. How could Ma Jiangwo not see this? He couldn't help but say, You're picking out all the meat from the whole pot of stew, afraid someone will snatch it? As he spoke, Ma Jiangwo picked up a chopstickful of meat and placed it in his daughter's bowl, softly urging her to eat more. Who knew Li Cuilan would immediately slam down her chopsticks? Your daughter is your daughter, but isn't our son also your son? Baozhu is still sick. I've already borrowed 300 yuan. Just tell me, when can you pay them back? First thing tomorrow morning, I'll give you 300. Ma Jiangwo frowned. This meal, he couldn't taste it all, and he had no appetite to continue. He put down his bowl and chopsticks and went back to his room. The aggressive Li Cuilan was still dissatisfied. Oh, so you give me attitude after just a few words? What did I say wrong? Isn't Baozhu your son? Could I have given birth to a child all by myself? Do you think raising a child is easy? Every bite of food, every foot of cloth, it all costs money. Aunt Lan, every time you come home, you just go on and on about this and that. If you think raising a child is so hard, then send Baozhu over. I'll take care of him. Zhaodi couldn't listen anymore. The moment her father turned to go back to his room, old tears welled up in his eyes. His hardship wasn't about not being able to earn money, it was about working himself to the bone and getting no appreciation for it. Li Cuilan retorted, You yourself still eat and drink from the family. What do you plan to support Baozhu with? I haven't cost this family a single cent. That piece of meat you're stuffing into your belly right now, that noodle strand, even the bowl and chopsticks you're using, I bought them all with my own money. Zhaodi's gaze was sharp as a torch. Though her voice was as calm as everyday chatter, her words carried undeniable certainty and resolve. Li Cuilan was suddenly taken aback. Yes, when she left, she had smashed all the pots, pans, bowls, and dishes she could. You? Earning money? You bought these? Who would believe that? Didn't your father quit his carpentry work? The work he's doing now must pay pretty well. How could it be your turn, a mouth to feed and clothe, to buy household supplies? As she spoke, Li Cuilan took even bigger mouthfuls. She was eating what her man earned, not what some deadbeat girl earned. Not content with just eating, she also muttered, turning down a perfectly good Liu Dasheng, mooching food and drink at home, and having such thick skin, just like your dead mother. A sudden pang shot through Zhaodi's heart. Though she had never met her mother, it was one thing to talk about her, but another to talk about her parents. Zhaodi's demeanor turned icy in an instant. She stood up, grabbed the pot of braised pork belly with cabbage, and dumped it directly onto Li Cuilan's head. The broth immediately poured down her collar. Li Cuilan hadn't expected this girl to dump the dish on her head without a word. Clang, Zhaodi placed the empty pot on the table. Let me tell you, Aunt Lan, you'd better watch your mouth. If you ever dare say one bad word about my mother again, I'll make sure you and Baozhu have no way to survive. Li Cuilan, covered in soup and bits of food, stared blankly at the girl before her. She seemed possessed, especially those eyes, like a demon that devours people without spitting out the bones. Zhaodi turned and went back to her room. Outside, Li Cuilan started another round of wailing, crying about what kind of world this was where a daughter shits on her mother's head, and even if she's just a stepmother, she had put in effort and hardship. Zhaodi felt a burning heat at the corner of her eye, but she took several deep breaths and didn't let the tears fall. Baozhi was not her father's biological son at all. She hadn't understood what premature birth meant before, but after a lifetime of experience, Zhaodi finally figured out why a young, unmarried woman would be willing to marry her father. And why Baozhi was born just 7 months later. The reason Zhaodi never spoke of this was because she knew her father was a man of deep feelings. He would rather suffer himself than let others endure hardship. If he knew the son he had worked himself to death to raise wasn't his own flesh and blood, his heart would be utterly broken. This family had never been whole from the start. Zhaodi never wanted to see the only person who protected her face any more setbacks. The next day, Zhaodi went out early. At that hour, Aunt Lan wasn't up yet, and her father had left for work even earlier, around 4 in the morning. When she asked him what work he did, Ma Jiangwo dodged the question. No, I have to hurry. Still need to clock in. Zhaodi didn't press further. When Li Cuilan got up to make breakfast, she found herself alone at home. It felt like she was being isolated by the Ma family, treated as an outright outsider. She immediately went to the eldest brother's house to complain to Zhaodi's grandmother, crying as if the sky had fallen, repeatedly asking what she had done wrong. The first couple of times, the eldest Ma family tolerated it. But after she kept running to the eldest brother's house to pour out her woes to old Mrs. Ma, and even stayed for lunch when she saw they had meat dishes, she incurred the displeasure of the eldest brother's wife and daughter, Ma Yuhua. They started hiding any good things. As soon as they saw her coming, the sliced pork belly prepared for lunch would be put away in the cupboard, uneaten. Zhaodi had already prepared the eel pond, hanging a thermometer. 3 days later, those delicate little eels began to stir as if the hibernation season had never arrived. Before long, it was almost New Year's. The little eels had grown as thick as chopsticks. Zhaodi began catching the mother eels to sell at the market. The closer it got to New Year's, the livelier the market became, with everyone busy buying New Year's goods. Every time Zhaodi sold eels, she bought some New Year's provisions, more or less. Wow, there are still eels at this time of year. Many people were very curious, and some fishermen even came up to ask Zhaodi where she caught the eels. Zhaodi naturally wouldn't tell anyone she raised them herself. Seeing today's eels were sold out again, the restaurant owner on the street, who had been watching Zhaodi for a while, was also filled with curiosity. Business in all industries peaked around New Year's, so the restaurant owner wanted to get something fresh to add to his menu. Girl, how many eels do you have? Zhaodi looked at this plump, big-eared man in his 30s wearing an apron. She knew he was the owner of the only restaurant on the market street. How many do you want? Zhaodi asked. The restaurant owner thought to himself, this girl is quite shrewd. Instead of answering his question directly, she threw the question back at him. About 10 kilograms a day. 20 Jean. Business must be really booming for you, boss. Well, then I won't set up a stall these next few days. I'll deliver them directly to your restaurant. Since you're buying in bulk, I'll give you a better price. Selling retail is 2 yuan per jean, I'll charge you 1 yuan 8. Hearing this, the restaurant owner thought the girl really knew how to talk. But regarding the price, he thought for a moment before gritting his teeth and agreeing. After all, it was New Year's, and everything was getting more expensive. Seeing the girl was only 15 or 16, and her clothes clearly showed she wasn't from a wealthy family, he simply agreed. Zhaodi was overjoyed. This was perfect. Once the old eels were sold out, after New Year's, the little eels would have grown up, able to take over. Carrying the empty bucket home, Zhaodi specially stopped at the foot of the hill outside the village. She took out all the small bills from her pocket, placed them on the ground, and sorted them one by one, counting how much money she had made. Unfortunately, just then, Shen Shuangshuang and a few girlfriends happened to be returning from the market, chatting about how much their new clothes cost and laughing as they walked this way. Spotting Zhaodi squatting by the roadside, Shen Shuangshuang's interest was piqued. She went up to strike up a conversation. Hey, it's almost snowing, and you're still wearing those broken sandals. Aren't your heels cold? Zhaodi looked up at Shen Shuangshuang. Her mind was busy calculating, so she didn't speak, just continued lowering her head to count the money. Oh my, what did you do to get so much money? All added up, it probably still costs less than my clothes. Noticing Zhaodi was counting money, Shen Shuangshuang waved the newly bought cotton-padded jacket in her hand as she spoke. Chapter 30. Big Cotton-Padded Shoes. In the countryside, children with mothers would get patterned cotton-padded jackets made as soon as winter began. If a mother didn't make them, the grandmother would. But Zhaodi didn't have one. However, she felt she didn't need one anyway. For one, she often did physical labor and would sweat, and besides, the temperature inside the eel greenhouse reached 30 degrees, so she thought it didn't matter. Now, Shen Shuangshuang had bought a ready-made cotton-padded jacket, which was much more delicate and prettier than handmade ones. She had to admit she couldn't compare with others, but Zhaodi never thought about comparing herself. Not much, just about 100 yuan. Zhaodi neatly folded the bills, stuffed them into her pocket, then picked up a few coins from the ground and said indifferently, 100 yuan? Shen Shuangshuang was stunned. Didn't her second uncle say her family was so poor they couldn't even put food on the table? Their land had even been allocated to the alkaline soil area, and they were still hoping to force her to marry her cousin Liu Dasheng and live as a widow. Where did she get so much money now? The moment Zhaodi finished tidying up and stood up, Shen Shuangshuang involuntarily took 2 steps back. She didn't say a word until she watched Zhaodi leave. Shuangshuang, why are you so afraid of her? A classmate nearby couldn't help but ask. Shen Shuangshuang felt somewhat embarrassed. Apart from wondering where she got the money, it had to be said that Ma Zhaodi was becoming bolder and more unruly by the day. She was really afraid that if she wasn't careful, she'd get beaten up again like last time. But for the sake of face, Shen Shuangshuang retorted, with her like that, who's afraid of her? As soon as Zhaodi returned home, she put away all the things she had bought. Firecrackers for the holidays? The pork leg she bought? And 2 fish. She washed them, cut open their bellies, rubbed them with salt, propped open their cavities with small sticks, and hung them up. They would be stewed for the new year. There was no one at home. Zhaodi thought Aunt Lan must have gone to Uncle's house, enjoying the good food and drink there, and unwilling to come back. Well, it was fine. It would be best if she stayed there forever. Then, Zhaodi began planning for delivering the eels tomorrow morning. She had to get up very early to catch them fresh. Otherwise, if the eels died from lack of oxygen, Zhaodi wouldn't be able to explain it. Thinking this, Zhaodi cut off a piece of the hind leg meat and hung the rest from the roof beam so that rats wouldn't steal it. Lately, she had increasingly felt that her father was thinner than before. Sometimes, she saw him holding his waist when he bent over. Probably, as he got older, his waist and legs would start to have some problems. This piece of lean meat was planned to be stir-fried with bean sprouts for her dad in the evening. Thinking this, Zhaodi went to the village entrance to buy a jean of grain liquor. That would make it even more perfect. Originally in a good mood, she had just stepped out with the empty liquor bottle when she bumped into Ma Yuhua. Zhaodi, does your Aunt Lan have any shame left? Always freeloading meals at our house. When will it end? Hurry up and tell your dad to take her away. Zhaodi was stunned. If it's good food, she has to have something to eat, right? If you don't like her, just ignore her. Besides, my dad isn't even home. Hearing this, Ma Yuhua's chest heaved with anger, and she said nothing more. In the countryside, where every household had little entertainment, people could even carry their rice bowls to visit neighbors during meals. There were hardly any secrets, and the speed of gossip was absolutely unmatched. If one were to go by Zhaodi's words, it was even faster than the spread of information on the internet in her previous life. Soon, every household knew that her stepmother was freeloading meals at the eldest brother's house and was being talked about behind her back as shameless. Zhaodi didn't care about any of this. She bought a jean of grain liquor and headed home. As soon as she arrived, she was stunned. She had clearly washed 2 big carp, salted them, and hung them under the eaves to dry. Damn it, why were only the hooks left? Where were the fish? Zhaodi searched all around but instead ran into Aunt Lan, who was carrying a bag of things and storming out angrily. I say, Aunt Lan, my fish were still dripping blood. Where are you taking them? Zhaodi was furious. She had never seen someone so fond of taking petty advantages. Li Cuilan turned to look at Zhaodi. What's it to you? You can spend your dad's money, but I can't? Besides, you're already this old and still not looking for a husband. How long do you expect the family to support you? I bought it with my own money. You can't touch it. Zhaodi's temper flared. Hearing this, Li Cuilan thought, her money again? Where would a young girl like her get money? Wasn't it just her dad favoring her and giving her money? What do you think you are? If you have the ability, go find your own mother to support you. This family of mine doesn't even have a place to eat. Li Cuilan had originally planned to return to her parents' home. Now, as soon as she stepped out, people were gossiping about her. Anyway, the land had been allocated to the alkaline soil, old Ma didn't care, and she couldn't be bothered either. Hearing this, Zhaodi's anger surged. She immediately grabbed the woven plastic bag in Li Cuilan's hand and pulled it back. With a tearing sound, the bag was ripped apart by Zhaodi. With a clatter, the flour, rice, and fish inside all fell to the ground. Have you gone wild? Yes, I've gone wild. What are you going to do about it? Call your little brother to beat me? Li Cuilan, don't think I'm so easy to bully. You know better than anyone whether Baozhu is my dad's child or not. You don't have the right to throw your weight around in the Ma family. Zhaodi threw the torn bag on the ground, not even glancing at the scattered rice, flour, and fish. At these words, Li Cuilan's face turned pale, then red, and finally ashen white. Did she know something? But that couldn't be. When Baozu was born, she was still so young, just learning to walk. At that moment, villagers who heard the commotion at the door, having nothing better to do after eating, gathered around. Within a few minutes, half the village knew that Zhaodi and her stepmother had fought. But many who came upon hearing the noise to watch the excitement didn't see the scene they wanted. They couldn't help but whisper and discuss with those who had heard earlier, wanting to know more about how exciting the fight between the Ma family's daughter and her stepmother really was. Li Cuilan cried and cursed, saying she couldn't stay in the house anymore, that the Ma family didn't treat her as one of their own. Behind Zhaodi's back, she said she was worse than a dog, even claiming that Ma Zhaodi had actively seduced Liu Dasheng and later pretended to be chaste, turning around to bite others. The Ma family's scandals had already become a scheduled news broadcast in people's minds, played regularly for everyone's amusement. Zhaodi tidied up the fish that had fallen on the ground and hung them under the eaves again. She picked up a bamboo basket, gathered the rice from the ground, rinsed it several times, and set it out to dry. She knew her father would be heartbroken again when he returned and saw the ruined rice and flour, so before Dad came back, Zhaodi cleaned everything up neatly. Then, she continued cooking. When she went out to fetch water from the well, Zhaodi suddenly felt a cool touch on her face. Looking up, it was snowing. Listening carefully, the snow falling on the withered leaves made a rustling sound, very pleasant to the ear. Zhendong, it's time to come home, Zhaodi murmured to herself. Looking down at the well water she had just drawn, still steaming with warmth, Zhaodi filled the kitchen water vat. The bean sprouts and meat were simmering slowly over the remaining fire in the pot, with a few steamed buns placed along the edge. As soon as Dad returned, they could eat. She went back to her room, brought the shoe basket, a basket holding needles, thread, scissors, and fabric scraps, to her own room. Inside were many needles, thread, and crochet hooks left by her mother. According to her father, her mother used to be very virtuous and capable. When she was pregnant with Zhaodi, she had already started crocheting little tiger head shoes. So, these things were still here. Zhaodi found the shoe patterns her mother had left behind and planned to make a pair of big cotton-padded shoes for Shao Zhendong. It was said the place where he served in the army was in the south, where sometimes the lowest temperature all year only formed a thin layer of ice. But in the far north, where riverbeds froze 3 feet deep, he would surely be unaccustomed to it when he returned home. Chapter 31. Money earned with blood and tears. It was already past 10 at night when Zhaodi finished cutting the uppers for this pair of shoes. Only then did she remember that her father still hadn't come home. Under the stove in the kitchen, some glowing red embers and wood chips were still warming the bottom of the pot. To keep the food from burning while keeping it warm, Zhaodi lifted the lid and added a bit more water. Immediately, a hissing sound rose as steam billowed out, carrying waves of fragrance that made Zhaodi's stomach growl even louder with hunger. But she was worried about her dad, so she went out to the Song family's house. She remembered her father saying he had asked Old Song's family to help him find work. Although Zhaodi didn't know what kind of work it was, going to ask Grandpa Song was surely the right thing to do. In the few hours that had passed, a layer of frost had already accumulated outside, making the village paths as bright as day. A few children, undeterred by the cold, were still playing outside, earning them scoldings from their mothers. By the time Zhaodi reached the west end of the village, her hair was covered in a white, frosty layer. When she knocked on the Song's door, it was Granny Song who answered. Zhaodi? What's wrong? What brings you here so late? Zhaodi tightened her collar to keep the snowflakes from getting down her neck. Is Grandpa Song home? Why isn't my dad back yet? As soon as she said this, Granny Song's expression changed. He's still not back? Yeah. Seeing the change in Granny Song's face, Zhaodi felt a sense of foreboding. Well, let me ask your grandpa. With that, without even inviting Zhaodi inside to shelter from the snow, Granny Song turned and went back into the house. Soon, voices came from the main room. Zhaodi couldn't hear very clearly, but she caught one sentence. They weren't going down the shaft today at all. The supports in the shaft aren't even set up yet. Tomorrow is the 29th of the 12th lunar month. They said work won't start again until the 3rd day of the new year. Hearing this, Zhaodi froze. No wonder. Her father's fingernails were always filled with black coal dust, and his nostrils too. He had been going down the mine shaft. That was high-risk work. If a collapse happened, they might not even find the bodies. In her past life, Zhaodi had heard too many stories of people being buried alive. Trying to find the bodies, especially in those small, unregulated coal mines, wasn't a priority for the owners who were cutting costs. They often didn't even bother looking. Oh, Zhaodi, maybe your dad worked overtime, helping to set up the supports. He might be back a bit later. When Granny Song came out to tell Zhaodi this news, Zhaodi's heart sank. She was afraid her father had wanted to work overtime to earn more money. Zhaodi didn't even know how she managed to walk step by step back home through the snow. She was truly afraid something had happened to her father. Sitting alone in the main room, she stared outside, hoping with every glance to see her father's figure returning. She waited like this until past midnight. Finally, Ma Jiangwo returned, covered in a layer of snowflakes. Zhaodi was so startled she froze for a moment, then rushed forward and threw her arms around her father's neck. Only in that moment did she feel it was real. Were you scared being home alone? Isn't your Aunt Lon home? What's there to be afraid of? In that moment, Ma Jiangwo remembered his daughter from before, who had been terribly timid. She probably really had been scared. Then, with a smile, Ma Jiangwo placed the bag he was carrying on the table. Look, this is a bucket of oil my work unit gave out. Zhaodi looked at her father's weary face, which nonetheless held joy. Dad, why did you go down the mine shaft? It's so dangerous. You shouldn't do that work anymore. Zhaodi held back her tears. She had been truly afraid her only pillar of support would never return. Ma Jiangwo was momentarily taken aback. His daughter knew he had gone down the shaft? He gave an awkward laugh. Look what this is. As he spoke, Ma Jiangwo pulled money from inside his coat. 428 yuan in total. Ma Jiangwo put away the 28 yuan in small change and laid the 400 yuan on the table. There was still quite a bit of coal dust on the bills. Got my wages. This year we'll buy the 500 string firecrackers. Ma Jiangwo declared with a mix of righteous indignation and pride. Looking at her father's satisfied face, Zhaodi's heart ached. Actually, he was a man. A real man. It was just that Aunt Lon didn't have the heart to try to see things from his perspective. Perhaps, even though her own mother had passed away not long after marrying him, Zhaodi finally understood why her mother had been so determined to follow her father. Dad, I'll dish up the food for you. Zhaodi held back her tears. Only when she turned and went into the kitchen did she realize her vision was blurred. The bean sprout stew today were very fragrant. As soon as Zhaodi lifted the lid, even Ma Jiangwo couldn't help but say, "What good stuff did you save? It smells wonderful. Bean sprouts with sliced pork," Zhaodi said, already placing a steaming bowl of bean sprouts on the table. She handed a steamed bun from the pot to her father. He took a huge bite right away, his cheeks bulging as he ate with great relish. When Zhaodi took a pound of grain liquor, warmed it briefly in the stove, poured a cup, and handed it to him, tears welled up in Ma Jiangwo's smiling eyes. A daughter is good. A daughter really knows how to care for her old man. Chapter 32, Dragged into the Cornfield. At the Liu house, Shen Shuangshuang and her mother Liu Baxia made a special trip to Liu Baoshan's home. Ever since Shuangshuang told her about the Ma family matter this morning, she had found it very suspicious. When the matter was relayed to Liu Baoshan, he also thought it was strange. Both plots of land were alkaline soil, so where did she get the money? Shen Shuangshuang interjected, "It adds up to over 100 yuan in bits and pieces." Liu Baoshan wondered to himself, where did that girl find a way to earn money? If things continued like this, would she still be willing to marry his son? Originally, he had planned to force the second Ma family's daughter to marry into his family as his daughter-in-law. Although on the surface she would be marrying Dasheng, Dasheng was impotent. The plan was to eventually have the full Ping'an lend his seed. But if Ma Zhaodi was earning money, wouldn't Liu Baoshan have no way to threaten the second Ma family anymore? This was a major issue concerning whether Liu Baoshan could have descendants. As the saying goes, among the three forms of unfilial conduct, having no heir is the greatest. Plus, Ma Zhaodi had cursed him out the day before yesterday. He really wanted to bring her into the Liu family to properly educate her. Pew pew, pew pew pew, pew pew. Right in the middle of discussing matters, Liu Ping'an, holding a water gun, provided sound effects, pew pew ing as he squirted water at Liu Baoshan's face. While squirting, he played at being a policeman seeking cover, which infuriated Liu Baoshan so much he immediately grabbed the nearest object and threw it at him. Liu Ping'an dodged safely, squirted twice more, then turned and ran, shouting as he went. "Fool, you better surrender now. I've already got you surrounded. Hurry up and put down your eggs and surrender." Liu Baoshan's face turned ashen. He stood up, grabbed a broom, and was about to hit him. "I'll egg your damn uncle." Oh, not good. The fool is resisting. Charge everyone. Liu Ping'an crawled forward on his belly, ducked under the bed, and loudly shouted slogans as if he had an army of thousands backing him up. He was subsequently dragged out from under the bed by Liu Baoshan, who grabbed him by the collar and given a sound thrashing. "Ow, bullying me 'cause I'm out of ammo. That's not how you play, you idiot. If you've got any guts, wait till I reload before you hit me." Liu Ping'an rolled on the ground. Damn it, the gun was out of ammo. Liu Baoshan's face alternated between green and white. If it weren't for the possibility that this idiot might still carry on the family line for him, he really felt like slapping him dead with one blow. After being thoroughly thrashed, Liu Ping'an watched his chance, ducked into the kitchen, grabbed a gourd ladle, and started yelling. Mom, load my ammo. I'm gonna shoot that fool dead. What fool? Did you upset your dad again? The fool committed a crime. I'm the police, I gotta catch the bad guy. Hurry up and load my ammo. Right at that moment, suddenly Liu Ping'an was slapped hard on the back of his head from behind, the blow nearly sending him headfirst into the water vat. Mom, give me 200 yuan. Liu Dasheng pushed his mentally challenged younger brother aside and said with righteous indignation. What do you need 200 yuan for? And why so much? To treat my buddies to a meal. Liu Dasheng's face was pale. The hatred from being emasculated. How could he, as a man, possibly rest easy lying in a hospital? Anyway, that thing was gone. The only reason he was still alive was in the hope of seeing that woman beg for mercy before him. A winter with 3 layers of snow on the wheat means sleeping on steamed buns the following year. The next day, Liu Wazi Village was covered in a vast expanse of white by the season's first winter snow. Many children were having snowball fights and building snowmen in the snow. Even Zhaodi was no exception. To commemorate her childhood, she built a 1-meter-tall snowman at her doorstep. Children occasionally ran past wildly behind her, but suddenly, one set of footsteps stopped behind Zhaodi. A foot clad in a rain boot kicked her snowman. Instantly, the snowman's head went tumbling down, shattering into pieces. Zhaodi stood up and saw Liu Dasheng looking at her with a sinister, cold gaze. Behind him followed a few hooligan youths. 2 were from Liu Wazi, the others from neighboring villages. In any case, none of them seemed to be good characters. Zhaodi recognized these faces from when she set up her street stall. What do you want? Zhaodi said. Liu Dasheng's eyes were somewhat twisted. After all, he was no longer a man. For a man, that blow was worse than being killed. You guess. Liu Dasheng's smile was extremely distorted, as if he wouldn't be satisfied even if he crushed the person before him. Then, he gave a signal with his eyes. The lackeys behind him stepped forward and started pushing and shoving Zhaodi, forcing her towards a snowdrift. Zhaodi tried to scream, but one person covered her mouth while several others pulled and dragged her towards the cornfield. Her struggling body dragged a deep furrow through the snow on the ground. Zhaodi's hands were pinned, her mouth helpless. Her entire person was dragged away powerless like that, tears streaming down the corners of her eyes. Boys, have your fun. Zhaodi was thrown harshly onto the ground in the cornfield. Liu Dasheng coldly stated this, and then left the cornfield. He pretended not to hear the sounds of struggle and hoarse cries coming from behind. Just as the old padded jacket left by her mother on Zhaodi's body was torn open, a wave of despair crashed over her heart. No, you beasts. You'll all die horrible deaths. Zhaodi frantically clawed around in her panic, biting one of the men's arms and leaving 2 rows of bloody tooth marks. Chapter 33 Fighting. Seeing the woman was still being defiant, Liu Dasheng turned around, pulled a wooden stick protruding from the snowdrift, and was about to strike. But just then, his hand gripping the stick was caught by another pair of hands. Immediately after, a pulling force yanked him, and Liu Dasheng was thrown headlong into the snowdrift. He didn't even know who had thrown him. Zhaodi felt a chill on her chest as a cold wind swept through her disheveled clothes. Suddenly, the hands clutching her belt loosened, followed by a muffled groan. Before the curses could finish, the sound of bones cracking and dislocating echoed, replaced by the man's voice begging for mercy. Zhaodi! A gentle voice called out, accompanied by his heavy breathing. Looking at the girl before him, his heart instantly felt as if it were melting in a blazing fire. Zhaodi, bewildered, pulled her clothes tight around her body. When she saw Shao Zhendong's familiar face, she thought she had died again and was hallucinating. She stood frozen on the spot, motionless. Zhaodi! It's me, Zhendong. Shao Zhendong's mind replayed everything about her marriage to Liu Dasheng. He couldn't help but imagine various scenes of her marrying someone else. Perhaps the deeper the hurt, the more one is compelled to dwell on the painful scenes. Shao Zhendong was one of those people. Zhaodi seemed to snap back to reality. She didn't care about anything else. Beat them to death. Beat them to death. Shao Zhendong was taken aback. Why was the woman he loved acting so strangely? Zhaodi wasn't acting strange at all. She remembered the scene from her previous life when Liu Dasheng had violated her. She was afraid, terribly afraid. Except for Shao Zhendong, she feared all men. Shao Zhendong gently picked the woman up. At the doorway, several desperate men were still scrambling to flee into the village. Shao Zhendong kicked them one by one as he caught up. What the hell are you, daring to ambush me? Have the guts to fight me one-on-one? Liu Dasheng looked up. Why was Shao Zhendong here? What a coincidence. But this guy was nearly 2 meters tall, which made Liu Dasheng somewhat apprehensive. Did they touch you? Shao Zhendong's sharp-featured face was as dark as ice. No matter what would become of this woman in the future, at least now, he couldn't bear to see her bullied. Zhaodi was stunned with fear. In her previous life, it was just Liu Dasheng alone, and she had been timid. This time, she faced so many men's hands groping her. Even though they ultimately didn't do anything to her, just thinking about it made Zhaodi feel nauseated and terrified. Seeing Zhaodi's bewildered state, Shao Zhendong's anger flared. His nearly 2-meter-tall frame strode forward, grabbed Liu Dasheng, and a fist the size of a sandbag landed on Liu Dasheng's cheek with a thud. Liu Dasheng was knocked down instantly. Liu Dasheng coughed violently, sprawled on the snow, and spat out a mouthful of blood. In the gradually melting blood was a molar. Liu Dasheng's face was swollen and bloody, making him look like a ghost. Get dressed. Seeing Zhaodi silent, Shao Zhendong felt a pain as if his heart were on fire. Zhaodi's hands trembled as she buttoned her clothes. She looked up at the back of the man she had sought with regret since her previous life. Zhendong. Thank goodness you. Zhaodi felt grateful. If not for him, she might have. She wanted to rush over and hug him tightly. This separation wasn't just over 20 years, it was missing an entire lifetime. Shao Zhendong was startled. He looked down at the arms wrapped around his waist. Truth be told, he had really wanted her to rely on him like this. As long as you're okay. Shao Zhendong cut Zhaodi off and pried her arms from around his waist. Along the way, Shao Zhendong had heard many rumors about Ma Zhaodi. It wasn't that he didn't feel heartache, he was just holding it in. On the battlefield amidst gunfire and rain of bullets, he had never been afraid. But returning to his hometown, the moment he took off his military uniform, everything seemed to become so pale. Zhendong. Zhaodi was at a loss. She thought frantically, right, her explanation. She hadn't married anyone else, she only had him in her heart. Yes, she had to explain clearly. When Zhaodi's mind cleared, she saw a small black dot moving slowly away across the snow. Zhendong. Zhaodi's throat emitted a cry she herself could barely hear. She hurriedly stumbled through the half-foot-deep snow, chasing after him. Occasionally, buried branches lay beneath the snow. Zhaodi tripped and fell face-first into the snow, her mouth and face filled with icy cold. She scrambled up and shouted, Zhendong, wait. Shao Zhendong had actually stopped and turned to look at Zhaodi. Watching her fall again and again, his heart ached inexplicably, a pain that slowly corroded his insides. His thick, sword-like eyebrows furrowed in distress. Zhendong. Seeing him standing there, Zhaodi hurried forward. Zhendong, listen to me. I never agreed to marry Liu Dasheng. You misunderstood. Actually, in my heart. As she spoke, Zhaodi didn't dare look into his deep, abyss-like eyes and suddenly lowered her head. Hearing this, Shao Zhendong's eyes instantly brightened. The furrow between his brows gradually relaxed, and a glimmer of hope seemed to reignite in his eyes, anticipating her next words. Zhaodi felt him take 2 steps closer. Within her line of sight appeared the toes of his military boots, still covered with snow. Suddenly, she felt a weight on her shoulders. Looking up, she saw Zhendong with his eyelids lowered, gazing at her with intense heat. She could feel the cold hardness about him slowly softening. Shao Zhendong suddenly withdrew his hand from Zhaodi's shoulder, shoved it into his pocket, and looked up at the vast distance. Yet, his heart felt warm, as if a fire were burning inside. He knew this girl had only him in her heart. That feeling of revived hope made Shao Zhendong's nearly 2-meter-tall body begin to warm up. What are you doing outside in such cold weather instead of staying home by the fire? Shao Zhendong asked, pretending to be calm, his tone carrying a hint of scolding, like an elder reprimanding a child. Zhaodi was slightly taken aback. Shouldn't he be asking more questions now? I was building a snowman behind the house, Zhaodi said. Shao Zhendong slightly frowned, but a helpless curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. Still building snowmen at your age? You have to roll the snowball like this. On the path below, Shao Zhendong bent down, grabbed a handful of snow, threw it on the ground, and kicked it. The snowball grew larger and larger. Zhaodi stood by, watching Shao Zhendong roll the snowball and giggling foolishly. Shao Zhendong suddenly glanced sideways, immediately feeling self-conscious. He was willing to build a snowman with her because it reminded him of their childhood playtimes, when everyone was still innocent. Now he was over 20 years old. That was one thing, but this silly girl was actually laughing at him. Thinking this, he kicked the snowball apart. Zhaodi felt a pang of heartache. It took so much effort to roll it that big. Let's go to your house. I'll make something fun for you. Shao Zhendong frowned. If his subordinates knew their regiment commander was holding a girl's hand building a snowman, they'd probably laugh their heads off. At the Ma household, Shao Zhendong lit a brazier, then took a bullet from his camouflage jacket pocket. Find me a nail. Zhaodi squatted nearby, watching him work seriously. Her mind replayed the scene from her previous life when he returned home in glory. When he learned she was already married, he was heartbroken. Before he could recover from his grief, he received the news that she had killed someone and fled. By the time everything became clear, it was too late. He began searching frantically for Zhaodi. Several times, Zhaodi knew he had passed by her, but because her appearance was ruined, he didn't recognize her. Zhaodi still remembered several moments that tore her heart apart. The flames in the brazier danced, their light reflecting brightly in the shimmering tears in Zhaodi's eyes. Shao Zhendong raised an eyebrow slightly. What are you thinking about? Try this on. Shao Zhendong's words brought Zhaodi back to reality. She turned to see he had threaded a red cord through the bullet he had drilled a hole in, making a pendant. Is this a bullet? It's so pretty. Zhaodi was surprised. The small copper bullet hung upside down. Zhaodi slightly bowed her head as Shao Zhendong carefully put it on her. Seemingly worried the bullet might be too cold, he rubbed it in his palms a few times and blew warm breath on it before letting Zhaodi tuck it inside her collar. Zhaodi covered her chest, just as she had guarded his promise in her previous life. Shao Zhendong gazed at her. He suddenly realized Zhaodi had really grown up. In the past, she would have jumped for joy. Now, though her happiness was evident, something seemed suppressed. Only during their subsequent conversation did he learn the whole story of what happened between Zhaodi and Liu Dasheng. Shao Zhendong stared at Zhaodi in shock. Good heavens, she was only 15, a fragile girl. How much unknown suffering had she endured? No wonder this girl had become so somber. Along with a surge of heartache, it stirred his masculine protective instinct. Zhaodi, come with me to the army after New Year? That way, he could protect her at all times. Otherwise, he really didn't know how he could rest easy. Zhaodi was slightly stunned. Go to the army? She had thought about going to see him, but... Shao Zhendong saw the hesitation in Zhaodi's eyes and couldn't help feeling disappointed. Was she afraid her family would object? Shao Zhendong didn't like to force things. He simply said it was still early anyway and asked Zhaodi to think it over before he left. If she was willing, he would take her with him. Shao Zhendong was a filial son. As soon as he got home, he mentioned this idea to his mother. Who knew Mrs. Shao immediately objected. I used to think this girl was quite nice and pretty, but now I feel she's not clean. Haven't you heard? The whole village says she's loose. If you take her to the army, where will I put my old face when I go out? Shao Zhendong didn't say much, just stated calmly, she's not the kind of girl you think. With that, he offered no further explanation. This year, he had brought back a few military coats. There was a small one that should fit Zhaodi. He took it and left the house. Tomorrow was New Year's Eve. Every household was starting to prepare fried foods and pastries. As evening approached, Liu Baoshan arrived at the Shao house with several Liu family relatives, bringing along Liu Dasheng, whose face was swollen like a pig's head. When Mrs. Shao heard about this, her hands covered in flour, she didn't even wash them before hurriedly apologizing. Learning that her son had fought because of Zhaodi, she grew both anxious and angry. Chapter 34, Causing Trouble with a Crowd. Zhaodi had to prepare the New Year's goods at home by herself. Since it was just her and her father eating, she simply scalded some flour with boiling water, shaped a few sugar buns, and fried them. The melon seeds and peanuts were all bought by Zhaodi from the market. Just as she dropped the sugar buns into the hot oil, someone arrived outside. Recognizing Shao Zhendong's voice, Zhaodi hurriedly went to open the door, then quickly ducked back into the kitchen to tend to the pot. What delicious thing are you making? Shao Zhendong casually tossed his army coat onto a stool and entered the kitchen. Sugar buns. Do you want some? Zhaodi smiled, adding firewood while keeping an eye on the pot. Shao Zhendong didn't say a word, sitting down in front of the stove to lend a hand. Later, take some for Auntie to try. Shao Zhendong grunted in agreement, his gaze fixed intently on Zhaodi. For a moment, it made him feel the warmth of having a wife. Perhaps this was what home felt like. This one's done. Try it. Be careful, the syrup inside is hot. You need to bite a small hole first, blow into it a couple of times before eating. Zhaodi used chopsticks to pick up a sugar bun from the oil pot and handed it to Shao Zhendong. A faint, handsome smile curled at the corner of his mouth as he took it and immediately took a bite, only to suck in air sharply from the burn. Zhaodi chuckled. Just as she was about to scoop out the other sugar buns, more people arrived at the house. Liu Baoshan showed up with his brother-in-law, his younger brother, and Liu Dasheng. Shao's mother kept explaining, it's all those troublemakers' fault. If you want to find someone, go to their house. Hearing his mother's voice, Shao Zhendong's sharp, swallow-like eyebrows furrowed. He got up and stepped out of the room first. Zhaodi pulled the fire out from under the pot and followed him out. Zhendong, what are you doing at the Ma family's? Seeing it was her own son who emerged, she was instantly furious. Weren't you supposed to be visiting relatives for New Year's? Well, so this kid had learned to lie. From childhood till now, Zhendong had been quiet and honest. Now, not only had he learned to deceive, but he also dared to defy her. Liu Dasheng's face was so swollen from the beating that the boundary between his cheek and neck was indistinguishable. When he opened his mouth, a mixture of saliva and blood from his teeth flowed uncontrollably. At first glance, he looked exactly like his idiot brother. Dad, it was Shao Zhendong who hit me, Liu Dasheng declared righteously, clutching his swollen face and turning pale with pain as soon as he finished speaking. So, what if I hit you? Think you got off too lightly. The moment Shao Zhendong saw Liu Dasheng, he couldn't control his inner rage. Thinking of Zhaodi's ordeal, he wished he could tear him apart with his bare hands. Shao Zhendong, you're just a stinking soldier. Who do you think you are? Liu Dasheng was immediately enraged. What ability does a stinking soldier have? Even after discharge, you're only fit to be a watchdog. How dare you beat my precious son like this? Have you rebelled? Kneel down and apologize, and we'll let this matter pass. Otherwise, both your Shao and Ma families can wait for the authorities to handle it. Liu Dasheng's younger brother, Liu Baochuan, was no good either. He ran a mahjong parlor in town and bullied people everywhere, relying on his brother-in-law who worked for the authorities. However, for the folks in Liu Wazi, big or small matters were usually handled by the village committee. If the authorities got involved, people wouldn't know what major, life-threatening incident had occurred. Even if someone was released after a misunderstanding, they would be gossiped about behind their backs. People would assume they must have committed some terrible offense, and every household would avoid them. So, when Shao's mother heard this, she was terrified. Village Chief Liu, this won't do. My Zhendong is still serving. If this gets back to the army, it'll affect his promotion. Besides, the cause of this matter was all this Ma family girl's fault. How can you blame it all on my Zhendong? What's it to you? Liu Baochuan shoved Shao's mother. She stumbled back 2 steps, fortunately caught by Zhaodi, or she would have fallen over the stool behind her. But when Shao's mother saw it was Zhaodi supporting her, she disdainfully pushed her hand away. Don't touch me. Liu Dasheng, don't push people around, I'm telling you. You know better than anyone what kind of character your son Liu Dasheng is. With his wretched attitude, he's bound to get beaten to death wherever he goes. Zhaodi wasn't angry. After all, the Shao family's disdain for her was because of Liu Dasheng. She didn't blame Shao's mother for being cold to her. Someday, Zhaodi would earn her recognition. As she spoke, pointing and cursing at Liu Dasheng, Shao Zhendong, who had originally intended to use force, realized this girl was much tougher than he imagined, nothing like the meek little sister from before. Shao Zhendong then persuaded his mother to go home first. The moment Shao's mother stepped out of the Ma family's door, she burst into tears. The villagers gathered outside, watching the commotion, quickly stopped her to ask what happened. Sobbing, Shao's mother said they were being victimized by troublemakers. Upon hearing this, those without TVs at home to watch the Spring Festival Gala now had fresh gossip for the new year. Oh ho? Little girl, you've got quite the nerve. If it weren't for seeing your good figure when you weren't wearing clothes, and me not wanting to ruin it, I'm telling you, I would have crushed you long ago. Liu Dasheng glanced at Shao Zhendong. Want to steal a woman? And hit him? You're not qualified, kid. Today, I'll make you understand your place in Liu Wazi. Enough nonsense with him. Third brother, call the authorities. I don't believe we can't deal with this adulterous couple today. Liu Dasheng was hopping mad. But Liu Dasheng's words planted a sudden knot in Shao Zhendong's heart. Seeing Zhaodi's face alternating between pale and flushed, he knew such words were a tremendous insult to a young girl. Brother Zhendong, you're still serving. Better not get into a fight. Zhaodi was trembling with anger, but she spoke softly to Shao Zhendong, her tone calm and unruffled, making it impossible to guess her next move. It was precisely this calmness that left everyone present completely unprepared when Zhaodi emerged from the kitchen holding a kitchen knife. She slammed the knife onto the table with a thwack and immediately pointed the blade at the Liu family. Come on, Liu Dasheng, repeat what you just said? Everyone was startled. Had this little girl really become so fierce? Liu Dasheng instinctively stepped back in fear, deeply remembering how she had once kicked him in the crotch, nearly costing him his life. Liu Dasheng's eyes widened in shock, also apprehensive. He remembered how this crazy girl had thrown water at him last time. Perhaps the calmest one was Liu Baochuan, Liu Dasheng's younger brother. After all, he didn't live in Liu Wazi and didn't know what the girl used to be like. He took out his luxurious Nokia phone and made a call. You damned girl, I'm telling you, once the authorities arrive, your Ma family is finished. Just wait to be thrown in jail. After hanging up, Liu Baochuan pointed at Shao Zhendong. And you stinking soldier. Your Shao family is finished too. You don't need to go back to the army. You'll definitely be expelled from the party. Zhaodi herself wasn't afraid of taking responsibility. At worst, it would be a mutually destructive fight, and she'd take it to the county to file a complaint. If that didn't work, she'd go to the city, the province. She would absolutely keep appealing until the Liu family couldn't handle the consequences. But Zhendong was still waiting for his promotion. Zhaodi's heart was somewhat anxious. She glanced sideways at Shao Zhendong, only to find he had disappeared at some point. When he reappeared, she saw him walking out of his room, tucking a military phone into his pocket. Chapter 35, The Armed Forces Department. Shao Zhendong's expression betrayed no fluctuation of emotion. His eyes were as calm as a windless lake, his sharply defined cheeks showing no ripple of disturbance. The government unit was located in the town. Getting to Liu Wazi, even by bicycle, would take over an hour. By motorcycle, it would still be half an hour. During this waiting period, the Liu family had withdrawn from the Ma household and were waiting outside, their morale high. From time to time, they told the villagers who had gathered to watch the spectacle that the Ma family should just wait and see. They would absolutely not get away with this. Upon hearing that the Liu family had called in people from the government, what should have been a normal 29th day of the 12th lunar month turned into an early visit to the Ma family to watch the Spring Festival Gala. Some were cracking melon seeds, others were eating peanut candy, and a few children were lighting firecrackers at their feet. Everyone was waiting for the government personnel to arrive. The Ma family is done for this time. I heard it was that kid Shao Zhendong who did the beating. Isn't that right? What kind of temper does Liu Dasheng have? He definitely won't let the Shao and Ma families off. His brother-in-law works for the government. They have connections. There's definitely going to be a good show this time. I say that Zhaodi is quite the loose woman. Not only did she seduce Liu Dasheng, but now she's got Shao Zhendong wrapped around her finger, even making him fight for her. Didn't the Shao family say earlier this year that those two weren't involved? They even said Zhendong brought home a girlfriend from the cultural troupe. I reckon it's most likely just saving face. Think about it. How many good men are there in the army? Just a few dozen yuan in subsidies a month. Who would want to be with him? Hey, the government people are here. Someone said, and everyone began to make way, afraid of getting entangled in something they couldn't explain. Immediately, a man with a pointed mouth and monkey-like cheeks jumped off a motorcycle, followed by 3 or 4 others, all wearing government uniforms. As soon as they dismounted, they all stood tall with their chests out. Liu Baochuan hurried over to hand a cigarette to his brother-in-law. Hong Dui, brother-in-law, you came so fast. It's this family, look what they did to my nephew. Seeing so many villagers, Hong Dui took the cigarette, inhaled, waved his hand, and said, no big deal. Let me see which fool has a death wish causing trouble. With that, he was about to lead the 3 or 4 men into the Ma house, when Liu Baochuan immediately stopped him. Brother, the Shao Zhendong was a soldier. He's quite a fighter, knows some martial arts. You'd better be careful. Liu Baochuan kindly reminded him, but Hong Dui waved his hand. We have our brothers. What's there to fear? Big brother, just watch. I absolutely won't let our nephew suffer this injustice. Hearing this, Liu Baochuan felt a warmth in his heart. He looked back and saw there were quite a few people because a Liberation Army truck had arrived behind them, carrying at least 20 or 30 men. On the side of the Liberation Army truck was painted, Chinese People's Liberation Army, X-Province, X-City, Armed Forces Special Vehicle. The brothers from the Armed Forces Department all wore expressionless faces, with semi-automatic rifles slung across their chests. Just standing there motionless, they radiated an extremely powerful aura that inspired awe. Good heavens, your brother-in-law is really doing well. So many brothers, and with guns too. Liu Baochuan immediately felt his blood boiling. Today, he could really show off in front of his big brother. He turned to comfort Liu Dasheng. Nephew, don't worry. Today, we'll get back everything with interest. Liu Baochuan and Liu Baochuan hadn't seen much of the world, but Liu Dasheng was a youth who grew up under the 5-star red flag in the new society. Even if he was foolish, he knew the Armed Forces Department and the Criminal Investigation Department could be connected, but how were they linked to the local police? The villagers immediately saw that they all carried guns. Everyone was so frightened they didn't dare breathe loudly. It seemed the Ma and Shao families had really offended someone they shouldn't have this time. Inside the Ma house, as soon as Hong Dui entered, he righteously demanded, "What's going on here?" At that moment, Shao Zhendong's large, steel-plated military phone vibrated. Shao Zhendong answered, said and hung up, without another word. Zhaodi grew nervous. This matter had really blown up. Zhendong would definitely be implicated. The army had strict requirements. He would surely be expelled from the party. Immediately, regret welled up in Zhaodi's heart. But just as Zhaodi stepped forward, wanting to say this matter had nothing to do with Brother Zhendong, another person arrived outside. This person's features were unclear because he was in full combat gear. Having lived a previous life, Zhaodi recognized at a glance that he was from the Armed Forces Department. As soon as he entered, the man saluted Shao Zhendong, reporting to Regimental Commander Shao. The 975th Squad of the 1st Division of the XX Armed Forces Department has assembled. I am Squad Leader Qian Hu of this mission. Awaiting your orders, Regimental Commander Shao. Zhaodi looked at Shao Zhendong in disbelief. His face was calm as he returned the salute. Brothers, stand by. Squad Leader Qian, take control of these rabble. Investigate each one's identity and background thoroughly, including information from their police academy. If anything is amiss, immediately notify the relevant responsible department for investigation and punishment. Seeing this, Hong Dui's face immediately turned ashen. The gap between their local police station and the Armed Forces Department wasn't just one level. He couldn't help but take another look at Shao Zhendong, then at the frail Ma Zhaodi. He felt he was done for this time. In his heart, he had already cursed his brother-in-law's ancestors for 3 generations. Wasn't this clearly digging a pit for him to jump into? Forget graduating from police academy. Even graduating from elementary school was considered highly educated among them. Outside, the Liu family members watched eagerly, expecting a good show, but could only stare as Hong Dui and his several subordinates were led away at gunpoint. Hong Dui's pants were soaked, clearly. He had been scared witless. Liu Baoshan swallowed hard, grabbed his son, and shrank back into the crowd, afraid of being associated with Hong Dui. Liu Baochuan was also dumbfounded. Weren't these our people? Hey, brother-in-law, where are you going? Where am I going? Your damn mother. Asking me where I'm going? At that moment, Hong Dui was full of resentment but didn't dare speak. It seems I need to find some time to visit an old friend. Shao Zhendong saw his brothers out the door, saluted, said a few words of thanks, then turned to the bewildered Zhaodi beside him. Brother Zhendong, this time, will you be disciplined? Zhaodi swallowed hard. No. Shao Zhendong looked into the distance at the several dozen brothers saluting him. Only when the military truck turned into the mountain road and disappeared from sight did the Armed Forces Department brothers lower their arms. Why? Because Shao Zhendong was the first from the entire Long'an County to be sent out from the local Armed Forces Department and, within just 2 years, promoted to regimental commander, an outstanding soldier. This was an honor for the entire Long'an County, a source of pride for the local Armed Forces Department. When he received Shao Zhendong's call, Chen Guohua, the head of the Armed Forces Department, personally dispatched personnel to provide support. The old friend Shao Zhendong mentioned was Chen Guohua. Among the batch of young soldiers sent out from the Armed Forces Department back then, he had immediately spotted Shao Zhendong. During the physical examinations conducted by the Armed Forces Department, they discovered that Shao Zhendong not only had superior physique and physical skills, but his eyesight, hearing, and lung capacity all exceeded normal human ranges. Such talent would have an advantage no matter which area he was assigned to or what task he undertook. He had once told Shao Zhendong, if one day you achieve great success, don't forget our local Armed Forces Department. Zhaodi looked at Shao Zhendong with shining eyes. You got promoted? These words represented not only happiness for him, but also what he had once said. When he got promoted, he would come to marry Zhaodi. Chapter 36. No food to eat on New Year's Eve. At this thought, Zhaodi's heart pounded, and her cheeks burned. Could it be that when he said he wanted her to go back to the army with him after the new year, he meant for her to become Zhendong's rightful woman? Thinking this, Zhaodi's heart nearly leaped out of her throat. She turned and hurried into the main room. Zhaodi, I'll head back first. Of course, if you're scared being alone at home, I can stay a bit longer. Zhaodi had thought he would follow her inside and say, remember my promise from before? Once I get promoted, I'll marry you. Unexpectedly, Shao Zhendong only said goodbye, mentioning he was going home. Zhaodi felt both disappointed and restless. Why didn't he say it? This kind of thing, she couldn't possibly remind him herself, could she? The little rabbit in her heart was darting around wildly, making her unbearably agitated. Oh. After a long moment, Zhaodi's voice came from the kitchen. The oil temperature had dropped to a certain point. Distractedly, she poured the oil into the oil jar. Shao Zhendong thought to himself, her temperament has changed a lot. Maybe she really isn't scared being alone, with that. He left the Ma household. Zhaodi heard the crunching sound of footsteps on the snow outside, growing fainter and fainter. Unable to resist, she went to the door to look. Had he left? Her heart suddenly felt empty. Why didn't he say it? If only he would say it, she would give up raising the eels and go with him to the army. She, Ma Zhaodi, already had a bad reputation anyway. She wasn't afraid of others calling her shameless. But now he hadn't said anything. Sigh. Zhaodi went back to finish pouring the oil. Maybe in a couple of days he would suddenly remember or come to his senses and come tell her himself. After finishing with the oil, Zhaodi used the leftover oil and the wok to stir-fry some dishes. Tomorrow was New Year's Eve. Her dad definitely wouldn't have to work. She still had to decide whether to braise the pork belly tomorrow noon, stew the salted pork with bean sprouts, or save it to stir-fry with winter bamboo shoots. Ma Jiangwo returned a little after 9 in the evening. Exhausted, he slumped into a chair. He felt that without Li Cuilan, the air at home was much sweeter. Seeing the meal his daughter had prepared, his weariness vanished. Dad, you don't have to go tomorrow, right? Still have to work half a day. We get the afternoon off. Hearing this, Zhaodi frowned. Uncle Song said everyone is off until the 4th day of the new year, starting work on the 5th. How come you only get half a day off? Zhaodi was somewhat displeased. After all, her dad was already over 40. Just this past month, she had noticed a few silver hairs at his temples. Hee. Ma Jiangwo gave an honest smile, picking up a bite of food with his chopsticks and stuffing it into his mouth. Just wanted to earn a bit more money. Zhaodi felt uncomfortable hearing this. If she really went to the army after the new year, what would happen to Dad? Dad, don't work after the new year. I'm raising eels. When the time comes, we can go sell them together. Zhaodi said with a smile, serving her father a bowl of egg drop soup. Your dad has no skills. I just want to work more while I still can. As he spoke, Ma Jiangwo took out a handkerchief from his pocket. Smiling, he unwrapped it layer by layer, revealing a pair of wheat yellow hair clips with a twisted design. Here, daughter. Put these on and see if they look nice. Ma Jiangwo's smile deepened the crow's feet at his eyes, which were filled with happiness. Dad, why are you being like a woman, buying this kind of thing? Zhaodi was deeply moved. Since childhood, she had often heard her father say that the person he had wronged most in his life was her mother. He had never bought her anything. Even if he did buy something, it would be met with scolding, and he'd have to return it, accused of wasting money. What do you mean, like a woman? What's wrong with me buying hair clips for my own daughter? Ma Jiangwo laughed and scolded lightly. Then he fumbled in his pocket for a while and pulled out a foot-long red hair tie. Here, this is for tying your hair. I've seen other girls using these. Try it and see if it works well. Zhaodi took the hair tie and clips and went back to her room. Happily, she tied up her hair. The moment she put on the clips, her heart ached a little. She probably couldn't just leave her father behind and go to the army by herself. Otherwise, Dad would be all alone at home. How lonely that would be. Before going to bed, Zhaodi took a flashlight and went to check on the eel pond again. Because the temperature had been maintained at the level needed for the eel's growth, they were growing quickly. However, since the water was stagnant, it was prone to bacterial buildup. So, Zhaodi disinfected it with lime powder every week. Zhaodi hoped the eels would grow fast. That way, her father wouldn't have to work anymore. The next day, New Year's Eve, Zhaodi prepared the meal early and waited for her father to return to set off the firecrackers. This time, they had a string of 500. Around 11 o'clock, the sound of firecrackers rose and fell across Liu Wazi. Every household competed to see whose firecrackers were loudest and most numerous, and also who ate their New Year's Eve dinner earliest. You could tell which family had started their meal just by listening to the firecrackers. But Zhaodi waited until past 12, and her father still hadn't returned. The food had been covered and kept warm, but now it had been reheated twice and had cooled again. The firecrackers at her uncle's house not far away had already gone off. They had started their meal. Zhaodi stood at the door, looking around anxiously, hoping her father would return soon. Oh, Zhaodi, your hair clips are quite pretty. They look exactly like the ones I threw away last year. Ma Yuhua was heading toward the village entrance with a liquor bottle. Before the meal, she had to go buy some wine. Originally, thinking that the second branch of the family hadn't set off firecrackers or started their meal yet meant they couldn't even put food on the table, Ma Jianjun, the eldest, had told Ma Yuhua to call them over for the reunion dinner when she passed their uncle's house. But when Ma Yuhua turned toward Zhaodi's house, she found her standing foolishly at the door, looking around. It seemed like they really had nothing to eat. Your family has money. Ours is just like this. Don't speak with hidden barbs to provoke people. Under normal circumstances, Zhaodi would simply ignore Ma Yuhua. But right now, she was anxiously waiting for her father to return. It was already past 12:10. Oh, so what if I provoke you? Can't I even speak the truth? Ma Yuhua rolled her eyes, too lazy to bother with her. With that attitude, asking her to come over for a meal? Forget it. With that, Ma Yuhua snorted and continued toward the village entrance with the liquor bottle. She had only taken 2 steps when she seemed to remember something. Turning back, she asked, Zhaodi, I heard yesterday several people stripped your clothes off? Didn't they do anything else? Zhaodi's face immediately turned cold as she looked at Ma Yuhua. You wish it had been you who got stripped, don't you? You. Ma Yuhua hadn't expected such a retort. Asterisk, she's so promiscuous she's lost all decency. The whole village knows. It's so embarrassing. I don't even dare say she's my cousin when I go out. It's too disgusting. Asterisk. If you lack a man, just say so. Why not ask Granny Wang to find you a match? Look at you, already 16 or 17, and not even looking for a husband. People who don't know might think you're too ugly, and no man wants you. Zhaodi looked at Ma Yuhua with a half smile. They were all from the countryside. Arguing? Whoever claimed they couldn't do it would have to admit they hadn't been raised on grain. You. Whether I, Ma Yuhua, find a husband or not is none of your damn business. Who do you think you are? How dare you criticize me? Ma Yuhua stamped her foot in anger. In the past, this dead girl would barely manage to utter a word if you spoke to her. Now, she had even learned to curse. Exactly. You not finding a husband is none of my business. Even if I ran around naked, it still wouldn't be any of your business. Zhaodi decided to be shameless. So what? For a certain type of shameless and unreasonable person, she had to prescribe the right medicine to cure the illness. Ma Yuhua was choking on her anger, her mind racing to find something that could provoke Ma Zhaodi. Okay, she found it. Ma Zhaodi, you're destined to be poor in this life. On New Year's Eve, you can't even afford a meal, yet you stubbornly cling to a poor soldier. Aren't you afraid you'll starve to death? Even if I starve to death, I won't eat a single grain of your family's rice. If I were you, I wouldn't be able to eat or sleep. I'd be thinking hard about which man would even want to strip your clothes off. Ma Yuhua was so angry she stamped her feet repeatedly. She gave up on buying wine and stormed back home to complain. As soon as she entered, she threw a tantrum, saying Zhaodi had declared she'd rather starve than eat a bite of their food, and had cursed her for not being able to find a man. Hearing this, old Mrs. Ma, who had been staying with the eldest son's family for the better food, glared fiercely. How dare she rebel? Yuhua, don't cry. Come with Grandma to your uncle's house. We'll settle accounts with that dead girl. Chapter 37. Pleading in person. Not long after Ma Yuhua left, Zhaodi saw her father slowly walking toward the house. When Ma Zhengwo noticed his daughter had been watching from the doorway, he straightened his back, replacing his exhausted demeanor with a smile, and said, Dad was just too busy today. Were you waiting for me to set off the firecrackers? Zhaodi smiled. The string of 500 firecrackers was already hung on the fence, just waiting for her father to light them. Dad, it's 500 rounds. Before even entering the house, Ma Zhengwo struck a match to light the firecrackers. Zhaodi was already bustling about, quickly reheating the dishes she had prepared. There was only one day like this all year, so Zhaodi had gritted her teeth and made a whole basin of white rice. Crackle, pop. The 500 firecrackers scattered a blanket of cherry-red paper on the snow, a sight that made one's heart bloom with joy. Old Mrs. Ma happened to arrive at the door with Ma Yuju just as the firecrackers were going off. They were greeted by the noise and had to wait quite a while before they could enter, as the firecrackers showed no sign of stopping. Upon careful consideration, there had to be at least 500 rounds. After all, firecrackers only came in strings of 50, 100, 200, then 500, 800, and 1,000. Naturally, the price got higher the more you bought. Old Mrs. Ma was immediately puzzled. Could the second son's family afford 500 rounds? As soon as they entered the gate, from afar they could smell the meaty aroma coming from the table in the main room. Even Ma Yuhua could detect the scent of braised pork belly and stewed salted fish. Once inside, Ma Zhengwo quickly called out with a smile, Mother. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Sit down and have some. Zhaodi made all these dishes herself. They're really delicious. Zhaodi glanced at the arrivals. Ma Yuhua's eyes were glued to the table, practically popping out. Pretending not to see her, Zhaodi smiled and called out to her grandmother. Grandma, it's all hearty dishes, lots of meat, not much vegetables. Would you like to spend New Year's here? As she spoke, Zhaodi got up to serve the rice, white rice. I wonder if Grandma is used to eating it. Old Mrs. Ma was also full of doubts. They just steamed the rice like that? How many meals of porridge could that have made? The second son's family seemed to be living quite prosperously. And looking at the table, it was all hearty fare, even including pig's trotters. Immediately, old Mrs. Ma's face thawed like melting frost. All right then, let me try Zhaodi's cooking. Saying this, the old lady happily sat down, not even bothering with Ma Yuhua's dumbfounded expression. Grandma, have some meat. This cured meat has been stewed for over an hour. It's completely tender, won't get stuck in your teeth. As she spoke, Zhaodi proactively picked up a piece of meat with her chopsticks and placed it in her grandmother's bowl, prompting old Mrs. Ma to praise Zhaodi's filial piety. Grandma, you're not spending New Year's at our house? Then I'm going back. Ma Yuhua, seething with anger, still couldn't figure out on the way back how they had money to buy meat. To be honest, that table of food was even better than what her own family had for New Year's. Grandma, you should eat more. You haven't spent New Year's here all these years. This is the first time, so you have to make up for all those missed years in one go. Zhaodi said this while continuously placing food into her grandmother's bowl, one chopstickful after another. But while old Mrs. Ma appeared to be smiling, she felt uneasy inside. If the second son's family's situation weren't worse than the eldest's, she would have preferred to stay with the second son. After all, the second son had no temper, and unlike the eldest son's wife, who nagged her all day and made her do their laundry, cooking, and act as their maid, Ma Zhengwo couldn't perceive any of this. He only saw his daughter being filial to her grandmother, which made his meal taste even better. Zhaodi, you eat more meat too, to grow strong. Don't just focus on serving your grandma. Saying this, Ma Zhengwo smiled and served his daughter some food. Actually, Zhaodi is a very filial girl, just like her mother. There's nothing wrong with her. Old Mrs. Ma said with emotion. Zhaodi's face remained calm. Now that they were eating well, Grandma was starting to praise her mother again. Didn't she call her a wretched life just this morning? Zhaodi understood perfectly well. Having money was stronger than anything, but just eating a meal with meat wasn't enough for her. The state she desired was to have everyone bow their heads before her, to have all those who once looked down on her completely submit. Only then would Zhaodi feel she was worthy of brother Zhendong. Old Mrs. Ma ate and drank her fill, reluctantly returning to the eldest son's house. As she left, she hinted, "I've lived at the eldest's for so many years now. How about letting Zhaodi tidy up an empty room for me to stay in for a while?" Ma Jiangwo, always honest and straightforward, immediately agreed. "All right, mother. Come whenever you want. There's always a place for you to stay. We'll make whatever you want to eat." In old Mrs. Ma's heart, she wished she never had to enter the second son's house again. From the eldest son's family's perspective, they shared the same mother, so why should they bear the burden of the old lady's upkeep alone? Ma Jiangwo simply felt that his elder brother had taken care of their mother for so many years. He felt somewhat guilty for not being able to fulfill his filial duties himself. So, if old Mrs. Ma wanted to come stay for a while, he would definitely take good care of her. On New Year's Eve, many villagers went to the village chief's house to watch TV, waiting for the Spring Festival Gala. Zhaodi's family didn't have a TV, so they could only wait to stay up late as in previous years, setting off another string of firecrackers at midnight. Logically, Liu Baoshan's house should have been bustling with activity, but he unexpectedly showed up outside the Ma family's door. Ma Jiangwo, unable to sit idle, was repairing a stool leg. At first glance, seeing Liu Baoshan at his door, his expression changed. Coincidentally, he was hammering a nail. He stood up, hammer in hand, and said, "Liu Bashan, what are you doing at my house on New Year's Eve?" Brother Jiangwo, don't get excited. I just thought of coming to pay New Year's respects first thing." Liu Bashan bowed humbly, a pained look on his face, as he placed 2 bottles of mutai on the table, liquor he himself couldn't bear to drink. Only then did Ma Jiangwo hesitate, wondering what this guy was up to. Why was he being so nice all of a sudden? He'd never seen him like this before. "Brother Jiangwo, about your family's land, let me recalculate and redistribute it. We're all from the same village. There's no deep-seated hatred that can't be overcome, right?" Hearing Liu Baoshan's words, Ma Jiangwo thought the sun must be rising from the west. What on earth did Liu Baoshan want? Didn't he just force me to marry off my daughter last year? Why is he coming with gifts now? Well, Brother Jiangwo, I won't beat around the bush. Please talk to that kid Zhendong. Let's just forget about what happened before. Liu Baoshan had now suffered a great loss. His brother's brother-in-law had been implicated and investigated. It turned out he had used connections to get a public sector job. Now, it had all been verified, even implicating those who had given gifts at the time. Hong Dui couldn't keep his public sector position. But he had dragged others down with him and gained nothing good himself. Even if Hong Dui couldn't do the job anymore, he was probably being watched now. Ma Jiangwo listened, but couldn't understand what it was about. He worked from dawn to dusk every day. How would he know about these things? He simply called Zhaodi over to ask for clarification. Zhaodi wasn't in a hurry to explain to her father. Instead, she addressed Liu Baoshan with cool indifference. "I say, Uncle Baoshan, you're the one who said it was good, and you're the one who said it was bad. Not to mention, I'm quite comfortable using those 2 acres of saline alkali land. So, there's no need to trouble you with redistributing the land. Take this liquor back. My dad isn't used to drinking such expensive stuff." Chapter 38. A Cruel Heart. Zhaodi refused him outright, picking up the 2 jin of Maodai and shoving them back into Liu Baoshan's arms. "Liu Dasheng and your brother brought this on themselves. You, as the village chief, turning a blind eye is one thing, but you even let your son engage in illegal activities. If it were me, I'd make sure both Liu Dasheng and you, his father, ended up behind bars." Zhaodi's tone was measured and unhurried, devoid of any discernible emotion, as if she were just making casual conversation. She simply shooed Liu Baoshan away. When she later recounted the incident to her father, Ma Jiangwo's face turned alternately pale and flushed with anger. "Well then, that Liu Dasheng really is a piece of work. But that Zhendong lad seems quite taken with you. You better cherish him properly." Hearing this warmed Zhaodi's heart. "Dad, in the future, Brother Zhendong will definitely be filial to you. You little girl, not even married yet, and already speaking up for him. A grown daughter truly won't stay long with her parents." Ma Jiangwo pretended to be displeased. Zhaodi laughed and massaged her father's shoulders. He groaned comfortably a couple of times with his eyes closed, then pulled her hand from his shoulder, patting the back of it earnestly. "A woman rarely finds someone who truly cherishes her in this life. You must hold on to that. You're just like your mother. Back then, I won your mother over with just a string of firecrackers, and she was quite happy about it." As he spoke, a pang of sorrow rose in Ma Jiangwo's heart, and he couldn't continue. Both his wife and daughter were women who married out, but he felt his wife should have married someone wealthy back then. "Dad, I know, don't worry." Zhaodi knew her father was thinking of her mother again and was surely feeling down. She deliberately cut him off, speaking earnestly, "I'll definitely make sure Brother Zhendong treats you well. Ma Jiangwo smiled, tears welling in his eyes. Some of the dishes for dinner were leftovers from lunch. Zhaodi stir-fried 2 new meat dishes, which made Ma Jiangwo sigh with regret, saying there was already enough to eat. That won't do. It's the new year. Even if we can't finish it all, having it spread out on the table makes people happy just looking at it, Zhaodi said as she started making dumplings. We'll have meat-filled dumplings later. Tomorrow is New Year's Day, we'll eat vegetarian ones. As she spoke, Zhaodi quickly wrapped over 30 dumplings and dropped them into the pot. A delicious aroma filled the cold winter night. What are you eating? Smells pretty good. With a bang, the front door was kicked open from the outside. Remember, it was kicked. Li Cuilan, her face livid, led her son Ma Baozhu inside, luggage in hand. She flung the bundle from her shoulder forcefully onto a stool. Well, Ma Jiangwo. I leave, and you feast on delicacies. When I was home, you never bought meat. Look how thin Baozhu has gotten. Zhaodi shot a glance at Ma Baozhu. Though a year younger than her, he was quite plump. His face, his build, if he kept growing like this for another couple of years, he'd be the spitting image of the village chief's foolish son. And she called him thin? Since you're back, just eat if there's food. Why all this temper? Aren't you afraid people will laugh if they hear? Ma Jiangwo's expression soured the moment his wife entered. Originally a happy New Year's Eve, alas, it probably wouldn't be peaceful now. But Ma Baozhu was his son. Seeing him, Ma Jiangwo quickly beckoned. Baozhu, come here. Dad will give you a New Year's money packet. 14-year-old Ma Baozhu didn't like talking, but when his temper flared, he liked hitting people and wouldn't listen to anyone. In her past life, the scratches from his hands on her neck, hands, arms, and face never really healed. Li Cuilan saw not only were there hearty meat dishes on the table, but when Zhaodi brought out the dumplings, she didn't mind the heat, pinched one, took a bite, squinted one eye to peer inside, pork filling. Then she tossed the whole dumpling into her mouth. Without pause, she ate over a dozen in a row, making Zhaodi feel sorry for her father. Isn't Grandma coming for dumplings? Go meet her, be careful not to slip. Ma Jiangwo didn't mind much. So, what if he ate a few less dumplings? But Zhaodi minded. Angry, she turned and went out to meet her grandmother. Just as she stepped out, she saw Grandma entering the house. Zhaodi, is the food ready? Did you make dumplings? Yes, just cook them, there are plenty. As she spoke, she helped old Mrs. Ma inside to sit down. At a glance, old Mrs. Ma saw besides the leftover dishes from lunch, there were 2 newly stir-fried dishes. The plate holding the dumplings only had 8 or 9 left. Then, old Mrs. Ma saw Li Cuilan's cheeks bulging, her bowl full of dumplings, and she kept urging Baozhu to eat more. Old Mrs. Ma was displeased. I say, Cuilan, can't you be more considerate when eating? Don't you know how many mouths there are in the family? If you eat like this, won't you starve Zhaodi and her father? Oh, mother-in-law, why did you come to our house to eat dumplings? Are the dumplings at the eldest brother's house poisoned? Li Cuilan flared up instead, slamming her chopsticks across her bowl. Usually, she didn't want to step into her door, did she? Now that there's good food and drink, she shows up without even needing an invitation. The thought made Li Cuilan even angrier. Li Cuilan, who are you talking to? I'm eating my son and granddaughter's food. What right do you have to speak? Ma Jiangwo couldn't stand women quarreling, but the countryside was precisely where more women meant more trouble. Mother, if it's not enough, I'll go make some more. What's it to you? I can see the flour on Zhaodi's hands, so I know she made these dumplings, not you. In my opinion, if you can't even control your own wife, are you even a man? Old Mrs. Ma was so angry she didn't even look at the dumplings on the table. Even though she wasn't looking, the dumplings kept disappearing one by one. Li Cuilan acted as if nothing was wrong, eating away. What's the use of a daughter-in-law like this? To be enshrined like an ancestor? Old Mrs. Ma was furious. She stood up to leave. Eating this meal would only upset her. Ma Jiangwo, afraid the path outside was dark and slippery, quickly told Zhaodi to help her. If she fell, it would be troublesome. Just as Zhaodi stood up to help, her stepmother Li Cuilan, whether on purpose or not, stuck a foot out from under the table and tripped the old lady. Old Mrs. Ma stumbled and fell forward. Thinking quickly, Zhaodi stepped forward and grabbed her grandmother's padded jacket, helping her up. Ma Jiangwo was frightened pale. Sitting opposite, he hadn't seen Li Cuilan stick her leg out at all. Mother, don't be angry. Li Cuilan had already retracted her foot by then, and stood up to help as well. Mother-in-law, the eldest brother's house has tiled rooms with cement floors. Our dirt floor here is uneven. You must walk carefully. If you get hurt falling, wouldn't the eldest brother come to make a scene? It's just dumplings, isn't it? I'll go roll out some more dough and make a few more, that's all. Zhaodi watched her stepmother with a venomous gaze. She's so malicious. Right then, Li Cuilan went to the kitchen, calling for Baozhu to stoke the fire for her. Mother, you really must be careful. Ma Jiangwo, seeing the danger had passed, also relaxed. Old Mrs. Ma, Her nerves settled, her heart still pounding. It's not that I'm criticizing you, Jangwo, but look at your eldest brother. He has his wife firmly under his thumb. You, as a man, are too weak. After sitting down, old Mrs. Ma began quietly scolding her second son, afraid the daughter-in-law in the kitchen would hear and cause more trouble, so she kept her voice very low. Ma Jangwo's face flushed. Mother, don't worry about it. Don't worry? That's impossible. How can anyone not worry? Zhaodi kept thinking about what had just happened. She had always thought her stepmother was just sharp-tongued and liked to nag. She never imagined her heart could be so cruel. Just now, she had practically intended to kill Grandma by making her fall. Chapter 39. Collusion. No one enjoyed this meal very much. After dinner, Zhaodi tidied up a room for her grandmother to stay in. Li Cuilan coaxed Baozhu to sleep and then started making a scene with Ma Jangwo in their room, pressing him about where he got so much money to buy meat, what job he was doing now, and how much he earned a month. Ma Jangwo knew exactly what kind of person his wife was. Even if he could earn 500 or 600 a month, he didn't want to tell her. Collecting scrap, making about 10 yuan a day. Ma Jangwo turned over and lay down to sleep. But before he knew it, Li Cuilan grabbed the pants he had left by the bed and fished out several hundred yuan from the pockets. Ma Jangwo reacted quickly. Before Li Cuilan could even lift her hand to wet her fingers with saliva and count the bills one by one, he snatched the money back. Don't even think about it, Ma Jangwo shouted. Clutching the money, he got up, put on his shoes, and without even throwing on a coat, went straight to Zhaodi's room and gave her the money. Li Cuilan, who had followed right behind, saw him give the money to that girl and immediately said, Old Ma, are you trying to die? I'm your wife. It's only right that you earn money and let me manage it. What are you giving it to her for? Li Cuilan was furious. Raising daughters is just a waste of money. Once they're married off, they're like spilled water, gone for good. Giving it to her? Isn't that just letting it float away with the water? Aunt Lon, if you had even a shred of conscience, I wouldn't just give you Dad's money, I'd even let you manage what I earn. Zhaodi calmly and unhurriedly put away her father's wages. The moment Zhaodi opened the wooden box, Li Cuilan's eyes nearly popped out. Inside were scattered coins and neatly arranged bills, weren't they? There were quite a few 100 yuan notes alone. After putting the wooden box away, Zhaodi said she was going to sleep and quickly closed the door. From the room across the way came Aunt Lan's discontent and roars. Why? Ma Jangwo, I'm telling you today, if you don't take me seriously, just say it straight. I won't stay with you anymore. Then why did you come back? Ma Jangwo's flat, indifferent retort shut Li Cuilan up completely. A married woman can't spend the new year at her parents' home, didn't he know that? Besides, it was already New Year's Eve, and he hadn't even gone to pick her up. If he didn't pick her up, was she supposed to spend it at her parents' home? Thinking of this, Li Cuilan suddenly felt she was superfluous in this family. In the middle of the night, she woke Baozhu, who had just fallen asleep, and made a scene in front of Ma Jangwo, demanding to return to her parents' home. Make a scene, all you know is how to make a scene. What the hell are you making a scene for? Haven't you embarrassed the Ma family enough? You dare make a scene with me on New Year's Eve? Try making another scene, and I'll let the whole village know I drove my wife away. Ma Jangwo was also fed up with the commotion. He was tired to begin with. Early the next morning, before dawn, he had to go down the mine to work. They started at 8, but roll call was at 7. On top of that, everyone else had bicycles to ride, but him? He had to walk. By the time he got there, he'd be drenched in sweat, let alone actually working. Ma Jangwo sprang up like a carp, standing barefoot on the floor, and pointed at his wife, speaking sharply and severely. Li Cuilan felt as if the sky had fallen. A suddenly changed little girl was one thing, but how had this man also turned wolf-like? Husband, I'm not making a scene. Just think, Zhaodi is only 15. She doesn't know anything yet. How can she manage money? If you ask me, the most urgent thing is to find Zhaodi a match or something. Let her live on her own for a bit, and she'll understand how hard our family's life is. Li Cuilan softened her voice. Don't bother with family matters. Zhaodi isn't that young anymore. I think the match she's considering for herself is fine. If you just stay out of everything, I'll be burning incense in gratitude. Ma Jangwo, considering his son Ma Baozhu, didn't want to be too harsh. Old Ma, Zhaodi is young and doesn't understand. How about I ask my family to introduce her to someone? Li Cuilan was now increasingly convinced she should marry off that damn girl as soon as possible. With her around, her own status was gone. Zhaodi knows her own mind about these things. I've noticed that Zhendong kid is quite protective of my daughter. Let's leave it at that. Ma Jangwo's anger subsided, and he lay down to sleep. When Li Cuilan followed up by asking how much betrothal money the man's family was planning to give, all she heard was Ma Jangwo's snoring. Early the next morning, Zhaodi untied the frost-covered plastic greenhouse and slipped inside. The temperature inside was around 25 degrees Celsius, so warm that Zhaodi had to take off her coat. As her footsteps approached, ripples spread across the water, startling the rice field eels into swimming away in all directions. Zhaodi watched, her heart filled with joy. It seemed they could be sold in less than a month. Thinking this, Zhaodi squatted by the eel pond, grinning foolishly. But her mind wandered, realizing she probably couldn't go to the army with Brother Zhendong this coming spring. Then she remembered the pair of cotton shoes she had made for him at the beginning of the year, and her heart swelled with emotion again. This time, during disinfection, Zhaodi felt somewhat flustered. She hurried home, took her handiwork, and went to the Shao family's house. Before she even entered the Shao family's gate, Zhaodi heard arguing. "I'm telling you, Li Cuilan, have you even considered what your Zhaodi's situation is? How dare you come asking for betrothal money? Not to be rude, but our family really isn't interested in your daughter." Mother Shao's voice carried a mix of helpless amusement and disgust as she spoke. "Auntie Shao, my old ma already said that Zhendong has taken a liking to our Zhaodi. What you say doesn't count. Call Zhendong out here, and I'll ask him myself." "He's not home. He went back to the army." Mother Shao also looked helpless. She had never seen such a shameless woman, as if her own daughter was something she couldn't even give away. Fortunately, everyone knew this was Zhaodi's stepmother. If she were the birth mother, people would gossip behind her back until her spine broke. "Then tell Zhendong when he gets back, if he doesn't have at least 1,000 yuan, don't even think about associating with our Zhaodi." With that, Li Cuilan flung her sleeve and left. Last time, Liu Dasheng's family had offered 300 in betrothal gifts, plus a sewing machine and a bicycle, altogether nearly 1,000 yuan. She hadn't managed to get that then, but this time, she was determined to get a big sum. Watching Li Cuilan leave, Mother Shao slammed the gate shut with a bang, muttering under her breath, "I've never seen someone so shameless." Thank goodness Zhendong had army duties and left. Who knows what kind of scene she would have made otherwise. The sound of the slamming gate startled Zhaodi. She froze for a moment before realizing, Brother Zhendong had gone back to the army? Why didn't he tell her before leaving? Zhaodi knew in her heart that he was different from before. He was a regiment commander now, and many orders from superiors had to be carried out by him. Maybe there really was some urgent task. Thinking of this, Zhaodi recalled the police and gangster movies she had seen on TV in her previous life, and suddenly felt that her brother Zhendong must be a great hero like in those films. But looking down at the large cotton shoes in her arms, Zhaodi felt a pang of disappointment. She turned to leave, but saw her stepmother, Li Cuilan, bypassing the main road and heading straight for the village entrance. Why wasn't she going home? Zhaodi followed, hiding behind a corner of the wall. She saw Li Cuilan turn into the village chief's house. What was she doing at the village chief's place? Puzzled, Zhaodi tucked the cotton shoes under her arm and walked forward. From Liu Baoshan's courtyard came the sound of hushed conversation, mingling with the replay of the Spring Festival Gala from the main room. No one seemed to notice Liu Baoshan and Li Cuilan talking. "You still dare bring this up? If I hadn't taken the money and agreed to let that girl Zhaodi marry my son, would I have been so dizzyingly fooled by your smooth talk?" Chapter 40. How Detestable. Zhaodi was taken aback and couldn't help but take 2 more steps toward the door. Who knew that kid Shao Zhendong would come back? Wasn't I thinking that if Zhaodi got ruined, she'd have to marry him whether she wanted to or not? Listening to Li Cuilan's words, Zhaodi felt a pang in her heart. She even recalled how, in her past life, she had been driven into the cornfield by Liu Dasheng and violated, all orchestrated behind the scenes by him and Liu Baoshan. Good heavens, was her heart really that venomous? Anyway, I don't have any money. If you want money, go ask the Shao family for it. I'll just consider myself unlucky this time and take the loss. Liu Baoshan said angrily, then turned to look at the people watching TV in the main room, not daring to raise his voice too much. Wait, what kind of official is Shao Zhendong anyway? He must have a lot of money, right? Li Cuilan was shoved by Liu Baoshan, but she refused to leave. Are you even human? Is money all you care about? My brother has been badly hurt by that bastard, and you still have the nerve to ask me? Get out of here now. Liu Baoshan pushed and shoved Li Cuilan out. Zhaodi quickly turned and took another small path to circle back home. All the way, her mind was in turmoil. Just you wait, Li Cuilan. As soon as she got home, Zhaodi heard noise coming from her room. She pushed the door open to find Ma Baozhu crawling under the bed, his big butt sticking out as he fumbled around. The cabinet in the room had been ransacked, and Zhaodi grew anxious. Ma Baozhu had been light-fingered since he was little. She immediately grabbed him by the belt and yanked him out. Ma Baozhu, what are you rummaging for? Without another word, Zhaodi raised her cotton shoe to hit him. Ma Baozhu quickly hid his hands behind his back. None of your business, he said, shoving Zhaodi aside as he tried to leave. Come back here. Zhaodi saw that he was indeed clutching money in his hand. Glancing to the side, she noticed her money box under the bed. She immediately grabbed Ma Baoju's ear and gave it a hard twist. Put the money down or you won't need this ear anymore. Ma Baozu gritted his teeth and bit Zhaodi's other arm. Zhaodi, long accustomed to his tricks, lifted her foot and kicked him. Ma Baoju then covered his ear and started rolling on the floor, wailing, "Zhaodi hit me. Ow, it hurts." 13 or 14 years old, and he already knew how to roll on the ground and cry after just a couple of hits. He'd grow up to be a scoundrel. Zhaodi paid him no mind. She picked up the few dozen yuan from the floor, counted it, and ignoring his cries, went back to her room to count it again. Then, she found a safer spot to hide it. She planned to buy a lock tomorrow after selling the eels. Just as she finished tidying up, she heard Li Cuilan returning outside. "Oh my precious, what happened?" Seeing his mother back, Ma Baoju cried even louder, "Ma Zhaodi hit me." Without waiting for an explanation, Li Cuilan kicked open Zhaodi's door. "Did you hit Baozu?" "He stole my money, so I hit him." "What about it?" Zhaodi now looked at Li Cuilan and felt the urge to tear her face apart. "I didn't steal." Ma Baoju cried out from the main room. "Did you hear that? Bao says he didn't steal. Looks like you haven't been beaten for 3 days and now you're climbing onto the roof to tear off the tiles?" Li Cuilan gritted her teeth, grabbed a broom, and swung it at Zhaodi. "Let's see you hit Baoju again. Who do you think you are?" Zhaodi sidestepped, and the broom missed. She swung her hand back, slapping Li Cuilan across the face with a sharp crack. Li Cuilan stood frozen in disbelief for 2 seconds. "You? How dare you? You even hit me? So, what if I hit you? I know everything you've done. Don't think I don't know who Baoju's real father is. Someone like you isn't even fit to be fed to the dogs." At these words, Li Cuilan's face changed instantly. "What nonsense are you spouting? I'll tear your mouth apart." "Who's tearing whose mouth?" With that, Zhaodi lunged forward, grabbed Li Cuilan's hair, and kicked her in the thigh. Zhaodi's hair was also pulled, and Ma Baoju was so frightened he stopped crying. He snapped out of it and ran to the eldest brother's house to fetch Grandma. Zhaodi's family didn't have a TV. Old Mrs. Ma had gone to the eldest brother's house after dinner to watch TV and was now engrossed in the show. The entire eldest brother's family was watching TV when Baozu came and said his mother and Zhaodi were fighting. Old Mrs. Ma's eyes widened. What was going on now? The eldest brother's wife, Songying, and her daughter, Ma Yuhua, exchanged glances. Well, the second brother's family might not have a TV to watch during the new year, but they were putting on their own drama. Songying and Ma Yuhua followed old Mrs. Ma to the second brother's house. At a glance, they saw the two of them fighting fiercely, their faces flushed. Li Cuilan sat on the floor, disheveled, crying and wailing that life was unbearable and she couldn't go on like this. Seeing old Mrs. Ma arrive, she shamelessly lay on the ground, thrashing about as if she were dying, claiming Zhaodi had beaten her here and there, and she was probably about to die. Zhaodi refused to back down. Seeing her grandmother, she dropped to her knees, hugged old Mrs. Ma's legs, and cried. "Grandma, she hit me. She said I'm not her biological daughter, so it serves me right if she beats me to death." Hearing this, Ma Yuhua leaned against the doorframe, cracking melon seeds as she watched the commotion. Old Mrs. Ma thought, how could this be? Although she favored boys over girls, Zhaodi was still her granddaughter, and lately, she had been very filial, always saving tasty treats for her. It was clear that a stepmother could never care for a child like a real mother. Thinking of how Li Cuilan usually had her son wrapped around her finger, old Mrs. Ma felt a surge of anger. "Cuilan, if you think life is unbearable, take it up with your husband. How can you hit a child? Look at this mess. If you can't live with it, get out. Our Ma family doesn't need a daughter-in-law like you." Li Cuilan was stunned. It was this girl who had bitten, scratched, and kicked her multiple times. She had only grabbed the girl's hair once, and now it was made out like she was the one who got beaten. As the family was in an uproar, Ma Jiangwo returned. Seeing the commotion at home again, he was furious. On top of that, Ma Zhaodi cried and said all sorts of things, true or not, which made Li Cuilan scramble to her feet, ready to hit her again. "When did I ever hit you? Stop talking nonsense. Jiangwo, are you even a man?" Old Mrs. Ma couldn't stand it anymore. How dare she try to hit the girl right in front of her? Ma Jiangwo raised his hand and pushed, knocking away the rolling pin Li Cuilan had just picked up. Li Cuilan stumbled back several steps before regaining her balance. "Li Cuilan, don't think I don't know you've been hitting the child behind my back. Even if she's not your biological daughter, you can't just hit her whenever you feel like it. Get out." Ma Jiangwo lost his temper, and old Mrs. Ma felt somewhat relieved. In her mind, a man was a man and shouldn't be controlled by his wife. Li Cuilan looked around. When had the whole family started siding with this little girl? The problem was, she was now outnumbered and couldn't possibly take on the entire family. She immediately began wailing that the Ma family was ganging up on her. Crying and cursing, she grabbed Ma Baoju and left. "Leave Baoju here. Ma Jiangwo was determined not to keep this woman, but his son was his own. Chapter 41. Unlikely. Li Cuilan tightened her grip on Baozhu even more, her steps swift as flying. If she left Baozhu behind, not to mention that Baozhu wasn't even a descendant of the Ma family, even if he were, she absolutely couldn't leave him. In the future, she still needed to rely on Baozhu to get money from Ma Jiangwo. Otherwise, how could a woman like her survive with a child? Wouldn't she end up begging? Forget it, you wouldn't be able to take good care of Baozhu even if he stayed. Old Mrs. Ma declared. Only then did Ma Jiangwo pull a long face and call out to Song Ying, "Mother, sister-in-law, sorry for the embarrassing scene. Come, have a seat inside. Mom, Grandma, I'm heading back first. I still want to watch TV." Ma Yuhua patted the melon seed shells from her hands, turned, and left. "I'm going back too." Song Ying really couldn't think of anything to do inside the house. Were there any good treats, drinks, or fun things to see? "Mom, have you heard? Before the new year, Shao Zhendong beat up Liu Dasheng." Ma Yuhua used to look down on soldiers as much as anyone could, feeling they were like earthworms in the mud, lowly and despicable, the kind of lowliness you couldn't even scrape off. But who would have thought? She heard that Shao Zhendong, that stinky soldier, is now an official. He even scared village chief Liu Baoshan into personally going to Zhaodi's house to apologize and plead for mercy. I heard. Who would have thought the Shao family would produce an official? It's like the sun rising from the west. Song Ying echoed her daughter's words. But that wasn't what Ma Yuhua was thinking about. A few days ago, Zhaodi had called her so ugly no man would want her. Now, Zhaodi had such a respectable suitor. When they met in the future, who knew how smug she would be? Now even Grandma seemed to like her more, starting to nitpick at Ma Yuhua for being lazy and gluttonous, only knowing how to play and not learning from Zhaodi. Why did so many good things fall into her lap? The more Ma Yuhua thought about it, the more resentful she felt. Song Ying was slightly taken aback. "What's wrong, daughter?" "Nothing." Ma Yuhua ultimately couldn't tell her mother that she wanted her family to find a matchmaker to propose to the Shao family. Forget it, how embarrassing. Thinking carefully, she used to play with Shao Zhendong when they were kids. It wasn't like she didn't know him. At the home of Ma II, old Mrs. Ma said with a sigh, "Zhaodi, from now on, if she dares to come bully you again, tell your grandma, all right?" Ma Jiangwo saw this and felt warmth in his heart. Chapter 42. Flirting with a young wife. How could it be fake? You've seen the letter yourself. Seeing the girl's unpleasant expression, Mother Shao thought to herself, since the matter is already settled, you should just give up on this idea and start thinking about finding a good family to marry into soon. Zhaodi didn't know how she made her way back home. As soon as she arrived, she slumped onto a stool, feeling utterly lost. How could this be? She had already explained everything before the new year. And also, he had given her a bullet. Zhaodi pulled out the bullet from her collar. Even now, holding it in her palm, she could still feel the warmth of his breath from back then, carrying the scent of him. Zhaodi felt as if she were in a dream, and when she woke up, everything would become clear. There was still work to be done in the fields. Feeling somewhat disoriented, Zhaodi took a net bag and went to the eel pond. Because the water was stagnant, green moss had surfaced on the pond. Zhaodi had to clean it every few days, scooping out the moss and discarding it outside. Squatting by the pond and watching the eels inside, Zhaodi's heart seemed to warm up a little. The eels in this pond could fetch at least 1,000 yuan in total. Combined with her father's salary, she now had over 2,000 yuan in savings. As for the adjacent acre of saline alkali land, Zhaodi planned to start improving the soil quality. She stood up, took a shovel, and left the eel greenhouse for the nearby alkaline plot. The saline alkali content here was much higher than in the eel pond. There wasn't even any accumulated snow, it had all been melted away by the salt and alkali. The poor drainage underground had caused the salt and alkali to accumulate. For soil like this, Zhaodi thought it would be suitable for growing rice. After all, dredging the underground waterways would require significant costs, and Zhaodi wanted the quickest and most effective method without wasting the land. So, after much thought, Zhaodi still decided to plant rice. Of course, she also considered that rice yields in the north would never match those in the uniquely favorable climate of the Jiangnan region. Therefore, Zhaodi didn't plan to pursue high yields. Later on, she could raise rice flower fish, loaches, frogs, and the like in the rice paddies. This would be a low-cost, high-return investment method. Once she decided, Zhaodi threw herself into the work, almost forgetting all her worries because she was so exhausted she couldn't even muster the energy to eat. Half a month later, after digging the rice paddies and building the ridges, Zhaodi was utterly exhausted, unable to even lift water. At this point, she decided to splurge, spending over 50 yuan on a small water pump and over 30 yuan on more than 20 meters of water hose. With everything ready, Zhaodi bought hybrid rice seeds and pesticides and began raising seedlings in the greenhouse. Half a month later, the rice gradually sprouted in the insulated greenhouse, forming a carpet of tender green that lifted one's spirits. She felt like a wild rabbit, tempted to take a bite or two. In the warm March sun, the snow on Taizhi Mountain had melted away. The sunlight shone warmly on the greenhouse, and the condensation from the evaporated warmth inside dripped pitter-patter into the eel pond. Zhaodi could now regularly open the greenhouse for ventilation when the temperature rose at noon. This way, the eels could slowly adapt to the outside temperature, and eventually, the greenhouse could be completely removed for natural growth. As the season arrived, all living things began to revive. The eels grew larger and larger. Originally, a single eel could lay anywhere from 6,000 to tens of thousands of eggs at once. So, it was clear that the eels in the pond were beginning to tangle together. Zhaodi still needed to find a way to expand the market. Otherwise, the eels would eventually become too crowded, leading to mutual infections, oxygen deprivation, death, and further infections, a vicious cycle that would ruin months of her hard work. At the moment, Zhaodi had already fished out several lethargic eels, many of which had broken skin and infections. Carrying half a bucket of the eels she had picked out, Zhaodi returned home. First, she stewed a pot of soup for her family to eat. Then, she went to town. Now that the new year had passed, fewer and fewer people were buying eels. Sometimes, Zhaodi had to set up her stall for half a day just to sell over 20 catties. Zhaodi felt this wasn't working. She packed up the unsold eels and walked back and forth through the town market. There was a vegetable market on the town streets, dirty and chaotic, with rotten cabbage leaves, filth discarded from chicken slaughtering, and entrails dug out from fish, all kinds of smells that were overwhelmingly pungent. Environmental awareness was weak in this era, unlike the well-organized markets of her previous life. For Zhaodi, it was no wonder many people were reluctant to come to the vegetable market, preferring to buy from stalls set up outside. After walking through it once, the filth stuck to her feet was both fishy and foul. However, the foot traffic at the entrance of the vegetable market was high. Zhaodi planned to move her large wooden basin there the next day, using a cart to bring more eels and set up a stall at the market entrance. Once decided, she acted. The next day, Zhaodi caught over 100 catties of eels, divided them into 3 buckets and a large bathing basin, and set off wobbling with her cart. Zhaodi left early, setting off before dawn. Arriving at the town's vegetable market, she parked her cart sideways and found an empty spot to set up her stall at the entrance. Thanks to the good location, people started arriving around 7 o'clock. Some asked about the price but didn't buy. By 8 o'clock, the crowd was bustling and Zhaodi's business picked up. From the outside, Zhaodi's stall was surrounded by a dense crowd. After all, she was selling cheaply. If someone bought 10 catties at once, it was 1.3 yuan per catty. For less than 10 catties, it was the original price of 1.5 yuan. The aquatic products vendor across the way couldn't help but crane his neck to look over. Seeing several people buying over 10 catties of eels at once, he went over to inquire. Upon asking, he found out that this girl was selling cheaper than him. It was just after the new year, and everything was rising in price. The vegetable farmers wished they could keep raising prices until May. But here was this little girl selling so cheaply. Several of the aquatic vendors discussed it and decided one of them should quickly go find Liu Dasheng, the local tough guy of the area. Before long, Liu Dasheng arrived at the market with his gang of hooligans, already calculating how much money he could extort this time. "Stop causing trouble, all of you. Move aside." Suddenly, someone spoke up, and the crowd around Zhaodi's stall scattered. "What's this person doing? Can't people even buy eels now? Really?" Someone began to complain. "I want 10 catties, a full 10 catties." Some were just trying to take advantage of the discount for buying 10 catties, feeling cheated if they bought even a catty less. Zhaodi was still busy catching eels and weighing them for customers when she saw Liu Dasheng appear with 5 or 6 shady-looking young men. When Liu Dasheng saw it was Zhaodi, he couldn't help but feel surprised. He remembered how Shao Zhendong had backed her up before and couldn't help but feel uneasy. Liu Dasheng looked around and saw she was alone. His confidence returned. Among the 5 men behind him were the 2 who had tried to assault Zhaodi in the cowshed back then. Remembering how they were beaten by a sudden intruder, they felt resentful. These people gathered together to eat, drink, and have fun when they had money, but when trouble arose, they were the first to run. The Liu family had been left in a mess by Shao Zhendong, but the hooligans behind him didn't care about that. They immediately went up to flirt with Zhaodi. Well, if it isn't the little wife. Chapter 43. Shao Zhendong presents the betrothal gifts. Zhaodi's eyes instantly blazed with fury. She didn't want to spare another glance at the hooligans behind her. After all, it was all instigated by Liu Dasheng. "Liu Dasheng? You're here to collect the stall fee, right? How much?" "Not much, just enough for some tea money." Liu Dasheng's courage swelled, now certain she was alone. Zhaodi thought, isn't this clearly deliberate trouble? How much is tea money? Girl, are you selling these eels or not? The auntie beside her was somewhat displeased, but seeing such cheap eels, she couldn't bear to miss out. What if the girl didn't come tomorrow? Where would she buy them then? Not selling, not selling. Go find somewhere cool to hang out. Liu Dasheng's lackey said impatiently. If you're not selling, why set up a stall? The auntie grumbled as she headed into the market. What exactly do you want? Zhaodi grew anxious. She had tried to exhaust herself with work to avoid overthinking Zhendong and Ma Yuhua's situation. All she wanted was to earn money properly and make her home more presentable, but she always ran into trouble. Brothers, what do you think we should do? Liu Dasheng asked, turning his head. Brother Dasheng, how about having this little girl join us for a couple of drinks at noon? Liu Dasheng knew immediately last time the guys hadn't succeeded, and this time. Hey, what are you all doing? How can so many people bully a young girl? A man's voice suddenly rang out. Zhaodi looked toward the sound. Was it Sunji? The nephew of the restaurant owner, the younger son of the wealthy family Zhaodi, had helped in her previous life. Daji had sensed something was off earlier. The girl looked familiar, and as soon as he remembered, he stepped forward without hesitation. Well, if it isn't Daji. Instead of selling your vegetables, you come here to meddle in others' business? Liu Dasheng recognized him immediately, an honest, simple fellow. When collecting stall fees, the most troublesome were the older women, while this guy was the easiest. As long as someone approached him, he'd pay without a word of complaint. Bullying a young girl is no way for a man to act. I'll pay whatever fee it is. Who would have thought Sunji's idea of playing the hero to save the damsel was just to cover the stall fee? This immediately drew mocking laughter from Liu Dasheng and his gang. This has nothing to do with you, Zhaodi quickly said. He was too honest. If his stall got wrecked because of her, it wouldn't be worth it. Daji was about to take out money, but froze on the spot. It seemed the girl didn't think much of him, and he immediately lost the courage to meddle further. Liu Dasheng, do you really think you can still act tough? Wait until Brother Zhendong returns and see how he deals with you. Zhaodi was certain he'd been scared out of his wits by Shao Zhendong. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Liu Dasheng laughed. Oh my dear lady, doesn't the whole village know that Shao Zhendong is coming to present betrothal gifts to your cousin? Does he still have time to bother with you? These words struck a deep blow to Zhaodi's heart. She already knew. Did she need him to remind her? But Liu Dasheng didn't realize his words had angered Zhaodi. Zhaodi immediately bent down, grabbed 3 eels from the water basin, and thrust them toward him. Liu Dasheng had been on the receiving end of this before and paled, stepping back 2 paces in fright. Then, seeing there was no real danger, just a false alarm, Liu Dasheng's face returned to normal. This woman's feisty. Brothers, we'd better be careful. The feistier, the more interesting. As they spoke and moved forward, the only long-distance bus that came and went from the town returned at that moment. The old, rust-covered carriage, accompanied by the strained roar of the engine, slowly passed by the market entrance along the only main road, heading toward the parking lot with a honk. But that old bus should have gone straight into the station. Instead, it suddenly stopped at the market entrance, and a passenger got off. It was none other than Shao Zhendong, who had returned home to formalize his engagement. Liu Dasheng's nightmare was instantly awakened. He shuddered in fear and, without caring about his pride, turned and ran. The others with him saw this and followed suit, quickly fleeing. Only then did Zhaodi realize something was off. Liu Dasheng had been once bitten, twice shy and run away, but why did the others run too? Puzzled, she tossed the eels in her hand back into the basin and continued hawking her wares. A deep voice came. Zhaodi, what are you doing here? Zhaodi was startled, nearly dropping her scale. She suddenly looked up, her gaze fixed. It was him. He was back? A wave of emotion surged in her heart, but upon further thought, he had returned to present betrothal gifts to Ma Yuhua's family. Her heart immediately wavered between ice and fire as she said, selling eels to earn some living expenses. After speaking, Zhaodi lowered her head to select eels for customers. Shao Zhendong looked back at Liu Dasheng, who had fled into the crowd, and let out a sigh of relief. Soon, he thought, he would be able to take her with him to the army. Let's see who would dare bully her then. Give me a bigger one, this one's too small. An uncle looked at the eel in Zhaodi's hand and pointed to the thickest one in the basin. While working, Zhaodi glanced sideways at Shao Zhendong. What was he doing? He wasn't leaving. He just stood at the market entrance smoking, as if deliberately waiting for her. After finishing a cigarette, Shao Zhendong came over to help catch eels. Zhaodi, when are you going back? It's still early. I have to sell out. Why are you asking? Zhaodi said indifferently. Customers came and went in a steady stream, and Zhaodi's prices were fair. It looked like she'd be sold out by noon. Shao Zhendong was baffled by Zhaodi's cold words. Hadn't he been told that once he returned on leave to present the gifts, the marriage would be settled? Why had she become so distant? What's wrong? What happened? Shao Zhendong's originally gloomy eyes grew even darker. Go away. Don't stand here getting in the way. Zhaodi looked up, her gaze sharp as she scooped a handful of water from the basin and splashed it in Shao Zhendong's face. Shao Zhendong's entire face turned as cold as ice, but he didn't dodge or flinch, allowing the icy water to drip down his cheeks. What on earth happened? Shao Zhendong stood up without a word, thinking he should go home first and ask what was going on. He had found it strange too, when he received the letter from home saying they had agreed to the marriage and accepted Zhaodi. Hadn't they strongly opposed his relationship with her before? Shao Zhendong was also puzzled. Meanwhile, in Liu Wazi, at the Ma family home, Ma Yuhua was dressed beautifully, waiting for the Shao family to come at noon to present the betrothal gifts. Firecrackers were prepared at home, and the neighbors were all flattering them, saying that Shao Zhendong had risen in status and become an official. They had always known the second Ma daughter wasn't a match for him, but the eldest Ma daughter was well suited to the Shao family. Seeing there was still time, Ma Yuhua begged her mother to go to the market with her to buy some decent dishes. After all, they had to properly entertain the Shao family and the matchmaker. Who would have thought that halfway there, they would run into Zhaodi, who had finished her business and was pulling her cart back. Ma Yuhua jumped off the back seat of the bicycle. Zhaodi, what have you been up to? With basins and buckets? Oh, and don't forget to come to our place for lunch at noon. Zhendong is coming today to present the gifts. Chapter 44. Coming to the door. Zhaodi set down the cart and looked at Ma Yuhua, who was dressed provocatively today. Her heart ached. It had to be said, Ma Yuhua wasn't pretty, but today she was dressed quite beautifully. She could afford pearl foundation cream that Zhaodi hadn't even dared to dream of in her over 10 years of life. She could afford lipstick. The earrings she wore were silver. That woolen coat must have cost at least 100 yuan. Her trousers were made of dongshuorong fabric, and her shoes were leather. Perhaps in her past life, Zhaodi would have felt jealousy and a desire to compare herself. But now she felt nothing at all. If her heart ached, it ached for Zhendong. Hello. Zhaodi greeted with a smile. She pulled the cart, said hello to the auntie, and left. Ma Yuhua's face, however, darkened. Shouldn't she be upset? Shouldn't she be crying? Why did she look like nothing was wrong? Ma Yuhua had thought she could make her cry. Feeling rather deflated, Ma Yuhua suddenly didn't want to go to the market in town with her mother anymore. Besides, the vegetable market was dirty and smelly, and she was really afraid of dirtying her new leather shoes. Mom, I'm not going. You go by yourself. What kind of nonsense is this? Fine, don't go then. Walk back by yourself. I need to hurry, or I'll miss making lunch. With that, Songying pedaled a few times and disappeared on her bicycle down the mountain path. Ma Yuhua quickened her pace to catch up with Zhaodi. She just didn't believe Zhaodi felt nothing at all. Zhaodi, about me and brother Zhendong, you're not unhappy about it, are you? Zhaodi snorted. How could she not know what Ma Yuhua was thinking? There was never anything between brother Zhendong and me anyway. He's just always looked out for me since we were kids. This made Ma Yuhua uncomfortable inside. When they were all kids playing together, Shao Zhendong was always especially protective of her. Once, Shao Zhendong, Zhaodi, and Ma Baozi were together in the mountains. Shao Zhendong climbed a tree to rob a bird's nest, and they waited below to catch the eggs. Everyone got one, saying they could take them home and hatch little birds. So everyone caught their own egg, but Zhaodi was especially clumsy. Not only did she not catch hers, but the egg hit her right on the forehead and broke immediately. Timid Zhaodi started crying. Ma Yuhua called Zhaodi a big idiot and wondered why she even came along. But Shao Zhendong scrambled down from the tree in a hurry, wiped her clean, and asked if it hurt, saying it was his fault for not aiming properly. That wasn't all. Zhaodi kept crying nonstop, making Shao Zhendong almost frantic with worry. He climbed all over the trees robbing nests, saying he would definitely get Zhaodi a big one, even a colored egg. Because of this, Shao Zhendong even scraped his arm. He secretly dabbed a few drops of blood on a bird egg and coaxed Zhaodi, saying it was a spotted bird egg. Then Zhaodi laughed. At that time, Ma Yuhua looked at the tiny sparrow egg in her own hand and felt very displeased. She wanted a big, spotted bird egg too. And Zhaodi actually took it home and kept it, waiting all day for a spotted bird to hatch. She was really ridiculously stupid. When we were kids, brother Zhendong favored you. But from now on, I will be his fiancé. Let's see if he still favors you then. Zhaodi didn't reply because she was pulling the cart, while Ma Yuhua walked leisurely with her arms folded, empty-handed. Zhaodi had already crossed 3 mountain ridges, and her arms were somewhat numb. How could she compare? They wound their way into the village. The villagers all knew the Shao family was going to present betrothal gifts to old Ma's family, and congratulations were heard everywhere. Oh, Yuhua, you look so pretty today. Indeed. The girl's grown up. Her figure and face have filled out, getting prettier and prettier. These words pleased Ma Yuhua immensely. But Zhaodi, in her tattered clothes walking beside her, looked like a noble young lady accompanied by a lowly servant girl. Zhaodi didn't care about any of this anymore. Those feelings of jealousy and comparison were long past for her. Arriving home, no one was there. Zhaodi quickly set down the cart, first gulped down a dipper of water, caught her breath, and only then did she rest. She immediately took out the money she earned today and counted it, over 400 yuan again. Zhaodi's face instantly lit up with joy. By the end of this month, she would absolutely not let her father go down the mine anymore. It was too dangerous. The walls of their house were still made of rammed earth. Once she had a bit more money, she would have to rebuild their house too. Anyone home? A stranger called from outside the gate. Zhaodi put away the money and went out. She saw a woman in her 40s. She had a kind and gentle face and was cautiously calling out from behind the vegetable garden fence. Sorry to bother you. I'm looking for someone. Which door is the Ma family's? Which Ma family are you looking for? Zhaodi asked. Well, right, his daughter is called Ma Zhaodi. Hearing it was for her, Zhaodi was puzzled. This woman looked quite unfamiliar. What do you want with Ma Zhaodi? Nothing much, it's a good thing. If you know, girl, just tell me which door it is, that'll do. This is the door. I am Ma Zhaodi. Zhaodi said calmly, not really in the mood. Hearing this, the woman slapped her thigh. Oh my, look how poor my eyesight is. So you're Zhaodi. Well then, I'll head back first. Wait, you haven't said why you're looking for me. Zhaodi took a step forward, chasing her out past the fence. The woman stopped, glanced at Zhaodi, but her eyes quickly swept past Zhaodi's shoulder to look behind her. Without paying much more attention, she spoke honestly. It's like this. I'm from Wang Village. Some days ago, the Sun family in our village asked me to come identify someone. Said they've taken a liking to you. I came first to have a look. When your adults are home, I'll come again. Zhaodi didn't know if the woman's glance behind her was intentional or not, but she certainly didn't know that Shao Zhendong was standing right behind her at that moment. You mean Sunji, right? Zhaodi asked. Seems the girl has some idea too. That's even better then. I'll come again the day after tomorrow and talk to your adults then. I'm off now. This matchmaker from Wang Village had come to inquire. Actually, walking through the village, she had also asked about this person. Her reputation wasn't great. Otherwise, she wouldn't have wanted to say much just now upon hearing this girl was the one she was looking for. Zhaodi didn't speak. At this moment, Shao Zhendong behind her clenched his fists so tightly the knuckles cracked audibly. His face, already gloomy, was now covered with frost as cold as the deepest winter. His eyes, frozen over, were like flames buried beneath a frozen riverbed, ready to explode at any moment. Zhaodi turned and went back inside the fence. From the corner of her eye, she sensed a chill. Looking closely, she was immediately stunned. At that moment, firecrackers from her uncle's house also began crackling and popping. This was the custom for accepting betrothal gifts. The groom's side brings gifts. The bride's side sets off firecrackers to welcome them. It seemed once this was done, it would be settled. Shao Zhendong now knew why she had been acting strange. The old her, if she knew this was all a misunderstanding, would definitely have cried. But, unexpectedly, not only did she not cry, she was here arranging a blind date. Although she was timid, she wasn't stupid. Since childhood, she had always trusted him so much. This time, even if Shao Zhendong himself didn't explain, shouldn't that silly girl know he couldn't possibly marry someone else? That girl who used to cry her heart out over a broken bird egg seemed to have disappeared forever. It's almost mealtime. What are you standing here for? My family has no food for you. Chapter 45, Not even if you paid me. After saying that, Zhaodi went inside because she felt she was losing control. She was afraid of his sinister eyes, which always seemed to hide an unfathomable mix of despair and hope. Have you never believed in me? Shao Zhendong wasn't about to leave. He pushed open the gate, not sure if he was too angry and misjudged his strength, or if the gate just wasn't sturdy. As a result, the gate opened, but the entire bamboo gate, along with the wooden post, came off in his hands. Forget hanging it up. With a clatter, he tossed it into the vegetable garden and strode into the main room alone. At a time like this, how can you expect me to believe? The fire in Zhaodi's chest had been smoldering for too long. If it were to be extinguished, it would only be by the tears she swallowed. At that moment, Ma Yuhua was smiling as she fetched bowls and chopsticks for her future mother-in-law. Shao's mother and father kept looking outside. Where had that wretched boy run off to? Hey, where's Zhendong? Wasn't he just at the door? Songying came out carrying a pot of garlic sprouts stewed with meatballs. She set it on the table, wiped her hands on her apron, and glanced toward the yard. I'll go look for him. Ma Yuhua went out the door and called, Brother Zhendong, it's time to eat. Shao's mother and father exchanged a glance, looking somewhat embarrassed. They'd heard this girl was proper and well-behaved, but she wasn't even married yet, and she was already. Songying also felt embarrassed. In this day and age, girls were usually shy and reserved when it came to marriage discussions, but her daughter was different. She was actively seeking out a man, which inevitably invited ridicule. But she couldn't blame others. It was her own fault as a mother for not teaching her properly. Brother Zhendong, time to eat. Where did you go? Zhaodi pointed outside. She's looking for you. You still haven't answered my question. Shao Zhendong had now backed Zhaodi into a corner. His nearly 2-meter-tall frame loomed over her as he braced a hand against the wall behind her head, looking down at her. Answer what? Zhaodi swallowed. Truth be told, she could endure exhaustion to the point of not eating or sleeping. She could face outsiders calling her improper and all the gossip, but when it came to this man before her, she had never had any resistance. Believe or not believe. If you dare say you don't believe, I'll strangle you right now. Zhaodi's heart filled with bitterness. Believe? From her past life to this one, she had always believed. But the voices from outside forced Zhaodi to face reality. To say she didn't believe. In all her life, besides her father, the only person she had ever truly believed in was him. Zhaodi nodded slightly. Shao Zhendong seemed to have received a special pardon. The tension in his face immediately relaxed, and his eyes grew gentle. After speaking, Shao Zhendong grabbed Zhaodi's hand, turned, and walked out the door. Even though he saw Ma Yuhua calling him from the road in the distance, he didn't spare her a glance. He simply pulled Zhaodi along toward Prince Mountain. Where are we going? Zhaodi was startled. You need to go eat. Come with me to the army. No one will ever bully you again. I promise. Or, to put it another way, no one will ever be able to take you away from me again. The conifers on Prince Mountain stood lush and green, paulownia trees bloomed with purple flowers, and locust buds were ready to burst. Waves of locust blossom fragrance, accompanied by the hum of bees, swirled and lingered in the air, creating a refreshing atmosphere. Are you sure you're not going to my uncle's house to eat? Standing on the mountain, Zhaodi could see most of Liu Wazi Village's scattered houses and the prominent red-tiled roof of her uncle's house, which stood out like a crane among chickens. I asked you a question. By now, Shao Zhendong had climbed a locust tree. Locust trees are full of thorns, so he climbed slowly. Finding a suitable spot, he pulled a military knife from his waist and cut off a branch. Zhaodi seemed to have long ago etched their childhood memories deep in her heart. Seeing the locust branch fall, she instinctively went to pick it up, then plucked all the flower clusters and set them aside. I can't go. I still need to earn money. If I leave, what will happen to my dad? As Zhaodi spoke, another branch was cut and fell with a rustle. Zhaodi picked it up as usual and began plucking the flowers. Then when do you plan to become my wife? Shao Zhendong climbed a little higher. I don't know. Zhaodi answered without thinking. Then are you still going to go on blind dates? When Shao Zhendong said this, Zhaodi finally reacted, her cheeks burning. She changed the subject. Are we having steamed locust blossoms for lunch? Everything seemed as harmonious as in their childhood, where few words were needed to understand what the other wanted. But we can't eat them for lunch. We need to wash them and drain the water before steaming them. Then add more flour. Shao Zhendong said calmly. Okay, Zhaodi responded. She took the plucked locust blossoms home, fetched a bucket of water, and began washing them. Shao Zhendong, as if guided by some whim, pulled a baby quail from his pocket. Where did that come from? Zhaodi was instantly overjoyed. But Shao Zhendong looked at her, feeling as if they had returned to childhood. He knew she had cried so bitterly back then because the egg broke and the bird died. Zhaodi cradled the chick, watching its pale yellow beak chirp weakly. A wave of warmth spread through her heart. Shao Zhendong really wanted to ask her if she would trade him for this bird. Judging by her expression, she probably would. Right at that moment, Ma Yuhua, who had run up the mountain to search, returned. She had seen the two of them go up the mountain. Since they weren't there, they must be at Zhaodi's house. Songying saw them, heads close together, faces nearly touching. What were this unmarried man and woman doing? What good could possibly come of it? Her face immediately darkened. Sister-in-law Shao, what is the meaning of this from your Shao family? Exactly. Ma Yuhua stamped her foot in anger. But for an unmarried young woman to speak about such matters was highly improper. She quickly signaled with her eyes for her daughter not to interrupt. Zhaodi's heart turned cold. Shao's parents, Ma Yuhua, and her aunt Songying had all come to her house looking for them. She hurriedly placed the quail on her own quilt in the room. Dad, Mom, is an explanation really necessary for this? Shao Zhendong said just one sentence, leaving the mother and daughter staring at each other, then directly at their future in-laws. Even Shao's father looked at his wife, unsure what was happening. Shao's mother immediately lowered her head. But then she thought, she had done it all for her son's own good. She raised her head and said, in what way is old Ma's daughter inferior to Ma Zhaodi? Now that you have prospects, you should find someone from a suitable family. Was I wrong to do this? Hearing her future mother-in-law speak up for her, Ma Yuhua immediately straightened her back. It was the truth, after all. She looked Ma Zhaodi up and down. Even all her clothes put together were hand-me-downs from her mother, not worth as much as a single pair of her own shoes. But this is my lifelong matter. I hope you, mother, can consider the current situation from my perspective. If you insist on me marrying a woman I have no affection for, what's the point of such a marriage? Shao Zhendong spoke unhurriedly, his voice neither loud nor soft, as if discussing a casual matter. Had things come to this? Weren't he and Zhaodi also victims? In the letter, it said they agreed to the marriage with a Ma family's daughter. As a result, after all this, he had declined an urgent mission assigned by his superiors and taken leave to come back, hoping to take Zhaodi with him to the army. But he never expected. You foolish boy, Ma Zhaodi's mother came to me last year, asking for 1,000 yuan in bride price. Miss Yuhua here said she doesn't want any bride price. In my opinion, the poorer they are, the more they want to sell their daughter. And think of Ma Zhaodi's reputation. Forget 1,000 yuan, we wouldn't take her even if they paid us. Chapter 46. Money but no way to spend it. Auntie, I earned this money myself. Zhaodi knew about this matter. The betrothal gift money was something her stepmother wanted to demand, but since it had been said this way, Zhaodi turned and went back to her room, took out her wooden box, and pulled out 1,000 yuan from inside. If you don't mind, please count it. Shao's mother was immediately stunned. She had never heard of a girl paying her own betrothal gift when getting married. Song Ying frowned. Where did this girl get so much money? Ma Yuhua was also stunned. She actually has this much money? Then why doesn't she dress herself up better? Shao Zhendong's heart skipped several beats. If there hadn't been others present, it wouldn't have been for the 1,000 yuan in her hand, but for her determination alone, he would have hugged her tightly, held her so very tight. Because this represented a silent vow, declaring that in this lifetime she would only be his, Shao Zhendong's woman, and could only be his. How could Shao's mother be so thick-skinned as to actually take the money and count it right in front of Song Ying? This betrothal gift dinner was already a mess. But Shao Zhendong ate the steamed locust flowers made by his woman, his heart filled with a honey-like satisfaction. Zhaodi, I'm leaving tomorrow. You can't come with me right now, right? If you have time, you can come find me at the military district anytime. Just dial this extension number and someone will come pick you up. As he spoke, Shao Zhendong casually found paper and pen and wrote down the phone number. So soon? Zhaodi was taken aback. My home leave just ended less than 2 months ago. Shao Zhendong said while eating, but in his heart he was thinking, to give her greater security in the future, he must now fight with all his might to complete every combat mission flawlessly. In the future, his woman would definitely wear gold and silver. Whatever other women had, she must have too. She absolutely must. After eating and drinking his fill, Shao Zhendong left without looking back. He still had to do some ideological work with his parents when he got home. Zhaodi hurried forward, wanting to ask if he had received the cotton shoes she mailed him, but Shao Zhendong's figure had already disappeared at the village road intersection. At old Ma's eldest son's house, Ma Yuhua cried as if her heart would break, saying she had no face to see anyone anymore. Song Ying's mood wasn't much better either. Quite a few people today had talked about matching social status, so what would she say tomorrow if someone greeted her and asked what date had been chosen? She also didn't know what was so good about Ma Zhaodi. Why was that Shao Zhendong so single-mindedly focused on her? No, she must talk to old Ma about this, have him also scold his younger brother. How did he raise his daughter? No mother means no upbringing. That very night, Ma Jianjun heard about it as soon as he got off work. Added to Song Ying's embellishments and his daughter's weeping, he also felt his younger brother had done wrong and immediately went to confront him. Around 8 or 9 in the evening, Zhaodi had prepared dinner and served it to her father. She was just about to tell him to stop working, that she could earn money herself now, that going down the mine was too dangerous. But Ma Jiangwo smiled cheerfully and said, how could a cave-in land on his head? If that were the case, those buried must have done wicked things. He, Ma Jiangwo, had never stolen, robbed, or done anything wicked in his life, so it wouldn't be his turn. Zhaodi sighed. If it were really as her dad said, that good people get good rewards and bad people eventually get dealt with by heaven, then there would be no evil people in this world. Just as father and daughter were sharing heartfelt words, Ma Jianjun arrived. Ma Jianjun was 2 years older than Ma Jiangwo, but he looked much younger. He often wore a Sun Yat-sen suit, looking every bit the respectable man. Ma Jiangwo, however, wore a faded, worn-out padded jacket. Originally only in his 40s, at first glance he looked as old as his elder brother's father, his face full of wrinkles hiding the vicissitudes of time. Big brother, off work so early? Come, let's brothers have a couple of drinks. As he spoke, he called Zhaodi to warm the wine cups and brought the half-caddy of grain liquor left from the day before yesterday to the table. Ma Jianjun didn't waste words. He drank the wine, ate the dishes, and slowly brought up the events of the daytime. Ma Jiangwo listened. Oh, so that happened? Then Zhaodi really deserves a beating. She doesn't know what's good for her. No need for beating or scolding really, just talk to her. Zhaodi has always been timid, don't frighten her. Zhaodi, listening from the room, thought, is Dad really going to hit her? After past 10, her uncle finished his lecturing and left. Zhaodi's door was knocked on by her father. Zhaodi truly didn't know if her father would hit her. From childhood till now, her father had never struck her. Zhaodi had already prepared her response. She would say, doesn't Ma Yuhua just have a bit of stinky money? I can earn money too, why can't I compare with her? Besides, brother Zhendong was originally mine, why should I give him up to her? She had it all thought out, but unexpectedly, upon opening the door, she saw her old man smiling outside. Having had a few drinks, his face was red, whether from smiling or the alcohol. In the end, her father gave a thumbs up. Daughter, you're really something. Zhaodi was dumbfounded. But seeing her father seemed a bit unsteady on his feet, swaying a couple of times, his smile seeming to bring tears to his eyes, Zhaodi quickly went to support him. Only then did she learn why her father was crying for joy. He said, Zhaodi's mother was considered a great beauty in their village back then, yet she was willing to marry Ma Zhengwo, this pauper. In the end, she chased away all the men who wrote her love letters, determined to marry him, Ma Zhengwo, this poor devil. That feeling, as a man, was the most profound to him. But what pained Ma Zhengwo most was that she still died because of his lack of capability. On her deathbed, she kept urging Ma Zhengwo, saying it was all her own ill fate, don't blame others, that she never regretted being with him in this lifetime. This was a regret he could never let go of in his life. And now his own daughter bravely pursued the young man she liked. He felt she was just like her mother. Great, just great. Zhaodi watched her father giving a thumbs up like an old child, feeling a wave of reassurance in her heart. Dad, you should sleep soon. I'll fetch you foot-washing water. Good. A daughter is still the best. Ma Zhengwo swayed back to his room humming a Huame opera tune. By the time Zhaodi brought a basin of foot-washing water and placed it before the bed, her old man had already fallen asleep. Zhaodi took off her father's shoes and socks, washed his feet, then dried them and tucked him into the quilt. Only then did Zhaodi turn off the light and return to her room. The next day, as the first light of dawn spread across the sky, Zhaodi got up to catch eels. By the time the sun had just peeked over the tip of Taizi Mountain, she was already pulling her cart to town to sell eels. These past few days, Liu Dasheng hadn't dared to cause trouble, so Zhaodi's business was relatively stable. When no one came to ask about prices, Zhaodi took out that slip of paper with Zhendong's contact number. This was good now. With the extension number, Zhaodi could call Zhendong anytime. But Zhaodi wanted to call several times, yet didn't know what to say. Hesitating, she never made the call. Pulling her thoughts together, she needed to deal with the eels first. Zhaodi targeted the aquatic product vendors. Although the price was cheaper, they could take at least 400 or 500 catties at once. After all, though eels are small, their reproductive ability is strong. Right now, looking at her pond, she saw eels being sold daily, but the numbers didn't seem to decrease. Plus, with the seasonal changes, Zhaodi kept the temperature up in the 12th lunar month, so the eels' mating and breeding period came earlier. Wild eels start mating in June or July, with peak spawning in August, continuing until October. But Zhaodi's eels were different. Many were already mating in April, meaning mass reproduction would start by May at the latest. Zhaodi now looked at the pond full of money she couldn't spend, anxiously pacing in circles. Chapter 47. Where did the money come from? Early the next morning, Zhaodi wasted no time and took over 20 catties of eels to the town market. It was only around 7 in the morning when she arrived in town. Most vegetable vendors were just starting to set up their stalls. Zhaodi walked straight over to the aquatic products fishmonger. The man was in his 40s, not tall but as plump as a winter melon. Short Winter Melon took one look and thought, isn't this the girl who was selling eels yesterday? Seeing the bucket in her hand, he wondered if she was planning to set up her stall right in front of him. His face immediately darkened. Go on, get out of here. Don't block my business. Zhaodi wasn't in a hurry. Instead, she set down the bucket. Short Winter Melon thought, oh, she really is planning to set up here? He straightened up and stepped forward, only to realize he only came up to Zhaodi's chin. I'm here to deliver goods to you, free of charge. Zhaodi smiled sweetly, looking completely harmless to anyone who saw her. Short Winter Melon heard it was for him? Yeah, right. What are you really up to, you little girl? Customers will be here soon. Don't you dare delay my business. Look, there are 4 stalls selling fish in this market, but not a single one sells eels. Think about it, I sell retail for 150 per catty, and only for orders of 10 catties or more. If I sell the eels directly to you, I'll charge 130 per catty. Not only can you make several dimes profit per catty, but you'll also be the only one selling eels in this market. You can raise the price as you please and earn even more. Customers won't have a choice, right? Besides, even if other vendors get jealous, they won't have a source for eels. I guarantee that this season, only my family has a large supply of adult eels. Zhaodi spoke with confidence, making Short Winter Melon take another look at her. For such a young girl, she was not only articulate but also savvy in business. Her calculations were spot on. But could such a young girl be trusted? Seeing his hesitation, Zhaodi had already guessed his thoughts and added, I only brought 20 caddies today and they're free. You can sell them for a day to test the market. Also, if you don't trust me, you can come to my place to pick them out yourself. Any that don't look good, you can reject on the spot. This left Short Winter Melon speechless. He looked down at the over 20 caddies of eels in the bucket. They were free after all. After thinking it over, he asked, Where's your home? Can I really come to pick them out? And you won't change the price later, will you? Zhaodi thought to herself, it seemed Short Winter Melon still had some doubts. He wanted to visit her home, first, to know her background, and second, to pick and choose. His only worry was whether the price would increase because of the selection process. We can sign an agreement face-to-face then, Zhaodi said. If he could come to pick them up himself, Zhaodi would save herself the trouble of catching and delivering them. Otherwise, why would she let him pick them out? The leftovers might not sell at all. After weighing the pros and cons, Zhaodi had calculated that letting him come to pick them out was the most cost-effective. All right then, you said these over 20 caddies of eels are free. I'll try selling them for a day. Short Winter Melon pulled the bucket closer to himself, as if afraid Zhaodi might change her mind. You have to give me back the bucket. You have so many fish basins here, just use one of them, Zhaodi said with a smile. Of course. Short Winter Melon grinned from ear to ear, quickly transferred the eels to a basin, and handed the empty bucket back to Zhaodi. Before leaving, Zhaodi gave him her address and directions. Enter the village, head east, and look for a house with a fence at the entrance. That was her home. Short Winter Melon said he'd go after closing his stall in the afternoon. Zhaodi thought to herself that traveling back and forth on the mountain road for dozens of miles would be exhausting and, more importantly, time-consuming. She wasn't in a hurry to go home and instead went to Phoenix Bicycle Shop to look at bicycles. The ladies' bicycles without the crossbar cost over 200 yuan, and the cheapest was 180. However, the 180 model was too small, and its rear rack couldn't hold a vegetable basket. It was still early for her business plans. So, Zhaodi gritted her teeth and bought the 230 yuan bicycle on the spot. The discount of over 10 yuan was only after she'd worn out her lips haggling. Zhaodi got on the bicycle, tested the bell, and had the seat height adjusted before riding home. To be honest, if it weren't for her past life experiences, Zhaodi would have thought riding this foreign bike was incredibly satisfying. At the very least, it saved half the travel time. As soon as she entered the village, she ran into Auntie Song, who was standing under a tree watching her ride in. Oh, isn't that Zhaodi? Riding a foreign bike. Must cost several hundred, right? Exactly. The Ma family's second branch is so poor they can't even put food on the table. Where did they get the money to buy a foreign bike? Yeah, her father even went down the mine with my husband, Auntie Song said. Who with a bit of money would willingly go down the mine? As Zhaodi approached, several women stopped her to ask about the bike's price. They examined the paint, the shiny bicycle spokes, and noticed the foam wrapping still on the frame, a brand new foreign bike. At that moment, Song-ing, who happened to be walking from a distance, also saw Zhaodi. The new foreign bike gleamed brightly under the sun. Where did Ma Zhaodi's family get the money? Last time, in front of the Shao family, she pulled out nearly 1,000 yuan without batting an eye. You have to understand, their Jianjun is a permanent worker with a fixed monthly salary of 300 to 400 yuan. It's said that next year, during the unified salary adjustment, he'll get an extra 100 per month. Even so, their household expenses are high. Just Yua's monthly spending exceeds 100 yuan, not to mention daily necessities like food, oil, salt, electricity, and coal briquettes. By the end of the month, if they manage to save 40 or 50 yuan, it's only by scrimping on themselves. To put it bluntly, they might appear well off on the surface, but their life is actually quite tight. Who told you Hua, that girl, never learned to save since she was little? Now that she's grown up, she throws a tantrum if she doesn't get what she wants. And they just buy a several hundred yuan foreign bike like it's nothing? Thinking this, Song-ing turned around and headed home. It must be that after the old man died, he left his savings to the old lady, and she gave it to the second branch. That old fool. He ate and lived at their place, but gave his money to the second branch. Otherwise, how could the second branch's life start improving just a month or two after the old lady moved in with them? As soon as Zhaodi got home, she heard her grandmother and aunt arguing. She pushed the bicycle into the fenced yard, propped it up, and went inside. Mother, how can you be so ungrateful? Hasn't the second branch only taken care of you for less than 2 months? I've been taking care of you for years. Why do you give your money to the second branch? I'm not asking for much, you lived at my place for 3 years. At 100 yuan per month for food, that's 3,600 yuan total. Forget the 600, just give me 3,000. Old Lady Ma looked utterly bewildered, mixed with deep helplessness and pain. She slapped her thigh and said, I don't have any money. Song Ying was immediately taken aback. No money? Putting on an act? Chapter 48. Bad news. You have no money? If you have no money, then where did Ma Zhaodi get so much money? The other day, she pulled out $1,000 without batting an eye, and oh, today she bought a new bicycle. You say you have no money, so where did Ma Zhaodi get the money to buy that bicycle? Let me tell you, a mother has to be fair to all her children. Otherwise, when you die, I won't spend a single cent on your funeral. As Song Ying spoke, she turned her head away and happened to see Zhaodi returning. Without saying anything more, she muttered that she would go talk to Jianjun and see whether he would side with her or listen to his mother. Then, swinging her arms angrily, she stormed out of the house. Today happened to be a Sunday, and Ma Jianjun was indeed off work, resting at home. At that moment, he was at the village entrance, having fun playing cards with the locals. Zhaodi, where on earth did you get the money? Old Mrs. Ma was both troubled and afraid. They always say raising sons provides for old age, and the older you get, the more you fear your sons and daughters-in-law won't give you a proper send-off. I earned it myself. Besides, you never gave me any money, so why worry about it? Zhaodi replied indifferently. After all, in this era, the elderly's way of thinking was deeply ingrained. Even though Zhaodi said this, old Mrs. Ma still felt uneasy and decided to go talk to her eldest son about the matter. Her daughter-in-law might not believe her, but her son, whom she gave birth to, surely would. Zhaodi went to the eel pond to fetch water. If nothing unexpected happened, Boss AI would come in the afternoon. They would sign an agreement then, and she could also catch the eels to be sold tomorrow. She needed to fetch plenty of water because the eels in the pond were all tangled together. If she went down to catch them carelessly, she might end up killing a few. After finishing all this, Zhaodi hurried home to make lunch for her grandmother, only to find her grandmother wasn't home. She guessed she had gone to her uncle's house again. Since Zhaodi's own meal was simple, she just reheated some leftovers from yesterday, dipped some steamed buns in them, and filled her stomach. But just then, Andy Song, bowl in hand and not bothering to eat, rushed into Zhaodi's house. Zhaodi, you're still eating? Your father's had an accident. Zhaodi's mind went blank. She dropped her chopsticks and followed Andy Song out the door. What happened? Uncle Song carried your father back. He's under the tree at the village entrance. Andy Song seemed too flustered to explain properly, insisting they go first and talk later. When they reached the village entrance, Zhaodi was stunned. Uncle Song, exhausted and unable to walk any further, was sitting under the tree, panting heavily. Beside him, her father lay on the ground, convulsing and moaning incessantly. His face, unwashed, was covered in coal dust, now streaked and messy from cold sweat. Zhaodi's heart turned cold. She rushed forward and called out, Dad. Ma Jianghua was still conscious. Hearing his daughter's voice, he gritted his teeth to suppress his moans and finally let out a breath after a long moment. It's nothing. Only then did Zhaodi notice that one of her father's legs was bound with wooden splints on both sides of the knee. Her heart ached, and she didn't bother asking for details. Uncle Song, why wasn't he taken to the hospital? Zhaodi's eyes instantly welled up because her father waved his hand. Though he didn't speak, Uncle Song sighed and said, he didn't want to go. Said it would cost money. Tears immediately streamed down Zhaodi's face like a spring. Dad, you're really foolish to the extreme. Your daughter can earn money now. Why do you care about that little bit of money? Your life is what matters. Old Song, aren't you going to help move him home? He can't just sleep under this tree forever. I'll go get Blind Man to take a look. Auntie Song's heart was also pounding wildly. She didn't want the Ma family to blame them later. After all, Ma Jianghua went on his own, and besides, lying injured not far from their doorstep looked bad. By the time Ma Jianghua was moved back home, Zhaodi alternated between keeping her father company and stepping outside to wait for Blind Man to come and feel his bones. Blind Man was the village's barefoot doctor. Actually, he was only blind in one eye, but he knew a bit of traditional Chinese medicine. If a child dislocated something, he could give it a couple of rubs and pulls to set it right. His bone feeling was very accurate. If her father's leg bone was broken, he would have to go to the hospital. Delaying too long could cut off blood flow and cause necrosis, which might lead to amputation. Dad, bear with it. Uncle Blind Man will be here soon. Zhaodi comforted him, but Ma Jianghua struggled to get up, saying it wasn't serious and asking Zhaodi to just get him a hot towel to apply. Zhaodi's heart ached so much she could hardly breathe. His leg was swollen like that, and he said it was nothing? Dad, just lie still and don't move. If it's not okay, I'll take you to the county hospital right away. Zhaodi said resolutely. Ma Jianghua still waved his hand. Zhaodi stamped her foot in frustration, turned around, went inside, and brought out the wooden box. Dad, look, 3,895 yuan and 30 cents. Not a cent more, not a cent less. And here, this is what I earned these past 2 days, 352 yuan. Afraid her father was still worried about not having money for treatment, Zhaodi put down the wooden box and pulled out the over 300 yuan she had on her to show him. At that moment, Ma Jiangwo painfully closed his eyes and let out a long sigh. A line of old tears instantly slid from the corner of his eye, washing the coal dust by his ear into the ear canal. Who says that? If you were useless, where would I have come from? Zhaodi bit her lower lip, still joking with her father in that cheeky way despite the situation. Soon, Blind Man arrived. As soon as he entered, he asked Zhaodi to hand him a pair of scissors and then told her to wait outside. Blind Man removed the wooden splints, then cut open Ma Jiangwo's pant leg. The moment he reached out to feel it, Ma Jiangwo groaned in pain, nearly passing out. Outside, Zhaodi heard her father suppressing his agony, and her heart shattered. If her mother were still here, she would have been crying. Girl, take him to the hospital. It's a comminuted fracture of the knee. The meniscus is probably congested, and the lower leg is already cold. Any more delay, and it might necrotize. Then it would have to be amputated. Upon hearing this, Zhaodi's face turned pale. Without stopping to thank him, she quickly asked Uncle Blind Man to help spread a layer of bedding on the flatbed cart. Then, they placed Ma Jiangwo on it. Isn't there anyone to give you a hand? The road to town is all mountain paths. Blind Man watched Zhaodi's frail-looking back as she pulled the cart like a determined little calf, gritting her teeth and breaking into a jog. He couldn't help feeling a pang of pity. No need, Zhaodi said. In Liu Wazi, even her own Ma family was watching their misfortune, let alone others. Only sometimes, when she was too tired, Zhaodi would think of her mother, whom she had never met and knew only from a photograph. If she were still here, perhaps everything wouldn't be so destitute. The more she thought this, the more determined Zhaodi became to work hard, to let her mother's spirit in heaven see that her daughter was also a resilient rose. The news of Ma Jiangwo's accident spread throughout Liu Wazi Village within an hour. Upon hearing it, the Ma family's eldest daughter-in-law, Song Ying, thought to herself, serves him right. He was showing off his newly bought bicycle this morning, and before noon even passed, Ma the second is ruined. Probably can't afford medical treatment and will have to resell that bicycle. Not necessarily. His family is poor, but his elder brother is a regular worker. He must have saved 8 to 10,000 a year, more or less. You all don't know, but that Ma the second's daughter is quite the flirt. She even snatched Shao Zhendong away right before the betrothal gifts were exchanged. In my opinion, she just thinks the Shao family's Zhendong is an official now. Besides, do you think Ma the eldest would lend money to the second family? Well, she's just got that seductive charm. She snagged the man by her own skills. Chapter 49. Waiting to see the joke. By the time Zhaodi reached the town, she was so exhausted she could barely catch her breath. The mountain road was full of ups and downs, and she struggled on the inclines. Going downhill wasn't any easier on her strength either. She had to press down hard on the handles of the flatbed cart, otherwise both she and the cart could easily be pushed into the ditch. When they arrived at the town hospital and pushed him into the only operating room, which also served as the emergency room, Zhaodi finally noticed her arms were trembling uncontrollably from fatigue. After the doctor's preliminary diagnosis, he needed a family member to sign the consent form. He couldn't help but glance at Zhaodi, who looked about 15 or 16. Where are the adults in your family? Zhaodi raised her bright, clear eyes to look at the attending physician. He's in there. Then where's your mother? The doctor frowned. How could they leave a child here to handle this? The consent form required a family member's signature for the surgery. How could he discuss the condition and the surgery costs with a child? My mother died a long time ago. I'm the one in charge. Doctor, please just tell me straight. How much will my father's surgery cost, and what's the recovery rate? Zhaodi spoke with an eerily calm demeanor. Even when she mentioned her mother's early death, her composure was so profound it left the 30-something-year-old doctor feeling breathless. Coupled with her direct and efficient questioning, the doctor couldn't help but change his attitude towards her. At a critical moment like this, most kids her age would have been scared to tears. He had never seen such a calm child. Pay 1,000 yuan up front. If there's any leftover, the hospital will refund it. However, your father's leg has a comminuted fracture at the knee. There are many bone fragments that can't be pieced back together, so they need to be removed. As for the success rate, I can't guarantee he'll recover to be like a normal person. Doctor, you must do your best. I only have one request, save his leg. Otherwise, he might lose hope and take his own life. As for the recovery condition during the later rehabilitation period, that's a separate matter. Zhaodi spoke calmly, reached out, took the clipboard from the doctor's hand, and signed her name in the family member signature section. Throughout the whole process, the doctor went from initial impatience to viewing her in a new light. Now, he was actually moved by this girl's words. He immediately nodded seriously and promised he would do his utmost. The surgery took an exceptionally long time, a full 3 hours. While waiting, Zhaodi remembered the short boss's promise. She hurried out and ran towards the vegetable market. This was just the time when the market was packing up. When she had told the short boss earlier that she couldn't catch eels today, he had been very unhappy because those 20-some gene of eels had been snatched up in less than an hour. Moreover, he had actually raised the price on the spot, selling them for 1 kwai 6 per gene. Aren't you going back on your word? The short boss had immediately thrown the water basin he was holding onto the ground. I'm sorry. Tomorrow when you go, I'll definitely catch an extra 20 gene for you for free. How about that? Zhaodi's expression wasn't good because she kept thinking she needed to hurry back to the hospital. Although it wasn't far, the round trip would still take over 10 or 20 minutes. She didn't know if her father was out of surgery yet. The short boss thought, that's more like it, and decided to let it go this once. Before leaving, Zhaodi bowed. Boss, you're truly a good person. Your business will surely prosper in the future. She turned and left. Only then did the short boss's lips curve into a smile. It was the first time someone had praised him for being a good person. Before, countless people had cursed him as a cunning merchant who wouldn't make a profit without dealing with acquaintances. But everyone likes to hear nice words, and the short boss was no exception. It had to be said, being praised as a good person felt quite comfortable. When she returned to the hospital, Zhaodi immediately peered into the emergency room door and found it empty. Anxious, she quickly searched through the wards and finally saw the attending physician, still wearing a surgical mask, standing in Ward 3. Zhaodi walked in and hurriedly asked about the situation. Seeing Zhaodi, the doctor frowned and asked, "What does he do for work?" "Mining." A chill ran down Zhaodi's spine. Was the situation not optimistic? Otherwise, why would the doctor ask about her father's job? Hearing it was mining, the doctor's brow furrowed. For a mining accident, this is actually considered minor. No wonder. Then the doctor said they needed to see if he developed a fever tonight. If he didn't, it meant there was no infection. If he had a fever for 3 consecutive days, it meant infection and amputation would be absolutely necessary. Otherwise, it could worsen up to the thigh, which would be even more troublesome. Cold sweat broke out on Zhaodi's back. For the first time, she felt a sense of immense pressure, very heavy. "Dad," Zhaodi called out tentatively. There was no response. Her father's face was pale as if he were asleep, but his brow would occasionally furrow, and his leg would twitch. Zhaodi didn't believe in fate or destiny. She hurried to the street, bought 2 thermoses, and immediately fetched 3 thermoses full of boiled water from the hot water room. The other thermos was provided by the hospital inpatient department. Many family members of other patients in the ward looked at this girl strangely. Why was she fetching so much boiled water? That night, Zhaodi didn't sleep a wink. Whenever her father woke up, she would cradle his head and feed him cool boiled water. "Dad, even if you can't eat, you must drink. Drink more." Throughout the night, Zhaodi emptied the urine bag over a dozen times, running back and forth more than 10 times. The rest of the time, she kept feeding Ma Jiangwo boiled water and taking his temperature. By the time the doctor came for rounds the next day, Zhaodi still hadn't slept. "My dad doesn't have a fever." The doctor looked at Zhaodi, who was originally frail, now pale with pronounced dark circles under her eyes. He glanced at the 3 thermoses by the bedside and couldn't help but feel a sense of inexplicable admiration for this girl from the bottom of his heart. Cool boiled water can promote metabolism, the best way to prevent bacterial growth, thereby achieving fever reduction and prevention. These 3 days are especially crucial. "Girl, if you're tired, call our nurses on duty. Don't ruin your own health." The doctor couldn't help but express concern. On the second day, Ma Jiangwo still couldn't eat. Zhaodi insisted on skimming some rice water and feeding it to him spoonful by spoonful. Ma Jiangwo finally regained consciousness. His first question was how much money had been spent. Zhaodi gave a faint smile. "Just a few hundred kwai, Dad. You rest properly. Otherwise, your leg might not be salvageable." "What?" Ma Jiangwo's eyes widened. "It's still there now, isn't it? The doctor said if you don't rest well, it's dangerous. It might have to be amputated." Ma Jiangwo was stunned, only then realizing how serious his leg injury was. He thought about how he used to saw wood. Now his own leg was going to be sawed off by someone else? That couldn't happen. So, he obediently listened. When Zhaodi told him to eat, he would force himself to take a few bites, even if it was hard. As a grown man, he'd rather die than be crippled. In the afternoon, Zhaodi had to go home for a while. Before leaving, she poured several cups of plain boiled water and placed them by the bedside, telling her father to drink whenever he could. If he drank, he'd just need to urinate. There was a urine bag with a basin underneath. She would empty it when she returned. Ma Jiangwo was very obedient this time, so Zhaodi felt reassured. She hurried to the vegetable market to find the short boss. It was around the same time. Seeing Zhaodi, the short boss's attitude had also changed. You're taking me there? Yeah, Zhaodi said, even lending a hand to help pack up the stall. The short boss had a beat-up motorcycle. 2 oversized vegetable baskets were tied to the back. Once he started it, the rickety motorcycle emitted a roar that could be heard from miles away, and he took Zhaodi to Liu Wazi. Currently, old lady Ma was being watched closely by her eldest daughter-in-law, Song-ing. Song-ing didn't believe it. The old woman kept saying she had no money. This time, with the second son having an accident, she didn't believe the old woman wouldn't give him money. Did the father and daughter even have money for treatment? Song-ing leaned against her own doorway, cracking sunflower seeds, constantly looking towards the village entrance. I wonder if he was crushed to death. Why didn't they come back yesterday either? Just as she was thinking this, the rumbling sound of a motorcycle approached from afar and headed straight into the second Ma household's compound. The person on the back seat was none other than Ma Zhaodi. Well, coming home to ask for money, she brushed the sunflower seed shells from her hands and hurried home to keep an eye on the old lady. Today, they wouldn't get a single cent from the old woman. Chapter 50. Eaten by a dog. As soon as Zhaodi got home, she led Shorty Boss to the alkaline land at the foot of their mountain. The current weather had already allowed them to remove most of the plastic covers from the greenhouses. When they reached the edge of the field, they could see a pond full of rice field eels swimming back and forth in the water trough. Shorty Boss was delighted at the sight. This girl is quite capable, he thought. You raised these yourself? He asked. Yep, it's my first time, Zhaodi said. Hurry up, start scooping them out. You'll need to sort them too. Shorty Boss casually took a dip net and scooped it into the mud, then rinsed it in the water. What came up were all large, plump eels. Aside from picking out the ones as thin as chopsticks, there was hardly any need for sorting. In that one scoop, they got over 200 caddies of eels. They lined the vegetable baskets on the back of the motorcycle with plastic sheets. Eels were hardy. They wouldn't die for a day or two, with or without water. While helping out, Zhaodi chatted idly with Shorty Boss and learned that his surname was Zhang Tai Xing, because his ancestors were blacksmiths. But by his generation, the skill was lost. Why? Just look at his winter melon-shaped body. He had been lazy since childhood. The most exhausting and least profitable jobs in the world were blacksmithing and grinding tofu. He'd rather sell fish. After organizing the first batch of goods, the two went to the Ma house. Zhaodi quickly fetched paper and pen. The agreement was actually quite simple, mainly to document their transaction and the price. Of course, Zhaodi also had to consider market fluctuations. Prices would need to increase accordingly in the future, such as during holidays. Boss Zheng was a businessman and didn't object to this clause. They both signed on the spot. Seeing Boss Zheng off, Zhaodi clutched the 200 or 300 yuan, counting it again as she headed back inside. Suddenly, a figure appeared in her peripheral vision. She glanced sideways and saw it was her aunt. What was she sneaking around for? Seeing that Zhaodi had spotted her, she pretended not to notice, turned, and walked away, quickly disappearing into the alleyway. Zhaodi didn't have time to dwell on it now. Looking at the sky, it was almost 5 o'clock. She hurriedly cooked some porridge, grabbed some steamed buns, packed the lunchbox, and pedaled her bicycle to the hospital. When she arrived at the hospital, her father was talking to a patient in the next bed, a woman in her 40s whose husband was attending to her. The woman had slipped and fallen down a mountain while gathering firewood in the rain. Brother, I think in your case, you should demand compensation from the coal mine, the woman said. Do you think they'll pay? Ma Jiangwo asked doubtfully. The woman's husband, feeding his wife, chimed in. They'll definitely have to pay, but getting the compensation is tough. In our village, there was a brother who went down the mine. There was a cave-in, he died, and they couldn't even find the body. The mine refused to acknowledge it. That old sister-in-law protested for over half a year. Finally, the mine paid 2,000 yuan. Sigh, a human life, only worth 2,000. Hearing this, Ma Jiangwo felt his hopes dashed. But then he thought about lying comfortably in the hospital while his daughter went out every day to sell eels, earning money with difficulty. When he first heard he might get compensation, Ma Jiangwo had even thought of hopping on one leg to go demand it right then. Now, his heart felt cold. Dad, don't worry yourself about this, Zhaodi said as soon as she arrived. She opened the insulated lunchbox, ladled out the porridge, raised the head of the bed, and began feeding Ma Jiangwo spoonful by spoonful. Your daughter is so filial, the woman couldn't help but exclaim. Hearing others praise his daughter, Ma Jiangwo immediately beamed with pride, but he didn't forget to make polite conversation. What about your children? This small talk turned out to be unfortunate. It turned out the woman had 3 children, 2 sons and a daughter. The youngest was a son. The eldest and second had already married and started their own families. Once they start their own families, do they still bother with you? Only the unmarried son came to visit occasionally. After saying this, Ma Jianguo realized his question had been awkward. Zhaodi, afraid her father would lose face, added, "Auntie, don't worry. The most important thing is to recover your health. Later, when your children become parents themselves, they'll understand the hardships of being parents. They'll know then." So well spoken. You're right. Only when you raise children do you understand a mother's kindness. The woman immediately took another look at this sensible girl. Under Zhaodi's meticulous care these past days, Ma Jianguo was the only post-surgery patient who didn't develop a fever. This even moved the attending physician, impressed by Zhaodi's attentiveness. The fever-reducing injections prepared for this bed were with the duty nurse, but it seemed they wouldn't be needed. Half a month later, Ma Jianguo's spirits had improved considerably, and he strongly requested to be discharged. After all, lying here cost more money each day. Besides, the attending doctor had said he was past the critical period. Recovery now depended on gradual rest and care. He could go home for that. Zhaodi had no choice but to go through the discharge procedures. She pulled a flatbed cart, loading Ma Jianguo and her bicycle, and hauled them all home. As soon as they entered the village entrance, many people started greeting them. "Oh, old Ma, you're out of the hospital? I was just thinking of finding time to visit you there. Now that you're back, let's all go see you another day." Zhaodi had no desire to engage with the village gossips. Weren't they all just waiting to see their misfortune? If they genuinely wanted to visit, wouldn't they have gone earlier? It had been half a month, and not a single person had visited. Not even anyone from her uncle's family had gone. Thinking about it made Zhaodi angry. It truly showed how one knows the warmth or coldness of human relationships best oneself. Enough. I'm fine now, aren't I? What's there to see? Ma Jianguo, lying on the cart, exchanged a few casual pleasantries. Once home, just as Zhaodi had painstakingly moved her father onto the bed, trouble arrived. "Ma Zhaodi, my mom wants you to come to our house. She says there's something." Ma Yuhua suddenly popped in, delivered the message, and left. "I'm not going," Zhaodi said resolutely. Ma Yuhua paused, looked back at Ma Zhaodi. She's really gotten full of herself now. If there's something, she can come here herself. "I have to take care of my dad," Zhaodi said, going to boil water. Her father's leg needed regular hot towel compresses to help blood circulation. In a while, Zhaodi planned to use the carpentry skills she'd picked up by osmosis to make a pair of crutches for her dad, so he could start exercising slowly. Ma Yuhua saw the shabby girl becoming more and more arrogant. Flames seemed to shoot from her eyes. Stamping her foot in anger, she went home. Who knows what Ma Yuhua reported back at the elder Ma's house, but as soon as Song Ying entered, she started scolding. "You wretched girl, now you don't even put me, your aunt, in your eyes?" Even old lady Ma said, "Zhaodi, she is your aunt after all. In the old days, she'd be your dama, you know? You should show some respect for seniority." "My dear auntie classmate, may I ask what words of wisdom you have to summon, Zhaodi? Why not speak plainly now? I'm all ears." Zhaodi's face didn't flush, her heart didn't race. She even struck a pose like an ancient maid paying respects. If she couldn't kill you, she'd disgust you to death. Song Ying immediately started hopping mad because she fixated on Zhaodi's words, "you old." Was she old? Fine, I won't argue with a little girl like you. But in front of your grandmother and me, make it clear, was the money for your dad's medical treatment secretly left to you by your grandmother? Zhaodi was stunned. No wonder she had been sneaking around that day she went home to catch eels, the second day after dad was hospitalized. So that was her scheme. When grandma was living and eating with your family, didn't you even take apart her old quilt to search it? Which corner of the bedding didn't you pinch? You even scraped the lime scale from the chamber pot to look. But the pair of silver bracelets and the silver hairpin grandma brought when she married went missing. Who knows, maybe they were eaten by a dog. Chapter 51, Compensation. Zhaodi spoke as if nothing was wrong and continued heating her water. Song Ying was stunned. How did this wretched girl know? Back when she took the old lady from the second son's house, she had volunteered to pack things and wash the bedding, wanting to see how much private savings the old woman had. But she had done all the washing behind closed doors in her own courtyard. How did Zhaodi know she had even searched the chamber pot? What nonsense are you talking? Song Ying, having been hit where it hurt, grew even angrier. Auntie, why are you so angry? Zhaodi said. The dog I mentioned wasn't you. Besides, if you didn't do it, why get so worked up? Zhaodi simply added another line. To be honest with you, I'm not as lucky as your daughter, who gets food, drink, and nice clothes from her well-off parents. The money I spend, I have to earn myself. I don't have that much free time to bicker with you. Mother, look at how this girl talks. Song Ying fumed, pointing at Zhaodi, who was calmly tending the fire in the kitchen, her chest heaving with anger. Upon hearing Zhaodi's words, old lady Ma understood. Don't blame the steamed bun for being a cornbread bun, and don't blame the vicious dog for being a wild wolf. If you have any issues with the second son's family, take it up with your own husband. Fine then, mother, come home with me. Song Ying still hadn't gained anything and remained convinced the money was definitely something the old lady had kept for the second son's family. As she spoke, she tugged at the old lady to leave. The old lady, advanced in years and unsteady on her feet, nearly got pulled over. Zhaodi had finished heating the water. She scooped it into a foot-washing basin and carried it to her father's room. Ma Jiangwo had been listening to the commotion outside and only now spoke up. "Zhaodi, don't quarrel with others. Let's just live our own lives, all right?" "Got it, Dad," Zhaodi responded. She lifted the blanket, and after dipping the towel several times in the scalding hot water, she carefully wrung it out and applied it to her father's leg. Only then did she quickly blow on her own reddened hands. When the water cooled, Zhaodi went to add more hot water. Passing through the main room, she glanced outside the courtyard and saw Ma Yuhua still hadn't left. Zhaodi snorted. Returning to her father's room with the hot water, Zhaodi deliberately raised her voice. "Actually, Grandma really does have some savings from the old days, left by Grandpa back then. They say it's passed down to sons, not daughters. Must be quite a sum of money." Ma Jiangwo was stunned. How come he didn't know? When his older brother got married, their parents would have gladly sold the socks off their feet to get money to build a new house. Where would any family heirloom savings come from? Grandma told me. Before she died, she still didn't know which son was truly filial and which one was just putting on a show. So, Grandma wasn't planning to bring out those savings yet. Then how did you know? Ma Jiangwo was confused, staring wide-eyed at Zhaodi. Zhaodi subconsciously stood on tiptoe to peek through their window. She saw Ma Yuhua hurry home as if he had found money and was afraid someone would discover it. "Actually, I made it up." Zhaodi finally told the truth. Ma Jiangwo sighed. "Why would you make up something like that?" "Dad, look, I finally managed to save some money by selling a bit of eel. But Uncle's family always thinks it's money Grandma secretly gave us. That would put Grandma in a position where she couldn't explain herself clearly even if she tried. And even if she did explain, Uncle and Aunt wouldn't believe her. So if I say this, Aunt will definitely keep a close eye on Grandma, don't you think?" As she spoke, Zhaodi removed the cooled towel from her father's leg, soaked it again in the hot water, and reapplied it. Ma Jiangwo drew a sharp breath and looked at his daughter for a long moment. He hadn't expected his daughter to be so clever. And what she said made a lot of sense. "Who taught you this?" Ma Jiangwo asked, still curious. "Does this need to be taught?" Zhaodi said. She turned to throw the water out into the courtyard, then asked her father. "Dad, you've been lying down all this time, can't exercise, and your digestion isn't good. Shall we have porridge again tonight?" "You decide." "I'll eat whatever you make, Dad." Ma Jiangwo's voice came from the room. Suddenly, he felt the need to relieve himself. Struggling for a while, he sat up on the bed, trying to swing one leg down. As his injured leg hung down, an immediate, heavy pain shot through him, making Ma Jiangwo grit his teeth. It had been easier in the hospital. There was a commode stool. But now he couldn't possibly let his own daughter help him with that. Moreover, having lain down for so long, he had some difficulty with bowel movements. Sometimes several attempts wouldn't necessarily succeed. After dinner, Zhaodi went out. She went to the wooden shed where her father used to do carpentry work. Having followed her father around since she was little, just by watching she knew how to saw wood, how to hammer nails, and where to place them. Only, the wooden poles weren't as neatly stripped as her father's. By the time Zhaodi returned late into the night, Ma Jiangwo was in the room, holding onto the door frame with one leg, his face flushed from straining. Seeing Zhaodi return with a makeshift commode chair and 2 crutches she had made, Ma Jiangwo's heart melted. Although the workmanship wasn't the prettiest, his heart was warm. If she were a boy, he would have definitely taught her carpentry from a young age. "Dad, try if they're easy to use. The handles on these crutches are a bit rough because I couldn't find any other sandpaper." Easy, very easy to use. What more could Ma Jiangwo possibly? This daughter was worth 2 sons. After finishing all this, apart from helping Ma Jiangwo exercise for about an hour in front of their house in the morning after breakfast and another hour in the afternoon, Zhaodi spent the rest of her time at the eel pond, keeping an eye out and catching eels for Boss Zheng. Boss Zheng's business was getting better and better. The 200 jin from the first day were sold out before noon. Even the portion for the restaurant owner was delivered by Boss Zheng. With a fixed daily income of over 300 yuan, not to mention in Liu Wazi, even in the entire Taizhi County, it was hard to find someone with such a high income. Seeing that Ma Jiangwo could now move around on crutches by himself, Zhaodi was overjoyed and encouraged her father. "Dad, see, it was effective, me stewing bone broth for you every day." Father and daughter lived harmoniously for over 10 days. Somehow, Li Cuilan found out that her husband had suffered a work injury at the mine. Immediately, she grabbed a cloth bag, didn't bring the children, hitched a ride to the county town, and eventually made her way back to Liu Wazi. Without even entering her own home, she went straight to the Song family to verify the matter. Upon hearing it was true, Li Cuilan, her eyes gleaming, asked the Song couple. There must be compensation, right? How much? Old Song and his wife's expressions immediately turned sour. The whole village knew this woman prized money more than her own life. What do you mean? Whether the mine compensated or not, you can't ask our Old Song. Our Old Song is just a laborer. Besides, your old ma practically begged our Old Song to squeeze him in when they didn't even need more hands. Now that something's happened, you can't go pinning the blame on our Old Song. Mrs. Song had been worrying about this for a long time, afraid of getting implicated and having it be unclear. Now, she reiterated this point. How much compensation? Doesn't Old Song know? I'm just asking. Li Cuilan grew irritated. I don't know. Go home and ask your own man. Li Cuilan stamped her foot and turned to go home. She thought to herself, this time there must be quite a bit of compensation money. If she didn't get her hands on the money, she swore she wouldn't go back to her this time. She was going to dig in her heels right here. Chapter 52. Fishing for information. For Li Cuilan, face was the least valuable thing. As soon as she entered the house this time, she didn't throw a tantrum like before, because Ma Zhaodi was no longer the soft pushover she used to be. Last time, the whole family had sided with her, and she was full of cunning ideas. One careless move, and you'd fall right into her trap. Zhaodi, what delicious food did you make tonight? As soon as she stepped inside, Li Cuilan, as if reborn with a new personality, smiled and walked into the kitchen, rolling up her sleeves as she said, Let me do it. By the way, how's your dad? Zhaodi didn't insist and left the kitchen. Just then, Ma Jiangwo came out of his room leaning on a crutch. Over the past month or so, even though Ma Jiangwo's leg was broken, he hadn't exerted himself much. He had been lying down, not doing much work, with Zhaodi bringing him food and drink all day. He had even gained some weight and looked fairer and plumper. Well, Ma Jiangwo, look at you putting on weight. Eating big fish and meat every day must feel pretty good, huh? Li Cuilan's sarcasm was indirect but sharp. Ma Jiangwo grunted, Zhaodi, pour your dad a cup of tea. Put some tea leaves in it. Okay. Zhaodi got up and left the kitchen to make tea for Ma Jiangwo. Li Cuilan added firewood while muttering, living quite luxuriously, aren't we? Even tea leaves. All of this was bought by Zhaodi. A patient who's been bedridden for a long time often has poor digestion. Seeing her father take half an hour in the bathroom, she knew what was going on. Not wanting to embarrass him, she bought tea leaves, specifically mixing in lotus leaves from the herbal medicine shop. Originally, she had considered buying a TV so her father wouldn't be bored at home alone and bedridden, but Zhaodi ultimately didn't buy it, afraid her uncle's family would start gossiping again. Once her father recovered, Zhaodi planned to save enough money to renovate the old house and then add some appliances and other things, so it would at least look like a proper home and not be looked down upon by others. It was almost May, and the rice seedlings had already been transplanted. By June or July, they could be harvested. No matter the yield, at least they'd have a sack of white rice, right? Moreover, Zhaodi had laid a layer of plastic sheeting at the bottom of the paddy field, following the method for raising rice field eels, and filled it with mud. Later, she could raise loaches or something in the rice paddy, another potential source of income. After dinner, Zhaodi took advantage of the darkness to catch loaches. Although it wasn't yet the peak spawning season for loaches, there had to be some early ones. Even if they weren't fully mature, catching them to supplement her father's diet wouldn't be bad. By the time Zhaodi returned, covered in mud and carrying a bucket, her dad and Aunt Lan were already arguing again. Zhaodi sighed. They say harmony in the family leads to prosperity in all endeavors, but forget it. As long as Aunt Lan was around, she and her father would never have a single peaceful day. Ma Jiangwo, tell me the truth. How much compensation did you get from the mine? I already told you nothing, not a single cent. It was an illegal coal mine, not a state-owned one. Don't lie to me. Look at this kitchen, spare ribs, pork belly, even pig's feet. Where did all this come from? Did it fall from the sky? Zhaodi had long realized that Aunt Lan was a particularly ruthless person, so there was no point hoping her conscience wasn't completely rotten. Even with her father in this state, she hadn't heard a single word of concern from her. Thinking about Ma Baoji's background, Zhaodi truly felt that Aunt Lan was just looking for a laborer to support her and her son. Aunt Lan, you came this time just for the money, didn't you? Zhaodi didn't care that her face, hands, and feet were covered in mud. She placed the bucket in the main room and asked calmly, None of your business. Li Cuilan was genuinely a bit intimidated by this girl now, and that was no lie. He's my dad, how is it none of my business? When he was hospitalized after the accident, you didn't even visit. Now, after hearing from who knows who that the mine paid compensation, you show up. Not to mention, Zhaodi couldn't just let the matter of her father's workplace go. Even if there was compensation, she wouldn't give Aunt Lan a single cent. Oh, so you're his biological daughter, but I'm his wife, and Baoju is his biological son. What's the matter? Is it okay to raise you but not his son? Zhaodi didn't say a word, just stared at her intently, her gaze sharp enough to pierce through a person's heart. She stared at Li Cuilan for a full 2 minutes. One day, I'll make it so you can't even go on living. This stare made Li Cuilan uneasy. That night, faint sounds, sometimes loud, sometimes soft, came from Ma Jiangwo's room. Presumably, her father didn't sleep peacefully that night either. The next day, Zhaodi went out. She remembered that Aunt Lan was from Wangchuan County, separated by Mount Taizi. Riding her bicycle and relying on memory, Zhaodi found the area near Li Cuilan's family home and dismounted. In her previous life, when she was 11, because Ma Baozhu had scratched her face badly, Ma Jiangwo had said a few words to Li Cuilan. Enraged, Li Cuilan had threatened to break up and returned to her parents' home. Back then, the timid and easily intimidated Ma Zhaodi listened to whatever the elder said. Ma Jiangwo had tried to reason with her gently. After all, you're the older sister. You should give in to Baozhu a little. Hearing this, Ma Zhaodi felt she had committed an enormous mistake. She insisted on going with her father to Aunt Lan's parents' home to fetch her back and even apologized to Aunt Lan's family in person. She remembered particularly clearly, Aunt Lan's mother was domineering and overbearing. She had pointed at Ma Zhaodi, calling her a wild child, and demanded she kneel before she would agree to return. Ma Jiangwo didn't want his daughter to suffer such humiliation, but Ma Zhaodi, without a word, knelt right then and there. This only made Li Cuilan escalate her behavior later. Whenever her husband wasn't home, the slightest displeasure would lead to her beating Zhaodi. These memories echoed in Zhaodi's mind. Right now, the most crucial thing was that she seemed to remember which door it was, but she had no intention of going in. She just wandered around nearby. Seeing an older man working in the fields, Zhaodi went over to greet him, hoping to strike up a conversation and ask about Li Cuilan's life before marrying into the Ma family. However, Zhaodi overlooked one thing. They were all from the same village. They would naturally protect their own to some extent. Why would they bring up past scandals to an outsider? Just as Zhaodi was about to leave, she saw Ma Baozhu run out from behind a large red iron gate. A middle-aged man stood at the entrance of the opposite alley, holding a bag of pastries. Uncle Feng, what delicious treats do you have today? The man called Uncle Feng appeared to be in his mid-30s. Judging by his attire, he wasn't from a wealthy family. Seeing Baozhu running toward him, he quickly opened his arms and hugged the boy. Zhaodi was stunned. This man's facial features bore a 70% resemblance to Ma Baozhu. It wasn't obvious when they weren't together, but side by side, the similarity was striking. This person looked familiar. The familiarity Zhaodi felt wasn't just because he resembled Baozhu, but because she seemed to have seen him somewhere in her previous life. Zhaodi smacked her forehead. Asterisk this memory of mine. I should really take my brains out, wash them, and put them back in. Asterisk. Baozhu. Zhaodi stopped overthinking. She parked her bicycle by the gate and called out to Baozhu, who was eating pastries in the alley. The man surnamed Feng, seeing someone had arrived, hurriedly said to Baozhu, "Uncle will come see you another day," and then quickly left. Baozhu, seeing the person behind him was his most disliked sister, felt a surge of anger. "Look, you scared my Uncle Feng away." With that, Ma Baozhu, a boy of few words but fierce actions, lunged forward to scratch Zhaodi's face. Zhaodi was utterly tired of this move. She sidestepped, and a 20 yuan bill appeared in her hand. "Baozhu, come on, sis will buy you something delicious." "What's so good about those pastries?" Immediately, Ma Baozhu's eyes lit up. After all, like mother, like son. Having grown up influenced by her, he knew that money was the most important thing in this world. So, Ma Baozhu agreed right away. But Zhaodi thought fiercely to herself, "I don't believe I can't fish some information out of your mouth." Chapter 53, Feng Guqing. Children of this era weren't like those from her previous life, who knew about making babies by 6 or 7. Kids here still believed at 7 or 8 that they were dug out of the ground and raised. The most common story was that fathers dug out boys and mothers dug out girls. Some still didn't understand why there were both men and women in the world even by 14 or 15. Ma Zhaodi led Ma Baozhu, pushing her bicycle, to the village entrance's small shop. "Buy whatever you want to eat. If you don't have enough money, your sister has more." As she spoke, Zhaodi pulled out a stack of small bills. To Ma Baozhu, this was a fortune. After all, even his mother, Li Cuilan, had never taken out so much money at once. But why had Ma Zhaodi suddenly become so nice to him? Ma Baozhu was, after all, 13 or 14 and had started having his own thoughts. "You're being so kind, buying me food? I'm your sister. Isn't it only right that I buy you food? But from now on, you can't keep grabbing at me anymore." Zhaodi could see he was still wary. Hearing this, Ma Baozhu scratched his head suspiciously. Was it really that simple? Just stop grabbing her and she'd buy him food? Immediately, Ma Baozhu didn't hold back. He bought a pile of snacks from the little shop, spending 5 yuan on lollipops alone. Zhaodi broke out in a cold sweat on her forehead. He was spoiled. 5 yuan could buy 2 jin of pork. Oh well, and who had spoiled him? Munching away and grinning, Ma Baozhu finally called her sister for the first time ever. Sis, this is so good. Sis, my foot. Zhaodi thought fiercely. Then, seizing the opportunity, she asked, you bought so much and didn't leave any for me? I just saw that uncle buying you fruit earlier. Hearing this, Ma Baozhu's guard dropped completely. Munching noisily, he said, it's always fruit. I'm sick of it, almost makes me want to puke. Then why were you eating it so happily just now? Mom said, whatever this uncle gives, I have to take it. Zhaodi quickly pressed, then who is this uncle? Why does your mom make you take the fruit he gives you? Mom said I can't tell anyone about Uncle Feng if they ask. Zhaodi was stunned. Seeing the kid crunching away, about to finish all the goodies, Ma Zhaodi had a sudden idea. She snatched the last remaining lollipop from him. So you see me as an outsider, not a sister at all. Then you don't get to eat this. As she spoke, Zhaodi took the lollipop, pushed her bicycle, and started to leave, throwing over her shoulder, I'm never buying you goodies again. Ma Baozhu watched longingly as his sister took the lollipop, swallowed hard, and said, if I tell you, will you still buy me stuff later? What could he do? Ma Baozhu had no pocket money. His mother's temper was terrible lately, all because dad wasn't giving her money. Now Ma Baozhu had to watch other kids eat and drink well every day, left to drool on the sidelines. Hearing this, Zhaodi smiled and said, tell your sister what you want to eat, and she'll buy it for you. As a result, Ma Baozhu made a pinky promise with Zhaodi for the first time. Then he said that this Uncle Feng often came to see his mother, Liu Cuilan. Recently, when he wasn't in Liu Wazi, Uncle Feng came almost every night. Once, Ma Baozhu saw him and went out calling for his mom, only to see the two of them fighting in the dark in the field. It scared Baozhu so much he didn't dare speak. Fighting? Zhaodi snorted a laugh, thinking, more like pinning your mom underneath him. Ma Baozhu said that later, when his mother came back, she wasn't hurt at all. She even told him that Uncle Feng would come to see him from now on, buy him goodies, and that he had to take whatever was given. Do you know his full name? Zhaodi asked again. I don't know. I just hear mom call him Guqing. Ma Baozhu stared longingly at the confiscated lollipop. Can I have the lollipop now? Here. From now on, tell your sister the truth, and she'll buy you goodies. Zhaodi smiled and handed the confiscated lollipop back to Baozhu. Ma Baozhu quickly grabbed the lollipop and took off running, catching Zhaodi off guard. As he ran, he laughed and made a face, saying, dummy. My Uncle Feng owns the shop. He doesn't care about your stupid snacks. Humph. Nye nye nye. He ended with a tongue-sticking out face, making Zhaodi so angry she really wanted to run over and give him a good thrashing. But he had already darted into his house. That brat really needs a lesson. No, wait. Just as Zhaodi was about to push her bicycle home, she suddenly remembered something. The shop? Right, she remembered now. That man was called Feng Guqing. He used to have a stall in town, selling kids' snacks, little trinkets, rattle drums, sugar beans, that sort of thing. No wonder Zhaodi had thought he looked familiar earlier. And in her memories from her past life, his stall wasn't stable. Sometimes, when the town elementary school let out, he'd set up his stall right across from the school gate. Zhaodi had seen him. When she was 8, Zhaodi was still in school. She had started late, enrolling at almost 7. Back then, the teacher would test each child, making them count. If you could count past 10, you could go to school. Timid Zhaodi, forget counting, she'd wet her pants just seeing the teacher. So, Zhaodi went again at 8. This time, she finally dared to count to 10. By then, Liu Cuilan had already married into the Ma family, and Yuzhu was in preschool, what they called half-grade back then. But the one who picked Zhaodi up was always Ma Zhengwo. Anyway, he picked up both kids. Once out of the school gate, Ma Baozhu would always want to buy sugar beans. The family's situation was very poor back then. Ma Zhengwo was in a bind. He took out 5 fin to buy 1 bag. Just as he was about to open it and give his sister a few beans, Ma Baozhu started crying and making a scene. Then, the stall owner, Feng Guqing, immediately acted very kind-hearted. He directly gave Ma Baozhu several bags of sugar beans and even gave him a rattle drum. She didn't understand back then, but now Zhaodi couldn't possibly not understand. That guy probably deliberately set up his stall by the elementary school gate, hoping to catch a glimpse of his biological son. Zhaodi immediately returned to town. There were several stationery shops near the elementary school gate selling textbooks, pencils, and such. Zhaodi bought a notebook, planning to start keeping a daily record of her income and expenses from now on. Before leaving, Zhaodi casually asked why Feng Guqing, who often set up his snack stall by the school gate, hadn't come today. When Feng Guqing set up his stall, he'd also stock some pencils, erasers, and the like. So, because of business friction, the stationery shop owner wasn't too fond of Feng Guqing and ended up saying a bit more. Him come? He quit a long time ago. It's his wife who sets up the stall now. If I didn't feel sorry for his wife, I'd never let her squat under my awning. The shopkeeper's wife went on, getting more and more indignant. She said that woman was foolish too. She had the looks and the figure, so why did she end up with that good-for-nothing Feng Guqing? Chapter 54. A Father's Sorrow. It is said that Feng Guqing stopped setting up his street stall last year. No one knows where he learned how to play Ni Pao, a gambling game, but he became addicted to gambling. That his wife and child haven't starved to death is already considered fortunate. When saying this, the shopkeeper's wife was indignant. In her anger, she slapped her thigh and said, "That Feng Guqing is simply a heartless scoundrel without a conscience. They say he has another woman on the outside, and the son is already quite grown. Tell me, isn't he creating bad karma?" So it turns out, Feng Guqing's wife, due to their straitened circumstances, took over her husband's work and set up the stall to earn some living expenses. Once, caught in a heavy downpour, she took shelter under the awning of the stationery shop, soaked to the skin, and just squatted on the ground crying. Therefore, the stationery shop owner's wife, seeing her pitiful state, called her inside and offered her a bowl of hot tea. After coming and going a few times, she finally learned the whole story. The stationery shop owner's wife advised her that while she was still young and not bad-looking, she should find another man. Her life was still long. But this woman was just too proper. She said that if the child grew up without a father, he would be looked down upon. If she found another man, people would gossip, and it would bring shame to her maiden family. Later, the stationery shop owner's wife didn't advise her much more. After all, it was someone else's family matter. Anyway, as long as it was Feng Guqing's wife manning the stall, she would help out whenever she could. For instance, if she happened to have some sunflower seeds at home, she would grab a handful for Mrs. Feng. They would chat with each other, which also helped her feel less lonely and desolate while minding the stall. Zhaodi saw that the sky was getting dark, so she rode her bicycle home. In her heart, however, she felt it was unfair to her dad. He had worked like an ox or a horse for over a decade, raising another man's woman and another man's son. She really didn't know if Dad would go crazy after hearing this news. She needed to think of a good plan, one that could both deal with Li Cuilan and ensure her father wouldn't get too agitated. Upon arriving home, she realized it was already past noon, yet the meal was already prepared by Ma Jiangwo. "Dad." Zhaodi was stunned. Dad managed to make a fire and cook by himself, leaning on his crutch. He was currently using his crutch to bring the cooked radish soup to the table. Zhaodi hurried over to support him. "Where's Aunt Lan? Wasn't she home? Why did you do it yourself? What if you fell and broke your leg again?" Ma Jiangwo, leaning on his crutch, was sweating profusely from the effort, but he smiled at his daughter and said, "Dad needs to get some exercise anyway, right? Besides, I was sitting while tending the fire. It wasn't troublesome. As for your Aunt Lan, she went to your uncle's house." At that moment, Zhaodi looked at her father's honest, simple face, a man who had toiled his whole life, never complaining of fatigue, like an ox. "Sitting while tending the fire? Didn't you have to stand up to stir the bottom of the wok while cooking?" She really had an impulse to tell him the truth, to wake Dad up, to make him see that he shouldn't live so naively while being taken for a fool. "What's wrong? Doesn't it taste good?" Ma Jiangwo noticed something off about his daughter's expression. She was holding her bowl and chopsticks, but her eyes weren't on the food in her bowl. Her gaze also carried a hint of anger. Zhaodi quickly gathered her thoughts. She glanced at her father. If he knew now, he probably wouldn't even be able to stand steady. Forcing a pale, thin smile at the corner of her mouth, she said, "Let me taste it." With that, she picked up a bite of food with her chopsticks, then began eating her rice vigorously, making it look absolutely delicious. Ma Jiangwo watched and chuckled, the wrinkles on his face smoothing out. Little did he know, Ma Zhaodi didn't want her father to worry. In truth, even as she stuffed food into her mouth, she couldn't taste a thing. No, Zhaodi couldn't just stand by and watch her father be taken for a fool. Even if Ma Baozhu was a found child, as long as he had some affection for her father, Zhaodi could accept it. But clearly, he regarded that Uncle Feng as more important than his own father. "Dad, I want to ask you something." Zhaodi suddenly became somewhat hesitant, which made Ma Jiangwo chuckle. He took a slurp of wine, smacked his lips twice, and said, "Go ahead and say it." "Why the formality?" "Dad, what if Baozhu isn't actually?" Before Zhaodi could finish her sentence, Ma Jiangwo's hand, which was pouring wine into his cup, trembled. A little wine spilled out. Immediately, Ma Jiangwo's expression darkened. Slowly putting down the wine bottle, his eyes suddenly became vacant. Then he looked at Zhaodi. "I know what you want to say." Zhaodi was completely stunned. Did Dad already know? Or was it something else? Then Ma Jiangwo sighed. "Something seems simple, just like daily life. Isn't it just firewood, rice, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, and tea? But is it really that easy when you're actually living it?" From her father's face, Zhaodi saw helplessness. It felt as if he were saying, "Isn't it just a lifetime?" You die, return to the earth in peace, and become a handful of yellow soil. Sometimes, pretending not to know something doesn't mean you don't know. But even though father said this, he threw his head back and downed a cup of baijiu. They say wine can dispel 1,000 sorrows, but Zhaodi didn't see any relief on her father's face at all. Instead, the furrows between his brows, like the character for River, seemed filled with even denser worry. Zhaodi, no matter what your Aunt Lan is like, at least you have a mother. Upon hearing this, Zhaodi realized her father already knew Ma Baozhu wasn't his biological son. But why did he still work like an ox to support this wife and child? Zhaodi's gaze turned sharp. She felt she didn't know her own father anymore. But Ma Jiangwo slowly got up, swayed a couple of times leaning on his crutch, and went back to his room. Zhaodi truly couldn't understand. A nameless resentment began to grow in her heart. It wasn't until the sound of her father's muffled sobs, sometimes loud, sometimes soft, came from behind the tightly closed door that Zhaodi's heart softened. Ma Jiangwo was a man of experience. How could he not know what a child born in the 7th month would be like? Whether that child was his or not, Ma Jiangwo knew better than the mother herself. However, the reason he wanted to remarry was because Zhaodi was still young. Just a few days after she was born, her mother had died from postpartum hemorrhage. Ma Jiangwo had to find a woman to raise Zhaodi. He didn't want her to grow up and ask him why everyone else had a mother, but she didn't. Perhaps his heart had died along with Zhaodi's mother that day, gone to a place even Ma Jiangwo himself didn't know. In the days that followed, Ma Jiangwo somewhat regretted remarrying. Even though on the surface Li Cuilan took good care of his daughter, he wasn't blind. He could see the bruises from beatings on his daughter's body. He thought that as long as he earned money for this woman, she would treat Zhaodi well. Didn't she just like money? Zhaodi stood dumbfounded outside her father's door, watching. Once before, when she heard her mother had died, Dad had cried like this. So, this was the sound of a grown man crying so suppressed, making one feel that heart-wrenching despair. Dad was a good man. He had a sense of responsibility, valued loyalty and righteousness. Zhaodi would not let her father down. She wiped the moisture from the corner of her eye, turned, went back to her room, and wrote a note. Then she left the main room and went outside the fenced yard. Seeing no one from the direction of her uncle's house and confirming Aunt Lan hadn't returned yet, she placed the note on the gate of the fence. The fence was made of old wooden stakes, weathered over the years, with many cracks. Zhaodi folded the note and slipped it into a crack in one of the wooden stakes. After lunch, around 2 in the afternoon, Li Cuilan returned from freeloading a meal at the eldest brother's house. Before leaving, she had even watched an episode of Dream of the Red Chamber and was humming a tune as she entered. Suddenly, she caught sight of the note tucked in the wood crack from the corner of her eye. Focusing, she quickly pulled it out, opened it, and immediately sucked in a sharp breath. This bastard, isn't he afraid someone else might see it? Besides, why go to Liu Wazi? As she read, she began to smile, a very coquettish smile. It seemed that damn fellow was getting impatient. It was still early, nightfall was a ways off. She immediately tucked the note into her bosom and went inside. Seeing the lifeless atmosphere at home, she felt stifled. The old one was shut in his room sleeping, pretending to be dead. The young one was also pretending to be dead. Li Cuilan called out a couple of times, but no one responded. She simply decided to go visiting neighbors instead. Thinking about the good times tonight, she could feel herself getting damp between the legs right now. As the saying goes, at 30, like a wolf, at 40, like a tiger, at 50, can suck up dirt sitting on the ground. Right now, the sun was bright. Zhaodi should go out. Otherwise, how would they set the stage for tonight's good show? Chapter 55. How could one miss a good show? When Zhaodi returned from her trip to and from Wangchuan County, it was just in time to prepare dinner. Aunt Lan, of course, was not home. After the father and daughter finished their meal, Zhaodi, as usual, helped her father out for a walk to get some exercise. Ma Jiangwo's legs could now bear a little weight. Zhaodi glanced at the gradually darkening sky. Those who were supposed to come had probably all arrived. After walking around, they returned home. Zhaodi settled her father in bed to rest, then took a flashlight and headed to the rice-field eel pond on Prince Mountain. At that moment, Prince Mountain was lush with trees, appearing dark and mysterious under the night sky. Forget hiding people, you could hide an entire army there without being seen. Just then, Zhaodi heard faint, scattered footsteps climbing the mountain, accompanied by suppressed panting. It seemed the male lead had taken the stage first. Feng Guqing crouched low, looking around. There really wasn't a soul in sight. Reaching a large coniferous pine tree, he lowered his voice and called out tentatively. Cuilan? Cuilan. Getting no response, Feng Guqing could only wait patiently. After all, no matter how eager he was, he couldn't rush things. He thought about having a smoke but worried the spark might be seen from afar, so he stuffed the cigarette back into his pocket. Not long after, Li Cuilan tiptoed and glanced behind her. Seeing no one, she quickened her pace into the woods. Why are you so late? Didn't we agree on 8:30? Feng Guiqing complained, somewhat displeased. Something came up at home. As she spoke, Zhaodi heard the sound of passionate kissing, accompanied by a muffled inquiry. Every time I think of you serving that big clumsy ox, I feel uncomfortable inside. When are you going to leave him? I'll take you away. The heavy panting grew more intense, mingling with suppressed moans as the two became heated. Just then, a beam of flashlight light swept over them, startling the disheveled couple. They immediately slowed their movements and dared not make a sound. Who would come up the mountain at this hour? The light's still far away. What's wrong with you? At that moment, Zhaodi tiptoed away, bending low as she quietly headed home. Just as she reached the village path, she ran into Li Cuilan's younger brother, Li Cuijie. Li Cuijie was about to ask why his sister had called him here, but upon seeing this little girl, he couldn't be bothered. Zhaodi couldn't be bothered with him either. Rolling her eyes, she brushed past him and returned to the house. Li Cuijie craned his neck to look inside, but didn't see his sister at home. Only then did he ask, Zhaodi, where's my sister? I think I just saw her heading to Prince Mountain, taking that small path from the fields. Zhaodi even pointed out the trail, then pretended nothing was wrong as she went back inside to fetch hot water to wash her feet. Li Cuijie felt like slapping Zhaodi when he saw her indifferent attitude. If it weren't for his sister saying she had urgent business, he wouldn't have bothered coming to see this family's wretched state. Fuming, he took his flashlight and headed up the mountain. As the beam of his flashlight swept across Prince Mountain, Feng Guiqing and Li Cuilan were lost in the throes of passion. Li Cuijie suddenly called out, Sis, what did you call me here for? What are you doing up the mountain in the pitch dark? As soon as he spoke, Li Cuijie heard movement. It must be his sister. By then, Li Cuilan and Feng Guiqing had reached a point of no return, with Li Cuilan urging him on breathlessly. Li Cuijie immediately saw the man on top of his sister. Though he didn't get a clear look at his face at first, he grabbed Feng Guiqing by the hair and yanked him off his sister. Feng Guiqing felt a sharp pain on his forehead as he was punched. Ignoring the pain, he hurriedly pulled up his pants and tried to run. Li Cuijie cursed. You damn bastard, who do you think you are, bullying my sister? Li Cuijie then picked up a thick branch and swung it at the fleeing man's back. With a sharp crack, the arm-thick trunk struck Feng Guiqing on the back of the head. Feng Guiqing immediately fell face-first to the ground, clutching his head and rolling in pain. Li Cuilan's face turned pale with fear, her lips dry and her throat tightening. She had no time to wonder why her brother had come looking for her at this moment. Hurriedly dressing, she called out, Cuijie, stop hitting him. Seeing that the man was already down, Li Cuijie stepped forward and, without even looking to see who it was, began kicking and stomping on him, beating him until he begged for mercy. Stop it! Li Cuilan shouted, no longer caring about anything else, and rushed over to pull Li Cuijie away. At that moment, dogs began barking from a few households at the foot of the mountain, a sound even Zhaodi could hear. Ever since his leg was crippled, Ma Jiangwo had become more preoccupied. After all, unable to work, his mind was filled with all sorts of messy thoughts, and he had even developed insomnia. Now, faintly hearing his wife's voice, he couldn't help but ask, Zhaodi, are you asleep? Is your Aunt Lon back? I thought I heard her calling out somewhere. Zhaodi was waiting to watch the show. How could she bear to sleep so early? She immediately went to her father's room and said, Dad, it's already past 9. You should get some sleep and stop imagining things. At this hour, Aunt Lon must be watching TV at Uncle's house. Ma Jiangwo thought that made sense. Lately, he had been feeling anxious about not being able to earn money, and he was probably afraid his wife would ask for money again, leading to fearful hallucinations. In the woods, the show continued. Li Cuilan shielded the half-beaten Feng Guiqing and pleaded earnestly with Li Cuijie. Cuijie, stop hitting him. You'll kill him. Who is this man? If I don't beat him to death today, I won't bear the Li family name. Li Cuijie pushed Li Cuilan aside and was about to strike again, but Li Cuilan clung to his leg, refusing to let go. Cuijie, stop. It's my fault. You mustn't let anyone else know about this, or I'll really have no face left. You still care about face? If Mom finds out you're a whore, even if she doesn't beat you to death, I won't let you off. How could Li Cuijie show his face outside after this? With everyone pointing fingers behind his back, saying his sister was cheating on her husband? If they were going to be disgraced, let it be in Liu Wazi, not at the doorstep of their parents' home. Thinking this, Li Cuijie shoved Li Cuilan away and dragged the half-dead Feng Guiqing to his feet. Feng Guiqing, who hadn't had time to fasten his belt, had his pants slide down again as he was yanked up. Stop hitting me. I won't survive, Feng Guiqing gasped for breath, blood from his forehead streaming down his neck. Li Cuijie took a closer look. Wasn't this Feng Guiqing? He gritted his teeth in anger, threw the man to the ground, and pointed at Li Cuilan. Sis, you've got nerve. Just wait. If mom lets you through the door after this, I'll be the one you raised. The matter escalated from there. It wasn't until much later that Li Cuilan began to wonder, weren't there too many coincidences that day? How did Li Cuijia happen to show up at just the right time? Chapter 56, Li Cuilan's Past. 14 years ago, Feng Guiqing was a street vendor selling snacks, toys, and trinkets. He didn't earn much money each month. When Li Cuilan was discussing marriage with him, her mother demanded a sewing machine and a cow as part of the bride price. Because back then, having a cow at home meant you were well off. At least with a cow, you could plow the fields. If Feng Guiqing's family had owned a cow, would he, young and strong, have needed to set up a stall selling trinkets? So he thought if they could consummate the relationship first, then there would be no need to buy a cow. But just before the wedding, Li Cuilan's family shamelessly went back on their word. They even said the child had been aborted. When Feng Guiqing heard that his own flesh and blood was gone, he gritted his teeth and grew to hate Li Cuilan. Around that time, a matchmaker introduced another family. At least the man was a carpenter with a proper trade to make a living, and Ma Jiangwo became the unlucky one who ended up footing the bill. Although he was a widower, Li Cuilan was already pregnant, so she had to marry quickly. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be a matter of losing face. Who would raise the child once it was born? That would become a lifelong problem. But soon after marrying into the Ma family, Li Cuilan increasingly felt that while Ma Jiangwo was honest, he wasn't particularly capable. He only earned a bit more than Feng Guiqing by comparison. As time went on, Li Cuilan grew more envious seeing other families living prosperously. Seeing them buy a few meters of satin to make a floral dress would make her so jealous she couldn't eat for days. Later, she turned her resentment toward Feng Guiqing. It was only in recent years that Li Cuilan finally revealed Baoju's true parentage to Feng Guiqing. This way, she could play both sides, manipulating two men. Now, things had gone wrong. Her own younger brother had found out, and she was afraid he would surely tell their mother. Sure enough, that very night, Li Cuilan hurried back to her parents' home, only to be shut out by her family. Even Baoju was driven out with her. Li Cuijia kept cursing, calling the child a bastard, while their mother relentlessly scolded Li Cuilan for shaming the entire family. With nowhere else to go, Li Cuilan could only take Baoju and return to the Ma family with a heart full of anxiety. It was already past 1 a.m. when they reached the Ma household. Zhaodi was calculating that the loaches in the rice paddy should be released tomorrow. The rice field fish were still small, the biggest only about the size of a thumb. However, judging by the lushness of the paddy, there were already many tadpoles and baby toads inside. So, Zhaodi still needed to put up some netting around it. While she was pondering this, a knock came at the door. Zhaodi was startled. How had Aunt Lan returned so quickly? If not for fear of waking her father, Zhaodi would have been very reluctant to answer the door. Dragging her feet, she opened it to see Aunt Lan's pale face, her eyes swollen like two light bulbs. Clearly, she had been crying hard. Aunt Lan, you're back so late? Zhaodi said, feigning concern, adding remarks about it being cold outside and urging her to come in quickly. As soon as she turned around, Zhaodi couldn't help but laugh inwardly. Aunt Lan was about to enter and raised her hand to knock, but she seemed conflicted, afraid of how to answer if Ma Jiangwo asked her anything. In the end, she simply pulled Baoju into the room where Grandma slept. Before entering, Ma Baoju, in front of Li Cuilan, unexpectedly called out, Sister Zhaodi. Why had this child suddenly changed? He hadn't called her that in over 10 years. Back in the room, Li Cuilan tossed and turned, unable to sleep. This matter couldn't be covered up anymore, and she would probably never be able to return to her parents' home again. But how could it have been such a coincidence? How did Li Cuijia manage to find them up on the mountain? Suddenly, Li Cuilan sat up straight, grabbed Ma Baoju, and asked him, Since when have you gotten so close to Zhaodi? Hearing this question, Ma Baoju felt uneasy. His mother had told him not to tell anyone about Uncle Feng. If he admitted it, he'd probably get a beating. Ma Baoju immediately shook his head and said, I think Sister Zhaodi is really nice. Upon hearing this, Li Cuilan's heart sank. How had that little girl suddenly become so likable? Even Baoju. The night passed without further incident, and Li Cuilan still couldn't figure out what was going on. Early the next morning, burdened by guilt, Li Cuilan got up very early. By the time Zhaodi and her father woke up, she had already prepared breakfast. Zhaodi, old Ma, breakfast is ready. I haven't even touched my chopsticks yet, waiting just for you two. Come on, hot water is in the kettle. Hurry up and wash your face and brush your teeth. As she spoke, Li Cuilan lifted the pot lid and ladled out 4 bowls of porridge, placing them on the table. Then she quickly poured hot water for Ma Jiangwo, personally wringing out a towel to wipe old Ma's face. Old Ma stared motionlessly at his wife. What was wrong with her? Had she lost her mind? Li Cuilan grew nervous under his gaze. Could the news have already reached old Ma's ears so quickly? At that moment, Li Cuilan really wanted to grab Baozhu and run away, anywhere at all, just so she wouldn't be beaten to death by the Ma brothers. In the countryside, if a woman made a mistake, brothers-in-law were allowed to hit their sisters-in-law, but sisters-in-law couldn't hit back, a rule whose origin nobody knew. Zhaodi understood perfectly well. Unhurriedly, she poured a basin of water to wash up, thinking to herself that from now on, Aunt Lan would probably live in constant fear. Dad, look, Aunt Lan's hand is trembling from holding the towel. Aren't you going to cooperate? Zhaodi chimed in. Aunt Lan forced a bitter smile, but had no strength to retort. Besides, it was only that wretched girl Ma Zhaodi who had previously mentioned Baozhu's parentage. She strongly felt yesterday's incident was too strange and must be connected to that damn girl. Zhaodi happily ate her porridge. After finishing, she wiped her mouth and headed to the fields. Li Cuilan now didn't even have the courage to speak loudly. In the afternoon, she even accompanied old Ma out for exercise. When greeting people along the way, her smile looked uglier than a cry. After cleaning the moss from the eel pond, Zhaodi rode her bicycle to town to buy nylon netting. On her way back, she happened to run into Granny Wang, the famous matchmaker from Liu Wazi. Granny Wang was hurrying along behind a flatbed cart. On the cart was a large wooden chest, an old-style rosewood one with double clasps. At that moment, as Zhaodi watched Liu Baoshan and Granny Wang hurrying along, suddenly, a woman jumped out from the Liu Village intersection ahead. The woman's hair was disheveled, clearly uncombed after waking up. Her face was very pale, with heavy dark circles under her eyes and sagging, puffy bags. What are you doing? Don't block the way. Liu Baoshan quickly gripped the cart handles upon seeing her. Huh? Sister-in-law phone? What's wrong with you? Zhaodi stopped in her tracks, startled. Was this woman Feng Guiqing's wife? Don't hide it from me. Tell me, which village did that woman marry into? The woman's eyes were hollow and desperate. She didn't even glance at Liu Baoshan, staring fixedly at Granny Wang instead. Chapter 57. The Last Meeting. Which woman? Granny Wang was taken aback. Seeing sister-in-law Feng's expression, as if she had suffered some kind of shock, the smile on Granny Wang's face froze. But right now, there was an even more urgent matter to attend to, so she simply let Liu Baoshan leave first. You come to my house later. Liu Baoshan slung the cart's leather strap over his shoulder and started pulling it away. Which woman am I talking about? Who else is to blame for me swallowing my anger all these years? How much longer do you plan to keep hiding it from me? Sister-in-law Feng glared furiously at Granny Wang. If Granny Wang hadn't praised Feng Guiqing to the skies back then, would she have married him? They'd been married for so many years, their child was 6 or 7 years old, and he was still fooling around outside. Yesterday, he was discovered and beaten until he looked neither human nor ghost. She had thought he might learn his lesson, but who knew he would sneak out again just now when she wasn't paying attention. She had reached her limit. Before, she had held back for the child's sake, but now she couldn't care about anything anymore. She had tried desperately to save this family, but it was all pointless. Granny Wang was startled. She knew this matter better than anyone. Immediately, she looked around to see if anyone else was there to talk some sense into sister-in-law Feng. Turning her head, she unexpectedly saw Zhaodi. Granny Wang frowned, lowered her voice, and tried to persuade her kindly. Sister-in-law Feng, there are people here. How about you come to my house another day, and I'll explain this matter clearly to you, all right? Granny Wang still had to go to the village chief's house to get the money. It wasn't a small amount this time. After speaking, Granny Wang jogged to catch up with Liu Baoshan. Who knew sister-in-law Feng had no intention of leaving? She followed them all the way to Liu Wazi. The villagers, seeing she wasn't from their village, asked if she was looking for someone and whose family. She didn't smile, nor did she speak. Maybe she's mute. So, no one paid her any more attention. When Zhaodi passed the village entrance, she saw this sister-in-law Feng sitting by the roadside, just staring at Liu Baoshan's gate, waiting for Granny Wang. Zhaodi suddenly felt this sister-in-law Feng was quite pitiful. After all, she had learned from the stationery shop owner that she single-handedly supported the whole family. However, Zhaodi felt that in such matters, there was no clear right or wrong, it was just bad luck. Returning home, Zhaodi found scissors and needle and thread, planning to cut the nylon net to fence off that one moo rice paddy. In the afternoon, she would go up the mountain to chop a few sturdy branches for stakes. That way, frogs and such wouldn't be able to escape. Sis, what are you doing? Bao came in, playing with a bamboo pole, and squatted beside Zhaodi to watch. Catching frogs. Zhaodi said, then thought, wait, where's Aunt Lan? Where's your mom? Dunno. Ma Ayuju was actually happy inside, thinking that today, Li Cuilan had surprisingly given him 2 yuan pocket money, then left, telling him not to say where she went. Behind a collapsed old house in Liu Village, Feng Guiqing, his head wrapped in bandages and his arm in a sling from being kicked out of place by Li Cuijia, looked miserably at Li Cuilan. Cuilan, don't come looking for me anymore. What did you say? Li Cuilan was stunned. She hadn't cared about her reputation and had borne him a son, and now he was telling her not to look for him anymore. How can you be so heartless? Baodu is your son. He's your flesh and blood. Cuilan, you see how I am now. What more do you want? Feng Guqing said with a pained face. His face, already beaten to a pulp, now, in his agitation, had blood trickling from his nose. Besides, Mei Xiong knows about it now. So what if she knows? You don't have any feelings for her anyway. Besides, she gave you a son, and I gave you a son too. I don't care. Li Cuilan didn't dare speak too loudly. After all, it was broad daylight. Although this ruined house had long been uninhabited, there was still a chance someone might come by unexpectedly. Then what did you come to find me for today? Spit it out. Feng Guqing was clearly not as patient with Li Cuilan as before. For no other reason than because last night, Mei Xiong found out he had been beaten for fooling around. Usually mild-tempered, she didn't blame him at all and even took care of him. But then, in the middle of the night, she went to the storage room by herself to hang herself. If the child hadn't been frightened and cried, and he had only discovered it this morning, her body would probably be cold by now. Feng Guqing had always thought his wife was just a lowly creature, never fighting back or talking back, doing whatever he told her. He didn't earn a single cent, while she stayed home making shoe insoles and sewing clothes for others to earn money and supplement the household income. Perhaps it was last night, at that moment, that he suddenly realized the importance of his wife. After all, he had never thought about what he and their son would do if she were gone one day. I came to ask you, that day you told me to go up the mountain, when exactly did you go to Liu Wazi? Li Cuilan had come precisely for this matter. She was afraid that when Feng Guqing went to Liu Wazi, that little brat Zhaodi might have seen him. Wasn't it you who told me to go? Feng Guqing was taken aback. It seemed this woman hadn't told him to go at all. Damn it, this beating really was for nothing. Li Cuilan wasn't a fool either. Immediately, the two of them locked eyes, seeing shock and suspicion in each other's gaze. Li Cuilan's heart sank further. So it seemed someone had really dug a pit for them to jump into. Probably Li Cuijia's sudden appearance was also deliberately notified by someone. Could it be that dead brat Zhaodi? She never had any cunning before, doing whatever she was told. Thinking this, Li Cuilan felt Zhaodi couldn't possibly have such cunning. But was there a second person who would harm her like this? I don't care what's going on. Anyway, from today on, don't come looking for me anymore. Feng Guqing remembered again the scene of his wife almost hanging from the beam. He didn't want to ask about anything now. Li Cuilan's gaze grew unfocused. Hearing this, the focus in her eyes suddenly sharpened on Feng Guqing's face. You're looking for death. Why? Baodu is your son, you have to raise him. You really have no conscience. I'll beat you to death, you heartless bastard. As she spoke, Li Cuilan grabbed Feng Guqing and started hitting him indiscriminately. Even though Feng Guqing was injured, he was still a man, and his strength was greater than a woman's no matter what. Reflexively raising his elbow to block, he pushed Li Cuilan away. Are you done yet? Li Cuilan stumbled back several steps, her heel hitting a clump of earth from the collapsed adobe house. She fell backward. Immediately, Feng Guqing saw this. He didn't know where she had hit, but he saw Li Cuilan lying on the ground, motionless. Feng Guqing was terrified. Had she fallen to her death? In Liu Wazi, after trimming the nylon net, Zhaodi went to the field. Hearing they were going to catch frogs, Ma Baozhu happily followed right behind her to the field. Sis, where are the frogs? Ma Baozhu saw the rice paddy. Zhaodi, busy working, said, they're still small this season. Wait a while, around wheat harvest time, the frogs are at their fattest. Ma Bao looked. Sure enough, there were many frogs the size of a thumb scurrying around in the rice paddy. They looked quite fun. Just then, a bellow like a wild ox sounded, accompanied by heavy, thudding footsteps pounding the ground. Little brother, I have a wife. I have a wife. Zhaodi was startled. What was this idiot doing here? As she thought this, she saw that mass of fat surging towards them, so happy he didn't even wipe the 2 streams of yellow snot from his nose. I have a wife. My dad got me a wife. She's so pretty. Come on, come to my house and see. Zhaodi was stunned. Could he really get a wife like that? But Zhaodi felt something was off. Today, Granny Wang and Liu Baoshan had pulled a cart back in a hurry from outside. That big wooden crate. Chapter 58. Qin Xianer. Zhaodi fell into deep thought. In her memories from her past life, after she had been violated by Liu Dasheng, under various pressures and the coercion and inducements of her stepmother, Aunt Lan, she had married Liu Dasheng. Later, after marrying into the Liu family, Liu Dasheng would either beat or curse her. Additionally, Liu Ping'an was a fool who didn't understand matters between men and women. He would even barge into Zhaodi's room in the middle of the night. Of course, Liu Dasheng was often not home, and only when he was away did Zhaodi have some peace. Later, Liu Ping'an was caught by Liu Dasheng peeping at Zhaodi while she was bathing. Instead of beating his foolish younger brother, Liu Dasheng beat Zhaodi. That was also when she lost her first child, as she miscarried and couldn't save it. After that, Liu Baoshan thought to himself that even though his son was foolish, he was still a man. Since no girl was willing to marry him through matchmaking, he simply bought a wife for him with money. As a result, this wife was beaten black and blue as soon as she entered the household. The reason was simple. This woman kept trying to run away, and every time she was caught and brought back, she would be beaten by both father and son. In her past life, the timid Zhaodi never understood why. Thinking about it now, that sister-in-law was probably trafficked and sold to the Liu family. At this thought, Zhaodi couldn't bear to think further, because later Liu Dasheng took that sister-in-law to his own bed, and the fool Liu Ping'an didn't understand anything. Of course, this was secondary, especially since the current Liu Dasheng was no longer a man. Let go. Zhaodi saw that her arm was being yanked by the fool Liu Ping'an, who was trying to drag her to his home to see the new bride. Come take a look, please. The foolish Ping'an kept pulling at Zhaodi, annoying her. None of you Lius are any good. But Zhaodi didn't actually lose her temper. Instead, she said, is that new bride named Xianer? Does she have a mole here? Zhaodi asked. Liu Ping'an was taken aback, letting go of her arm. His eyes widened, and he finally sucked in the snot that had been hanging from his upper lip, saying, how did you know? I don't know what she's called, but she does have a little black dot right here. The foolish Liu Ping'an pointed at the center of his own forehead as he spoke. Zhaodi remembered clearly. In her past life, this sister-in-law was named Xianer, surnamed Qin Xianer. This was her real name, which she had secretly told Zhaodi. After all, how was her suffering any different from Zhaodi's? Qin Xianer was locked up as soon as she arrived at the Liu household. From initially not being allowed to be touched, she eventually became a corpse to be trampled upon at will. Back then, to prevent her from committing suicide, the room she was locked in had no sharp objects or ropes. In her past life, Zhaodi was also timid. Though she felt a connection in their shared fate, she didn't dare to release her. She could only try her best to leave her some food. It was also during that time that Qin Xianer told Zhaodi her name and family background. At the height of their emotional conversation, Qin Xianer, with her swollen belly, knelt down behind the iron-barred door and begged Zhaodi to help her contact the police and get in touch with her family. But the timid Zhaodi could only watch helplessly as she suffered abuse, lacking the courage to act. Because if she released Qin Xianer, where could she herself escape to? Wouldn't she just be caught by the Liu family and beaten as well? In her midnight dreams, she would always remember Qin Xianer's resentment toward her. At this thought, Zhaodi suddenly smiled through tears at Ping'an. Ping'an, I'm going to tell you something, but you mustn't tell anyone else. Hearing Zhaodi's tone, Liu Ping'an sniffed his snot, scratched his butt, and put on a serious expression, waiting for Zhaodi to speak. You're still young, you don't understand. Look, when others bring home a new bride, they set off 500 firecrackers, set up several banquet tables, and scatter candies. Now that you have a new bride, shouldn't you tell your dad to set up a couple more tables? When the time comes, I'll go pick up some candies too. As soon as Zhaodi said this, Liu Ping'an grinned, rubbing his hands together sheepishly. That's right. There'll be a big feast and candies too. I'll go home right now and tell my dad to set off firecrackers and throw a wedding banquet. With that, the foolish Ping'an turned and left. Zhaodi quickly added, it has to be 500 firecrackers. Otherwise, no one will know you've taken a wife. Liu Ping'an stumbled down the slope, waving back, I know, little brother, don't forget to come for the big feast. As soon as Liu Ping'an left, Zhaodi's heart sank. Thankfully, Liu Dasheng was no longer a man now. Otherwise, Qin Xianer would suffer tonight. But even if Zhaodi wanted to go see how Xianer was doing right now, wouldn't she just end up clashing with the Liu family again? Moreover, across past and present lives, Qin Xianer probably didn't remember her anymore. Zhaodi let out a long sigh. Having been reborn, she at least had a chance to make up for the timidity and cowardice of her past life, to make amends for that debt of guilt. All she hoped was that Qin Xianer was safe and sound. After arranging the nylon net, Zhaodi assigned Baozhu to handle the stakes. She herself swung the sledgehammer, driving the stakes into the ground. Putting down the hammer, she shook them a few times with her hand, feeling they were quite sturdy. Once the nylon net was stretched tight, the little money grubber Ma Baozhu started complaining. Sis, look, I helped you with the work. What tasty treats are you gonna buy me? Asterisk, all you think about is eating. Look how fat you're getting, almost as big as the village chief's foolish son asterisk, Zhaodi thought, but she didn't say it out loud. Instead, she smiled and said, it's still early. Later, when we go to town, sis will buy you a candied hawthorn stick. You promise? Of course I promise. Zhaodi said, but Ma Baozhu didn't believe her and insisted on pinky swearing. So they did. Around 2 in the afternoon, there was no one at home, and Zhaodi was frantic. She was planning to go to town, of course, not just to buy Ma Baozhu a candied hawthorn stick. She intended to send a message based on the address and phone number Chen Xianer had told her in her past life. As for calling the police, Zhaodi hadn't considered that for now, because Liu Baoshan still had some influence locally. If she called the police and it didn't solve the problem, it might instead hasten his persecution of Chen Xianer. Then she herself would end up stuck in the mud, not only failing to save Chen Xianer, but also getting herself into a situation where she couldn't even protect herself. But right now, where could her own father, with his lame leg, have gone? Baozhu, go find your dad. I'm going to buy you that candied hawthorn stick. For the sake of the candied hawthorn stick, Baozhu would obey anything. He immediately dashed off into the village to search everywhere. Zhaodi got on her bicycle and headed to town. Arriving at the only small shop with a landline telephone, she dialed a number from her past life memories without another word. The person who answered was a man, his voice somewhat urgent. Hello, who is this? Zhaodi didn't say who she was and went straight to the point. Are you Chen Xianer's family? She's at. Before Zhaodi could finish, the other side anxiously asked. Yes, have you seen my sister? Where did you see her? Tell me quickly. A heavy reward awaits. Zhaodi was taken aback. She hadn't thought about any reward. The only thing weighing on her was her own weak and incompetent self from her past life. She simply wanted to make amends. Wanchuan County, at the village chief's house in Liu Wazi. As she said this, Zhaodi suddenly felt the shopkeeper looking at her. After speaking, she hung up the phone, paid the money, turned, and left, hoping Chen Xianer's family would come quickly. But she had only taken a couple of steps when she heard the shopkeeper's voice behind her. Girl, don't go. It's for you. Zhaodi paused, thinking that Chen Xianer's family probably wanted to learn more details and had called back. Chapter 59. Li Cuilan is missing. Zhaodi could only go back to answer the phone. The voice on the line was still that man's. He seemed very tense, speaking through gritted teeth. Girl, leave me a way to contact you. If I can't find my way when I get there, I'll get in touch. Or, just tell me your name. My family doesn't have a phone. As for my name, it's not convenient to say. Zhaodi hesitated for a moment before speaking. It wasn't that it was inconvenient, it was just not convenient now. Zhaodi couldn't afford to be as brainless as she was in her past life. She absolutely could not let the Liu family know she was the one who tipped them off. At least not now. Once she was in a position to suppress the Liu family, she wouldn't be afraid of anything. Seeing that his inquiries were fruitless, the other party could only hang up. Zhaodi felt uneasy and restless. She bought a candied hawthorn stick, got on her bicycle, and hurried home. As soon as she entered the village entrance, she saw a large crowd gathered under the big tree. Amidst the bustling chatter of the crowd, the loudest voice was that of the fool, Liu Ping'an. It turned out Liu Ping'an was throwing a tantrum with Liu Baoshan over setting off 500 firecrackers for the wedding banquet. Right now, he was rolling on the ground under the village tree. I won't. I want the banquet. Liu Baoshan looked at his idiot son throwing a fit on the ground, his face turning dark purple with anger. The villagers watching the spectacle covered their mouths, snickering. Oh heavens, has Ping'an gone mad from wanting a wife? Exactly. Village head Liu, in my opinion, you should hurry up and find a girl for Ping'an. At the moment, no one believed the fool Ping'an could actually have a wife. They all thought this silly child had simply gone crazy from wanting one. Besides, this idiot was so foolish he even hit his own father. Who would dare marry him? Zhaodi didn't stop. She didn't even get off her bicycle and rode straight home. Before she even reached her doorstep, she saw two people standing and talking from a distance. One was Granny Wang, and the other was sister-in-law Feng, whom she had met on the road this morning. At the time, I thought Feng Guqing had cleanly broken things off with that woman. But these kinds of matters aren't something I can control. Anyway, that's all I could do. That Li Cuilan married into the Ma family. Granny Wang, having finished her business at the village head's house and clutching several thousand yuan she urgently needed to deliver to someone else, she was just taking a cut in the middle. The bulk of the money belonged to others, turned to leave. She happened to run into Ma Zhaodi returning home and immediately put on her matchmakeress smile, saying, Oh Zhaodi, where have you been? Zhaodi knew full well this Granny Wang was probably no good, but she didn't want to wear her feelings on her sleeve like in her past life. Showing everything not only made others uncomfortable but also exposed her own thoughts. So she smiled and said, Nothing much. Was craving something sweet, went to buy candied hawthorn. Would you like to try one, Granny Wang? Oh no. Granny Wang's teeth aren't good, can't handle such sour things. With that, Granny Wang hurried off. Sister-in-law Feng, leaning on the fence gate, didn't dare go in. She just stood on tiptoe, peering into the main room, hoping to catch a glimpse of the woman who had an affair with her husband. She looked and looked, but didn't see anyone, only spotting a limping man briefly passing through the room. The man didn't notice her either. Auntie, who are you looking for? Zhaodi asked, pushing her bicycle into the fenced yard, already knowing the answer. Sister-in-law Feng was taken aback, sizing up Zhaodi. This girl was so grown up? Could this child be Feng Guqing and that woman's child? A wave of suspicion hit her. Sister-in-law Feng's eyes instantly filled with despair and hatred. Thinking of her own husband, then thinking of her 7-year-old son, she couldn't control herself. She reached through the fence and grabbed Zhaodi's wrist. Tell me, who is your mother? Is it Li Cuilan? Zhaodi was startled. Her grip was really strong, clearly the hand of someone who worked hard all year round. The calluses covering her palm gripped Zhaodi's arm, feeling rough and prickly. But it seemed she had mistaken Zhaodi for her husband's illegitimate child. Zhaodi struggled hard. It's true my mother is Li Cuilan, but she's my stepmother. Why are you asking? As Zhaodi struggled, the woman quickly let go upon hearing this. Her pained, despairing face immediately gained another emotion, conflict and apology. I'm sorry. I mistook you for someone else. With that, she turned and left as if fleeing for her life. Just then, Ma Baozhu, having had his fill of playing at his uncle's house, came bouncing along and passed right by sister-in-law Feng. Sis, did you buy the candied hawthorn? At that moment, Zhaodi watched as sister-in-law Feng stopped in her tracks, her gaze following Ma Baozhu's figure. She immediately recognized a resemblance between this child's features and her own husband's. For a woman, this was nothing less than a parasite born from a festering wound, incessantly gnawing at Mei Xiang's heart, yet she could do nothing about it. Zhaodi was startled by the look in this woman's eyes. It seemed the depth of her hatred for Feng Guqing was matched only by the distortion of her heart now. It was a pity she hadn't found that damned woman today. If she had, she would have gladly dragged her to death with her. This anger was something she couldn't swallow. After watching for a long time, sister-in-law Feng finally turned and left. Who is that woman? Why was she staring at me like a crazy person? Ma Baozhu had also noticed this strange woman. For Ma Zhaodi, that look in sister-in-law Feng's eyes was more than just lifeless, it was the twisted gaze of someone whose spirit had completely broken down, like a mental patient. Don't know. Eat your candied hawthorn, Zhaodi said, heading inside and calling out Dad, thinking that with someone outside earlier, there was no way he hadn't heard. As she entered, she asked Baozhu where he had found their father. Ma Baozhu said in the woodshed that Dad was working. Hearing this, Zhaodi's heart clenched, and she hurried inside. Just then, Ma Jiangwo was there by himself, wrapping his leg. When he was discharged from the hospital, the doctor had put on a cast. It had to stay on until his leg healed before it could be removed. Because the weather was gradually getting hotter, the skin under the cast, combined with the swelling going down and skin peeling, had started to fester a bit. So, Zhaodi would remove it each time she applied medicine and also at night. Usually, it was bound up to prevent the bones from shifting out of place a second time. Dad, what are you doing? Why are you taking the cast off? Seeing his daughter suddenly come in, Ma Jiangwo gave an embarrassed smile. Just airing it out a bit. Cut it out. Look at you, over 40 and still learning to lie like a kid. Zhaodi spoke with the scolding tone of an adult. She took the bandage from her father's hands and helped wrap it while saying, Does it feel better with it off? Can you squat and sit more easily now? Is it more convenient for work? Sure is. Ma Jiangwo replied, not immediately discerning if it was a compliment or criticism, and even laughed, slapping his thigh. Only when he saw the look in his daughter's eyes wasn't quite right did he stop smiling. Actually, it's not that much more convenient. It's about the same, ha ha ha. Zhaodi couldn't help but laugh. She suddenly felt her dad could be quite cute too. Someone came by outside earlier. Who was it? Ma Jiangwo couldn't help but ask. Someone asking for directions. Zhaodi brushed it off. By the way, where's your Aunt Lan? Haven't seen hide nor hair of her all day. Ma Jiangwo asked again. She wasn't home for lunch either, and no one knew where she had gone. If she had gone back to her parents' home, she definitely would have taken Baozhu. Just look at Baozhu now, covered in dirt like he'd just climbed out of a pig wallow. Zhaodi was taken aback. Not only did she not know, even Baozhu said he didn't know. But Zhaodi also thought if Aunt Lan had gone back to her parents' home, she surely would have taken Baozhu. Baozhu, where's your mom? Zhaodi asked, having finished binding her father's cast, turning her head. Chapter 60, Not at her mother's house. Ma Baozhu, who was eating candied hawthorn, paused slightly. He remembered his mother telling him not to say anything before she left. He quickly shook his head and said he didn't know. Anyway, Li Cuilan wasn't very well liked. Except for her sudden change in attitude towards Ma Jiangwo today, the dinner for the family of 3 was quite harmonious. Hearing Baozhu calling sister repeatedly, Ma Jiangwo felt comforted. At least the siblings hadn't fought for several days, which was a good thing. But at night, Ma Baozhu, who was used to sleeping with his mother, woke up in the middle of the night with a fit. Even though he was past the age of crying himself to sleep, he insisted on his mother holding him. In the dead of night, Ma Jiangwo was woken up by the commotion and couldn't calm him down no matter how he tried. Zhaodi, come quickly and see what's wrong with Baozhu. Ma Jiangwo, who had limited mobility, called for Zhaodi to help. Even bringing a glass of water would do. However, Zhaodi came in from outside, with a hint of dew still clinging to her. "What's wrong, Dad?" Zhaodi quickly closed the door and went to check. Ma Baodu was crying with his eyes tightly shut. Has his soul wandered off? Ma Jiangwo muttered to himself doubtfully. Ma Baoju, if you keep crying, you won't get any candied hawthorn tomorrow. I won't buy it for you. Zhaodi shook him vigorously. He wasn't really crying, he was simply having a nightmare, and hadn't woken up at all. Because Zhaodi had been like this herself as a child, her family would say her soul had wandered off. In truth, Zhaodi was so afraid of being beaten by Aunt Lon that she dreamed at night of her stepmother turning into a green-haired monster coming to grab her. If you stop crying, I'll buy you a water gun tomorrow, Zhaodi added. Soon, Ma Baodu nodded with his eyes closed and fell asleep shortly after. He probably wouldn't remember the water gun by tomorrow. My daughter really knows how to handle things, Ma Jiangwo said, seeing his son had settled down. After tucking him in, he frowned and said, Where do you think your Aunt Lon has gone off to? It was so late. If Ma Jiangwo were in good health, he would have gone to her mother's house overnight to ask. But there was nothing he could do. It was already midnight. He couldn't let his daughter go alone. He decided to let it go for now and wait until tomorrow. If that woman still didn't return, he would go to Wangshuan Village to talk about it. He didn't want any trouble if something happened and her family came to make a scene. Zhaodi returned to her room, took off her clothes, and lay down. At that moment, she still felt a chill down her spine. What should she do? After dinner, Zhaodi had seen that her father and Ma Baoju were asleep. She was worried about Qin Xianer and wanted to see if her family had arrived. She went out, and it wasn't a big deal, but half the village was dark and quiet, unlike in summer when people would still be out chatting in the cool night air past midnight. Just as she reached outside Liu Bashan's courtyard wall, she heard noises. The lights were still on in Liu Bashan's house. She heard Qin Xianer's voice, saying she would never agree even if they killed her. Immediately after, there was a scream, and then silence. Next, she heard Liu Ping'an shouting not to hit his wife. Then Liu Dasheng roared. Damn it, look at your stupid self. Wife, haven't you ever seen a woman before? Stop arguing, both of you. Are you trying to let everyone know? Liu Bashan was furious. At that moment, Zhaodi was very worried. What should she do? Should she call the police? What if they killed Qin Xianer? Half an hour later, Zhaodi gradually calmed down. They probably wouldn't kill her, since Liu Bashan had spent a lot of money to buy her. But why hadn't Qin Xianer's family come yet? How long would they have to wait? What if Liu Bashan forced himself on Qin Xianer? Thinking of this, Zhaodi shuddered. The suffering she had endured in her past life was etched deeply in her memory. Now, Zhaodi felt that if she couldn't help Qin Xianer, the debt from her past life would only bury itself deeper. That night, Zhaodi didn't sleep a wink. Early the next morning, when she got up to make breakfast, she found that Aunt Lon still hadn't returned. Her father, with a pained expression, said Baoju needed someone to look after him. He told Zhaodi to ride her bicycle to Wangshuan Village after breakfast to check. If Aunt Lon was at her mother's house, then so be it, she could come back whenever she wanted. Zhaodi agreed, ladled out the porridge and noticed Baoju hadn't slept well last night, so he wasn't up yet. Ma Jiangwo told Zhaodi to pour the rice from his bowl back into the pot, saying to save the thicker rice for Baoju. Zhaodi's heart ached. Her father knew Baoju wasn't his biological son, yet he valued him more than himself. After breakfast, Zhaodi rode her bicycle to Wangshuan Village. Of course, before going to Wangshuan Village, she had to stop by the town to make a phone call and ask why Qin Xianer's family hadn't arrived yet. The person who answered the phone wasn't the man from yesterday, but a woman. She sounded like she was in her 30s or 40s, with a hoarse voice, as if she had been crying for a long time. I'm the one who called yesterday. Have you sent someone? The other party immediately stopped sobbing. Yes, we sent someone yesterday. Thank you, girl. If my daughter returns safely, I will reward you generously, no matter how much. Zhaodi was taken aback. If she were only seeking revenge, she wouldn't have kept her identity secret yesterday. Since they had sent someone, that was good. Perhaps their home was far away. Zhaodi only remembered from her past life that Qin Xianer had said her home was very, very far. She was a girl from the Tujia ethnic group, located in what is now the southern region of Hunan province. In her past life, Zhaodi also remembered Qin Xianer kneeling and begging her, saying that if Zhaodi helped her escape or notified her family, they would pay any amount of money. Back then, Zhaodi knew their family was wealthy. However, at the time, Zhaodi had no concept of money. She was just timid and afraid. This time, Zhaodi still didn't reveal her identity. She would treat it as making up for her past failure to help a stranger. After hanging up, Zhaodi bought a water gun on the street for 2 yuan and then headed to Wangshuan Village. Truthfully, Zhaodi had no fondness for Aunt Lan's family. In her past life, she was afraid to enter their door. After all, she still remembered kneeling and kowtowing an apology in a certain spot. In this life, Zhaodi didn't want to enter their door. Even if she, Ma Zhaodi, became successful one day, she still wouldn't want to step into that house. Zhaodi raised her hand and knocked on the red-painted iron door. Soon, the door opened, and the person who answered was none other than Li Cuilan's mother, Ding Xiujuan. Ding Xiujuan was in her 60s, not very tall, wearing a blue cloth jacket. Her feet were bound in the 3-inch golden lotuses, the most popular style of that era, with ankle bindings. Although she was older, her demeanor gave off an unyielding, argumentative energy. When she saw it was the Ma family girl outside the door, her expression turned sour. "Grandma, is Aunt Lon home?" Zhaodi wasn't angry. After all, she had no intention of having any dealings with their family in the future. Ding Xiujuan had never liked this girl to begin with. Now, mentioning her shameless daughter made her even angrier. Who knows which man she's run off with? As she spoke, Ding Xiujuan closed the large iron door, muttering, "Ma Jiangwo isn't much of a man either. Can't even control his own wife. Never seen any decent gifts during the holidays. What's the point of living?" Zhaodi gritted her teeth in anger. This old woman was really something. Zhaodi was about to get on her bicycle and leave, but then she thought, if her dad asked when she returned, what would she say? If Aunt Lon wasn't at her mother's house and had really eloped with Feng Guqing, how would she explain it? No, she had to find out where the Feng family lived and confirm the situation. Only then could Zhaodi figure out how to reassure her father. Thinking this, she asked around until she finally found the Feng family's doorstep. But when she arrived, Zhaodi was stunned. Chapter 61. Drank pesticide. The Feng family's living conditions were poor, no better than her own. They also lived in a mud brick house. There wasn't even a courtyard, just 3 thatched huts in a row. The main room had living quarters on either side, with a side room serving as the kitchen. Next to it was a thatched shed for livestock, the kind without a door. Under the shed was a chicken coop enclosed by a fence. 2 old hens and a rooster clucked inside, pecking at the rough chaff on the ground. The main room was already in disarray. The square dining table in front of the woman had its legs repaired several times, and several knife marks on the surface revealed the pale wood beneath. A rolled-edge kitchen knife lay on the table. The woman sat right there, her gaze vacant, her hair disheveled and face unwashed, still wearing the same clothes she had on when she was seen yesterday. From outside, the main room was dimly lit. At first glance, it was truly eerie. Zhaodi took a sharp breath. Sister-in-law Feng really looked like a madwoman who might pounce at any moment. Zhaodi had originally intended to ask around, but she figured she already had the answer now. Just as she was turning to leave, sister-in-law Feng's vacant gaze suddenly shifted to Zhaodi. Her eyes were like those of a dead fish, staring as if at something lifeless. "What are you doing at my house?" Her voice was low, devoid of any emotion, indifferent like someone who had abandoned all hope of living. Zhaodi stopped, thinking to herself that sister-in-law Feng was also a woman with a hard life. "I just wanted to ask if my Aunt Lon has been here." Sister-in-law Feng leaned on the chaotically hacked square table and stood up, swaying slightly. The corner of her mouth curled into a tragically desolate arc, and tears streamed down her face. "They must have eloped long ago." With that, sister-in-law Feng didn't step outside, but turned and went into the inner room. Zhaodi's heart sank. Could it be that Feng Guqing was also missing? Had the two of them really run off? Zhaodi quickly propped up her bike and entered the room. A strong smell of pesticide hit her, startling her. She rushed outside to call for help. Soon, the villagers arrived and, working together, carried sister-in-law Feng outside. "Soap water, hurry up." The countryside was a place of gossip, but the one good thing was that when one family was in trouble, the whole village would lend a hand. In no time, sister-in-law Feng was surrounded by people. Some fetched water, others tried to make her vomit. Soon, a large basin of soapy water was being poured down sister-in-law Feng's throat, making Zhaodi's heart race with fear. Sister-in-law Feng has had such a hard life. The villagers who couldn't help began to sigh. This wasn't the first time Zhaodi had heard about how good sister-in-law Feng was, said to be hardworking and uncomplaining. Any man who married such a wife would consider himself blessed. Her child is only 6 or 7. If something happens to her, what will happen to the kid? "Meixiang? Can you hear me?" After the commotion, one of the rescuers, an uncle, patted Meixiang's face. Her breathing was weak, her face dark purple, and she slowly moved the corner of her mouth. Everyone felt a glimmer of hope. Just then, the sound of a 4-wheeled vehicle approached from afar, bumping along. A young man quickly jumped out and shouted, "I borrowed the 4-wheeler. Quick, to the hospital." Once again, everyone worked together to load her onto the vehicle, and several kind-hearted villagers followed along. After everything settled, Zhaodi pedaled away on her bicycle. She thought to herself, this woman was too foolish. Was it worth it for a heartless man? Perhaps it was like her own past life. She should never have ruined her life over a moment of impulse. Now, she could only hope this foolish woman would safely pull through. The ones who deserved to be struck by lightning were Li Cuilan and Feng Guqing. This matter couldn't be kept secret for long. Originally, Li Cuilan's mother, Ding Xiaojuan, unable to find her daughter, wanted to make a scene at her in-laws' house. But as soon as she heard that Feng Guqing was also missing, rumors began to spread like wildfire. Ding Xiaojuan no longer had the face to cause trouble at her in-laws' place. Now, she didn't even dare to step outside, for fear of being pointed at and gossiped about, how her daughter had run off with someone, and so on. Talk of the upper beam being crooked and the lower beam following suit spread, each rumor more unpleasant than the last. Until one night half a month later, when Feng Guqing returned home in the dead of night, sneaking in like a ghost. Zhaodi returned home, unsure how to explain things to her father, so she temporarily said she hadn't found anything. Ma Jiangwo didn't ask further, only sighed. What couldn't this woman do when she was angry? Once, she hid at her parents' home for 2 or 3 months, without showing her face. Well, let her be. After lunch, Zhaodi returned from the eel pond and heard that fool Pinyin had really gotten himself a wife. Many people had heard a young woman's voice in the Liu household over the past few days. Zhaodi hurried home upon hearing this, thinking to herself, why hadn't the Chen family arrived yet? Any later, and someone might die. Zhaodi planned to put down her tools and go to the village entrance to inquire. Not long after stepping out, she saw fool Pinyin bounding toward her from a distance, his pants so low they almost revealed his butt crack, yet he made no effort to pull them up. Zhaodi, wedding candy. I'm giving it to you first. From afar, Pinyin waved his clenched fist in the air, accidentally dropping a piece of candy. When he squatted to pick it up, his entire buttocks were exposed, making Zhaodi gag. And when she thought about how he liked to pick his butt, could this candy even be eaten? Here. Up close, Pinyin opened his chubby, dough-like palm, revealing 4 or 5 pieces of candy. Zhaodi frowned slightly and took them. Then, Pinyin raised his hand and wiped his runny nose with his sleeve, creating a long, stringy trail from his mouth that stretched half a foot. Good heavens! When's the wedding feast? Zhaodi asked with a smile, but had no intention of eating the candy. Wow, that soon. Zhaodi was taken aback. The Chen family must have arrived by tomorrow at the latest. By the way, Pinyin, your wife is pretty, right? Of course. So pretty. The moment Pinyin thought of his wife, he drooled with joy. Let me tell you, she's your wife from now on. You can't let anyone bully her, and you definitely can't hit her. If you hurt her, no one will play with you anymore. Zhaodi said this with utmost seriousness. Liu Pinyin was stunned, thinking to himself that his father had hit his wife last night, and not lightly. Really? Of course. Zhaodi said, stuffing the candy into her pocket and walking purposefully toward the village entrance. Think about it. What's the point of having a wife? Isn't it to have a companion? If you hurt your wife, who will play cops and robbers with you? Hearing this, Liu Pinyin thought it made sense. However, he always liked to be the cop so he could go bayubiao bubu. But now that he had a wife, he could let her be the cop and bayubiao him while he played the robber. But, thinking this, Liu Pinyin scratched his head. What if that wife didn't want to be his woman? He brought this up with Zhaodi. My dad said you have to hit them at the start, or the wife will run away. Zhaodi thought, damn it, she refused to believe she couldn't fool this idiot. Aren't you having the feast tomorrow? Didn't your parents go prepare for it today? They did. They even hired a cook. The thought of this made Liu Pinyin's heart surge with excitement. Tomorrow, he would have a wife to play with. Is anyone at your house now? Zhaodi asked. Liu Pinyin shook his head. No one. But my house is locked. Otherwise, I'd take you to see my wife. Zhaodi had originally intended to do just that. But Liu Baoshan and his wife had gone to prepare for the wedding and locked fool Pinyin outside, probably afraid their utterly foolish son might secretly let the girl go. But now, with the door locked, Zhaodi couldn't get in either. But I really want to see your wife, to see if she's pretty. Liu Pinyin perked up. Of course she was pretty. How about, we climb over the wall to get in? Chapter 62. Scaling the wall. Okay, but you have to keep it a secret, Zhaodi said, nodding. Hey, is the new bride fun to play with? As they passed under the big tree at the village entrance, Auntie Song, holding an empty bowl after her meal, waved at Liu Pinyin, causing a burst of laughter from several older women. She's so much fun. Liu Pinyin couldn't tell good from bad and immediately grinned, his heart swelling with pride. Bypassing the bright red iron gate of Liu Baoshan's house, the two arrived at the head of the courtyard wall. Zhaodi looked at the over 2-meter-high wall and felt a wave of worry. How was she supposed to climb something this high? Pinyin, come here, squat down. Zhaodi called Pinyin over to use him as a stepping stool. Pinyin was quite happy about it, as if wanting to show Zhaodi how pretty the wife he had brought home was. He immediately rubbed his hands together and squatted by the base of the wall. Perhaps Chinxianer, locked inside the room, heard some movement and started making muffled sounds. Hearing this, Zhaodi couldn't wait any longer. She stepped onto Liu Pingan's shoulders and stood up. Stand up a bit more, I can't reach, Zhaodi said. Liu Pingan obediently straightened his back. Zhaodi immediately grabbed onto the wall bricks, used her arms to pull herself up, and climbed onto the wall, straddling it. To avoid being noticed, Zhaodi quickly looked for a place to land. She grew anxious, lying on the wall and looking left and right. Fortunately, in the corner, there were a few beams left over from house repairs leaning against the wall. Zhaodi crawled over and slid down along a beam. Brother, she's in our grain storage room. Outside, Liu Pingan didn't forget to remind her. Zhaodi opened the main hall door and went inside, carefully passing through the living room. She could have navigated the layout of the Liu family's rooms blindfolded and known exactly which room stored the grain. It was pitch black inside, with no windows, only one door. Inside were stacked grain containers, circles upon circles for storing food. Other than that, the space wasn't large. Zhaodi carefully knocked on the locked wooden door. Muffled sobs came from inside. It seemed Chinxianer thought someone from the Liu family had returned. Chinxianer, how are you? Zhaodi asked cautiously. The crying inside stopped abruptly. She probably never expected anyone to know her name. Could it be someone from her family had come? Immediately, Zhaodi felt the door move slightly. It seemed she had come to the door. They were now separated only by the store. Who are you? The voice was full of hope yet laced with thick fear, asking tentatively. I'm Ma Zhaodi. No, she didn't know her at all. Zhaodi quickly corrected herself. You don't know me. Tell me now, how are you? Are you hurt? The person behind the door had been confined for half a month. From her hometown to here, she had hardly seen any light. Suddenly feeling someone was worried about her, she began to sob again, but didn't dare cry loudly. Please, save me. If you save me, I'll have my family give you lots of money, as much as you want. Zhaodi had heard this sentence in her past life. She still remembered those eyes, filled with despair and bitter resentment. Zhaodi's heart trembled. I've already notified your family. Are you hurt or not right now? Hearing that her family had been notified, Chinxianer immediately started kowtowing against the door. Zhaodi heard the clear sound of her forehead hitting the ground. Just some superficial injuries. When will my brother come? I don't know either. I made the call yesterday evening. The most important thing for you now is to protect yourself. You have to hold on. They should be here soon. Zhaodi said urgently, not wanting her to keep kowtowing like that. But they're forcing me to marry that idiot. Thinking of this, Chinxianer behind the door choked with despair. Zhaodi's heart ached. She paused before saying, if it means avoiding suffering, agree to it for now. If your family hasn't arrived by then, I'll find a way to help you. The person at the door nodded desperately, biting her lower lip, forcing all her tears back down her throat. Just as Zhaodi was about to leave, she thought, what if something happened tonight? Wait a moment. Zhaodi rummaged around the Liu house and finally found a fruit knife under the tea table. She slid it under the door crack. Chinxian, take this. Hide it well. Keep it for self-defense. Don't take it out unless it's absolutely necessary. And also, don't use this thing to hurt yourself. Otherwise, when your older brother comes to find you and sees your family would be heartbroken. Chinxian pulled the fruit knife inside. Though separated by a door, this sense of security was something a mere door could no longer block. Afterwards, Zhaodi left the main hall, carefully closing the door behind her. Just as she turned around, ready to climb the beam and scale the wall, the sound of the red-painted iron gate rattling came, along with the voices of Liu Baoshan and his wife outside. What if that girl still refuses? Or what if she tries to run during the banquet tomorrow when there are lots of people? Even if she can't run, what if she talks nonsense? So many villagers will be watching. What do we do then? Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, Liu Baoshan said, followed by the sound of a key being inserted into the lock. Zhaodi used both hands and feet, employing her tree-climbing skills, and scrambled up the wall. Just as the main gate opened, Zhaodi had no time to signal Pingan to catch her. Gritting her teeth, she jumped down. Liu Baoshan sensed a shadow flash across the top of the courtyard wall. His eyes immediately turned suspicious. A wildcat in broad daylight? As soon as Zhaodi landed and tried to stand up to leave disaster, a sharp pain shot through her ankle. She had sprained it. Liu Pingan was also terrified at this moment. He was crouching by the end of the wall, peering towards his own main gate, having just noticed his parents had returned and was worrying about it, when he heard the sound of something heavy landing behind him. Turning his head, he saw Zhaodi had already come out. Was she pretty? Liu Pingan didn't notice Zhaodi's sprained ankle at all. He went up to her, eagerly awaiting her opinion of his wife. Idiot, Zhaodi felt like cursing. The door's locked so tight even a dog couldn't chew through it, and you have the nerve to ask me. I was really fooled by you. I won't play with you anymore. Liu Pingan thought about it. It really was locked. Damn, Zhaodi was angry. She probably wouldn't come for the big feast tomorrow. He immediately grew anxious. Zhaodi, don't be angry. You'd better go home and keep an eye on your wife, Zhaodi said irritably, pretending to be angry as she limped around the corner towards home. Just then, Liu Dasheng put down what he was carrying and came out to look. He immediately saw his idiot son coming towards him, almost bumping into him. From the corner of his eye, in his blind spot, the limping figure entered Liu Dasheng's field of vision. Wasn't that Ma Zhaodi? Immediately, Liu Dasheng's gaze turned dark. Ma Zhaodi limped her way home with great difficulty. Once there, she quickly applied cold water to her ankle. For sprains or dislocations, you must apply cold water on the first day to prevent swelling. Otherwise, it's hard for the bone to reset properly. This was Zhaodi's experience. Afterwards, she coaxed Ma Baozhu to go find the blind masseur to give her a rub. Though it still hurt a bit, at least after a night's rest, it would be better. At the Liu house, Liu Dasheng was unsettled. Why did the Ma family have to be involved in everything? This Ma Zhaodi was really a tough one to deal with. Considering that Shao Zhendong had backed her up last time, Liu Dasheng had originally thought the matter was settled. Now that his son was about to get married, he didn't need to pressure Ma Zhaodi anymore anyway. But now look, keeping that girl around really was a recipe for trouble. Chapter 63, Locked Up. Around 3 o'clock that afternoon, Zhang Taixing came to catch loaches. Seeing Zhaodi limping along, he stopped the girl and decided to catch the eels himself. The two of them had been working together for quite some time now, so Zhaodi just sat on the bank, chatting idly with Zhang Taixing. Zhang Taixing said that the restaurant wouldn't need eels delivered tomorrow. Zhaodi was taken aback and asked why. That meant selling dozens of pounds less today. I heard your village is hosting a banquet and has hired old Buddha from the restaurant as the head chef. They won't be open tomorrow. Zhaodi gave a non-committal but she was thinking to herself that this Liu Dasheng really knew how to make a show of things. For weddings and funerals in the village, people usually just helped each other out with the cooking. But he was being extravagant, hiring a chef directly from a restaurant. It seemed he was paying quite well, probably more than old Buddha's daily earnings at the restaurant. Otherwise, why would he come here to cook a large communal meal? After finishing up and weighing the catch, Zhaodi clutched the cash she received on the spot and headed home to start preparing dinner. While they were eating, Liu Dasheng's wife passed by their door and went straight to Ma Laoda's house to put up the wedding couplets. The big red characters read double happiness, and pasting them on the door signaled that the banquet invitation had been delivered. Zhaodi didn't think much of it, as her family had never had any ties with the Liu family for generations. But Ma Jianguo was puzzled. Why put them up at Laoda's house but not theirs? Although old Ma didn't think much of Liu Dasheng either, he still felt a bit looked down upon. It would have been better if they hadn't put them up at any of the Ma houses at all. Ma Jianguo slammed his bowl on the table. They really don't know how to do things. Zhaodi also found it strange, but then she seemed to understand something. She guessed Liu Dasheng was deliberately not inviting them. Who wants to eat at their place anyway, right? Ma Jianguo said, finishing his meal and going back to his room. He was thinking about why that damned woman still hadn't come back. But then again, wasn't it because Baozhu slept with him every night, making it impossible to rest properly? Baozhu, time for bed. No, I want to go to Grandma's house, to find Mom, to find Uncle Foam. Whenever it was time for bed, Baozhu would throw a tantrum. Zhaodi had to coax him with toys every day. She bought him a water gun, then he wanted a wind-up car. The things he asked for were getting more and more expensive. That money could have fed the family for several days. Hearing this, Ma Jianguo's expression changed. Who is Uncle Foam? Ma Baozhu, no longer caring what he should or shouldn't say, blurted it out because his mother hadn't been home for several days, and he was feeling increasingly upset. Even though a child might not understand, the adults listening certainly did. Ma Jianguo's face darkened. Early the next morning, the sound of Suona horns could be heard, the 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix echoing throughout Liu Wazi Village. Most of the Liu family's relatives had arrived early to help wash and prepare vegetables, while the men helped build stoves and set up woks. The scene was bustling and lively. Hearing the music, Zhaodi's heart clenched with worry. Had the Chen family still not arrived? Thinking about it, Zhaodi felt uneasy, especially about Chen Xianer. She hoped the girl wouldn't do anything rash. After breakfast, Zhaodi went to join the crowd. From a distance, she saw Liu Dasheng dressed in a clean, respectable white shirt and suit pants, handing out cigarettes. His leather shoes were polished to a shine. Because of the noisy crowd, Zhaodi made her way through the people and headed toward the Liu house. At that moment, the Liu family's courtyard was also filled with onlookers. After all, this wasn't an ordinary wedding banquet, it was a fool getting married. Everyone was curious and eager to catch an early glimpse of the bride. Zhaodi looked around and just then, Liu Dasheng walked toward her. Today, he was dressed up like a proper person, but unfortunately, he was too ugly. No matter what he wore, he still looked disgusting. My brother's wedding didn't invite your Ma Laoer's family. What are you doing here? Liu Dasheng immediately blocked Zhaodi at the door. Can't I come to see the bride? Zhaodi said. Is the bride so ugly she can't be seen? Oh, to see the bride? Go right ahead. Liu Dasheng suddenly changed his attitude and made an inviting gesture. Zhaodi was slightly taken aback and couldn't help but eye Liu Dasheng suspiciously. Since when had he become so agreeable? Putting other thoughts aside for the moment, Qin Xianer's safety was the most important thing. Without hesitation, Zhaodi stepped over the threshold, but Liu Dasheng followed closely behind. The villagers sitting on long benches in the courtyard were chatting while cracking melon seeds. Ma Yuhua saw Zhaodi arrive and nudged her mother with her elbow. Mom, look who's here. As Zhaodi entered the main hall, whispers started behind her. Song Ying glanced disdainfully at Zhaodi's back. Didn't they say they didn't invite Ma Laoer's family? Why is that girl here? Probably to mooch a meal. She might get some leftovers or something. Exactly. The Laoer family is having such a hard time. Now that there's a chance to get some meat dishes, of course she'd come. Yeah, village head Liu isn't a petty person. Since they're from the same village, he probably can't just chase her away. Song Ying's face twitched almost imperceptibly. If anyone said Ma Laoer's family was worse off, others might not know, but she, as the eldest sister-in-law, knew perfectly well. They ate better than her own family. When Laoer was hospitalized and needed a lot of money, they hadn't borrowed a single cent. Thinking of this, Song Ying remembered the money the old lady had. She had been serving the old lady good food and drink lately. She didn't believe the old lady would leave her inheritance to anyone else when she died. Yuhua, save some of the meat dishes for your grandma later. Got it, Mom. Ma Yuhua agreed readily. You really know how to be filial. Not like my daughter-in-law, who thinks giving her a bite to eat is good enough. Yes, Yingzi is truly filial. By now, Zhaodi had been led into a bedroom. This was Liu Ping'an's bridal chamber. Colorful paper decorations hung from the ceiling, and double happiness characters were pasted on the windows. The bedsheets and quilts were also made of fine satin with dragon and phoenix embroidery. At first glance, it really had the festive atmosphere of a wedding. But there was no one inside. Just as Zhaodi was about to turn around and ask where everyone was, she heard the door behind her slam shut and lock with a clang. Liu Dasheng, what are you doing? Zhaodi shook the doorknob vigorously, but it was locked tight from the outside. Little bitch, just stay in there. Liu Dasheng sneered. You little brat, always meddling in my business. I'll deal with you after the wedding. Where's that Ma Zhaodi girl? Liu Bashan had noticed Zhaodi as soon as she arrived. He was increasingly convinced that this girl knew something. He had been worrying about how to deal with her, and now she had walked right into the house. Locked inside. Liu Dasheng had originally planned to lock her in the grain storage room, but since this was the bridal chamber, the bride would be kept here later at noon anyway. Furious, Zhaodi kicked the door. What was Liu Dasheng up to? Did he know that she was aware of Qin Xianer's background? If so, would that be Liu Dasheng try to silence her? Zhaodi quickly looked around, searching for any way to escape. The windows were latched from the outside. Besides the bed, there was nothing else in the room. Zhaodi grew more and more anxious until she heard the sound of firecrackers. Zhaodi knew the banquet was starting. In the countryside, wedding feasts started late in the morning and had to be timed for the auspicious hour at noon. So, once the meal began, it would only be a matter of hours before the wedding ceremony. Ping'an? Ping'an. Zhaodi tentatively knocked on the door, hoping to hear the fool's voice. Right now, only that fool could help her. If Liu Ping'an helped her this time, she promised herself she would never laugh at him for being stupid again, never trick him again. Chapter 64. The Fool's Wedding. At that moment, Liu Ping'an, unusually dressed in a white shirt and tie, was waiting foolishly outside the gate for his bride to return. Liu Baoshan had deceived his foolish son, saying that the bride needed to dress up and had taken her to the photo studio early in the morning to get ready. She would be back before noon. In reality, Qin Xian was still in the dark room. The person helping her change clothes was none other than Liu Baoshan's sister, Liu Baoxia, and her sister-in-law, who were dressing up Qin Xianer. A woman must marry sooner or later in her life. If you're not used to it now, you'll get used to it later. Although Ping'an is a bit foolish, his father is the village chief. Their life is among the best, and they definitely won't treat you poorly. Qin Xianer clenched the fruit knife hidden in her sleeve. Her watery eyes held a trace of emptiness and despair, yet also a glimmer of hope brought by a stranger, struggling to grow in the midst of desperation. At this moment, Zhaodi had already given up hope. Her stomach growled with hunger. Finally, noon arrived, and the sound of firecrackers shattered the silence. A shout came from outside the gate. The bride is here. Zhaodi quickly knocked on the door. Is anyone there? Qin Xianer's face suddenly stiffened. That voice was the same as the younger sister's from yesterday. She couldn't possibly mistake it. After all, that voice had appeared when she was in despair, leaving a particularly deep impression on her. Even last night, the sound of her voice still lingered in her ears, a sound that rekindled hope. Just as Chen Xianer was about to turn her head, Liu Baoxia held her arm and said, "Don't cause any delays." Chen Xian always remembered Zhaodi's words. Her family would arrive soon. What she needed to do was not resist, to avoid bringing physical harm upon herself. The foolish Da Biao had been waiting foolishly at the door for a long time. The tie in front of him had been messed up from him using it to wipe his nose. Liu Ping'an felt that wearing a tie around his neck was quite convenient. Whenever he had a runny nose, he could just pull it up and wipe it. He planned to wear it every day from now on. At that moment, Liu Ping'an suddenly turned his head and thought, "Holy crap, can the bride perform magic tricks? How did she come out from inside the house?" A table had already been set up at the entrance of the main hall, with a high seat. Liu Baoshan, grinning from ear to ear, sat right in the middle, with his wife beside him. Liu Ping'an was pulled to stand with the bride and bow to the elders. He tilted his head to look at the bride, grinned foolishly, and drool dripped from the corner of his mouth down to his chest. "This bride is really pretty. Which family's girl is she? Why didn't her family come?" There were many questions, but in the countryside, the main focus of a banquet was waiting for the main meal to start. After eating, every household could take some leftovers home, heat them up, and eat them for several meals. Chen Xianer clenched her sleeve, afraid the fruit knife would fall out, but in her heart, she hoped her family would arrive quickly. At that moment, outside was bustling with excitement. No one noticed that Liu Dasheng had returned to the house, carrying a kitchen knife in one hand, and quietly opened the door to the bridal chamber. Inside, Zhaodi suddenly heard the sound of the door opening. She immediately stood up and hurried over. The moment the door cracked open, the first thing Zhaodi saw was a hand holding a kitchen knife. Zhaodi gasped, and in a moment of quick thinking, she sidestepped. As the door opened, she was hidden behind it. Liu Dasheng was stunned. Why was there no one in the room? Just as he thought to look behind the door, Zhaodi pushed the door open with great speed and rushed out. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through her scalp, and her body fell backward. With a thud, Zhaodi fell to the ground on her back. Liu Dasheng tightly gripped Zhaodi's hair, a malicious look in his eyes and a cruel smile twisting his lips. It was as if all the suffering he had endured for so long was bursting out all at once. "Where do you think you're running, you bitch?" Liu Dasheng hissed through gritted teeth. Zhaodi tried to and stand up, but with her hair gripped, her entire body was pulled uncontrollably by the force. Soon, she was dragged onto the bed. Liu Dasheng threw down the kitchen knife, freeing one hand to grab the Dragon Ant Phoenix quilt and press it over Zhaodi's face. Then, he pressed his entire body on top of her, covering her mouth tightly with both hands. Zhaodi whimpered, struggling desperately with all four limbs, but she was no match for Liu Dasheng's strength. "You damn bitch, you brought this upon me. Letting you die quickly would be too easy on you," Liu Dasheng thought viciously. Now, he was merely alive, a walking corpse. He could no longer enjoy intimacy, no longer have the of being a man. This pain was worse than killing him outright. This time, even if Liu Dasheng were to be executed by firing squad, he would drag her down with him to the grave. He wouldn't let her go even in the underworld. In the courtyard outside the main hall, it was bustling with excitement. Everyone was beaming with joy, praising the bride for her beauty. Suddenly, Song-ing, cracking melon seeds, squeezed through the crowd from outside and shouted, "Baoshan, Baoshan, hurry up and set off firecrackers to welcome them. The bride's family has arrived." Song-ying's face was filled with festive smiles. The villagers also thought this was a good thing, indicating that the bride's family valued her. But Liu Baoshan alone felt a buzzing in his head, as if water had been poured into his ears, drowning out the lively sounds. "Hurry! We mustn't slight them, or they'll say the people of Liu Wazi Village don't know how to handle things." Song-ying added another remark. Other villagers chimed in agreement, and someone even said, "This is incredible. They came in cars. It seems this girl is from a wealthy family. Quite a few people have come, and they're already at the village entrance. Hurry up and set off firecrackers to welcome them." At this moment, Chen Xianer's heart was in turmoil. Tears immediately welled up in her eyes, and the bitterness of the past half-month surged forth, throwing her into disarray. With a clatter, the fruit knife in her sleeve fell to the ground. Instantly, not only was Liu Baoshan shocked, but all the villagers watching the excitement and the children waiting for the bride to scatter candies were also stunned. "Mom, is the bride going to cut apples with a knife?" A 5- or 6-year-old child innocently pointed at the fruit knife and said. Beside her, Liu Ping'an also shrank his neck, bent down to pick up the fruit knife, sniffled, and said, "Wife, what are you holding that for? Are you going to cut an apple for me? Who's your wife?" Chen Xianer trembled as she spoke, snatched the fruit knife from Ping'an's hand, and slashed at him. At that moment, Liu Ping'an covered his bloodied hand, trembling in fear. He took 2 steps back, looking at his wife with terror. He wanted to step forward again but was too afraid. Right then and there, he was so frightened that snot and tears streamed down his face. Liu Baoshan could no longer sit still. He stood up and shouted, "Do you want to die?" But as soon as Liu Baoshan stood up to approach, Chen Xian'er pointed the knife horizontally at her own neck. "Don't come any closer." Liu Baoshan turned pale with fright. He was also somewhat puzzled. The day before yesterday, she was desperate to die, but yesterday she became unusually calm and even agreed to the marriage. At this moment, none of the villagers could laugh anymore. No one knew what was happening, and many were so frightened they retreated from the Liu family's courtyard. Chapter 65. The bride's family arrives. At that moment, Chen Xian's eldest brother, Chen Lei, had just entered Liu Wazi Village. He had originally planned to gather some information before making a decision, but unexpectedly, he encountered a family holding a banquet, which completely blocked the road at the village entrance. Liu Wazi Village was a poor, remote place where four-wheeled cars were a rare sight. The sudden appearance of one led everyone to assume it was relatives of the in-laws. After all, Liu Baoshan was indeed the village chief, but he didn't have any relatives who owned a car. Someone immediately suggested it might be the bride's family. From start to finish of this fool's wedding, the bride's family hadn't been seen. According to rural thinking, this meant the daughter was precious, and they were waiting for the banquet to see how grandly the groom's family would host it. The more impressive the display, the more it showed they valued their daughter. And now, they had even arrived by car. At that moment, Chen Lei noticed a large red gate not far away, adorned with couplets. Many people were running out from inside, as if something extraordinary had happened. Immediately, Chen Lei decided to inquire first. Using the phone number, he first found that small shop. After asking the shopkeeper, he learned that the person who had tipped him off was a girl of about 15 or 16. Based on the description of her appearance, he should be able to find her with a little asking around. Just then, a heart-wrenching scream came from behind that gate. "Don't come any closer, I really will kill myself." Liu Baoshan was stunned. How could this girl have such a fierce temper? Seeing the relatives and neighbors looking at each other in shock, Liu Baoshan felt he had completely lost face. He glanced at his foolish son, who was just standing there crying. That useless wretch. If he weren't still needed to carry on the family line, even Liu Baoshan, his own father, would have wanted to kick him to death and be done with it. "Girl, don't get so worked up. My son is a bit simple-minded, it's true, but I will treat you as my own dear daughter. Be good now, put the knife down." Chen Xian wasn't foolish enough to listen. She kept backing away step by step. It must be her eldest brother. It had to be. Zhaodi hadn't lied to her. The villagers had never seen such a scene. Watching the new bride holding a fruit knife, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Chen Xian stepped backward out of the main gate, her bright red dress particularly eye-catching. Chen Lei's gaze happened to fall in that direction. The moment their eyes met, Chen Lei's heart felt as if it had been struck by lightning. "Quick! Xian'er, it's Xian'er." Chen Lei was both excited and worried because his sister was holding a knife. Immediately, 3 people got out of the car. One looked to be in his 40s, wearing a white shirt and suit pants. The other 2 were young men in their 20s, dressed in ordinary casual clothes. But their demeanor made it clear at a glance they were not ordinary folks. "Big brother." The moment Chen Xian saw her brother, she completely broke down. Dropping the knife, she rushed toward him. The bride's dress was made of dacron fabric, a long skirt Liu Baoshan had specially paid for to save face. But adhering to the old custom of not showing the feet, the 3-inch golden lotus, the skirt was made too long. Chen Xian'er hadn't run more than a couple of steps before she tripped and fell hard, scraping the skin off her arms and legs and tearing the dress. "Xian'er, don't be afraid. Big brother is here." Chen Lei's eyes were slightly red. But as a man, even if he wanted to cry, he couldn't. He immediately said to the men who had come with him, "Investigate. Get to the bottom of this for me." Chen Xian'er cried uncontrollably. It had been a full half-month. Half a month ago, she was still at a gathering with a classmate. She came home a bit late, then suddenly felt her mind go blank. When she woke up again, everything had changed. For half a month, in her pitch-black memories, she had been on a ship, stayed in guest houses, and heard the sounds of transactions no less than 3 times. The last transaction was this one. The man in his 40s appeared very composed and said calmly, "Lazy, I might not have much trust in the local authorities here. Now that we've found Xian'er, we'll take it slow." If they were trustworthy, how could a human trafficking case of this magnitude go unheard of? Chen Lei nodded. He raised his hand and gently patted his sister, who was sobbing into the crook of his arm. "Don't be afraid. Tell me everything that happened now. Big brother will definitely give you a satisfactory resolution." Chen Xian, who had been crying, suddenly stopped. She looked up at her brother and said urgently, "That girl is locked up." Chen Lei frowned slightly. "Which girl? Could it be another victim trafficked by the human traffickers?" "The one who helped me notify my family, big brother." Hurry, take someone to check on her. She's locked in a room. Qin Xianer didn't have time to explain in detail. Grabbing Qinlei, she headed toward the Liu family courtyard. But just as they reached the entrance, the courtyard gate was firmly locked from the inside. Big brother, you must save her. If it weren't for her, I'm afraid Qin Xian looked at the tightly shut gate. Outside, the villagers who had initially been ready to start the banquet and enjoy the feast were all keeping their distance, watching from afar. Even the big tree was crowded with people perched on it. What on earth has Liu Dasheng done to make the new bride threaten to slit her own throat with a knife? I don't know. I thought her family had come to offer congratulations. Looking at the girl's family, their conditions seem pretty good. They even have a car. How could they possibly marry her off to Liu Dasheng's foolish son? The villagers watched the commotion from a distance while discussing among themselves. At that moment, only the Liu family members remained inside the courtyard. Big brother, what do we do? It seems her family is quite well off. They even have a car. The speaker was Liu Baxia. Ever since Ma Zhaodi stabbed her last time, she had been removed from her position as women's director and was still awaiting investigation. Liu Dasheng's facial veins bulged. He was thinking of a countermeasure. If he firmly denied that the girl was bought, insisting she came willingly, and claimed he knew nothing about anything else. Thinking of this, Liu Dasheng meaningfully curled the corner of his mouth and said, "To say it was slow would be an understatement. It happened in less than 5 minutes." By now, Zhaodi felt as if a large ball of cotton was stuffed in her head, imprisoning all her airflow outside. Ma Zhaodi's hands suddenly went limp, and her legs became weak. Liu Dasheng's mouth finally curved into a satisfied smile. He slowly loosened his grip and carefully lifted the quilt, as if afraid of scaring away a butterfly underneath. Looking at the lifeless Ma Zhaodi on the bed, her face now crimson, her eyes wide open from lack of oxygen, staring fixedly in one direction. Liu Dasheng chuckled, his expression like that of a maddened fool, then suddenly began to cry. In an instant, bitter laughter mingled. Liu Dasheng squatted painfully on the ground, clutching his hair fiercely. He had finally made this woman die. Wasn't that a joyous thing? But then, why was he crying? She was dead, but Liu Dasheng's life was ruined, completely ruined. Just then, a series of footsteps arrived one after another, instantly filling the room to capacity. "Little sister, wake up." Qin Xianer spotted the girl on the bed at first glance. She rushed over, grabbed Zhaodi's arm, and shook her vigorously. "Big brother, it's her. I'm sure it's her. What do we do? She's not breathing." Qin Xianer sobbed uncontrollably. If she hadn't met such a good person in this lifetime, she would have long been unable to return home or even stay alive. Qinlei's thick brows furrowed. He had a rough idea of what had happened. He immediately said, "Detain these people. Immediately apply for arrest warrants directly from the Provincial Public Security Department in the name of the old master." As soon as he said this, the two young men in their 20s turned and left the room. "Xianer, step aside." After speaking, Qinlei, with his 1.8-meter frame, walked over and crouched down beside Zhaodi. Qin Xian reluctantly took 2 steps back. Without another word, Qinlei raised his hand and pinched Zhaodi's philtrum, the groove below the nose. He pinched hard 3 times, each pinch lasting no more than 3 seconds, with intervals of no more than 5 seconds. Soon, Zhaodi suddenly took a sharp breath, holding it for a long moment before exhaling. Her eyeballs rolled twice. Qinlei let out a long sigh of relief. If pinching the philtrum hadn't worked, he would have had to resort to pricking her fingernails. Zhaodi rolled her eyes, suddenly sat up, and stared blankly. She felt as if her brain had rusted. Chapter 66. Ma Zhaodi goes mad. But soon, memories from before resurfaced, and a fierce glint appeared in Zhaodi's eyes. She got up, intent on killing Liu Dasheng. "Liu Dasheng, I'll fuck your mother." Then she spotted the kitchen knife on the floor, grabbed it, and was about to start hacking. Qinlei's mind went blank for a second. Wasn't that voice exactly the one from the phone call? Confirming it was, he was simultaneously stunned by this girl's ferocity. Back then, when he offered a reward, she hadn't even left a name. But now, Qinlei felt he owed this girl. Right now, Zhaodi, holding the kitchen knife, charged out the door to kill Liu Dasheng. But the scene before her forced Zhaodi to replay everything in her mind again. Liu Dasheng sat on a chair, his face beyond just ugly. It was deathly pale, like a condemned prisoner already on the execution ground. He, Liu Dasheng, never expected that the woman old lady Wang brought over would turn out to be a phoenix dancing right in front of a gun barrel. "Damn it, old lady Wang. Did you and the Ma family's second branch join forces to screw me over?" Luckily, he was playing dumb now, pinning everything on old lady Wang. He'd just say he had no idea where this girl came from, that she was just someone the matchmaker introduced. Zhaodi, having just escaped death, was breathing heavily. Hearing Liu Dasheng still claiming ignorance, she couldn't hold back any longer. She rushed forward, ready to kill this heartless man. Qinlei immediately stopped Zhaodi. Believe me, I won't let the wicked go unpunished. Qinlei's phoenix eyes held a trace of sincerity and certainty. He couldn't help but take another look at this girl who was currently losing control of her emotions. If it weren't for her, his sister might really be missing, just as described. It's just, this girl values loyalty and righteousness. Nowadays, who isn't selfish? People who would risk themselves for others are truly rare. He's lying. He knows everything. Zhaodi was held back by Qinlei, but her anger wouldn't subside. She never thought the Liu family could be so vicious that Liu Dasheng actually wanted to kill her. For people like this, Zhaodi should have made the entire Liu family die long ago. Hearing Zhaodi's words, Liu Baoshan's heart sank to the bottom. Thousands of thoughts about killing Zhaodi instantly flooded his mind, but he forced a bitter smile and said, I really don't know. How about, I send someone to fetch old lady Wang so you can question her face to face. This was said for Qinlei's benefit. But Zhaodi never expected that this Qinlei actually had connections. His father was the director of the Provincial Public Security Department. Liu Baoshan had really run into the line of fire this time. After all, the disappearance of the Qin family's young lady was no small matter. They had notified the family immediately, and the old master contacted the local Provincial Public Security Department to handle the case strictly. By the time the task reached the Township Public Security Unit, it was already past 3 p.m. But since the order came from higher up, the moment the public security officers received the message, even if they had to run on foot or scramble for bicycles, they had to carry out their duty. At 4 p.m. that afternoon, old lady Wang, Liu Baoshan, his wife Zhao Meixiang, along with Liu Dasheng, the simpleton Liu Ping'an, and his younger sister Liu Baoxia were all cornered in their home. Even if there were people from the Liu family within the public security system, they probably wouldn't dare pull strings at a time like this. Hearing about the Qin family's formidable background, Zhaodi immediately found an excuse to leave. Firstly, she was afraid her father at home would worry. Secondly, Zhaodi couldn't stand the Qin family's repeated thanks because, to her, all this was just to make up for her own guilt. If she hadn't been so timid and afraid in her past life, perhaps none of this would have happened. From this moment on, Zhaodi felt she absolutely must not be soft-hearted anymore. It only harmed others and herself. As soon as she got home, Ma Jiangwo anxiously asked where she had been all day, mentioning that something had happened at the Liu family at the village entrance. Zhaodi forced a smile. Her father didn't know she had just escaped death. I just went to see the commotion. Oh. Ma Jiangwo sighed in relief and pressed, what happened at the Liu family? Bringing this up, Zhaodi naturally pulled up a stool to sit down and have a good talk with her dad. After hearing the story, Ma Jiangwo sucked in a cold breath. Seems that new bride was most likely trafficked. The public security officers came. Don't know what the outcome will be, but I reckon Liu Baoshan is in deep trouble this time. Zhaodi said, feigning calm. That Liu Baoshan really has no conscience. Ma Jiangwo was also indignant. After all, they were both fathers. Putting himself in their shoes, if his own daughter were kidnapped, he, Ma Jiangwo, would naturally fight to the death, dragging those bastards down with him. That night, most of the village went to the village entrance to watch the commotion. Liu Baoshan and the others were taken away by the public security officers. Since Liu Baoshan was from Taizhi County, according to regulations, the case had to be investigated at the local public security bureau. Qin Xianer was originally ordered by Qinlei to be sent back to their hometown. But thinking she hadn't thanked her savior yet, and since Qin Xianer also wanted to know the outcome of the case, she simply called home to report she was safe and stayed in Taizhi County for an extra half-month. The next day, Zhaodi planned to go to town to buy rice and flour, and also see about buying a TV set, since her father was bored at home. But Ma Baozhu pestered her relentlessly to tag along. Zhaodi frowned. If she took Ma Baozhu, even if she bought a TV, there'd be no way to bring it back. Ever since Li Cuilan ran off, this Ma Baozhu clung to Zhaodi all day, following her everywhere, his temper getting worse and worse. I'll buy you delicious food when I come back. You wait at home. Zhaodi had no choice but to coax him. Your sister also plans to buy a TV, just like uncle's families. Be good, okay? Unexpectedly, Ma Baozhu wouldn't listen. He lay on the ground and started throwing a tantrum. Unfortunately, that wretched girl Ma Yuhua happened to pass by. Well, Baozhu, what are you doing? Your mom abandoned you, so you cling to your sister now. Your mom abandoned you. Ma Baozhu burst into tears upon hearing this and lunged to scratch Ma Yuhua's face. Ma Yuhua lifted her foot and kicked him away. Zhaodi quickly reparked her bicycle and went to pull Baozhu up. Sister Yuhua, isn't this bullying? So what if I bully him? Bastard. Ma Yuhua lifted her chin. That brat's mother is no good either, always shamelessly mooching meals at our house like she's never eaten. This kid is no better, no different from a wild child. Yuhua, you say that one more time and try me. From behind, Ma Jiangwo emerged leaning on his crutch. Zhaodi looked back. Her father's face was livid, his eyes wide open. He knew whether Baozhu was his child or not, but that still didn't give anyone the right to call him a bastard. A child without a mother, no matter whose family they're from, has a hard life. Ma Jiangwo had long treated Baozhu as his own son, doting on him. No one could call him a bastard to his face. Second uncle, I'm not talking nonsense. Everyone knows second aunt ran off with her old flame. Who knows whose seed this Ma Baozhu really is? As soon as Ma Yuhua said this, she turned to leave. Zhaodi saw her father trembling with rage. Her father, who never hit younger generations, raised his hand to strike. Ma Yuhua glared. Second uncle, if you have the guts, hit me. I'll go tell grandma right now. Slap, who would have thought Ma Jiangwo didn't strike, but Zhaodi stepped forward and slapped her across the face. So what if I hit you? Chapter 67. So what if I hit you? Ma Jiangwo was stunned and quickly shielded Baozhu. Baozhu, don't listen to others' nonsense. You dare hit me. Ma Yuhua was dazed by the slap. As soon as she recovered, she lunged forward to grab Zhaodi's hair. Zhaodi ducked, then rammed her head into Ma Yuhua's chest, sending her stumbling back several steps. Seeing this, Ma Baozhu felt a surge of warmth in his heart. His sister, whom he had never liked since childhood, was fighting for him. You dare hit my sister. Ma Baozhu let go of his father's hand, rushed forward, and pushed Ma Yuhua again. With his eyes closed, he bit wherever he could reach. Ma Yuhua howled in pain as Ma Baozhu, acting like a madman, climbed on top of her and scratched her face wildly. This was Ma Baozhu's lifelong trick. In her previous life, Zhaodi's face and neck were never free from injuries. Watching the current Ma Baozhu effortlessly employ his skills, she recognized it all too well. Ma Baozhu, let go of me. Ma Yuhua, scratched repeatedly by Ma Baozhu's wheel-like hands, finally managed to push him away. She stood up and ran several meters off. Her face was covered in fine bloody scratches, and there was a clear bite mark on the back of her hand from Ma Baozhu. You two siblings ganged up to bully me. Just you wait. Ma Yuhua turned and ran home crying. In her previous life, Zhaodi had been scratched by Baozhu the most. Those fine-looking wounds were small, but incredibly painful, stinging sharply when touched by water while washing her face. Seeing Ma Yuhua leave, Ma Baozhu stopped making a scene. He hid behind Zhaodi and asked uneasily, Sis, will auntie come to hit me? Don't be afraid, I'm here, Zhaodi said. A pang of pity rose in Zhaodi's heart. Before, with an unreasonable stepmother, no one dared say a word against Baozhu. Otherwise, Li Cuilan would immediately start a fight without any reason. Now, his wild and unreasonable mother was gone. He probably felt no one could protect him anymore. At this moment, his sister's words made him deeply regret ever scratching her before. Sis, then take me to the market. Bao asked, looking at his sister. All right, let me get a bag. Zhaodi had no choice. He was probably afraid that auntie would come to the house later to beat him. Zhaodi took a sack, got on her bicycle, and took Baozhu out. At the market, Ma Baozhu gleefully looked at all the fun and delicious things, constantly pestering Zhaodi to buy them for him. The earlier incident seemed to have already vanished from his mind. Baozhu, this toy car is too expensive. Look, it costs 8 yuan. With 8 yuan, we could buy 3 jin of pork, enough for us to eat for several days. Zhaodi patiently explained. She could see the displeasure on Ma Baozhu's face, but this time he didn't throw a tantrum. In the past, he would have definitely thrown himself on the ground, rolling and screaming, and if not bought for him, he would scratch and bite. Baozhu, you're 13 this year. We can buy a little less of these snacks. As for toys, forget about them. But if you want to read, Sis will buy you a comic book, one with pictures. Zhaodi talked as they walked. Baowu lowered his head, nodded his chin, and grunted in agreement. Zhaodi instantly felt he had grown up. He clearly didn't like comic books, Zhaodi could tell. She turned back to browse the stall and asked over her shoulder, Baozhu, how about this, Calabash Brothers? Turning around, she found Baozhu was gone. Zhaodi quickly put down the book and looked everywhere. This was the peak hour at the market. Standing on tiptoe, from one end of the street to the other, all she saw were dense crowds of people. There was no sign of Baozhu. Zhaodi was startled. Having just experienced the human trafficking incident, Baozhu suddenly disappearing. She quickly pushed her bicycle around, searching, asking at stalls, but everyone said they hadn't seen him. Gradually, Zhaodi searched from the bustling market area to the sparsely populated end of the street, but still couldn't find Baozhu. Her anxiety grew stronger by the minute. What should she do? Just as Zhaodi was frantic, a familiar voice called from behind, Sis. Zhaodi turned and saw Ma Baozhu now holding a handful of marbles. Zhaodi frowned. Where did you run off to? Look, Uncle Feng gave them to me. Ma Baozhu happily opened his hand, revealing colorful glass marbles. Zhaodi was stunned. Didn't he elope with Aunt Lan? Baozhu, Where did you see your Uncle Feng? Zhaodi asked. Ma Baozu now told his sister everything without holding back. There was nothing to hide. He pointed into the distance and said, over there at a stall. Uncle Feng has lots of fun things there, and they're free. Zhaodi felt more and more that something was wrong. Pushing her bicycle, she went to the place Baozu pointed out. Across the street, she saw Feng Guqing at a stall on the opposite side. 2 or 3 adults with children were squatting by the stall picking things. Feng Guqing was all smiles as he introduced products, occasionally picking up a wind-up toy car, winding it a few times, and placing it in front as a demonstration. He didn't notice Ma Zhaodi across the street, staring at him in astonishment. Asterisk, how is this possible? If Feng Guqing didn't run off with Aunt Lan, and he's back, then logically, Aunt Lan should have returned too, right? Asterisk. Thinking this, Zhaodi had a bad feeling. She glanced sideways at Baozu playing with marbles beside her, bit her lower lip, and turned to leave. Preoccupied, Zhaodi bought rice and flour, put them in the sack, and hung it on one side of the bicycle's rear rack. When choosing a television, her mind was elsewhere. In this era of 1993, although televisions weren't yet universal in every household, the wooden cabinet TVs from the 1960s and 70s were almost obsolete. The screen naturally couldn't compare to 24-inch or 34-inch large-color TVs. Zhaodi had other plans for her career, so she spent over 200 yuan on a 21-inch black-and-white one. It should still be quite sizable, placed in her father's bedroom. After buying it, Zhaodi packed the TV into the sack. On the way back, she tried to ride as steadily as possible. Although things from the older generation were durable and sturdy, Zhaodi's money didn't come easily. It couldn't be damaged. Along the way, even Ma Baozu kept reminding her, "Sis, watch the road. There's a stone. Don't jolt it and break it. You're sitting comfortably. Maybe you should get off and run." Zhaodi was exhausted, carrying this little piglet, feeling like the bike chain was about to snap from pedaling, while he sat behind her giving orders like a boss. Who knew Ma Baozu actually jumped off? Zhaodi immediately felt the bicycle lighten. Ma Baozu ran along behind. Once home, Zhaodi was drenched in sweat. Ma Baozu was like a dog, panting with his tongue hanging out. Zhaodi quickly unloaded the sack, directing Baozu to take the rice and flour to the kitchen. Then, she carried out the TV packaging box. As soon as she entered, she called out, "Dad, the township is sending warmth." Zhaodi thought happily, I wonder if Dad will be so excited when he sees the TV that he'll throw away his crutch and jump for joy. Zhaodi smiled as she entered the house. She placed the TV on the dining table in the main room, planning to unwrap it first to give her dad a surprise. Dang, dang, dang. Zhaodi provided sound effects as Ma Baozu came over to pick at the foam inside the packaging box. Touching the TV screen, he grinned from ear to ear. "We have a TV to watch." "Great." "Eh? That's strange. Where's Dad?" Zhaodi was puzzled. With such a commotion, why hadn't Dad appeared? Pushing open her father's door, Zhaodi found the room empty. "Baozu, go find Dad." "Okay." Ma Baozu happily went out to look. Not long after, he returned with a dark expression. "Sis, Dad is at Uncle's house, and Grandma hit him." Zhaodi knew immediately it was because they had teamed up to hit Ma Yuhua. She didn't know how Ma Yuhua had twisted the story in front of Grandma. Immediately, Ma Zhaodi headed out to her uncle's house. Chapter 68. Visiting to express gratitude. "Sis." Ma Baozu called out from behind, but he didn't dare to follow closely. He was still afraid of being beaten by his aunt. Yet he was also afraid that his sister might get beaten. When Zhaodi arrived outside her uncle's house, she saw her grandmother sitting right in the middle of the yard. Ma Yuhua's face was flushed red, and the spots where Ma Baozu had grabbed her were swollen like caterpillars. Song Ying kept comforting Ma Yuhua, while saying to Ma Jiangwo, who stood motionless leaning on his crutch, "You're an uncle, an elder to Yuhua. I won't say much else, but if you can't even control your own children, no wonder your wife ran off with someone." Ma Jiangwo felt a turmoil of emotions inside. He didn't think his children lacked discipline, not before and not now either. "Sister-in-law, you can't say that." "What do you mean Baozu lacks discipline?" "Yes, Baozu's mother wasn't sensible, but you can't blame the child." "What does a child know?" "Right, what does a child know? And you just let your whole family come bully my daughter alone." Song Ying seized the point and went on, pointing at her brother-in-law. Hearing this, Ma Jiangwo's face flushed with anger. "Who said the whole family bullied Yuhua?" "Exactly, I wasn't wrong. Baozu is a bastard." "Uncle, didn't you even raise your hand to hit me? Was I wrong?" "It's the whole family bullying me alone." Ma Yuhua jumped in, arguing loudly. "Second brother, this is where you're wrong. You're an elder after all. Even if you didn't get involved, shouldn't you have said something to Zhaodi and Baozu at the time?" Old Lady Ma couldn't listen anymore. People outside were saying that Li Cuilan, that woman, ran off with an old flame, and the man's wife even tried to hang herself and drank pesticide. Could that be false? At these words, Ma Jiangwo truly had nothing to say. But his children were absolutely not wrong. Mother, Yuhua shouldn't have said such things in the first place. What does bastard mean? Are his parents dead? Song Ying stepped forward to interject. Second brother, your words are too harsh. My Yuhua was only telling the truth. If you don't believe it, go ask around outside. Who doesn't say Baozhu doesn't look like you? Is telling the truth wrong now? I don't care about truth or not. If I hear such words again in the future, I'll still hit. Ma Jiangwo wasn't a woman. Arguing was never in his nature since he was young. But he had only one thing in his heart. If anyone dared to call Baozhu a bastard again, he would have it out with them. Why was he so aggrieved? Wasn't it because Zhaodi had lost her mother since she was little? So, what if she has no mother? She has a father. Unlike your family, where the old man emptied his savings before he died to raise the eldest son. Otherwise, could you have lived in a tiled house? Now it's the next generation's turn, and you still want these two unfortunate children to suffer? Not a chance. You. Ma Jiangwo's words about still hitting angered Song Ying. She immediately pointed at Ma Jiangwo, unable to utter a word, then turned to old lady Ma. Mother, look at second brother's attitude. My Yuhua was scratched up like this, look. Besides, at your age, I'm the one taking care of your food and drink. Where have I let the Ma family down? Huh? Second brother bullies people like this, and you won't do anything. Ma Jiangwo turned his face away, looking elsewhere. Whatever, if it hurt the children's hearts, nothing else mattered. Second brother, call Zhaodi and Baozhu here to apologize in person. Old lady Ma didn't know what to do either. It was true that the eldest daughter-in-law had been taking care of her food and daily needs all along. But back then, old lady Ma had worked like an ox, serving as a maid. So, after she stayed at the second son's house for half a month, now the eldest daughter-in-law didn't make her do anything, serving her good food and drink. Old lady Ma's heart began leaning toward the eldest son's family again. Apologize? Not a chance. Zhaodi had only lingered at the door for a few seconds, watching the four of them argue. Her heart ached for her father. He just wasn't cut out for arguing. Mother, look, this girl is so wild now. Song Ying glanced over and saw Zhaodi entering. Her pointing finger jabbed the air. She was gritting her teeth so hard they almost broke. Wild? That depends on who I'm dealing with. This apology, I absolutely won't admit it. My brother just scratched Yuhua a few times, right? How much for the medical bills? I'll pay. But an apology? Not a chance. Next time he'll hit again, and if he kills her, Zhaodi will pay for the coffin. As she spoke, she pulled out a wad of money from her pocket. It wasn't much, just over 1,000 yuan. But old lady Ma's eyes widened in shock, and even Song Ying couldn't help taking a few extra glances at the money in Zhaodi's hand. Good heavens, where did she get so much money? Although Ma Jiangwo knew his daughter was raising eels, he was still somewhat shocked to see her take out so much money at once. After all, they were mountain folk, eels were everywhere. People bought eels just to save effort, so they didn't have to catch them themselves. But he never imagined she could earn that much money. Here, auntie, here's 300 yuan for now. If you need more for medical expenses later, bring me the hospital receipts. I won't short you a single cent. I'll even buy some good nutritional supplements for Sister Yuhua. Finally, Zhaodi emphasized the words nutritional supplements heavily, laced with thick sarcasm. After saying this, ignoring her wavering grandmother, she helped her father out the door. Girl, I haven't worked this past month. We have daily expenses for firewood, rice, oil, and salt. How do you still have so much money? Ma Jiangwo only asked on the way back. Zhaodi smiled faintly. Dad, don't worry. Even though I'm not married yet, I can still support you and Baozhu. Come on, let's go home and see. There's a surprise. Ma Jiangwo looked at his daughter, who had suddenly grown up over the past 6 months. His heart warmed so much he nearly shed tears. He thought her mother's spirit in heaven must be at peace too. A surprise? What surprise? Ma Jiangwo smiled, rubbing the moisture from the corner of his eye. You'll know when we get home. Zhaodi said. From afar, they saw Baozhu standing at the door, looking their way. He was truly worried that his sister might also be beaten by their grandmother and aunt. Now, seeing both his sister and father returning with smiles, he breathed a sigh of relief and hurried forward to help support Ma Jiangwo, saying, Dad, sis bought a television. It's so cool. At these words, Zhaodi's eyes curved into smiles. Ma Jiangwo was stunned. A television? Good heavens, that must cost several hundred yuan. He couldn't help but quicken his pace. As soon as he entered, he saw the television on the dining table, its packaging already removed. Ma Jiangwo immediately put down his crutch, limped over, touched it, and even tapped it with his finger. Really? Sis, hurry up and see, how do we get the people to come out? Baozhu circled the table several times, as if looking for a mechanism, hoping that once he found it and turned it on, people would appear on the television. Zhaodi clapped her hands, took out a green outdoor antenna, and said, Baozhu, take this and hang it on the roof. It needs to be upright. The higher it is, the more channels we get. Zhaodi quickly brought a stool for her father to sit on, then carried the television into his room. She cleaned the tabletop, placed the TV on it, and plugged it in. Snowflake patterns appeared on the screen, accompanied by crackling static. Bao looked at the outdoor antenna. Huh? Why aren't the people coming out? You have to install the antenna on the roof. They'll come out soon. Zhaodi said. How do I climb up there? Use your tree climbing skills. Zhaodi was busy checking the television and didn't look back. Oh, Ma Baozhu wasn't too confident either. Holding the green antenna cable, he went outside and just then encountered two strangers coming to the door. Little brother, may I ask, is this Ma Zhaodi's home? Qinlei's phoenix eyes showed a hint of politeness. The person following him was Chen Xianer. They had asked around to find Ma Zhaodi's residence. However, as Qinlei glanced up, he saw they lived in a thatched hut with earthen walls, no yard, just 2 rows of chili peppers and a patch of small greens planted inside a fence. Chapter 69, Nanmu. Ma Baozhu was taken aback, looking the older brother up and down. Not only were his clothes exceptionally clean, but he had never seen such attire before. The clean-cut appearance felt somewhat out of place. What do you want with my sister? Ma Baozhu casually asked. Little brother, I'm a good friend of your sister's. Is she home? Hearing this, it seemed they had indeed found the right house. Chen Xianer exchanged a glance with her older brother. This time, Qinlei had prepared 10,000 yuan and a gift to express his gratitude in person. Sis, someone's looking for you. After shouting, Ma Baozhu wandered around the house with the antenna rope, unsure how to climb up. After all, their home had no courtyard. If it were someone else's house, he could have climbed onto the wall and then onto the roof. When Zhaodi came out and saw it was Qinlei, an indescribable feeling washed over her. Looking at Chen Xianer, she was wearing a clean, neat tracksuit today, her hair tied up in a high ponytail. She looked particularly fresh and delicate, her hands not rough at all, clearly a young lady accustomed to a life of comfort. You're Zhaodi, right? I'm Qinlei. My sister and I are very grateful for your help this time. Qinlei smiled, pulling a stack of money from his suit pocket along with a small box, handing them to Zhaodi. We didn't know how to thank you, so please accept this small token of our appreciation. Zhaodi glanced at the stack of money and immediately gasped, refusing without a second thought. Zhaodi, please take it. If it weren't for you, I don't know what would have happened to me. Chen Xianer frowned. Their family was so poor, so why wouldn't she accept the money? Qinlei also felt awkward, looking at the 10,000 yuan that had been pushed back, unsure what to do. It was just a coincidence. I wasn't intentionally trying to help. I also have grievances with Liu Dasheng, so there's no need to thank me. Zhaodi's mind suddenly echoed with the image of Chen Xianer from her past life, the girl beaten until she was covered in blood, 3 years older than her, with hollow, desperate eyes, begging for Zhaodi to help her out of the situation. But Zhaodi had been too timid and afraid, pretending she knew nothing. That gaze had become Zhaodi's nightmare truly. She was only trying to make up for the regret of her cowardice in her past life. Now, seeing Chen Xianer standing lively and well in her older brother's embrace, Zhaodi felt that this was more precious than any amount of gratitude. Zhaodi's words clearly left Qinlei and Chen Xianer feeling somewhat awkward. So, it was just a coincidence? But could a coincidence really make someone risk their life? Chen Xianer anxiously tugged at her older brother's sleeve. But Qinlei frowned, taking another look at this girl. Though her features were ordinary, they were clear and came together in a way that was pleasing to the eye. At least, since he had entered the village, he hadn't seen a girl with such a clean appearance. Zhaodi entered her father's room without specifically entertaining the siblings, only hoping that after they left, their paths would diverge from hers forever. Why isn't there any picture? Ma Zhengwo leaned on his crutch, patting and feeling around the television, but the screen remained snowy. Zhaodi also went outside to check the situation. Ma Baozhu had already found a wooden stake and climbed onto the roof, carefully walking along the ridge with his arms outstretched to maintain balance. Zhaodi instinctively glanced toward Qinlei and his sister, but they had already left. Brother, she doesn't want the money. How do you think we should thank her? Don't worry, I left the gift behind. After saying this, Qinlei looked back. At that moment, the girl was in the yard directing her brother on the roof, occasionally glancing back at the vegetable garden beneath her feet. Qinlei's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Perhaps this was the cleanest girl he had ever seen. It's here, Ma Zhengwo's voice came from inside the house. Zhaodi's heart leaped with joy, and she quickly called for Baozhu to come down. Baozhu, also hoping to watch television, slid down with a secret thrill and hurried inside to see. Zhaodi adjusted the indoor antenna, and the television screen displayed CCTV's broadcast of Journey to the West. Haha, sis, it's the Monkey King. Ma Baozhu immediately jumped up with excitement. Ma Zhengwo watched the scene of the Monkey King wreaking havoc in heaven on television, his eyes fixed intently. the crow's feet at the corners of his eyes filled with contentment. There's a picture, Baozu, quick. Zhaodi, come watch television. Zhaodi smiled, watching her father and brother. A warm, comforting feeling surged from her heart, spreading through her throat and rushing to her nose. Dad, you watch television. I'll go prepare lunch. With that, Zhaodi entered the kitchen. From her father's room, Baoju's cheers could be heard from time to time. At that moment, Zhaodi missed her mother. Her mother had never watched television. Perhaps her mother truly had no regrets in this life. Now, her daughter could also manage the household. As the fire in the stove rose, Zhaodi didn't know whether it was the smoke or her genuine urge to cry, but her vision grew somewhat blurry. Zhaodi, soak 2 bowls of rice, add water to the bottom of the pot, place the steamer, then put the soaked rice in a bowl with water. Today, we'll have steamed rice. Though it was a bit extravagant, as long as she took good care of her family, Zhaodi felt that if they ran out of money, she could always earn more. During the meal, Ma Jiangwo stared at the rice in disbelief. How many meals of porridge would it take to use this much rice? Zhaodi, our family's situation isn't good, and I'm just idling at home now. As the head of the household, you need to be frugal. Ma Jiangwo said this, but couldn't help using his chopsticks to poke at the rice, sucking a few grains stuck to the tip of the chopsticks. It was fragrant, truly fragrant. This was the first time Ma Jiangwo had eaten rice in all his years. Dad, don't worry. This time, I bought over 50 pounds of rice. As Zhaodi spoke, she picked up a portion of bean sprouts stewed with vermicelli for her father. Ma Baoju seemed particularly fond of bean sprouts. After just a few bites, half the rice in his bowl was gone. In Ma Baoju's mind, only wealthy families could afford to eat rice. This was also his first time having rice. While picking up bean sprouts, he mumbled with his mouth full. Sis, the bean sprouts are really delicious. Then eat more. If we run out, we can soak our own beans. Zhaodi said with a smile. But Zhaodi's mind kept drifting back to her encounter with Feng Guqing at the market that morning. Though she didn't care for Aunt Lan, it was still strange that she had disappeared. When did Aunt Lan go missing? It was the day after Zhaodi had staged that scene. Could it be that Aunt Lan felt her affair had been exposed and was too ashamed to return? Thinking this, Zhaodi decided to check after the meal whether Aunt Lan was hiding at her parents' home, too embarrassed to show her face. After eating, Zhaodi planned to ride her bike to check. Of course, she couldn't tell her father about this. But as soon as she stepped outside, she saw a box on the fence surrounding the vegetable garden, about the size of a palm. The box was wrapped in dark blue velvet fabric, about the size of a palm. Zhaodi naturally recognized it. She had seen this small box earlier when Qinlei expressed his gratitude. Picking it up and opening it, Zhaodi was stunned. She admitted that if she hadn't experienced her past life, she might not have recognized the value of this item. But now, Zhaodi recognized it at a glance. This thing was beyond monetary value, and she had seen it in her past life. Chapter 70, going to the military camp for 2 days. This was a hand token carved from high-quality golden nanmu wood. It cleared the mind, refreshed the spirit, and repelled snakes, insects, rats, and ants. Of course, the older the nanmu, the more valuable it became, priceless, something money couldn't buy. Although this piece wasn't large, in her previous life, Zhaodi had seen one by chance when she followed her boss into the city. At that time, it was truly worth a fortune. Zhaodi glanced up at the road leading out of the village. For now, she could only accept this item. Perhaps one day in the future, she could return it to its owner. Riding her bicycle, Zhaodi made her way to Wangchuan village. She didn't go anywhere else, heading straight to Feng Guqing's house. At this hour, he should have already set up his stall. As soon as she reached the entrance, Zhaodi saw sister-in-law Feng washing clothes by the hand pump well. Since there was no courtyard wall, sister-in-law Feng spotted her the moment she arrived. Auntie. Zhaodi propped up her bicycle kickstand, intending to exchange pleasantries first and ask about her health. But before the words could even take shape, she saw Mei Xiang scooping all the clothes, washed and unwashed, into a bucket, carrying it back inside. Then, in a hurried manner, she closed the door. Zhaodi was taken aback. What was going on? It was as if she'd seen a ghost. Zhaodi stepped forward and knocked on the door. Auntie, I know you don't think much of my Aunt Lan, but that's a separate matter. I just want to ask where my Aunt Lan is. How should I know? My Guqing came back the very next day and never saw your stepmother. Maybe she ran off with someone else, the woman inside said impatiently. Zhaodi was slightly stunned. Asterisk never saw her? That's strange, asterisk. Zhaodi grew increasingly uneasy. How could such a living person just vanish? Besides, Aunt Lan was selfish, cruel, and greedy, but her one redeeming quality was her doting love for Baoju. Even if she disliked Zhaodi and her father, she couldn't possibly have abandoned Baoju just like that. Full of suspicion, Zhaodi hurried back the way she came. The moment she left, Mei Xiang, hearing the commotion, stepped out the door. Seeing Zhaodi already far in the distance, she quickly wiped her hands, borrowed a bicycle, and rushed to the market. Upon arriving, without even dismounting, she told Feng Guiqing that Zhaodi had come looking for her stepmother. Feng Guiqing's face instantly turned deathly pale, his hands trembling slightly. What should we do, old Feng? Maybe you should turn yourself in. You might get leniency, Mei Xiong said, her eyes filled with despair and emptiness as she looked at her husband. Hearing this, Feng Guiqing quickly glanced around. Seeing no one paying attention, he shook his head vigorously. Impossible. It won't happen. No one will find out. You go do what you need to do. Meanwhile, Zhaodi's heart was filled with unease. Just as she was about to leave Wanchuan Village, she gritted her teeth, turned around, and went to the town police station to file a report. After giving a statement, she was promptly shooed out. Zhaodi's heart sank. Damn it, the person has been missing for so long. I file a report, and those public servants just toss the folder onto their desks, then go back to drinking tea and cracking sunflower seeds. Lately, there's been so much trouble in Liu Wazi. It's downright annoying, the young man responsible for taking statements said with clear disdain. Zhaodi overheard this as she turned to leave the government office. In this society, if you don't have connections, you can't get anything done. If it were someone from the Liu family, those bastards probably wouldn't be able to sit still. Who knows how many benefits Liu Baoshan has given them. Thinking about Liu Baoshan now being involved in crimes like human trafficking made Zhaodi feel a bit better. Returning home, Zhaodi hurried to the eel pond. As expected, Boss Zheng had been waiting for a while. What have you been busy with lately? If you'd come any later, it would have been dark. Boss Zheng was somewhat displeased. He'd already smoked 3 cigarettes. Sorry, there's just been a lot going on at home. Zhaodi apologized sincerely. She quickly took down the bamboo basket, put on her waders, and went down to help catch eels. Boss Zheng, the loaches in the rice paddy will be fully grown next month. Would you like some of those too? Zhaodi mentioned while helping. Oh, little girl, I didn't realize you were so capable. You're raising loaches too. Zhang Tiesheng's earlier gloom instantly vanished. He turned to look at the rice paddy, then without another word, picked up a dip net and scooped into it. The mud in the net dripped down. After shaking it a couple of times, a dozen or so loaches wriggled inside, some big, some small. The larger ones were thicker than a thumb, and the smaller ones were about the size of a pinky finger. Loaches are quite nutritious too. Steamed egg with small loaches helps children grow, Zhaodi said with a smile. As for the big loaches, you can cut them into pieces and stew them with tofu. Both adults and children can eat that. You can steam them with eggs too? Zhang Taixing asked, putting the loaches back into the rice paddy. Yes. Use live loaches, let them purge mud for 2 or 3 days, then directly beat them into egg custard and steam it. Zhaodi explained. In her previous life, when she watched over the fish ponds for her boss, he had been very kind to her, always sharing good food with her. Steamed egg with loach was the most precious meal Zhaodi had eaten back then. Hearing this, Zhang Taixing rubbed his hands somewhat sheepishly. Is it tasty? Seeing his expression, Zhaodi understood. How about you take some first, Boss Zhang? No charge. Take them back and try steaming them with eggs for your child. This is too kind of you. Zhaodi could naturally tell that Zhang Taixing was a businessman who liked to find small advantages and save a bit of money, which was understandable. Not at all. Take as many as you like. But you need to let them purge mud for 2 days before cooking, otherwise their bellies won't be clean. Well, alright then. I'll just take a couple to try. Zhang Taixing quickly picked up the dip net and plunged it into the rice paddy. He felt embarrassed taking too many, but taking too few seemed a waste since they were free. After some thought, he caught about 2 caddies and packed them separately. By the time they finished, the sun was setting behind the western hills. Zhaodi wiped the sweat from her forehead, took out the notebook she carried with her, and started recording. 200 caddies and 2 caddies. Let's forget the odd amount. That makes a total of 260 yuan. After settling the payment, Zhang Taixing looked at the eel pond and frowned. Girl, you've probably caught most of the eels here. From what I see, you might only have 1 more catch left at most. Then we'll sell loaches. The eels will replenish soon enough. Besides, in a few days, eels will be everywhere and they won't fetch a good price on the market anymore. Zhaodi's reasoning was sound. Once others started casually catching wild eels, the market wouldn't have only Zhang Taixing selling them. Alright then. Tomorrow, I'll come for the loaches. Zhang Taixing had been waiting for this very sentence. He was afraid Zhaodi would sell the loaches to someone else. After Boss Zhang left, Zhaodi used an iron rake to stir the eel pond. This pond had earned her quite a bit of money. Even if Boss Zhang hadn't mentioned it, she didn't plan to sell the remaining eels. Because in another month it would be the peak period for eel reproduction and mating. She planned to use a steel wire mesh to divide the Wenmu eel pond into 2 sections. Of course, The mesh holes had to be within half a centimeter. That way, after the larger female eels mated and laid eggs, the young eels could swim through once hatched, while the mother eels would be separated. It was the simplest and quickest method. But then Zhaodi thought, perhaps relying solely on eels couldn't keep up with market demand. Since she had learned aquaculture techniques in her previous life, why not use her current savings to raise something else? The thought filled Zhaodi with an inexplicable excitement. Sis, there's a letter. Ma Baozhu came running up the hill, waving an envelope. Zhaodi took the letter and saw it was from the military. A wave of warmth washed over her, and she quickly opened it. Reading it immediately, Zhaodi was thrilled. She truly had never been to a military camp before. Chapter 71, Driving to Pick Her Up. Sis, what's so fun? Why are you laughing so happily? Ma Baowu watched his sister reading and laughing. What good news was there? Besides daily life updates, the most important part of the letter was that May Day was coming, and their military unit was organizing a group activity. He asked Zhaodi if she wanted to go play for a couple of days. If she wanted to go, she should give him a call, and he would come pick her up. A surge of excitement rushed through Zhaodi's heart. He was specifically coming to pick her up? Nothing. Zhaodi, like a girl experiencing first love, had long cast aside the hellish pain and despair of her past life. At that moment, she folded the letter like a treasure and tucked it into her pocket. Tell me, sis. Ma Baozhu followed behind, anxious and uncomfortable. Zhaodi just wouldn't tell him. The siblings chatted, laughed, and playfully roughhoused their way home. Zhaodi put down her tools and immediately pulled out this year's calendar to check. It was already April 25th. If Shao Zhendong was coming to pick her up, wouldn't the travel time back and forth be about right? Zhaodi wished she could go to town to make the call right away. Perfect, she also needed to buy wire mesh. Come on, Baozhu, let's go for a stroll. Only then did Baozhu's furrowed brow relax. He immediately ran outside and stood guard by his sister's bicycle, as if afraid she might sneak off without him. Before leaving, Zhaodi went into her father's room and said, Dad, before it gets dark, I'm going to town. I'll make you something delicious when I get back. Be careful. Ma Jiangwo was engrossed in watching TV, especially the popular war dramas of the time. He didn't even turn his head, seemingly wishing he could pluck his eyeballs out and stick them to the screen. When he saw our army turn the tide and drive out the Japanese devils, Ma Jiangwo gritted his teeth and slapped his injured leg. Those damn devils, they should all be dragged out and shot. Zhaodi chuckled at the sight, then took Ma Baozhu, pedaled her bicycle and hummed a tune on their way to town. By the time they reached town, the sky was dusky and several shops had already turned on their lights. Zhaodi bought the wire mesh, then went to a store to make the phone call. She let Baozhu pick out whatever snacks he liked while she held the receiver, suppressing her excitement as she waited for Shao Zhendong's voice. Zhaodi, have you decided? Are you coming or not? Just for a week. Zhaodi bit her lower lip, but the round trip would take several days, wouldn't it? Over there, Ma Baozhu, caught up in a sudden whim and not caring if Zhaodi saw, grabbed everything he wanted, already holding an armful of food. By the time Zhaodi hung up the phone, she was almost unsteady on her feet. Baozhu, are you trying to sell your sister off? Hearing this, Ma Baozhu looked at the food in his arms, scratched his head and reluctantly put down a packet of puffed rice balls. Seeing his sister's expression still wasn't great, he painfully put down a rice puff stick as well. Seeing his pitiful look, Zhaodi figured if she made him put down more, he'd probably cry. Forget it, take them all. But you can't eat them all at once. As she said this, Zhaodi thought, this little rascal had just spent over 30 yuan of her money. That could buy 30 or 40 jin of plain rice. On the way back, Zhaodi couldn't help but explain to Baozhu. Letting him buy wasn't about being stingy. After all, he had no mother either, sharing a similar fate. But Ma Zhaodi still had to tell him these unnecessary things couldn't replace proper meals. Just this once. Ma Baozhu's face flushed red with embarrassment. After all, he was practically 14 after the new year, a young man now. To put it bluntly, in ancient times, he'd be old enough to take a wife. By the time they got home, it was completely dark. Ma Jiangwo seemed utterly absorbed in the TV. Zhaodi quickly had Baozhu share some of the snacks with their father. Then, Zhaodi started the fire to cook dinner. The meal wasn't ready until 8 o'clock in the evening. Dad, I'm going with Zhendong to his army unit to play for a couple of days on May 1st, then I'll be back. Zhaodi mentioned while eating. Ma Jiangwo's mind was still on his TV show. Holding his bowl, he turned to look into the room. Although the distance was a bit far, at least he wouldn't miss the key plot. Dad, I'm going to the army unit. Zhaodi repeated. I heard you. Go ahead. I think Zhendong really likes you. I'm at ease. Only then did Zhaodi smile with satisfaction. Ma Baoyu wasn't happy and insisted on going too, saying soldiers were impressive. They had guns, real guns that could kill people. Having watched too much TV, Ma Baoyu even said he wanted to go see tanks and planes and stuff. Aren't you going to watch TV at home? Zhaodi frowned. Her brother was getting more and more clingy lately. Sometimes it was really quite annoying. No, Dad always likes watching war stuff. I want to watch King Kong Calabash Brothers and Transformers. Pfft. Zhaodi laughed. So the father and son were fighting over the TV. Should they get one each? Baozu, you stay home and behave. When sis comes back, I'll see if I can buy you an Optimus Prime somewhere. This worked like a charm. Ma Baozu even specified the kind with movable legs. Just like Ping and G's. Hearing him mention Lu Ping'an, that silly guy, Zhaodi laughed so hard she couldn't eat. So this kid liked Transformers too. It was settled. After dinner, Zhaodi took a flashlight and went to the fields. When she was tired from working, she sat under the moonlight and touched the bullet pendant hanging around her neck. Only then would Zhaodi feel that all of this wasn't a dream, that he was by her side. In this life, she would never miss him again. The moon was bright, the stars sparse. The Milky Way, like silk, wrapped around sparkling crystals, swaying in the sky, dreamlike and illusory. The next day, Zhaodi got up early and continued working on the rice field eel pond. Before leaving for the army unit, she had to temporarily hand over household matters to her father. Manager Zhang would come on time to get the loaches. As for the rice field eels, they wouldn't sell them for now. To explain clearly, Zhaodi, for the first time, helped her father to the edge of the eel pond to give instructions. Daughter, where did you learn to raise these things? Ma Jiangwo had already found it somewhat unbelievable that his daughter could earn so much money selling a few eels. Now, seeing the Wenmu eel pond, Ma Jiangwo was stunned. Learned it from books, Zhaodi said without thinking. Hearing this, Ma Jiangwo grinned from ear to ear, the crow's feet at the corners of his eyes filled with joy. Well, I never would have guessed. So capable, more capable than your old man. He said this from the bottom of his heart. The Ma family had never escaped poverty for generations, always being carpenters. In this generation, the eldest brother had made something of himself, but he, Ma the second, still lived in destitution. Now it was good. Just like the old saying, the pupil surpasses the master. This time, his daughter truly had skill. When Shao Zhendong arrived at Liu Wazi, half the village went to see the commotion. Zhaodi was still at home busy making lunch. The Shao family really produced a capable man. I heard Zhendong is back, and he came in a car. Really? The Shao family is really impressive this time. Come on, let's go see. Hearing the chatter outside, Zhaodi went out with her spatula to look. The neighbor auntie and the old man next door were heading to the village entrance one after another. Zhaodi was slightly stunned. He was here already? And he came back by car? Thinking of this, Zhaodi's mind involuntarily conjured images from her past life, him returning in glory to marry her. The spectacle still made her blood boil to this day. It's just a pity that by then, Zhaodi was already destined to walk the path of murdering her own husband. Chapter 72, Not as brazen as that woman. Zhaodi hurried back into the house, gave the radish chunks in the wok a quick stir-fry, added water and vermicelli, and let it simmer slowly. She placed a steamer rack on top with a few manta buns to steam, then covered the wok. After taking off her apron, Zhaodi headed out the door. Along the way, she could hear every household praising the Shao family for their sudden rise to prominence, having produced a son who became an official. Auntie, have you heard? Zhendong drove back in a car. Aren't you going to go welcome him? Auntie Song, Wang Hohat, happened to step out with her rice bowl to watch the commotion. Her family lived at the village entrance, not far from Liu Baoshan's house. Every day at lunchtime, several older women would gather under the big tree at the village entrance, eating and chatting while holding their rice bowls. Upon hearing this, Song Ying's face twitched. She had just returned from the market with Ma Yuhua, pushing a bicycle with a sack of flour and 2 heads of lettuce tied to the back rack. A pound of eggs was placed in the front basket. Hearing those words, even Ma Yuhua felt utterly embarrassed. She secretly tugged at her mother's sleeve and whispered. Song Ying decided she wasn't leaving. Propping up the bicycle with her leg, she started arguing with Auntie Song. Sister-in-law Song, we're from the same clan after all. Can't you speak more kindly? Aren't you afraid your tongue will rot? Auntie Song snorted. During the recent land distribution, whether it was because heaven had turned a blind eye, the lottery had somehow placed their plot right next to old Ma's family. That in itself wasn't a big deal. But as soon as the wheat was sown this year, Auntie Song noticed that the ridges of her field had been pushed over by old Ma's daughter-in-law. If they encroached 10 centimeters this year, they'd take 20 next year. And they had the nerve to laugh at her own old song for being a coal miner, all because their man had a formal job. If your family is so well off, buying eggs by the pound? Aren't you afraid of the trip being a waste of effort? Isn't it embarrassing? Auntie, I'm just giving you a friendly reminder. Don't let the golden son-in-law slip away later. Auntie Song said dismissively, making insinuating remarks. Mom, let's go. Ma Yuhua felt this was too humiliating. Shao Zhendong was an official now, but that whole betrothal gift incident had caused such a scandal that she and her mother hadn't dared to show their faces for a long time. At that moment, Zhaodi, her blood boiling with excitement, jogged toward the village entrance. She saw it was true, he had returned by car, a military jeep. But before he could even enter the village, he was surrounded by fellow villagers. Shao Zhendong had to get out of the car to greet his neighbors. Ma Yuhua watched as Zhaodi happily rushed into the crowd without even glancing her way, and a wave of resentment instantly choked her chest. She felt it was utterly unworthy of Shao Zhendong. What was so good about that girl? Her family was so poor. Just look at what she wore, all hand-me-downs from her dead mother, clothes that seemed centuries old. Brother Zhendong. Zhaodi's eyes welled up with tears. Although the scene wasn't as grand as when he returned in her previous life to marry her, she could still feel her heart racing uncontrollably. Shao Zhendong, standing at 1.9 meters tall, with a face as sharp as if carved by a knife, suddenly looked up. Immediately, the corners of his lips, which seemed perpetually unmoving, curved into a smile. Shao Zhendong then waved for the driver to bring the car in. When the villagers saw it was Zhaodi, many felt a sense of injustice in their hearts. Now that the Shao family had produced an official, most elders with daughters wished they could match their girls with the Shaos. Surely that would be better than pairing him with this Ma Zhaodi. Her mother was dead, her stepmother had run off with someone, and not long ago she was seducing the village chief's son. She was clearly a little tramp, the fruit of a crooked tree. How could Shao Zhendong be so fixated on her? What had started as watching a spectacle turned into gossip. It seemed Zhaodi's arrival had dampened the mood, and everyone dispersed to prepare lunch. Ma Yuhua watched with burning eyes as Shao Zhendong's expression changed the moment he saw Zhaodi. Her heart swelled with pent-up anger. If she stayed any longer, wouldn't she just become a laughingstock? Have you packed your things? On the way, Shao Zhendong put his hands in his pockets, glancing sideways at the girl beside him. He didn't know what else to say. Life and training in the military district were harsh, but every night before falling asleep, he would imagine scenes of being with Zhaodi. He always felt that heaven had been very kind to him. To send such a wonderful girl to his side. And all he could do was strive with all his might to serve the country, striving to make himself worthy of this girl. He needed enough strength to prove that in this lifetime, he would always be her support. How could it be that fast? Besides, you didn't say you were coming back by car. I thought we'd have to take the train. Zhaodi suddenly felt too shy to speak. Last time, she seemed to have been more articulate. Shao Zhendong's heart leaped with joy because the girl was actually blushing shyly. After a few months apart, she seemed to be becoming more and more feminine. The quail? Has it laid any eggs? Shao Zhendong smoothed his neat short hair and asked softly. If he hadn't mentioned the quail, it would have been fine. But bringing it up gave Zhaodi plenty to say. Whenever she had free time and went to the eel pond, she would catch grasshoppers from the rice paddies to feed it. Zhaodi had also built a small wooden bird cage. Seeing the quail's feathers grow full, it should have been time for it to lay eggs. But this quail seemed. I think it's a male. It won't lay eggs. Shao Zhendong was slightly taken aback, a male. Yeah, if you don't believe me, go take a look. As Zhaodi spoke, the two arrived home. The driver was a dark, lean young man, but he was also of a standard height, around 1.78 meters. Seeing Regimental Commander Shao approaching, he got out of the car, saluted, and then followed behind. The quail's cage hung under the eaves. Zhaodi had even made a cover for it to prevent it from getting soaked in the rain. Shao Zhendong frowned slightly, stroking his chin as he said. It really is a male. Next time, I'll catch a female to keep it company. Zhendong, you're back. At that moment, Ma Jiangwo came out and quickly greeted him with a smile. Uncle, what happened to your leg? Shao Zhendong immediately noticed that his uncle's leg seemed unsteady, and he was leaning on a crutch. Heh. Ma Jiangwo chuckled, genuinely admiring this young man. Most importantly, he adored his daughter. He then waved his hand and said, It's nothing, just a fall. Come on, let's go inside and sit. Ma Jiangwo entered the house on his crutch and enthusiastically poured tea himself, making Shao Zhendong somewhat embarrassed. He quickly stood up to pour his own. Uncle, please rest. I'll do it myself. All right, don't stand on ceremony. Make yourself at home. Zhaodi, check if the dishes are ready. Let's add a few more for lunch. As Ma Jiangwo spoke, he urged Zhaodi to cook a few more dishes. Zhaodi hadn't expected him to return so quickly. If he had taken the train, it would have taken at least 10 to 20 hours. After all, in this society, there were no express trains, let alone bullet trains. Who knew he would come back by car? She hadn't prepared any dishes in advance, just radish stewed with vermicelli. But there was still some meat at home. On a whim, Zhaodi decided to make braised pork. At the Song Jianjun household, Song Ying had no mind to prepare lunch. Ma Yuhua's face was even darker. Mom, what's so good about Ma Zhaodi? Brother Zhendong didn't even go home first after arriving, he went straight to her house. Seeing Song Ying remain silent, Ma Yuhua felt even more grieved. Why? Why does Ma Zhaodi get to be so cherished by Brother Zhendong? Why? As she spoke, she began to cry. What are you crying for? Old Lady Ma couldn't stand it. In all her years, she had never encountered such a humiliating incident as the prospective son-in-law running off during the betrothal ceremony. If the old man were still alive, he'd probably die of anger all over again. What are you crying for? That Ma Zhaodi is brazen enough. And you? Song Ying was also irritated by her daughter's crying. This second branch of the Ma family bullied her daughter. When she told Ma Jianjun about it, he was indifferent, saying the second brother wasn't that kind of person and that their daughter must have said something she shouldn't have. Thinking of this, Song Ying felt deeply wronged. Her own husband didn't stand up for her. Instead, he took the second branch's side. What kind of man was that? Chapter 73. Preparing for the journey. Ma Yuhua, who had just been yelled at by her mother, felt even more wronged. She always dressed beautifully, and the old men in the village couldn't help but steal glances at her. But Ma Zhaodi wore tattered clothes all day long, so why did Zhendong like her so much? At Zhaodi's home, there were only 2 dishes, which weren't particularly impressive, but Zhaodi's cooking skills were excellent. The braised pork had Shao Zhendong's mouth watering. Even the dark, skinny young driver couldn't resist eating with gusto. The braised pork looked like red agate. Just the sight of it was enough to whet one's appetite. Brother Zhendong, you came to my house as soon as you returned, and you haven't even gone home yet. Eat more and hurry back, or I'm afraid Auntie will be unhappy. Zhaodi reminded him. Although her brother Zhendong had always sided with her since childhood, his parents seemed to dislike her, and Zhaodi was aware of this. In this lifetime, she only wanted to live happily with him. One day, Zhaodi would work hard to make Xiao's parents accept her. When that time came, Zhaodi would definitely marry him. In this lifetime, it would be him. Okay. Shao Zhendong glanced at Zhaodi a little longer. Despite her young age, she was quite considerate of others. When you turn 18, I'll definitely marry you and give you a life of abundance. Whatever other women in the world have, you'll have too. Before leaving, Shao Zhendong reminded Zhaodi to pack her things. They would set off no later than early the next morning. After seeing Shao Zhendong off, Zhaodi's heart felt suddenly clear. Tomorrow, she would go to the military district to have fun. In all her years, including her previous life, she had never been there before. What was the military district like? Was it like what was shown on TV, where all the men were fierce and the training was brutally harsh? But this time, it seemed like she was going there for fun. I wonder what kind of programs the military has for May Day labor? Zhaodi's mind was filled with all sorts of random guesses, but these swirling thoughts only added to her joyful mood. Ma Baozhu was looking forward to his sister bringing him a Transformers toy upon her return, so this time he proactively helped Zhaodi pack her clothes. Baozhu, let's not take these. Zhaodi frowned, suddenly realizing she didn't have many decent clothes. If she went to the military, she couldn't dress like she did when working in the fields. She didn't want to embarrass Brother Zhendong. Fortunately, they weren't leaving until the day after tomorrow. In the afternoon, Zhaodi went to the market. There weren't many clothing stores in the township market, as most people bought fabric to have clothes made. So, there were only a few clothing shops. Zhaodi didn't know how to describe the styles being sold. Compared to her previous life, these clothes were really tacky. But there were quite a few trendy items at the time, such as men's distressed clothing, women's 8-panel skirts, and jeans. Jeans never seemed to go out of style. From the bell-bottoms of the last century to the straight-leg and skinny jeans of today, denim always remained popular and durable. She spent 20 yuan on a pair of jeans and 10 yuan on a pair of white lace-up sneakers with 3 stripes. The quality of the short-sleeved t-shirts was actually quite good, costing only 5 yuan each. Such pure cotton t-shirts would have cost hundreds in her previous life. Sigh. She didn't know whether it was because money had depreciated or because human values had diminished. On the way back, Zhaodi felt a pang of regret. She had further plans, and money was hard to earn but easy to spend. The next day, before dawn, Shao Zhendong came to pick her up, saying they would arrive at the military district by evening to arrange accommodation. Zhaodi always woke up early. She changed into clean, fashionable jeans, a white shirt, and white sneakers, tying her hair into a high ponytail. Instantly, her face looked refreshed, clean, and neat. She looked very pleasing to the eye, not particularly enchanting in any specific way, but delightful to behold. Shao Zhendong's eyes lit up. So, his Zhaodi was this pure and lovely, with an extraordinary aura, as if she were an ethereal being untouched by worldly matters. Her purity made it impossible to associate any worldly evil with her. Zhendong, you must take good care of Zhaodi. If anything happens to her, I won't let you off. Ma Jiangwo also woke up early. It was his daughter's first time leaving home. Hearing the commotion, Ma Baozhu also crawled out of bed, dragging his shoes sleepily but not forgetting to remind her about the Transformers toy. Uncle, don't worry. I'll take good care of Zhaodi. Shao Zhendong's expression was calm and serious, his eyes filled with certainty. Unless he died, he would absolutely take care of Zhaodi properly. His childhood dream was to be her hero, always protecting her. Baozhu, I'll look for a Transformers toy for you when I get back and bring you a big one. As the horizon began to lighten with the first rays of dawn, a pale yellow sun peeked over the peak of Prince Mountain. The military off-road vehicle slowly left Prince County and embarked on the journey to the southern military district. Zhaodi, exhausted from days of tending to the eel pond, had already fallen asleep in the back seat, her head tilted back. Shao Zhendong glanced at her in the rearview mirror and let out a relieved sigh. If Zhaodi weren't so young, he would have loved to let her sleep in his arms. As the car entered the highway with the sunrise, Shao Zhendong's military phone rang. Shao Zhendong glanced at the screen and frowned slightly. His voice carried a hint of frostiness and impatience. This May Day was a nationwide celebration, and the higher-ups had ordered everyone to suspend training and engage in land reclamation in the wilderness. Yesterday afternoon, they received a notice that the female soldiers from the cultural troop would also participate. As the division commander said, men and women working together makes the work lighter, adding a bit of color to the May Day festivities. Zhendong, we're also going to participate in the land reclamation. A woman's voice came from the phone, filled with excitement and anticipation. Shao Zhendong grunted in response and said nothing more. Where are you doing the land reclamation? The mission hasn't been assigned yet. Shortly after, Shao Zhendong hung up the phone. The driver looked at him, hesitating to speak. Regiment Commander Shao, hasn't our mission already been assigned? It's at the foot of Tobozi Mountain. Shao Zhendong grunted indifferently and said nothing more. Regiment Commander Shao's temper was always hard to figure out, so the driver decided not to say anything else. By noon, Shao Zhendong had the car enter a bustling downtown area before waking Zhaodi. Zhaodi drowsily opened her eyes and found the sunlight outside dazzling. She instinctively raised her hand to shield her eyes, stretched, and asked with her eyes still closed. Let's eat something first. Shao Zhendong had already asked the driver to order food at a restaurant. Based on his lifelong knowledge of Zhaodi's dietary preferences, he specifically ordered sweet dishes like sweet and sour fish. Then, he got out of the car, opened the back door, and helped the still sleepy Zhaodi out. Not far away, a man and a woman got out of a Volkswagen Santana. The man was about 1.8 meters tall, wearing a white shirt. His slender figure made him look very sharp. Let's eat something delicious first. I'm starving, Chen Xianer said, tugging at her older brother's hand. Qinlei's gaze lingered on Zhaodi's back. He could almost recognize that at a glance, but why would she be here? He decided not to dwell on it. Eat whatever you want. Chapter 74, Military District. Regiment Commander, are you treating us? Driver Shao Shunzi asked cautiously, flipping through the menu. Everything looked appetizing. Shao Zhendong frowned slightly. Or you could treat instead. At those words, young Shun shrank his neck and didn't dare say another word. Qinlei and his sister, along with 3 others, happened to sit at the next table. At that moment, Chen Xianer, under her elder brother's doting gaze, was freely ordering expensive dishes from the menu. Out of the corner of his eye, Qinlei glanced toward Zhaodi and immediately recognized her. Although her attire wasn't luxurious, with a little tidying up, even wearing cheap clothes, she looked refreshingly neat. As Shao Zhendong sat facing Zhaodi, a man at an angle was staring fixedly at his beloved girl. What was the meaning of that? Zhaodi seemed unaware of anyone watching her and ate heartily. Shao Zhendong decided not to overthink it. But Qinlei pointed at Zhaodi. Look. Chen Xianer was just about to enjoy a hearty meal, as she hadn't had a decent one in quite some time. Reminded by her elder brother, Chen Xianer slurped the minced meat steamed egg from her spoon and looked up. Sure enough, wasn't that Ma Zhaodi? Chen Xian reflexively put down her chopsticks and stood up, but Qinlei pressed her back down. Because now, Qinlei finally got a clear look at the face of the man dining with her. It was none other than Shao Zhendong. Qinlei raised his hand, made a gesture, thumb and pinky briefly touching his earlobe, followed by an almost imperceptible movement. Then they both pretended not to see each other. Xianer, eat your meal, Qinlei said. Qin Xian gave her elder brother a puzzled look. What's the matter? Can't I at least go say hello? After all, he's our lifesaver. At the angled table, Shao Zhendong relaxed his stern expression, withdrew his gaze, and picked up a piece of sweet and sour fish for Zhaodi. Zhaodi didn't notice this subtle exchange. After finishing the meal, she and young Shun went to the car first. Comrade Zhaodi, what do you think of our regiment commander? Young Shun asked, his courage bolstered by the commander's absence. He tilted his head, chatting with Zhaodi in the back seat. Zhaodi was slightly taken aback. He's very good? Why do you ask? It seemed as if his reputation in the army wasn't great. That's not what I meant. Yang Shun shifted his posture, leaning over the back of the seat with a smile. His temper. I'm talking about his temper. His temper is very good too. Zhaodi was puzzled again. Really? I never noticed. Yang Shun scratched his head. Could it be the commander was only nice to women? But that didn't seem right either. Whenever Ma Wenli from the cultural troop came to the unit for performances, Commander Shao was always lukewarm. Once, he even made Ma Wenli cry all the way home. It made the brothers' hearts ache. You know, most of us are still single. The Wild Wolf Regiment has been called the Monk Brigade. He should at least consider the feelings of us monks. What? Is your commander very fierce? Zhaodi became interested. To her, Shao Zhendong just wasn't very talkative. Since childhood, he had always been a considerate and caring boy, not fierce at all. Absolutely. Let me tell you about when I first enlisted, training with our regiment. It was like shedding a layer of skin every day, having your tendons pulled every other day. If your bones weren't taken apart by the third day, you qualified to become a member of the Wild Wolf Regiment. Zhaodi listened, knowing Yang Shun was exaggerating, but it still sounded quite extreme. That just proves your commander has high demands for your physical fitness. It doesn't necessarily mean he has a bad temper, right? Yang Shun smacked his lips, pretending to ponder. Well, you have a point there. Why hasn't Shao Zhendong come out yet? Did he forget to bring money? Zhaodi thought, preparing to go check. Just as she entered the small restaurant, she saw Shao Zhendong coming from the restroom direction. What surprised her was the person standing behind him. It was Qinlei. With a solemn expression, Qinlei was saluting Shao Zhendong's retreating back with great seriousness. He only lowered his arm after Shao Zhendong had walked more than 10 steps away. His father was the director of the local provincial department, but Zhaodi didn't know Qinlei's specific status. All in all, Qinlei's social standing could outstrip Shao Zhendong's impoverished family background by miles, yet he seemed to respect Zhendong deeply. Let's go. Shao Zhendong didn't give Zhaodi time to ponder further. He reached out, took Zhaodi's hand, and led her to the car as if guiding a little lamb. Brother Zhendong, do you know that person? Zhaodi asked instinctively. We've had work contact, Shao Zhendong replied simply. Zhaodi hesitated, uttered an "oh" and didn't press further. Around 5 in the afternoon, Zhaodi noticed the scenery outside becoming increasingly desolate. In the distance, mist-shrouded high mountains were everywhere. Occasionally, they passed various farmhouses at the foot of the mountains, sparsely visible through the dense forests. As they entered uninhabited areas, Zhaodi frequently saw military trucks coming and going, and soldiers returning to their units. The car soon arrived outside the military district compound gates. After exchanging salutes, the security personnel leaned in to check before preparing to let them pass. But then he spotted Zhaodi in the back seat. Well, Commander Shao, since when do you have family? Zhaodi's face flushed. Family? Shao Zhendong waved his hand unhurriedly. I'll need to talk to you later. The security personnel's face immediately fell. It was just a joke, no need to be so stingy. After they were let through, Zhaodi leaned against the window and finally saw the military district compound. On the vast training ground, lush green areas were neatly divided. Ahead, within a large yard enclosed by steel mesh, rows of targets stood. A team was repeatedly practicing shooting. Further ahead was a large cafeteria capable of serving over 1,000 people simultaneously. In the distance, military songs resounded loudly, and slogans mingled with the rhythmic sound of marching footsteps, creating a thrilling atmosphere. Do they train like this every day? Zhaodi asked. Shao Zhendong grunted in affirmation, then pointed toward the farthest compound. That area is the family housing building. Later, have Shao Shunzi take you to get daily necessities. You'll stay there for now. Zhaodi replied, looking over. There were shaded paths, quiet and elegant, leading to 3-story flat buildings. Probably where the military wives lived. Where do you live? Men's dormitory, last room on the 2nd floor. Once you're familiar with the environment, you can come find me, Shao Zhendong said plainly. Zhaodi felt a bit dazed. She realized Shao Zhendong seemed like a different person at home compared to here in the military district. Had he endured many hardships here? At this moment, Zhendong's chiseled face carried an indescribable coldness. His eyes were as deep as bullet holes, his entire being radiating fervor and sharpness. It seemed that in his eyes, life in the military district was his foremost pursuit. Yang Shun stuck his hand out the car window and made an okay gesture. Shao Zhendong suddenly frowned, looking toward a specific spot on the training ground. Unexpectedly, the brothers who had seemed lacking in spirit moments ago suddenly became as energized as if injected with adrenaline, their slogans shouted with such force they nearly choked. All of you, give it your absolute best. The regiment commander is back. Deputy Regiment Commander Li's face darkened. Seeing Yang Shun's signal, he immediately spoke up, leading to the scene Zhaodi had just witnessed. Zhaodi had to admit, That regiment must be the Wild Wolf Regiment. It seemed her brother Zhendong was indeed quite intimidating. Brother Zhendong, you scared them. The corner of Shao Zhendong's mouth twitched. As they spoke, the car stopped. Shao Zhendong got out, and Yang Shun headed to the military parking lot. Stand here for a moment, Shao Zhendong said. How could he not tell these guys had been slacking off in his absence? The brothers of the Wild Wolf Regiment watched as their commander brought back a girl. Shouldn't he be attending to her? Why was he heading this way instead? Chapter 75, Ma Wenli. Deputy Regimental Commander Li immediately ordered everyone to assemble quickly. The speed and they were perfectly timed to coincide with Shao Zhendong's arrival. Shao! Deputy Regimental Commander Li stepped forward to salute, but before he could finish speaking, Shao Zhendong directly addressed the formation with a shout. Everyone will write a 10,000-word reflection on yesterday's training exercises. Submit them to the Deputy Commander before dinner. Those who fail to complete the task. As soon as Shao Zhendong said this, a wave of astonishment swept through the ranks. It was already past 5 o'clock before dinner? 10,000 words? Never mind that many of the brothers here were barely literate. Even an octopus probably couldn't write a 10,000-word reflection in 2 hours. Besides, who writes 10,000-word reflections? Usually, it's 100, 200, maybe 300 words at most. And most importantly, what if they failed to complete the task? Tomorrow's schedule is cancelled. Everyone stays here for continued training. I will personally prepare the training regimen in advance. Shao Zhendong didn't say much more, but those last few words were nothing short of a nightmare for the brothers of the Wild Wolf Regiment. Him personally designing the training? That was serious business. Even if they didn't lose a layer of skin, they'd surely lose half their lives. Having said that, Shao Zhendong turned and left without a backward glance. His visit was as abrupt as his departure, but it left a crushing weight on the brothers' hearts. Brother Zhendong, isn't it almost dinner time? You're asking them to write 10,000 words. Zhaodi heard it too. Seeing Brother Zhendong walk over with a dark expression, she couldn't help but feel worried for them. What's the big deal? You've never been on a real battlefield. You don't know its cruelty. Shao Zhendong didn't explain further, but he was deeply disappointed in these brothers. Couldn't they understand what it felt like on the battlefield, witnessing brothers die right beside you? Shao Zhendong was outwardly cold, but inwardly warm, with a warrior's spirit and a musician's heart. All he could do was train his brothers to be stronger and more capable here, in the safety of home. He never wanted to see another brother go on a mission and not return. He especially didn't want to deliver just a commendation flag and an urn of ashes to a brother's hometown on behalf of the military district. At that moment, Zhaodi actually saw a flicker of disappointment, mixed with heartache, in Zhendong's eyes. Report. Any instructions from the regimental commander? Yang Shun, having parked the car, jogged over. It wasn't so much that he arrived just then. Rather, Yang Shun had seen the regimental commander addressing the brothers from afar. Judging by the overall atmosphere, he knew it wasn't good news. Thankfully, he had dodged a bullet. Take her to the family quarters to register. You're responsible for the logistics. With that, Shao Zhendong looked at Zhaodi, his eyes instantly softening considerably. Zhaodi, you've never been far from home. So, if you're even the slightest bit uncomfortable living in the military district, you must tell me. If you need anything at all, tell me right away. Zhaodi pressed her lips together and nodded, leaving Yang Shun utterly dumbfounded. This was way too gentle. He reckoned the brothers probably wished they could turn into women just to experience the regimental commander's gentle treatment once. Yang Shun saluted and said, "Yes, sir," then led Zhaodi towards the family quarters. "Comrade Zhaodi, are you our regimental commander's future wife?" Zhaodi's face instantly flushed crimson, overcome with shyness. Seeing this, Yang Shun immediately laughed. "Comrade Zhaodi, don't be embarrassed. I think you're much more approachable than our regimental commander. Just curious, don't take it to heart." Yang Shun was only 18 or 19, had never courted anyone, and didn't know how to talk to girls. Great, now he'd made the future regimental commander's wife uncomfortable. Finally, he told Zhaodi never to mention that he'd been asking about the regimental commander behind his back, otherwise, he'd definitely get chewed out. You get in trouble for that too? Zhaodi was slightly taken aback. At home, Brother Zhendong wasn't like that. Absolutely. Probably punished to say it 1,000 times. Pfft. Zhaodi finally couldn't help but laugh. The heartier her laugh, the more awkward Yang Shun felt. But, you know, this future sister-in-law's temperament was pretty good. She liked to laugh. But, how did such a cheerful girl end up liking the regimental commander? Of course, this was his genuine thought, not to be spoken aloud. Arriving at the family building, the dorm manager, upon hearing Yang Shun secretly tell her this was the future sister-in-law, immediately personally arranged accommodations and politely let Zhaodi choose. Once settled, items from the logistics department, wash basin, enamel mug, thermos, army green bedding, towels, soap, and such, were all personally delivered. Then, she even took Zhaodi around to show her where the toilets were, where the washing areas were, making Zhaodi feel somewhat embarrassed. However, Zhaodi accidentally overheard Yang Shun telling others she was their regiment's future sister-in-law. In that moment, Zhaodi's heart melted. In this life, she would definitely not let him down. The military training area and the family quarters were separated by 4 or 5 li of woodland. A tree-lined path served as the link connecting the two zones. Occasionally, the sound of shouted commands would drift over from the distant training ground with the wind, but it was very faint, basically not affecting the normal daily life in the family quarters. Today was May 29th. She heard tomorrow was the day the cultural and artistic performance troupe would be moving into the military district, so the dorm manager had been very busy these past couple of days. Busy retallying occupancy numbers and vacant rooms, preparing daily necessities sent by logistics, reporting shortages in advance to request more. That day, the dorm manager came to find Zhaodi, looking particularly apologetic. "Comrade, my work is a bit. I can't arrange it. There aren't enough rooms. I wonder if you could." Zhaodi was slightly stunned. Originally, Shao Zhendong had arranged for her to have a room to herself so she'd be more comfortable. Now, the dorm manager's meaning seemed clear. She was short exactly 2 beds and couldn't make the arrangements. Zhaodi was a reasonable person. Anyway, she didn't plan to stay in the army long term. She'd be leaving in a few days. "It's fine. There are 8 beds here." The dorm manager quickly thanked her. Because Shao Zhendong was known to be particularly aloof, rarely interacting with outsiders, always wearing a stern, gloomy face. Who would have thought this girl would be so easy to talk to? Not many, just 2 young girls. As she spoke, the dorm manager politely gave Zhaodi some local specialties from her hometown. Soon, the next day, the entire military district seemed to buzz with excitement over the arrival of the female soldiers from the cultural and artistic performance troupe. Especially the monks' brigade of the Wild Wolf Regiment. During training, they'd shamelessly crane their necks to look towards the family quarters. Female soldiers in the performance troupe had strict height and physique requirements before enlistment, so each was impressively heroic and spirited in appearance. Especially those in the song and dance troupe, the dance team, all had long legs. The arts and propaganda departments were mostly female arts soldiers. Overall, they were absolutely outstanding in appearance and graceful in bearing. "We're already tired enough from our usual training. Now we have to come farm? Isn't Labor Day a holiday?" Gradually, the lively chatter, following the logistics department's arrangements, spread to the family quarters. Zhaodi had already tidied the room, at least to make it look cleaner and neater for the 2 incoming female soldiers. Zhaodi was wiping the already spotless window glass one more time when the door behind her opened and 2 sisters walked in. Ma Wenli looked Zhaodi up and down. She wasn't wearing a green uniform, nor did she have a duty armband. Why was she cleaning? Was she a new soldier assigned to the dorm manager? "Hey, you there, wipe this bedboard for me." Ugh. Has this family building been uninhabited for half a lifetime? So dirty. Ma Wenli touched the bedboard. They'd have to go collect their military supplies later. Chapter 76. Isn't she just a cleaner? Zhaodi was slightly taken aback. She didn't understand the army's detailed arrangements at the time, but she had planned to clean the dormitory thoroughly anyway. With that, she rinsed the rag, wrung it out, and walked over. "Wenli, which team does this lower bunk belong to?" They arrived quite early. Wang Rongrong couldn't help but ask. "Mine," Zhaodi replied while wiping the bedboard. Immediately, Wang Rongrong and Ma Wenli exchanged a look. "Are you kidding me? The dorm manager is so unreliable, actually arranging for us to share a room with a cleaner." Ma Wenli was instantly displeased. She took off her military cap and went out to reason with the dorm manager. They were, after all, members of the cultural troupe's dance team. Coming all this way to do hard labor was one thing, but being arranged to live with a cleaner? What was the meaning of that? Zhaodi stopped her actions. So this older sister thought she was from the logistics department's sanitation group. Zhaodi decided then and there to stop cleaning. Whatever. She had always held soldiers in high esteem in her heart, regardless of gender. She believed soldiers were majestic, awe-inspiring heroes. Female soldiers were even more heroic and spirited, the resilient roses among women, modern-day Hua Mulan. The reality truly disappointed Zhaodi. "Hey, why did you stop cleaning?" "Clean mine too, I'm sleeping on this bunk." Seeing this, Wang Rongrong raised an eyebrow slightly and pointed to the lower bunk opposite Ma Wenli's. "Don't you have hands of your own?" Zhaodi said. "I was easy to bully in my past life, but in this life, there are just too many shameless people like you." As she spoke, she threw the rag in her hand forcefully into the dirty water basin. Instantly, a lot of dirty water splashed out, with quite a few droplets landing on Ma Wenli's arm. Hearing this, Wang Rongrong took a sharp breath. Aren't you just a cleaner? We're moving into the family quarters, and the bedboards are so dirty. Isn't that your dereliction of duty?" If we report this, you'll definitely face disciplinary action. With that, Wang Rongrong also stormed out angrily. According to military regulations, dereliction of duty could result in serious consequences like being expelled from the party, or at the very least, having to write a self-criticism posted on the bulletin board for the entire military district to see. At that moment, outside the dorm manager's office at the entrance of the family building, a large crowd had gathered, at least several hundred people. Each team was lined up neatly, taking turns receiving keys and daily necessities. The dorm manager was so busy that sweat beaded on his forehead. The back of his green military uniform was soaked with sweat. Ma Wenli returned to her team, saluted, and said, "Report." She then indignantly recounted to her dance team captain what had just happened, how the sanitation team had failed to clean the room properly. "I request a room change. I refuse to live with a cleaner." Ma Wenli finished speaking and lowered her hand, but her gaze remained angrily fixed elsewhere. She had said her piece. No matter what, she had made her stance clear. She absolutely would not agree. "Stay there for now. Later, when the manager is less busy, I'll apply on your behalf," the captain said. Hearing this, Ma Wenli swallowed her anger, indignantly collected her daily necessities, and returned to the dormitory. As soon as she entered, Ma Wenli demarcated the desk. The areas for her mug, lunchbox, and wash basin were strictly off-limits for Ma Zhaodi to touch. Who knows if her hands just cleaned the toilet? Zhaodi didn't respond. She just felt the atmosphere in the dorm had changed. The air had turned unpleasant. Ignoring Ma Wenli's instructions entirely, she picked up her lunchbox, left, and walked onto the tree-lined path. Isn't it said that military regulations here are stricter than in the cultural troop? Did you see that? Someone like her would definitely be expelled from the party, don't you think? Seeing the girl ignore her, Ma Wenli's anger flared even more. She pointed at Zhaodi's retreating back and said to Wang Rongrong, "Our captain is too busy today. When she's free, let's go find her together." Wang Rongrong said, "You're the pillar of our dance team. You're the lead in the October 1st dance performance. If you tell the captain, she'll definitely help us." Wang Rongrong envied Ma Wenli's figure. Although both were in the dance team, her own sense of balance was never quite right. Ma Wenli was different. Her family background was good. Her mother was also from the cultural troup's dance team. So, Ma Wenli had been exposed to dance since childhood, and her physique had been trained from a young age to be slender, soft, and agile. Hearing this, Ma Wenli felt quite pleased with herself. That's right, her origins were nobler than the others. Most of the female soldiers in the cultural troupe came from poor families and had no choice but to be sent to join the army, right? She was different. She was here entirely due to her family's high expectations to temper herself. And she, Ma Wenli, would absolutely not bring shame to her family. Thinking of this, Ma Wenli thought of Shao Zhendong. He was a bit cold sometimes, but unlike other men, he didn't have a wandering eye. Moreover, he had only been in the army for a few years before being promoted to regiment commander, highly favored and cultivated by the division commander. If she could bring him home, her parents would probably be overjoyed. "Hey, Rongrong, do you think the commander of the Wild Wolf Regiment is still training at this hour?" "Not sure. I just heard he's quite strict with his subordinates. Everyone is going to reclaim wasteland on the mountain tomorrow. I wonder if Commander Shao is still training. I'll go take a look. When roll call happens later, just say I went to the bathroom." With a mischievous smile, Ma Wenli ran out of the dormitory. Left behind, Wang Rongrong pointed helplessly at the basin of dirty water and the rag soaking inside, frowning. What about this then? By now, Zhaodi had followed the tree-lined path to the military district. Military vehicles frequently sped past. Today, all the female soldiers from the cultural troop had arrived, so no one paid much attention to seeing such a young woman in the military compound. Zhaodi searched the ranks for Zhendong's figure. It was about time for dinner. Other regiments had already disbanded and headed to the cafeteria. Zhaodi also went to the cafeteria with her lunchbox. Today, there were several hundred more people in the cafeteria than before. Many of the female soldiers were also in line to get food, causing some of the men, who acted as if they'd never seen a woman before, to whistle while eating. "There's a spot here. Come, sit here." A female soldier, holding her filled lunchbox, was looking for a place to sit when she heard men catcalling and laughing. She glanced over and immediately blushed. Zhaodi, while queuing, looked back. At this time every day, Zhendong would come to eat. They had agreed on it. After getting her food, Zhaodi went directly to the table Shao Zhendong had pre-arranged for her to eat at. The cafeteria was bustling with noise, but each regiment had strictly designated areas. The table where Shao Zhendong sat was reserved for regiment commanders. Perhaps because Shao Zhendong was not the easiest to get along with, the table meant for 3 regiment commanders was completely empty. Zhaodi placed her food on the empty table. After taking one bite, she looked up. Zhendong hadn't arrived yet. Might as well get his food ready for him. Zhaodi stood up, opened the small locker labeled Shao Zhendong, took out the aluminum lunchbox from inside, and got back in line. But as soon as Zhaodi steadied herself, a voice came from behind. I'll get it myself. You go eat first, or the food will get cold. Zhaodi turned to see Shao Zhendong's nearly 2-meter-tall frame standing behind her like a wall. Before Zhaodi could react, she felt the lunchbox leave her hand as he took it. Zhaodi nodded and sat down to eat slowly and carefully. Occasionally glancing sideways to see how many people were ahead of Zhendong, she calculated the time and ate even slower. When she looked up again, she saw someone had appeared in front of Shao Zhendong. Can I cut in line? Ma Wenli, holding her lunchbox, didn't wait for an answer. She bypassed Shao Zhendong and stood in front of him. Chapter 77. Cutting in Line. As the regiment commander, Shao Zhendong didn't need to queue up at all. There was a dedicated window for him to get his meal. So, without another word, he turned and headed toward another window. Ma Wenli had only been teasing him, not believing he wouldn't crack a smile. But she never expected him to just walk away without even a word. What kind of person is he? More lotus root slices, please, Shao Zhendong said. Then, under Ma Wenli's indignant gaze, Shao Zhendong went to the commander's dining area and took a seat. The old squad leader's cooking skills are pretty good. These lotus root slices are especially sweet and sour. As he spoke, Shao Zhendong unceremoniously transferred all the lotus root slices to Zhaodi's plate. Sweet and sour lotus root? Zhaodi picked up a slice and put it in her mouth. Indeed, the cooking was excellent. The sweet and sour flavor was just right, perfectly balanced. Combined with the lotus root's natural crisp sweetness, Zhaodi started stuffing them into her mouth one after another. Isn't that the cleaning girl? Ma Wenli was immediately stunned. How could she be eating with the regiment commander? He was even serving her food. Ma Wenli instantly lost her composure. She quickly turned around, grabbed Wang Rongrong, and pointed. Look. Wang Rongrong took one look and also drew a sharp breath. Isn't that Commander Shao? How is he eating with a cleaning girl? Of course, Ma Wenli knew it was Shao Zhendong. No wonder when she went to find him earlier, he said he had something to do. So this was it? What kind of something is this? Does this even count? Ma Wenli, spoiled and pampered, had always been the one looking down on and bullying others. She had never been on the receiving end before. Look. Shao Zhendong is even wiping her mouth. Their relationship is definitely not simple. No wonder a mere cleaning girl dared to give her attitude. She's relying on her master's influence, like a dog that barks louder when its owner is near. Brother Zhendong, are we starting the land reclamation tomorrow? Should I go with the women soldiers from the cultural troop to farm? Zhaodi smiled. The man before her might seem cold, but in her heart, she couldn't find anyone else who could match his warmth. You'll come with me, Shao Zhendong said plainly. There are lots of fun things on Tabuazishan Mountain. Really? Zhaodi was taken aback. It seemed Brother Zhendong planned to take her up the mountain to play after arranging the tasks, a secret little escape. That sounded good. Immediately, Zhaodi shoveled a mouthful of rice, grinning carelessly. Hee. Brother Zhendong, you're the best. Shao Zhendong's mouth twitched slightly, and his heart skipped a few beats. He looked up at this silly girl. Was she satisfied with such a simple promise? Silly girl, Shao Zhendong chuckled wryly, eating large mouthfuls of rice. From time to time, he picked out a few shreds of meat from his lunchbox and casually placed them in Zhaodi's. In this era, the living standards in the military district couldn't compare to the previous life. Military resources were limited. Soldiers bore the heavy responsibility of protecting the homeland. As long as they could eat their fill, each one could shoulder a rifle and head to the battlefield. Although liberation had been achieved, border unrest couldn't be pacified overnight. So, only those who had served as soldiers and been on the battlefield truly understood the significance of the food they chewed. Eating the nation's grain, one must repay the party. Even so, Shao Zhendong only wished for his beloved silly girl to eat well and grow plump and fair. From afar, Ma Wenli ate without tasting her food, glancing over from time to time. She noticed that cleaning girl was smiling especially sweetly. Just as Rongrong had said, had Shao Zhendong's brain been addled? How could he take a liking to this cleaning girl? And he treated her so well. At this thought, Ma Wenli slammed her chopsticks onto her lunchbox. I'm not eating anymore. It's disgusting. With that, she dumped her leftovers directly into the trash bin. Immediately, the duty personnel stepped forward and stopped her. Which unit are you from? Only then did Ma Wenli react. Holding her empty lunchbox, she felt somewhat awkward. The dance team. Come with us to the disciplinary department. On what grounds? I know we shouldn't waste food, but have you seen what this is? There's not even any meat. It's fit for dogs. Ma Wenli immediately threw her lunchbox down, pushed aside the duty personnel, and left the cafeteria. Frankly speaking, the food wasn't even as good as what that cleaning girl got. Why shouldn't she be allowed to throw it away? With this commotion, many people's eyes turned toward the direction of the argument between Ma Wenli and the duty personnel. What's going on? Zhaodi also looked over. Take only what you can eat. Military supplies are provided by the people. Wasting food warrants punishment. Shao Zhendong didn't mince words. Hurry up and eat. Hearing how strict it was, Zhaodi, already full to bursting, hurriedly shoveled the remaining rice into her mouth. Actually, if Brother Zhendong hadn't given her more meat shreds and lotus root slices, she felt she definitely could have finished it. Seeing Zhaodi so stuffed she could barely swallow, Shao Zhendong, without a word, took her lunchbox and cleaned out the remaining food in 2 big mouthfuls. Ma Zhaodi stared, stunned. In all her life, no one had ever eaten her leftovers. Firstly, her family's conditions were poor. Having enough to eat was already good. Secondly, even though she and Zhendong were childhood friends, their relationship wasn't at the level where he would eat her leftovers. Shao Zhendong acted as if it were nothing. He stacked his lunchbox with Zhaodi's, picked them up, and stood. Assembly is at 6 tomorrow morning. Go back and get to bed early. Then, Shao Zhendong called out Shunzi. Here. Yang Shun, who had been sitting not far away in the crowd trying to figure out how to chat up the girls from the cultural troupe, immediately stood up, even dropping his chopsticks. Escort Zhaodi back. As he spoke, Yang Shun gave a pitiful glance at the unfinished food on the table, hastily shoveled a couple of mouthfuls, and went off to carry out his task. Zhaodi felt very warm inside, but she could walk back by herself. Why did someone have to escort her? Besides, the tree-lined path had lights. It wasn't dark at all. Turning, she found that Yang Shun had already finished eating, wiped his mouth, and come to stand before her. Zhaodi didn't refuse. On the way to the family quarters, Zhaodi noticed Yang Shun was exceptionally happy, bouncing around like a monkey. Was it because the beauties from the cultural troupe had come to the military district, making every man's blood boil? Even the soldiers training at night, upon spotting cultural troupe girls passing by the cafeteria, all seemed pumped up, as if afraid not to fully display their masculine vigor. At the entrance to the family quarters, Yang Shun couldn't conveniently enter, though he itched to. He saluted and went back to report mission accomplished. Zhaodi walked through the corridor, once very quiet but now bustling with noise. Returning to her dorm room, she pushed the door several times, but it wouldn't open. Zhaodi could only find her key and insert it. The lock clicked open, but the inside bolt seemed to be fastened. It still wouldn't budge. Please open the door. Zhaodi concluded someone was inside. After waiting over 10 seconds with no movement, Zhaodi's heart grew uneasy. If you don't open the door, I'll go get the dorm supervisor. There was a faint click of the bolt, and the door opened. As soon as Zhaodi entered, she saw Ma Wenli lying on her bunk, painting her nails. Female soldiers in the cultural troupe were not allowed to wear nail polish or lipstick unless required for a performance. The key point was she pretended not to know, applying the nail polish with utmost seriousness. However, it couldn't be denied. In Zhaodi's hometown, Liu Wazi, most people used balsam flowers mixed with alum to dye their nails. It seemed Ma Wenli lived quite luxuriously. Thinking this, Zhaodi walked toward her own bunk, intending to pour some water to drink. With a thud, a wash basin was overturned onto her bedding. A basin full of water was completely spilled over the quilt and mattress. Chapter 78. So she's battalion commander Shao's family member. It was only then that Zhaodi noticed a thin, fishing line-like string tied to the doorknob. As the door opened, the string loosened, causing the basin to fall. Zhaodi's face instantly turned pale. There was no way she could sleep here tonight. What deep-seated grudge do you have against me? Ignoring the soaked bedding, Zhaodi turned and stood before Ma Wenli's bed, watching her apply nail polish and then blow on her splayed fingers. How should I know? I'm not close with you. You're just a cleaner while I'm in the dance troupe of the cultural troupe. We have nothing to do with each other. Zhaodi was slightly taken aback. So, she wasn't going to admit to the basin incident either? It was one thing to mistake her for a cleaner earlier, but this was going too far. Without a word, Zhaodi left the dorm and headed toward the dorm supervisor's office. Behind her, she could hear Ma Wenli humming a tune. Soon, Wang Rongrong returned after finishing her meal. Seeing Zhaodi's bedding completely soaked, she couldn't help but ask. She'll be moving out soon. Ma Wenli hummed a tune while carefully examining whether her nail polish was evenly applied. Why are you painting your nails? Aren't you afraid the captain will find out? We're not in the cultural troupe right now. What's the harm in painting them? At worst, I'll just scrape it off if I get caught. Ma Wenli wasn't bothered by the comment. She even planned to paint her toenails. Otherwise, how could she attract that big ice sculpture, Shao Zhendong, when they carried out their mission tomorrow? As she spoke, Wang Rongrong put down her washed lunchbox and leaned in. Paint mine too, please. All right, Ma Wenli said, casually painting one of Wang Rongrong's pinky fingers. Immediately, Wang Rongrong let out 2 excited breaths, growing fonder of it the more she looked. Paint a couple more for me. I'll wash your lunchbox from now on, and I'll even do your share of the work tomorrow. How about that? Wang Rongrong asked in a negotiating tone. She had never used nail polish like this before, and it looked really pretty once applied. Deal. With that, Ma Wenli painted all of Wang Rongrong's fingernails. For Wang Rongrong, this nail polish was a true luxury. After it was applied, she kept blowing on her nails, almost running out of breath, and still asked anxiously, "Is this good enough? You can't touch anything or it might get scratched." And so, Wang Rongrong wandered around the dorm with her fingers splayed for nearly 10 minutes, afraid to touch anything for fear of ruining the polish. Enough. Ma Wenli couldn't stand such unsophisticated behavior and spoke impatiently. Still, she quite enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention. Just then, the dorm supervisor walked in carrying a new set of bedding. Before Ma Wenli could process why the supervisor was personally making the bed for this little cleaner, a woman in her 20s followed closely behind. The woman had neat ear-length hair, sharp eyes, and looked valiant and heroic in her military uniform. Present. As soon as Ma Wenli saw the captain had arrived, she ignored the nail polish on the bed, jumped down, and stood at attention with Wang Rongrong, saluting. "Captain Xiao, this matter doesn't fall under my jurisdiction in the logistics department, but since your subordinate is under the logistical arrangements of our military district, she must abide by the rules and regulations and not disrupt military discipline." The dorm supervisor was a woman in her 50s, usually humble, smiling, and very kind-looking. But this time, she had to assert her authority to uphold military discipline. With that, the dorm supervisor placed the bedding on an empty bed first, then helped Zhaodi clean up the soaked bedding while apologizing with a smile. "Comrade Zhaodi, please don't take it to heart. This batch of female soldiers lacks manners." These words seemed to comfort Zhaodi, but were actually a criticism of Captain Xiao's subordinate. Captain Xiao's face immediately fell, and she kept apologizing. "I'm terribly sorry. I will definitely report this matter. We cannot tolerate those who violate laws and discipline and undermine military conduct." Ma Wenli had initially thought that since she was the pillar of the dance troupe and the lead in the Lotus Emerging from Water performance for October 1st, the captain wouldn't trouble her over a mere cleaner. But now, hearing that it would be reported to higher-ups, Ma Wenli's heart sank. Wang Rongrong, always timid though a bit scheming, stood with her hands behind her back, secretly picking at her nail polish. "Ma Wenli, did you do this?" Captain Xiao didn't want to reprimand her subordinate in front of outsiders. After all, she did tend to be protective of her own. But if she didn't handle it this way and the matter reached the head of the logistics department, it would be beyond her authority as a captain. Ma Wenli remained silent. Just as Wang Rongrong was about to step forward and speak, Ma Wenli glared her back into silence. Captain Xiao crossed her arms, her chest heaving. "Silence? That surely meant she was the one who did it. Ma Wenli, answer me immediately." "Yes." Ma Wenli snorted angrily. "Write a self-criticism, 500 words, and hand it to me first thing tomorrow morning." Upon hearing this, Ma Wenli was stunned. A self-criticism? Posted on the bulletin board? Where would she put her face then? She'd be humiliated throughout the entire military district. Why? She's just a cleaner. Her bedboard was covered in dust. She neglected her duties. Why do I have to write one and she doesn't? Hearing this, Captain Xiao immediately flared up. The dorm supervisor also raised an eyebrow, glancing at Zhaodi, who remained calm. Her temperament was good, much steadier than others her age, and she hadn't uttered a single extra word. "Comrade Ma Wenli, Zhaodi is not a cleaner. She is Battalion Commander Shao's family member." As soon as these words were spoken, Ma Wenli's face instantly turned ugly. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Ma Zhaodi. This plain-looking girl, who was at best average in appearance, was Shao Zhendong's family member? Wang Rongrong took a step back in fright, covering her mouth, unable to speak. On her nails, which she had secretly picked at, bits of nail polish still clung. Not only was Ma Wenli shocked, but even Captain Xiao felt her heart sink. If this escalated, she might even face disciplinary action for failing to properly supervise her subordinate. That very night, Ma Wenli was ordered to move to another dormitory, and another person was arranged to stay in Zhaodi's room. At this moment, Wang Rongrong was terrified. She didn't dare speak loudly, afraid that Ma Zhaodi would hold a grudge and report her too. Outside in the hallway, the dorm supervisor held the soaked bedding, ready to leave, but she couldn't help looking back at this steady-natured girl. "Why didn't you say so from the beginning?" Zhaodi smiled slightly. "I'm not a soldier. I just came to the army to visit for a couple of days. It's not like I'll be staying here permanently." The dorm supervisor sighed and shook her head. After all, wherever there are people, there is drama. And of course, having backing ensures you can stand firm anywhere, an unchanging rule since ancient times. Yet this young girl didn't think that way. It seemed she was a good girl who didn't like causing trouble for others. Ma Wenli moved to another dormitory with her bedding. As soon as she entered, she was surrounded. Wenli, what happened? We heard you got punished? What's going on? Tell us. Yeah, doesn't Captain Xiao usually favor you? How could she bear to punish you? Bringing it up now only added to Ma Wenli's confusion. She clearly remembered that Shao Zhendong didn't have a significant other. How did a family member suddenly appear? That underdeveloped girl? She's Shao Zhendong's family member? Chapter 79. The Fence Sitter. In her previous life, before Zhaodi understood the difference between a woman and a girl, she hadn't realized she was underdeveloped. But in this life, Zhaodi had indeed felt anxious, thinking to herself, maybe she was just a late bloomer? In the dormitory, Wang Rongrong tentatively tried to get closer to Zhaodi. Your surname is Ma too, right? Zhaodi was tidying her bed, planning to sleep early since they had to assemble before 6 o'clock the next morning. MHM. Your name is really nice. Wang Rongrong's smile was unnatural, somewhat stiff, but she was also worried that Ma Zhaodi might put on airs and ignore her. Thank you. Zhaodi didn't turn around. After arranging her pillow, she picked up her wash basin and headed to the washroom. Let's go together. Wang Rongrong quickly grabbed her wash basin and followed Zhaodi to the washroom, standing right next to her at the sink to fetch water, brush her teeth, and wash her face. Zhaodi, about today's incident, don't take it to heart. Ma Wenli has always been very arrogant. I don't really like being around her either. It's better that she moved out now. Wang Rongrong spoke while rinsing her mouth and brushing her teeth. Zhaodi suddenly paused her brushing, glancing sideways at Wang Rongrong. Is that so? It was as if she saw a fence-sitter swaying in the wind. Oh, I didn't take it to heart. You're so easy to talk to. If only Ma Wenli could be as magnanimous as you. Wang Rongrong said with a chuckle, feeling a weight lift off her mind. Zhaodi washed up quickly. Because she usually rose early and returned late, rushing to the market to sell eels, she kept her morning routine simple. You're done already? Wang Rongrong, seeing her finish and leave so quickly, sped up her own pace. Returning to the dormitory, Zhaodi hung up her towel and noticed that the girl who had just transferred and hadn't said a word, simply crawling into bed with her clothes on and curling up. If this had happened before the incident with Ma Wenli, Zhaodi might have kindly gone over to ask what was wrong or if she was feeling unwell. But after what she'd experienced, Zhaodi didn't want to meddle. Lying in bed, Zhaodi couldn't sleep all night. She thought of Shao Zhendong's stern face in front of his subordinates, and then recalled the gentle, considerate side he showed only to her. Her heart itched with longing. I wonder what he's doing at this hour? Has he gone to bed yet? Clutching the bullet pendant around her neck, Zhaodi turned over and drifted into a sweet sleep. In the middle of the night, she was half awakened by faint moans. Turning over, she heard Wang Rongrong grumbling. Can you let people sleep or not? What's with all the groaning in the middle of the night? This time, Zhaodi was fully awake. She glanced sideways and saw the new girl in the lower bunk opposite curled up and moaning, her face pale as she faced outward. What's wrong with you? Zhaodi asked, slipping on her cloth shoes and walking over, turning on the light as she went. It's nothing. My period came and my stomach hurts a bit. The girl looked as if she was in so much pain that her lips were pale and her forehead was covered in cold sweat. Then, I'll go find some ginger for you. Without a second thought, Zhaodi threw on her clothes and went out, knocking on the dorm supervisor's window. It was past 1 in the morning, the deepest part of sleep. The dorm supervisor was somewhat impatient, but her expression softened when she saw who it was. Do you have ginger? Find some for me. Zhaodi said simply. The dorm supervisor quickly retrieved a thumb-sized piece of ginger from the cupboard and handed it to Zhaodi. That's enough. Thank you, Auntie. Tomorrow, I'll get some from the cafeteria and return it to you. Zhaodi said. The dorm supervisor repeatedly said it wasn't necessary, but Zhaodi was already hurrying away. As soon as she returned to the dormitory, she crushed the ginger with a spoon and poured a cup of boiling water over it. It's hard to find brown sugar at this hour. Just try this for now. When the girl saw Zhaodi had made her a cup of ginger tea, for some reason, she stared blankly for 2 seconds before silently starting to cry. Zhaodi was startled. Is the pain that bad? Should we go to the military clinic? The girl shook her head, took the cup, and held it with both hands as if cradling something precious. This cup of ginger tea held extraordinary significance for Jia Feng, because she was a new recruit this year. If her family hadn't been so poor, she wouldn't have joined the army. But after leaving home, she realized that life and death, warmth and cold, all depended on herself alone. Looked down upon by others for her background, she carried a heavy sense of inferiority and didn't even dare speak to others. Life in the military felt incredibly lonely to her. By the time she wanted to fit in with the other sisters, she found she had already become isolated. Which department of the cultural troop are you in? Zhaodi asked, climbing back into her warm bed to chat. The drama team, responsible for writing scripts. Then you must be very talented. Zhaodi said. Jia Fong suddenly lowered her head shyly and smiled. It was the first time someone had valued her so much. Not really that good. Anyway, it's not really my credit either. After chatting for a bit, Jia Fong learned that Zhaodi was also from the countryside, a girl from a remote mountain village. She immediately felt a sense of belonging, and her inferiority complex eased considerably. Why could she smile so confidently, while she herself couldn't? Are you feeling better? After drinking it, do you feel warmth from your throat down to your stomach? Zhaodi gestured as she asked. Jia Fong smiled shyly and nodded. My lower abdomen feels warm too. I'm even sweating. Don't mind if it's hot. Drink it all in one go. It'll work even better, Zhaodi said. To her surprise, Jia Fong even ate the ginger, which made her gasp from the spiciness. For the rest of the night, she slept very soundly. Until 6:30 in the morning, a long bugle call sounded. As soon as the assembly order came, everyone sprang out of bed like coiled springs. Of course, except for Zhaodi. To her, it was just noise. But for the well-trained soldiers and female troops, it was crucial, more effective than an alarm clock. Soon, in less than 5 minutes, the wash basin area was packed. The sound of shuffling footsteps accompanied by light jogging filled the corridor. Within 10 minutes, everyone was ready. Including the few stragglers at the back, it took no more than 20 minutes for the entire family dormitory building to become completely empty. Wang Rongrong had long since run off. After washing up, Jia Fong hurried back to the dormitory to assemble and saw Zhaodi still sleeping. Zhaodi, get up, or you won't make it. Only then did Zhaodi groggily open her eyes. You go ahead. I need to gather myself for just a little bit longer. Jia Fong said goodbye and went to assemble first. She had heard yesterday that the always haughty Ma Wenli had met her match. Afterward, team leader Qiao applied for a bed transfer. No one objected, so she, the easy-to-bully, honest one, was moved to this dormitory. She had initially wondered what kind of formidable person could make Ma Wenli back down, but now she viewed Zhaodi in a new light because of that cup of ginger tea. Well, she could perfectly well not obey military regulations, so Jia Fong felt reassured and went to assemble first. By 7 o'clock, rows and groups of soldiers had assembled on the training ground. From a distance, they looked like neatly cut blocks of tofu, the ranks perfectly aligned. Next, roll call began. Military trucks were already lined up and ready, slowly preparing to depart from the military garage. The roll call for the Wild Wolf Regiment was handled by Yang Shun and Deputy Regimental Commander Li. At that moment, Shao Zhendong was waiting for the girl downstairs at the dormitory. Watching as each regiment, under the command of their leaders, boarded the military trucks one by one and slowly left the military compound, Shao Zhendong checked his watch. Damn it, exactly 7 o'clock. Chapter 80, Waking Up Late. Shao Zhendong slightly furrowed his brows and looked toward the direction of the family quarters. Even the female soldiers from the cultural troop had already set off. Immediately, Shao Zhendong's long legs strode out with powerful, vigorous steps, carrying a faint trace of irritation as he headed toward the family building. By the time Zhaodi got up, she felt as if she had been moved to a different place overnight. Not only was the room empty, but the entire corridor and washroom of the family building were completely deserted, without a single soul in sight. At this moment, Zhaodi splashed some water on her face and seemed to truly wake up. She quickly sped up, returned to the dormitory, and checked the time. Oh no, it was 7:10. Everyone in the military district had already left. Zhaodi returned to the dormitory and began frantically folding her quilt. Looking at Wang Rongrong and Jia Fong's neatly folded bedding, which resembled tofu blocks, Zhaodi's own folding could at best be described as a lump of fermented dough. After trying a few times, Zhaodi heard footsteps behind her. She turned around and was met with Shao Zhendong's stern face. Without a word, Shao Zhendong pulled Zhaodi aside and took over folding the quilt himself. The quilt seemed to be under a spell. With a pinch of the corners between his fingers, it transformed into a neat, square tofu block. Impressive. What time is it? Shao Zhendong said discontentedly. Has everyone already left? Zhaodi felt somewhat guilty. She had spent the first half of the night thinking about him, and just as she fell asleep in the latter half, she was awakened. She felt that explaining this would take quite a while. What do you think? Shao Zhendong said without another word, pulling the slender Zhaodi over and immediately dragging her out of the dormitory. What should we do since everyone's left? Maybe I shouldn't go. Zhaodi felt uneasy, as if she were being punished for being late to school. Silly girl. Seeing her earnest expression, Shao Zhendong felt a sudden warmth in his heart. He didn't know why, perhaps it was because he enjoyed seeing her look scared. This way, Shao Zhendong felt that his embrace was destined to be this silly girl's safe harbor. A soldier with no sense of time like you would have been dragged out and shot long ago. Why didn't Shao Zhendong scare her a little more? Shot? Just for waking up late. Zhaodi gasped. In her past life, she had watched many war and special forces training TV shows and movies, but none of them mentioned being shot for waking up late. Looking at Zhaodi's expression, Shao Zhendong felt he was about to burst out laughing, but he still had to maintain a serious demeanor. Yes, you must be shot. It's holding the team back. Zhaodi clearly showed signs of retreat. Shao Zhendong felt a sudden tug from the small hand in his palm, so he gripped it even tighter. Zhaodi shook her head. I'm not a soldier. Even if someone were to be shot, shouldn't you be the first one? Shao Zhendong frowned slightly. You have no sense of time. Why blame me for it? Poor discipline means the leader must bear the consequences. Shao Zhendong was left speechless. You've become quite capable, silly girl. Who taught you that? Shao Zhendong chuckled awkwardly. After leaving the family building, he stuffed Zhaodi into the passenger seat of the military off-road vehicle, then jumped into the driver's seat and started the car. They sped along the way and finally caught up with the troops just before the 8 a.m. assembly at the foot of Tubazishan. Zhaodi finally understood why this mountain was called Tubazishan. Looking around, most of the surrounding mountains were rocky, with exposed white stone paths. Only Tubazishan was a standard earthen mountain, covered with evergreen vegetation. Dandelions, bitter herbs, and wild vegetables like wild jujubes could be seen everywhere. Just at this moment, the sun rose in the east, like a reclining Buddha spitting out a pearl. The morning mist in the valley gradually dispersed, and taking a deep breath filled one's lungs with refreshing air. For this May Day Labor Day project, apart from reclaiming over 100 acres of wasteland, it was said that the higher-ups would also evaluate the seedling germination rate. The regiment with the worst germination rate would be penalized, so it was best not to let the higher-ups catch any slackers. Over 100 acres? Zhaodi was stunned. Isn't this a piece of cake? Most of the brothers are from rural areas and have done farm work before. Shao Zhendong felt it was easy. With over a dozen regiments in the entire military district, if they couldn't handle a little over 100 acres of wasteland, their party membership would likely be revoked. Considering the female soldiers of the cultural troop were women, they only needed to sow seeds and pull weeds. The strenuous task of reclaiming wasteland was left to the men. Coincidentally, the dance team of the cultural troop was assigned to the Wild Wolf Regiment. Initially, the entire dance team was free to move around, waiting for the men to reclaim the wasteland before they followed behind to do miscellaneous tasks. Because there were girls present, the Wild Wolf team, a group of bachelors, put in their utmost effort, displaying more enthusiasm than during regular training, which even Shao Zhendong found impressive. Hey, look, isn't that Ma Zhaodi? Wang Rongrong noticed that Ma Wenli's expression wasn't great today, so she leaned over and pointed toward the distant foot of the mountain. Ma Wenli's self-criticism report was a mess, and now she was in a precarious situation. Once this activity ended, her fate would be left to chance. At the mention of Ma Zhaodi's name, she felt a surge of anger. Following Wang Rongrong's gaze, sure enough, it was her. Moreover, after Shao Zhendong gave his orders, he went up the mountain, taking Ma Zhaodi with him. Did they have to be like this? Weren't they afraid of being laughed at? A man and a woman alone in the mountain woods. At this thought, Ma Wenli felt utterly indignant. So, what if she was Shao Zhendong's family member? Ma Wenli still believed that this underdeveloped dead girl was simply unworthy of Shao Zhendong. Wang Rongrong noticed Ma Wenli glaring fixedly in Shao Zhendong's direction, her eyes almost spewing fire. What's wrong with you, Wenli? Let me tell you, this Ma Zhaodi may look delicate and pretty, but she's full of schemes. Her? What schemes could she have? Ma Wenli looked at Ma Zhaodi's silly, dazed appearance and doubted she had any brains at all. After you were transferred last night, she even said she would report you to Regimental Commander Shao. Since your self-criticism report didn't pass, it must be because the regimental commander intervened behind the scenes. Wang Rongrong said, making Ma Wenli even angrier. What else did she say? Ma Wenli's temper grew fiercer, the whites of her eyes turning red as she stared fixedly into the distance. Wang Rongrong suddenly lowered her head, pretending she didn't dare to speak. Speak. Ma Wenli pushed Wang Rongrong and whispered, tell me honestly, and I'll give you my nail polish. Hearing this, Wang Rongrong perked up. She said you're not as pretty as her. Really? Ma Wenli was so angry she felt her lungs might explode. I'm going to see what that pair of dogs is up to. Ma Wenli lifted her foot, ready to leave the team. Hey, you can't leave. The tasks haven't been assigned yet. Be careful, the team leader might notice. Wang Rongrong quickly pulled her back. Didn't you say you'd help me with the work yesterday? At most, I'll give you a lipstick later. Ma Wenli pushed Wang Rongrong away and headed toward the distant mountain woods. Wang Rongrong, you're going too far. Ma Zhaodi never said anything bad about Ma Wenli. This was overheard by Jia Fang, who had been silent all along. Originally a shy and introverted person, she couldn't help but criticize Wang Rongrong for going too far. Wang Rongrong turned around and saw it was Jia Fang. She immediately raised her chin. None of your business. Do you think just because someone poured you a cup of hot water, they consider you a sister? I advise you to mind your own business. Otherwise, there's still a long road ahead, and I'd like to see how you survive in the cultural troupe. Chapter 81. Camping. After hearing this, Jia Fong didn't dare to speak another word. Ma Wenli had always been arrogant. Most people flocked around her because she was generous with her money. She remembered the early days after enlisting when she was bullied so badly she didn't even dare go to the cafeteria. If she were bullied again now, she might really be sent back home. After all, Ma Wenli had connections. Thinking of this, Jia Fong could only pray silently in her heart that Zhaodi wouldn't be toyed with by petty people. Brother Zhendong, what kind of seed is this? And what kind of sapling is this? As time passed, the air temperature gradually rose. Zhaodi squatted under a wild camphor tree to cool off. On a nearby patch of open ground, Shao Zhendong was personally digging the soil. It will bear fruit in 3 years. You'll know then. No way, we have to wait 3 years? Then what's this seed? Pomelo. Shao Zhendong knew she wouldn't recognize it. After all, such fruit trees didn't grow up north. Regiment Commander Shao. A voice accompanied Ma Wenli as she scrambled up the hillside on all fours. Zhaodi was slightly taken aback. She had dealt with this woman once before and never wanted anything to do with her again. She initially thought Ma Wenli was here to pick a fight, but surprisingly, she had come to find Shao Zhendong. Why are you doing this yourself? Where's your little follower, Zaya? Ma Wenli smiled sweetly, glanced at Zhaodi, then fixed her gaze on Shao Zhendong's face. Bring the sapling. Shao Zhendong's expression was calm, yet a cold, hard aura seemed to emanate from his very bones, creating a sense of distance that made strangers want to keep their distance. But he was different with Zhaodi. Zhaodi acknowledged and walked over with the thumphic sapling. She placed the roots in the dug hole, held it steady, and squatted by the pit's edge. Aren't you on duty? Only then did Shao Zhendong respond to Ma Wenli. Ma Wenli squatted down, instinctively nudging Zhaodi aside. She held the sapling with one hand, propped her chin with the other, and put on a cute act as she smiled. Our mission is scheduled after your regiments. We haven't received orders yet. The nudge seemed gentle, but was actually quite forceful. Before Zhaodi could stand up, she stumbled back 2 steps and landed on her rear. Return to your unit, Shao Zhendong said flatly. He set down the shovel, pulled Zhaodi up in one motion, and fetched the bucket of water prepared for watering the tree. Zhaodi instinctively plunged her hands in to wash them. Ma Wenli watched Shao Zhendong's subtle, silent actions as if he were a strange creature. When had he become so gentle? Ma Wenli had always thought his coldness was just his nature. So why was he being so considerate specifically to that underdeveloped little girl, Ma Zhaodi? Although Zhaodi appeared nonchalant while washing her hands, as a woman, a sudden realization dawned on her. Ma Wenli liked Shao Zhendong. No wonder she acted like they had some deep-seated hatred over just a minor issue. Zhaodi pondered suspiciously, unaware of when Ma Wenli had already left. What's wrong? Seeing her distracted, seemingly lost in deep thought, Shao Zhendong couldn't help but ask. Nothing. Zhaodi snapped back to attention, rubbed her hands, took the handkerchief Shao Zhendong handed her to wipe them, then moved back to the tree pit to continue holding the sapling. Ma Zhaodi glanced sideways down the mountain path, just in time to meet Ma Wenli's gaze as she stopped and looked back. That look was full of venom. Instead, Zhaodi felt relieved. Because this woman really wasn't worthy of being her love rival at all, too shallow. Shao Zhendong had initially thought the silly girl's days earlier was because she had noticed something and was jealous. A strong sense of satisfaction had surged in his heart. But now, why was she holding the tree and smiling? Comrade Ma Zhaodi, could you pay a little attention? The tree is leaning. Won't it grow up to be a crooked-necked tree? Shao Zhendong's tone carried a hint of reproach. Only then did Zhaodi notice, yes, it was leaning. A crooked-necked tree is fine as long as it bears fruit. Due to the large number of people, all the sowing and tidying up on these 100+ acres were finished before noon. Now, the female soldiers from the cultural troupe began showcasing their culinary skills. Many of the brothers had ventured into the forest to look for wild mushrooms and other game. Even Zhaodi followed Yang Shan into the woods to search for ground skin. This ground skin resembled wood ear fungus a bit, but it was highly nutritious. In her previous life, Zhaodi remembered this stuff selling for over 10 yuan per jean. Southern cities had a warm, humid climate and were full of venomous snakes. There were even thousands of mushroom varieties, with poisonous ones being too numerous to count. Unless you were a genuine southerner living by the mountains, it was probably very difficult to distinguish the poisonous from the non-poisonous. So, the mushrooms gathered had to go through another round of selection by the logistics department's kitchen squad before they could be cooked. Looking at the brightly colored poisonous mushrooms, Ma Wenli truly wished she could give one to Ma Zhaodi. Of course, she hadn't expected the kitchen squad to screen them again. While picking mushrooms, Ma Wenli suddenly spotted a long, slender, many-banded kite in the bushes ahead. It was glaring, flicking its tongue, coiled up, its tail constantly slapping the ground. Immediately, she was too scared to move. Rong Rong, quick, call the team leader, there's a snake. Ma Wenli was also half a southerner. She knew this snake was venomous, but she also knew that before attacking, a snake would coil its body and continuously slap the ground with its tail. Everyone around was out having fun and had just finished their work. They were all concentrating on foraging for wild food. The members of the Wild Wolf Regiment, with Shao Zhendong's special permission, had even formed a hunting team and gone up the mountain to catch wild rabbits. Afraid they might encounter wild boars or other dangerous animals that could hurt Zhaodi, they simply left her with the kitchen squad to tend the fire. Now, Ma Wenli quietly shifted her feet, wanting to retreat. But no matter which way she leaned her body, the snake's head seemed to move faster than she did, immediately fixing its gaze on the source of the movement. Is anyone there? Team leader Chiao. What's wrong with you? How could Zhaodi stay there tending the fire? It was an outdoor picnic. She was busy looking for ground skin. The damper the vegetation, the more there was. By now, she had already gathered 4 or 5 jin. Ma Wenli slowly turned her head to look and saw Ma Zhaodi walking towards the many-banded kite. While talking to her, Zhaodi didn't even look up, vigorously digging through the vegetation with her mud-covered hands. And nothing's wrong. Ma Wenli immediately noticed the kite was being distracted by movement from another direction. A sense of relief rose in her heart at that moment. Watching as Zhaodi pushed aside the camphor branches and crawled through, Ma Wenli saw the kite's attention shift to Zhaodi. Immediately, she seized the chance to slowly move her body backward, thinking to herself, bite her, bite her. A many-banded kite. Zhaodi's eyes suddenly widened in shock, but the snake was already less than a foot away from her. Zhaodi froze, not moving a muscle, even slowly setting down the piece of ground skin she was holding. Ma Wenli's face immediately turned as dark as an eggplant. She covered her eyes, not daring to look. All she wanted now was to leave quickly, lest others realize she had done it on purpose. But before Ma Wenli could lift her foot, she witnessed a scene she probably never could have dreamed of in her entire life. Chapter 82, The Snake. This is a top-grade remedy for rheumatism, bone pain, promoting blood circulation, and removing blood stasis. Zhaodi's face immediately lit up with joy, and she reached out to grab it. The 100-joint snake actually turned and fled, even abandoning its own nest of eggs. Ma Wenli watched in astonishment as Ma Zhaodi chased after the retreating snake. Good heavens, was the snake seeing things? Not only did it not attack Ma Zhaodi, it actually ran away. Ma Zhaodi dropped her bag of lichen and dove under the branches. Run, I'll let you run. Zhaodi casually broke off a tree branch and poked it ahead. Hearing movement in front, the 100-joint snake quickly turned to flee sideways. Zhaodi lunged forward, pinching the snake's head tightly between 2 fingers, her thumb pressing hard against its jaw. Just like catching a loach, she had the 100-joint snake in her hand. The dangling body of the snake involuntarily coiled and writhed below. By the time Zhaodi triumphantly pulled the snake out, Ma Wenjuan's face was beyond ugly. She scrambled and tumbled down the mountain in panic. The mushrooms she had picked scattered all along the path. Zhaodi didn't notice the panicked Ma Wenli because she wasn't even worthy of catching Zhaodi's eye. With her other hand gripping the snake at its 7-inch point, she stroked it from top to bottom like pulling a rope. The snake immediately stopped struggling. Then, Zhaodi switched hands and, taking advantage of the snake's diminished vigor, pinched its tail and stroked it again from the opposite direction. Without needing much force, she could hear the cracking sound of the snake's vertebrae dislocating. After that, the snake hung lifelessly in Zhaodi's hand like a rope. Zhaodi thought to herself, her father's leg hurt when the weather changed. This snake could be used to make medicinal wine. When Ma Wenli, who had run far away, looked back, the snake in Ma Zhaodi's hand hung from her arm like a rope. Good heavens, she was coming over. Zhaodi carried the snake and the bag of lichen, descending the mountain step by step. The women nearby didn't see clearly at first, but once they did, they were all frightened out of their wits. Don't come over, don't come over. Ma Wenli started shrieking from afar, pushing Wang Rongrong in front of her as a human shield. Zhaodi immediately realized that Ma Wenli was all talk and no action, her courage even smaller than her own though, of course, much smaller than her own in her previous life. Zhaodi swung the rope in her hand as she walked toward the mess hall, startling even the mess hall squad leader. This snake can't be eaten. I just want to dry roast the snake, Zhaodi said, immediately borrowing a steamer rack from the mess hall. She placed the boneless snake on it and leaned it against the bonfire to roast. Then Zhaodi stood up and looked at the southern mountains, so full of mystery, as if hiding many such wild medicinal ingredients. If there were lingji mushrooms, adding them would be even better. But unlike before, wild lingji was hard to find now. In today's society, many of nature's resources had been destroyed by poachers. Zhaodi thought to herself, even if she could only find wood ear mushrooms, that would be fine. Failing that, catching a couple more snakes would also work. Zhaodi then picked up the snakeskin bag and headed up the mountain. Ma Wenli watched Ma Zhaodi's retreating figure and suddenly felt her presence had become unfathomable. This girl looked so thin and weak, only about 15 or 16 years old. Where did she get such courage? Wenli, did you see? She put the snake on the fire to roast. Will the food in the pot be poisoned? The always timid Wang Rongrong couldn't help but say with a tearful face. Hearing this, Ma Wenli immediately pinched Wang Rongrong. Although she herself was terrified, she still couldn't stand Wang Rongrong's useless behavior. How would snake venom get into the pot? Zhaodi's mind was free of distractions. Her trip to the military district for outdoor activities might have been destined by heaven for her to catch some wild creatures to treat her father's leg. So, Zhaodi deliberately headed toward bushes where no one had been. After all, if people had passed by, even the best medicinal ingredients would have been scared away. Gradually, Zhaodi left all the noisy sounds far behind. The tree branch she had casually broken off kept poking ahead of her. The farther she moved from the crowd, the clearer she could hear the rustling sounds in the forest. Just then, Zhaodi suddenly felt a whooshing sound coming from above. She looked up and immediately took 2 steps back. On a tree trunk densely covered with branches overhead hung an inverted cobra. Zhaodi recognized it immediately, but this was no ordinary cobra. On its forehead was a red venom sac, about the size of a thumb. Zhaodi began to retreat slowly. This was a king cobra. Things had just gotten serious. Gradually, after moving out of its territory, Zhaodi felt her back soaked with sweat. Heavens, if that sac of venom were fully released, Zhaodi probably wouldn't even have a chance to escape. Yet, she didn't want to miss this opportunity. This kind of king cobra was the top-grade ingredient for medicinal wine. Zhaodi carefully took out the piece of nanmu wood from her bag. A refreshing fragrance immediately wafted out. Seeing the king cobra flicking its tongue and preparing to retreat, Zhaodi felt relieved, but she couldn't let it escape either. With her other hand, Zhaodi tapped the tree branch. Seeing the snake slither down the tree to flee, Zhaodi dropped the stick, grabbed the bag, and followed. Seeing someone tailing it, the snake suddenly turned its head, raised it high, and flicked its tongue at Zhaodi, its tail already forming an S-shape for attack. Zhaodi was stunned. Was the scent of the nanmu wood not strong enough? Did this thing actually want to chase her? Forget it. Zhaodi felt like backing down because this king cobra was the only species that could rise 3 inches off the ground and glide in a straight line to attack a person. Even if she ran, Zhaodi would have to sprint in an S-shaped route. If she were too slow, she'd probably get a hole in her backside before she could even turn around. At this moment, the Wild Wolf Regiment returned fully loaded, having caught 5 pheasants and 6 wild rabbits. The brothers were all sweaty, but beaming with unprecedented joy. Hey, that wild boar from earlier got away. What a shame. It's all your fault. You're not even afraid on the battlefield, but you're scared of a wild boar. Wasn't it the regiment leader who told us to save bullets? No weapons allowed. How is that the same as combat? Only Shao Zhendong frowned slightly. Where had that damn girl run off to? He immediately called over the mess hall squad leader to ask. The mess hall squad leader also looked helpless, pointing to the 100-joint snake drying by the bonfire. There, your family member did that. What? Shao Zhendong immediately frowned, his face darkening. 3 large, inexplicable beads of sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. Regiment leader Shao Ma Zhaodi, she caught a snake to scare us. If you don't believe me, ask. Ma Wenli hadn't dared to approach the bonfire from start to finish, as if afraid the snake would suddenly come back to life and bite her. Now, seeing Shao Zhendong arrive, she mustered her courage to speak. Hearing this, Shao Zhendong thought, good heavens, how is that possible? She'd cry at the sight of a caterpillar catching a snake? Seeing Shao Zhendong's face frozen with severity, Ma Wenli felt pleased and pointed toward the mountain. She went up again. This time, Regiment Leader Shao, you have to do something. That thing scared us. Regiment Leader Shao. Before Ma Wenli could finish, Shao Zhendong cursed, stupid woman, and turned to run into the forest. By now, everyone had regrouped. There were no brothers left on the mountain. They were all busy preparing the wild game for the pot. Shao Zhendong couldn't figure it out. When had this girl gone crazy? How did he not know? Chapter 83. Ma Wenli stunned. When Shao Zhendong called out her name and ventured deeper into the woods, Zhaodi didn't dare answer, afraid of startling the venomous snake. By the time Shao Zhendong arrived, Zhaodi raised her hand behind her back, making a waving motion to signal him not to come closer. Shao Zhendong's face immediately darkened. He hadn't believed what others said before, but now his brain cells suddenly sprang to life, almost bursting through his skull. Before Zhaodi could even speak, Shao Zhendong shoved her aside with brute force. Instantly, the venomous snake shot toward Shao Zhendong like lightning. Zhaodi fell backward, tumbling in the dry grass before scrambling to her feet. She saw Shao Zhendong move with lightning-fast hands. Instead of dodging, he precisely grabbed the snake by the neck just as the cobra reared up to strike. Immediately, the snake's mouth gaped open, revealing 2 sharp fangs, and 2 streams of fine venom sprayed onto Shao Zhendong's right arm. Then followed a series of movements, ending with the sound of the snake's body being slammed heavily against a tree trunk. Thwack. The cobra was dazed from the impact. Zhaodi scrambled over with a sack and pounced on it. Shao Zhendong's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you crazy? He reached out to pull Zhaodi back. What if she got bitten? But then Shao Zhendong suddenly remembered the snake venom on his hand, so he simply nudged Zhaodi's backside with his foot instead. Zhaodi tilted her head and grinned. Got it. I got it. Shao Zhendong was speechless, a bead of sweat forming on his brow. Zhaodi, you've got some nerve. Zhaodi tied the sack tightly with a knot. Inside, the snake slowly writhed, its earlier ferocity completely gone. Seeing this, Shao Zhendong finally let out a long sigh. You foolish girl, I think you've had enough of living. Zhaodi could tell Brother Zhendong was genuinely angry, but she also understood he was worried about her safety. She quickly changed her tone. Brother Zhendong, I promise I won't catch any more snakes next time. Don't be angry. What? There's going to be a next time? Shao Zhendong felt as though he must have owed her a fortune in a past life. The two made their way down the mountain, one with a dark scowl, the other happily skipping along while clutching the sack. This is great. This trip wasn't in vain. Shao Zhendong couldn't help but shoot a disdainful glance at Ma Zhaodi, the muscles around his eyes twitching uncontrollably. She's crazy. This girl is absolutely crazy. By the campfire, all the game had been prepared. Whether roasted or stewed, this meal was unprecedentedly lavish. Wang Rongrong, go see what's in that sack Ma Zhaodi left over there. Ma Wenli nudged Wang Rongrong with her elbow, urging her to check. I don't dare. Look, it's still moving. Wang Rongrong shrank back in fear. Go. Are you going or not? Ma Wenli snapped. If it was a snake, she'd rather go hungry than eat lunch today. Hearing this, Wang Rongrong had no choice but to go. But she had no intention of opening the sack herself. She skirted around it and headed to the campfire. Zhaodi, you, what's in that sack? Zhaodi was busy shaping the centipede snake on a tile, coiling it into a compact form for easier carrying. Huh. At that moment, Wang Rongrong also noticed the thing coiled into a circle in Ma Zhaodi's hands. It was also a snake. She stumbled backward in fright, nearly falling. She hurried back to Ma Wenli to report. Upon hearing this, Ma Wenli shuddered with horror, but felt deeply resentful. She whispered to others. Ma Zhaodi put the snake she caught right by the tents. How are we supposed to eat like this? As it turned out, the girls, being young women, were easily stirred up. Many agreed with Ma Wenli, and they went together to complain to their team leader. Shao Zhendong was unusually lenient with his subordinates today, so the men had gone off to enjoy themselves, some arm wrestling, others sparring. A few had even gone to the river for a swimming competition. Shao Zhendong, relishing the rare moment of leisure, sat by the campfire idly adding firewood. He glanced sideways at Zhaodi, who was still fiddling with the centipede snake, and frowned. Why did you catch snakes? To treat my dad's leg ailment. Zhaodi replied earnestly, as the snake needed to be dried properly to prevent spoilage. But if the drying temperature was too high, it would cook, rendering it useless medicinally. So Ma Zhaodi knew she couldn't afford to be careless. Hearing this, Shao Zhendong suddenly felt that Zhaodi was exceptionally filial, and a sense of comfort washed over him. He nodded silently. Silly girl, if you're going to do something so risky again, let me know beforehand. I can have the men catch them for you. Forget 2 snakes, we could clear out every snake nest on this mountain. Zhaodi didn't look up. Sensing the centipede snake was about 80 or 90% dry and had shrunk by a third, she carefully set it aside. Then she picked up the sack, ready to deal with the king. These 2 are enough. They'll make medicine for several years. Besides, they have offspring. I didn't notice this centipede snake had eggs when I caught it. That was my mistake. If you clear out all the snake nests, what will happen to the little ones? Zhaodi spoke nonchalantly, but Shao Zhendong couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Was she actually sympathizing with these cold-blooded creatures? Yet at that moment, he watched as she pulled the sack over, picked up a nearby rock, and smashed it down on the snake's head. Her actions, however, made it clear she wasn't overly sentimental. On the contrary, she was decisive and efficient. At that moment, Shao Zhendong felt he hardly knew her. When had she become so resolute? Was it because she had grown up? Or? Zhaodi confirmed the snake was dead, then untied the sack and carefully poured out the corpse of the king cobra. She poked it a few times with a stick to make sure it was truly dead before preparing to handle it. Team leader Qiao, you see? I was right. Exactly. It was still alive earlier, it scared us to death. I think she did it on purpose to frighten us. At that moment, Ma Wan and over 20 members of the dance troupe arrived with team leader Qiao. Team leader Chiao was also a woman, though she was already in her late 20s and considered a veteran in the army. Yet, even she gasped at the sight of the King Cobra. She wanted to explode in anger, but noticing Regimental Commander Shao was present, she suppressed her rage and forced a smile. Regimental Commander Shao, even though your family member isn't part of the army, since she's here, she must follow army rules, ensuring personnel safety and avoiding inappropriate behavior toward others. Is your family member unaware of this? Shao Zhendong replied calmly and evenly. Have your regimental commander come speak to me? His voice was unusually flat, yet it carried weight and an undeniable certainty. His meaning was clear: a small team leader from the dance troupe had no right to lecture him. Not only about Zhaodi, but she also had no authority to criticize even his own subordinates. Hearing this, team leader Chiaozai twitched, but she maintained her smile. Our regimental commander is busy with other matters. All affairs of the cultural troupe are temporarily under my charge. Team leader Chiao was seething inside. Initially, she hadn't believed the rumors that Ma Zhaodi was throwing her weight around, but now, faced with the evidence, Ma Zhaodi acted as if it had nothing to do with her, still fiddling with her venomous snakes. This was clearly relying on Regimental Commander Shao to look down on even her. Regimental Commander Shao, regarding yesterday's incident, my subordinate was at fault. I've already disciplined her and made her right as self-criticism. As for Ma Zhaodi's current behavior, a resolution must be reached and implemented immediately. Shao Zhendong was slightly taken aback. Asterisk yesterday's incident? What happened yesterday? The silly girl never mentioned anything to him. Asterisk. If your regimental commander is busy, then take it up with the higher level. You, team leader Chiao, could no longer contain herself. She could no longer pretend to smile. This was blatant favoritism. Were military rules and discipline just decorations in his eyes? Chapter 84, At a New Perspective. Fine, I will definitely write a complete report on this matter and submit it to my superiors. As she left, Captain Chiao was so angry her face was red and her neck thick. She had heard of Shao Zhendong before. In the division commander's eyes, he was a man of great military achievements, but within the troops, he was said to have a particularly peculiar temperament. Today was her first time dealing with him, and he truly made her see him in a new light. Ma Wenli bit her lower lip. She hadn't expected that even the captain couldn't do anything about Ma Zhaodi. At that moment, she inadvertently glanced at Zhaodi. She was rinsing the snake's body with water and methodically placing it on a tile to roast. Immediately, Ma Wenwan wondered if she was even a woman. What happened yesterday? Shao Zhendong asked, seeing that Zhaodi had been completely focused on handling the poisonous snake the whole time, as if she hadn't even noticed the visitors earlier. Only after finishing with the snake did Zhaodi look up at Shao Zhendong. It's all because of you. Shao Zhendong's eyes widened. How so? Nothing much. Someone has taken a liking to you. Now, that person can't stand me. Yesterday, they soaked my bed, but I changed it for a clean one later, so it wasn't a big deal anyway. Zhaodi said nonchalantly, but Shao Zhendong couldn't stay calm. He immediately thought of Ma Wenli. Was it Ma Wenli? Zhaodi looked up, hugging her knees, her eyes mischievously fixed on Shao Zhendong's serious face. Oh, you guessed it right away. Seems you're quite clear about what's going on in your heart. Shao Zhendong's brow furrowed into deep lines, but they soon smoothed out. This girl was jealous. Are you jealous? Shao Zhendong asked in a low voice, seeing that few people nearby were paying attention to them. Nope, Zhaodi said cheerfully, getting up to wash her hands by the river. This thing was poisonous, after all. A meaningful curve appeared at the corner of Shao Zhendong's mouth. He muttered to himself, stubborn girl, still putting up a tough front. But no matter how stubborn you are, just wait until you grow up, humph. At this point, Shao Zhendong chuckled with a hint of mischief. As for whether these past few days had been fun, Zhaodi didn't think so. She could only say she had gained some understanding of Zhendong's life in the military district. When they returned to the military compound, everyone dragged their tired bodies back to the dormitory and collapsed. As soon as Jia Fong entered the dormitory, she wanted to see the snake Zhaodi had caught. Seeing that Zhaodi, with her gentle nature, wasn't afraid, Jia Fong felt relieved. However, Zhaodi noticed Wang Rongrong hadn't returned and couldn't help but ask. Jia Fong smiled and said Wang Rongrong was afraid of snakes, so she had gone to ask the captain for a room change. Zhaodi was speechless, but oh well. After all, these few days of recreational activities were coming to an end. Once Zhendong finished handling his arrangements, he would send her back. Over these past few days, Zhaodi had to admit she wasn't exactly happy, but she wasn't unhappy either. The biggest gain, besides understanding Zhendong's life in the military district, was this thing. Zhaodi looked down at the snake. She planned to find Blind Man for some tonic herbs to brew and wine with it after she returned. Thinking about it, she wondered how her father was doing at home these past few days. In Liu Wazi, the May sun was no longer gentle. At noon, the old men busy with farm work mostly returned bare-chested, their undershirts only good for wiping sweat. This wasn't the first time Shao's mother had come to Ma Lao's house to talk about Zhendong and his daughter. On the way here this time, she had even heard many people saying that Shao Zhendong had taken Zhaodi to the army base, and by the time she returned, the child might already be running around. At this moment, Shao's mother watched as Ma Lao limped back carrying a dip net. Ma Baoju wasn't empty-handed either, holding a bucket and tilting his head to ask his father when his sister would be back. Soon, Ma Lao reached out and patted Baoju's head. Since his mother passed away, this child had become more and more sensible and now helped with work too. I wonder if sis will bring me a transformer. Hearing this, Ma Lao chuckled. Your sister? She definitely won't forget. Shao's mother approached from a distance, her face dark. I say, Ma Jiangwo, can you control your daughter? This was the second time she had come looking. Ma Jiangwo knew what she meant and awkwardly smiled as he put down the dip net from his shoulder. I say, old sister, why should we at our age meddle in young people's affairs? Besides, what's wrong with my daughter? In my opinion, no one in the whole of Liu Wazi is as sensible as my girl. These words came from Ma Jiangwo's heart, but to Shao's mother's ears, they were utterly nauseating. Give me a break. What kind of girl Ma Zhaodi was, everyone knew perfectly well. Ma Lao, according to you, my Zhendong isn't good enough for her? Well, that's fine. When Zhaodi returns, you talk to your own daughter yourself. Tell her not to cling to my Zhendong all day long, making it look to outsiders like she can't find a man. My sister is really good. I actually think brother Zhendong isn't that great either. He's just a soldier, right? Ma Bao interjected. Ma Baoju didn't understand ranks or positions. Right now, he just couldn't stand anyone speaking ill of his sister. Oh, you little brat, what do you know? Your baby hair isn't even dry yet, and you're meddling in grown-up business. Hearing this, Shao's mother thought, the adult hasn't even said anything, and this kid is already getting worked up. Isn't this a lack of discipline? Baozu. Ma Jiangwo called out to Baoju, signaling him not to interrupt. Then, Ma Jiangwo shifted his painfully lame leg and said, well then, old sister, what do you suggest I, as her father, should do? Young people, one is willing, the other is agreeable. We've all been through that age. Can't we try to understand the young people of today's society a little? Ever since the incident where he fought to protect his daughter last time, Ma Jiangwo had thought highly of that kid Zhendong. In the future, he would surely know how to cherish Zhaodi. As her father, shouldn't he at least try to fight for his daughter's happiness? Even though it's the era of reform and opening up now and free love is all the rage, you still have to look at the person. A girl like your daughter is probably shameless. Our Shao family can't afford to marry such a one. You old hag. Ma Baoju couldn't listen anymore. She was insulting his sister. He immediately threw down the bucket and pushed Shao's mother. Shao's mother was in her 50s, but still quite sturdy. She staggered back several steps before steadying herself. Instantly, her eyes reddened with fury. Your Ma Lao's family is a den of bandits. The daughter is shameless, the son is a robber. As she spoke, Shao's mother didn't want to argue with the child. The key point was, it was one thing for a child to act up, but the adult didn't even say a word to stop him. She immediately turned and left. She didn't go home, but went to the county town to find a phone and called the army base. As soon as the call connected, Shao's mother started wailing as if her life depended on it. She even said that if Shao Zhendong didn't cut off contact with that slut Zhaodi, she would hang herself that very night. However, the one who answered the phone was Deputy Regimental Commander Li. After listening for a long time, he still didn't quite understand. Auntie, you're Regimental Commander Shao's mother, right? Please wait. He just stepped out. Let me see if he's gone far yet. Chapter 85. Bad news from the Shao family. As soon as she stepped out of the regimental commander's office, she saw that Shao Zhendong was already gone. Shao Zhendong was currently waiting outside the family quarters building for Zhaodi to finish packing her things so he could see her off. Soon, Zhaodi came out carrying her hand-sewn backpack. Shao Zhendong opened the door of the military jeep and let her in. Then, he signaled Shunzi to set off. Brother Zhendong, why are you still seeing me off? I just heard you're very busy. Zhaodi was a bit puzzled. Just moments ago, young Shun had said the regimental commander was busy and needed to give a political lecture to the troops of the Wild Wolf Regiment. I'll be back soon. Shao Zhendong said lightly, then directed young Shun to head toward the town once they left the military compound. Why go to the town? Can't we just get directly on the highway? Zhaodi asked again. Well, I need to buy something. I'll come right back. Shunzi will take you home. All right, Zhaodi didn't say more. By the time they reached the town, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. This small town was nestled at the foot of the mountains, surrounded on 3 sides by hills, with beautiful scenery. The dazzling array of goods on the streets quickly caught Zhaodi's attention. It seemed that depending on the region, the variety of strange and unusual products differed. For example, the meat sellers. Zhaodi knew that people in the south favored smoked meat, but how many times would you have to wash this pitch-black meat when you got home? And the price was outrageously expensive, over 10 yuan per jin, 50 times more expensive than plain pork. Robbery. It was absolutely robbery. Turning around, she saw Shao Zhendong squatting at a stall, picking through items. It was a toy stall, with wind-up cars, wind-up frogs, and wind-up helicopters. Zhaodi suddenly remembered her promise to Bao Zhu. Just as she was about to step forward, Shao Zhendong had already picked out an Optimus Prime over 30 centimeters tall. I almost forgot, Zhaodi quickly said. She really had nearly forgotten. As long as I didn't forget, Shao Zhendong said lightly, his cold, chiseled eyes softening with warmth. The moment Zhaodi took the transformer, she inexplicably said thank you. Shao Zhendong slightly frowned. There's no need to thank me. After all, I promised Baozu too. Alright, Zhaodi's heart was filled with a sense of unease yet surging waves. He really was a good man. Fortunately, even though she had missed him in her past life, she now had a chance to start over. I'll have someone pick me up later. Drive safely. Shao Zhendong as he was leaving. Zhaodi wanted to say something more, but Shao Zhendong's military phone rang. He hung up, waved his hand until the car drove away, and only then did he call back. In the car, young Shun, no longer restrained by the presence of the regimental commander, became lively again. He was very curious why Zhaodi wasn't afraid of snakes. By now, half the military district had heard about it, all saying that regimental commander Shao's family member was also a fierce warrior. Hearing this, Zhaodi burst out laughing. She chatted with Yang Shun for a bit on the road, learning that he was from Sichuan. He even invited Zhaodi to visit Mountamay sometime. Once the vehicle got on the highway, their conversation was interrupted by a phone call. As soon as Yang Shun answered, his brow furrowed. We're on the highway now. Zhaodi didn't know what was happening. After Yang Shun hung up, she asked, something urgent? Not sure what it is. The regimental commander just asked where we were and then hung up. They arrived at Taizi County around 10 at night. It was past 11 when they reached the entrance of Liu Wazi Village. Zhaodi wanted to invite Yang Shun to rest at her home, considering driving was physically demanding and required constant, high concentration. But Yang Shun said he might need to go to the regimental commander's house. Zhaodi didn't think much of it, only assuming that brother Zhendong might have something for Yang Shun to bring to his family. Carrying her backpack, Zhaodi walked step by step toward home, thinking about the medicinal wine she planned to make. It was already May. The sky was clear with a bright moon and sparse stars, accompanied by the chirping of insects. In another 2 months, when the hottest days of summer arrived, the sound of cicadas would be everywhere. Zhaodi was in high spirits. As soon as she entered the house and heard the TV still on, she called out, Dad, I'm back. Sure enough, Ma Jiangwo hadn't slept. He said softly, your sister is back. Sister. Ma Baozhu, nimble on his feet, ran out barefoot. Ma Jiangwo followed him out of the room. Look what this is. Your brother Zhendong bought this for you. It's big, right? Bigger than that full pingens, isn't it? Zhaodi first pulled out the transformer, which immediately wiped away Ma Baozhu's sleepiness. He hugged the transformer and started playing with it right away. He was so excited he almost wanted to go out in the middle of the night to show it off. Dad, is your leg feeling better? Zhaodi asked. Much better. Not wanting to worry his daughter, Ma Jiangwo walked a circle without his crutches. Although his leg was still a bit lame, the fact that he could walk around like a normal person meant he was recovering well, right? Was it fun in the army? That kid Zhendong didn't bully you, did he? No. Zhaodi shook her head. Seeing it was getting late, she quickly urged her father to go to sleep. Ma Baozhu, however, was having too much fun. Only after promising he could sleep hugging the transformer did he reluctantly agree to go to bed. Early the next morning, news spread throughout Liu Wazi Village that Shao's mother had hanged herself. When Zhaodi heard this news, a chill ran down her spine. It was said to have happened last night. Fortunately, a vehicle from the army arrived in time to take her to the hospital, but she still hadn't regained consciousness. County Hospital. Yang Shun was truly terrified. He had been ordered to check on the regimental commander's house. The regimental commander hadn't said what was wrong, but as soon as he entered, he saw the old lady in the middle of the night holding a nylon rope, hanging from the main beam in the central room, with her neck already in the noose. Unbeknownst to him, when Shao's mother heard the car, the first thing she saw upon the door opening was a man in military uniform. She thought it must be her son returning. This time, she had to make it look real to scare Zhendong. Immediately, she timed it right, kicked away the stool, and her neck was caught. But by the time she realized the person wasn't her son, it was too late to regret. She wanted to speak but couldn't. Yang Shun was also terrified at that moment. He just squatted in the courtyard, staring blankly at the figure swaying from the beam. By the time he reacted and went to rescue her, the old lady was already only breathing out, not in. A hoarse, grating sound came from her throat, like the sound someone makes when their throat is being choked and they can't speak. Only her eyeballs were rolling around. Soon, when young Shun carried the old lady to the car to take her to the hospital, her eyeballs stopped moving too. He quickly called the regimental commander to say something terrible had happened at home. His aunt had hanged herself. Now, young Shun was anxiously waiting at the county hospital, making call after call. It was now 7:30 in the morning. Zhaodi pedaled her bicycle with all her might toward the county hospital. Just after leaving the village, her clothes were already soaked with sweat. She arrived at the county hospital around 8. Propping up her bicycle, she rushed into the hospital. Spotting young Shun sitting on a green chair in the corridor, she ran over. What happened? Aunt Shao hanged herself. The doctor said the chances are slim. Yang Shun spoke weakly, his face weary. Clearly, he hadn't slept all night. Zhaodi was stunned. Brother Zhendong was famously filial. Besides, she, Ma Zhaodi, had planned to slowly prove herself in the future, so that when Shao's mother could accept her, she would become the Shao family's daughter-in-law. At that moment, a faint, old, sobbing cry came from the hospital room. Shao's father was covering his face and crying. This wasn't just a warning bell from death. It was also the helpless gasp of a man in his 50s. It made both Zhaodi and young Shun instinctively tense up. Chapter 86. Pretend play turns real. Zhaodi rushed into the hospital room, only to meet the doctor who was removing the tubes. It was hopeless. She was gone. Young Shun's eyes reddened as he turned and left the room. Zhaodi's throat tightened as she watched Uncle Shao, prostrated by Auntie Shao's bedside, weeping with his head buried as if he were the only person left in the world. Old woman, what am I supposed to do now that you're gone? Who's going to take care of me? Why were you so rash? Why couldn't you wait for me? As the saying goes, a couple married young grows old as companions. Having lived a previous life, Zhaodi felt her heart tear with pain at this sight. She wondered how Brother Zhendong would react when he rushed back. She didn't dare think further, believing he would surely go mad. Soon, before 9 in the morning, Shao Zhendong arrived, travel-worn, from the far end of the hospital corridor, with Yang Shun following closely behind. Shao Zhendong's face was beyond description by mere ice and snow. It was hollow and despairing, the gleam in his eyes flickering with anxiety and unease. Brother Zhendong, how could Auntie? Zhaodi stepped forward, feeling she could offer him some warmth, but instead, a force pushed against her shoulder, shoving her aside. Jin. Zhaodi watched his tall, straight-backed figure enter the room, yet it felt as cold as if yesterday's tenderness had vanished, leaving them worlds apart today. Zhaodi's hand reached halfway into the air before dropping helplessly. Auntie Shao hadn't died solely from suffocation. According to the doctor, years of overwork and desk-bound labor had long afflicted her cervical spine. Thus, she had passed away due to cervical vertebrae issues, nerve severance, and consequent brain necrosis. Zhaodi didn't leave in a hurry. She watched with eager eyes as Shao Zhendong, expressionless, arranged his mother's funeral affairs and arranged for a vehicle to transport the body home. Not until they returned to Liu Wazi did Shao Zhendong speak a single word to Zhaodi, not until the day he donned mourning garments. Oh my heavens, Auntie Shao was angered to death by her own son. Exactly. What's wrong with young people these days? Are they that liberal? Following him to the military unit without even a formal arrangement. Right. In our generation, we still valued matchmakers and proper arrangements. Young folks today are truly shameless. Not to mention, just the other day, I saw sister-in-law Shao returning from the Ma family, her face flushed with anger, dark as liver. Who else can you blame? Wasn't she angered to death by her own son? Song Ying brought her daughter to offer condolences, contributing 10 yuan as a funeral gift and receiving 3 feet of white cloth to hang around her neck. Hearing others gathering to gossip, Song Ying chimed in. Exactly. If that unfilial son had just gotten together with your daughter back then, wouldn't it all be settled? Sister-in-law Shao had a hard life. Married to a husband who was always sickly, she single-handedly managed the household, raised her husband, and brought up 2 children. From the start of the year to the end, she never spared a thought for buying herself new clothes. What can you do? It was her fate to suffer. Her eldest son just became an official, and before she could enjoy any blessings, she's gone. You young people don't understand. For elders, fulfillment comes from seeing their children married and holding grandchildren. This Zhendong, truly unfilial. What can be done? My daughter wasn't even good enough for him. Song Ying seized the opportunity to interject, causing her daughter Ma Yuhua beside her to feel somewhat embarrassed. The broken engagement wasn't something to be proud of. Why did Mom have to bring it up in front of others? Exactly. If the betrothal gifts had been exchanged back then, she might be pregnant by now, and sister-in-law Shao wouldn't have been angered to death. Hearing this, Ma Yuhua felt slightly better. At the Ma family home, Zhaodi had cried the previous night. Waking up in the morning, her eyes were still swollen. She washed her face with cold water, feeling somewhat better afterward. Dad, aren't you going to pay respects? Zhaodi asked with a feigned smile. In a village where everyone knows each other, it's customary for households to offer condolences for funerals. I asked someone to take it for me. I don't feel like joining the crowd, Ma Jiangwo replied, lacking his usual confidence this time. What's wrong, Dad? You could take Baozhu to have a meal there too. Zhaodi watched Ma Baozhu clutching his Transformers toy, eager to dive into any crowd to show off his plaything at every opportunity. What Zhaodi really wanted to say was that if Dad wasn't going, she would go. Funeral contributions aren't large, and for a white affair, one person per household is sufficient. Zhaodi wanted to see Zhendong. Why had he suddenly become so cold toward her? Didn't he used to call her silly girl affectionately? She still remembered the doting look in his eyes. I'm not going, Ma Jiangwo stated. That old hag deserved to die. Ma Baodu interjected while playing with his Transformers. Ma Jiangwo shot Baozhu a glare, signaling that a child shouldn't speak carelessly about things he doesn't understand. What happened? Zhaodi noticed her father's stern look at Baozhu and saw Baozhu intently disassembling and reassembling the limbs of his Transformers. That old woman cursed you yesterday, saying you were shameless. I just pushed her. What right did she have to curse my sister? Ma Baozhu always believed he was in the right, but to him, he had no concept of what death truly meant. Hearing this, Zhaodi's expression tightened. Could it be that what people were saying outside was true? Ma Baozhu, don't you know she was Brother Zhendong's birth mother? Zhaodi flared up, slapping Baozhu, leaving him stunned. In the past, Ma Baozhu would have lunged at her, scratching, clawing, and even biting. But this time, after a dazed moment, Baozhu threw his Transformers to the ground, its arms and legs scattering upon impact, and then turned and ran off. To him, he felt he had done nothing wrong. If someone cursed his sister, why should he let them? He only pushed her, didn't he? Soon after, Baozhu shut himself in his room, crying his heart out. Zhaodi's heart ached too. The boy was slowly maturing, having improved so much compared to before. Zhaodi should have, never mind, she shouldn't have hit him. Listening to Baozhu's sobs, Zhaodi felt a pang in her heart. Perhaps this matter was her own fault, an issue between her and Shao Zhendong, unrelated to anyone else. Dad. Only then did Zhaodi notice her aging father sighing with sorrow. Actually, Dad just wants to respect your choice, so you won't end up like your mother in the future. As for me, my life is pretty much over. As he spoke, a wave of melancholy rose in Ma Jiangwo's eyes. Ma Zhaodi stood rooted to the spot. This matter concerned no one else. She decided that after the funeral, she would seek out Shao Zhendong and clarify things. If he said no, she would never pester him again. She would treat this rebirth as solely for her family, as if Shao Zhendong had never existed from beginning to end. That was the plan, but Zhaodi's heart ached, terribly so. Even breathing felt like the air was barbed, scraping her throat and chest with pain. The pain forced Zhaodi to crouch down, seeking a sliver of warmth for comfort. After all, Zhaodi still firmly believed that in her previous life, her brother Zhendong had never given up on her, even facing such an outcome. This time, he surely wouldn't just walk away without a word. Chapter 87, Estrangement. The May sun was just right, the spring breeze gentle, the sunlight not too harsh. Especially with her legs soaked in water, it felt even more comfortable. Zhaodi rolled up her pant legs, picked up a shovel and began clearing the silt from the eel pond. After finishing the disinfection, she glanced at the sun. Today was the third day after the funeral. Based on Shao Zhendong's usual level of filial piety, he would probably wait until after the first seventh-day memorial before leaving. Zhaodi had already made up her mind. She would wait 4 more days. No matter what, she wanted an explanation. She couldn't bear the way he had suddenly turned cold towards her, as if he had never known her in this life or the last. This feeling made Zhaodi feel very strange, very fearful. After a busy morning, Zhaodi finally finished the disinfection work. Dragging her tired body home, she washed up, prepared a meal, and then went to Blind Uncle's house. Blind Uncle's family circumstances weren't much better than Zhaodi's. Usually, when treating villagers' minor aches and pains, he was too embarrassed to charge much. At the moment, he was in the yard, treating someone's foot. Blind Uncle. Zhaodi forced a smile. Zhaodi. Sit. How's your old man's leg doing? Blind Uncle asked with a smile as he squatted down, massaging the person's ankle. Much better, he can get out of bed now. Blind Uncle, I got 2 venomous snakes to make medicinal wine. Could you prescribe me a formula for rheumatism and bone pain? I'll go to town tomorrow to get the herbs. As she spoke, Zhaodi pulled 2 dried venomous snakes from a cloth bag to show Blind Uncle. Blind Uncle glanced at them, then turned his attention back to the foot massage. Oh, these are good stuff. Where did you get them? Caught them in the mountains. Zhaodi sat down to wait. We don't have these many-banded krites and cobras up north here. Out with the truth. Blind uncle pretended to be angry and pressed. If he could get his hands on such wild venomous snakes, he'd also make a bucket of medicinal wine to cure illnesses when sick and strengthen the body when well. Went to some backwater mountain down south a couple of days ago and caught them. Zhaodi said with an awkward laugh. Not bad at all. I'll have to make a trip there myself someday. Blind uncle said. Zhaodi pursed her lips, deciding not to keep him in suspense. Thinking that blind uncle had helped her family after all, she simply gave the many-banded krite to him. Blind uncle was overwhelmed with gratitude. Oh, this really won't do. Why wouldn't it? Zhaodi insisted, pushing it into his hands. Blind uncle accepted it, chuckling sheepishly. Well then, I happen to have some herbs for that at home. No need for you to go to town. I'll give them to you. With that, he said to his patient. You sit for a while. I'll go get some of my own medicinal wine to rub on your foot and help the blood circulation. Blind uncle went inside to look for the herbs. Only then did Zhaodi notice that the person with the sprained ankle didn't seem to be from the village. He looked very unfamiliar. He was wearing a white shirt and suit pants. Such attire in the village marked someone as an intellectual or a cadre. He wasn't old either, probably in his 20s. He looked gentle and quiet, his skin appearing exceptionally clean. Paired with his glasses, he seemed even more refined. Zhaodi recognized him the moment she saw him. Her heart immediately stirred with excitement. He was her savior from her past life. If not for the Bai family, there would be no Ma Zhaodi today. You are the Ma family girl? The man spoke. His voice was as clean as his appearance, without a trace of roughness, very clear. Zhaodi suppressed the excitement in her heart, pretending not to know him. You are. Oh, I'm Bai Wenjie. I'm here in your village for an inspection. Inspection? Zhaodi was full of doubt. In her past life, the Bai family was considered one of the wealthiest in the area. All three brothers were intellectuals. The eldest, Bai Wenhao, was a graduate student in agriculture. The second, Bai Wenjie, was also a top student in agriculture. In her past life, after graduating from university, he became the local production team's technician. The third, Bai Wenhao, was still in university, but he wasn't interested in agriculture. He studied mechanical automation design. If Zhaodi's calculations were correct, Bai Wenjie should be about to graduate from university now. In her past life, Zhaodi had been too insecure, and with her ruined appearance, it was this very man who, on his way back to his hometown, rescued Zhaodi from a snowdrift where she had gone 3 days without food. She remembered clearly that the one who most opposed it was the eldest brother, Bai Wenhao, saying their home wasn't a shelter and that giving her one meal was enough. But Bai Wenjie insisted on letting Zhaodi stay, even finding some work for her to do. Later, unable to withstand the family's objections, Bai Wenjie arranged for Zhaodi to watch over the fish pond. There was a thatched hut there, but the bedding inside was new, and there was a coal briquette stove. Usually used for heating water if not cooking, it also provided warmth. It became a sort of refuge for her. Later, Zhaodi tended the fish pond with utmost diligence. The Bai family gradually grew accustomed to her, started paying her wages, and her treatment slowly improved. Once, by chance, Bai Wenjie returned to the fish pond to check on things. By then, he had clearly forgotten about this refugee girl, Zhaodi, so he was somewhat surprised. When leaving, he forgot his agricultural university textbook. Zhaodi intended to return it, but upon opening it, she became engrossed, reading through the night without sleep. By the time her eyes were sore and her neck ached, she realized it was already 10 o'clock the next morning. Bai Wenjie had already come looking for the book. Seeing the girl so absorbed, he seemed pleased. He simply turned and left. After all, keeping university textbooks was useless if not applied. Practical experience couldn't be found between the pages. Later, he dug out many of his old textbooks and brought them to the fish pond, leaving them there without a word. As time passed, Bai Wenjie suggested that Zhaodi try to take the university entrance exam. Zhaodi was stunned at the time. In her past life, she had only graduated from elementary school. Take the university exam? University wasn't even a dream for her. She probably wouldn't even dream about it in a nightmare. Moreover, university students at that time were like golden, lofty beings. If a village produced one university student, even the village chief would host a grand feast to celebrate. So, Zhaodi hardly slept for 3 nights. Was it excitement? Or anxiety? But later, unexpectedly, he arranged everything for her. All Zhaodi had to do was take the exam. If she passed, she could get a university diploma. Zhaodi was apprehensive and had no confidence at all, but she gritted her teeth and went. Because in that lifetime, no one had ever valued her. This feeling was something Zhaodi would cherish even at the cost of her life. That household in your village holding the funeral, it's a soldier's family, right? I just saw some military personnel coming to pay their respects. Bai Wenjie noticed the girl wasn't speaking, hadn't introduced herself, and was just lost in thought with her head bowed. He changed the subject to ease the awkwardness. He couldn't help but feel that this 15 or 16-year-old girl's face displayed a composure utterly incongruous with her peers. Those big eyes seemed to hold thoughts far too heavy and complex for her age. Yes. Zhaodi snapped back to reality, looking up at Bai Wenjie. Her gaze wasn't one of affection but respect, like a junior looking at a most revered elder. Seems like a high-ranking official then, with military vehicles coming, Bai Wenjie said with a smile. A regiment commander, Zhaodi said, the gloom in her eyes deepening. The cobra in her hand was being squeezed so tightly it was almost broken. Didn't expect such a poor, remote place to produce a regiment commander. The feng shui must be good, Bai Wenjie said, laughing. Somehow, this girl's eyes held an indescribable magic, making one want to brush away the sorrow and heaviness within them. Chapter 88. The Benefactor from a Past Life. Yeah, our Liu Wazi is poor, so poor that even rotten wood doesn't grow worms. The blind man had already come out with a packet of herbs and a bottle of red medicinal liquid, saying with a smile, "Can't compare to your Ningyang. I heard every household has built tiled houses." Bai Wenjie smiled and said, "Not at all. Not every household lives in tiled houses either. There are poor places too. It's just that you haven't been there or seen them, uncle. Zhaodi, inside this packet of medicine, I've included one of your uncle's treasured items. Remember, you must use strong liquor with over 50% alcohol content, otherwise, it won't have such a good effect. Also, it needs to soak for at least 3 months before you can start drinking it gradually. Don't drink too much in a day either, 2 liang at most is enough. Otherwise, if you get a nosebleed from overnourishment, don't come looking for me." With that, the blind man handed the herbs to Zhaodi. Zhaodi smiled and nodded, promising she wouldn't drink too much. Opening it, she saw the genuine article the blind uncle mentioned was a ginseng root the size of a thumb. Zhaodi was immediately delighted. It was American ginseng. Although not as precious as Korean ginseng, it was still ginseng after all. In a traditional Chinese medicine shop, 1 liang of this would cost 20 or 30 yuan. Zhaodi immediately smiled. "Thank you, blind uncle." As soon as Zhaodi finished speaking, the blind man waved his hand, indicating no thanks were needed. Zhaodi got up to leave when suddenly a sense of attachment welled up in her heart. She turned back and asked with a smile, "Brother Bai, what are you investigating in our village? When are you leaving? Come to my house for a meal before you go." Zhaodi's smile made the blind man, who was pouring his secret safflower medicinal wine into his palm to rub on it, pause his movements immediately. "Getting familiar this fast? It's only been a short while. Did they know each other before? Or is he an acquaintance from the village?" If that's the case, then he, the blind man, would feel embarrassed to charge money again this time. Bai Wenjie was also slightly taken aback, but being called Big Brother felt quite comforting to him because the girl's eyes now held much less of the heart-wrenching melancholy from before. "All right, if I can walk later, I'll go to your house. I know where you live." Zhaodi gave an of acknowledgement and turned to leave the blind man's house. As soon as she stepped out the door, Zhaodi's smile vanished. What was he investigating in Liu Wazi? And how did he sprain his ankle for no reason? She had glanced unintentionally earlier. His ankle was already purple. That was a serious sprain, probably at least a partial dislocation. Returning home, Zhaodi took some money and went to the village entrance to buy 10 jin of strong liquor. She put it in a glass jar, placed the snake inside, and then added the herbs from blind uncle. This shuffling around revealed something else, a dried centipede. Would Dad dare drink it if he saw this? Zhaodi thought to herself. Ugh, putting everything in really gave her the creeps. She estimated it would take a few days for the medicinal wine to change color. For now, it was still transparent. Sealing the opening, Zhaodi moved the wine jar to a corner out of the way. Considering blind uncle had invested his prized possession, Zhaodi planned to give him a few jin after it had soaked for 3 months. "Zhaodi, what are you fiddling with?" Ma Jiangwo and Ma Baozhu had just returned from a stroll when they saw Zhaodi squatting in the corner fiddling with something. Putting away the wine jar. "There are treasures inside," Zhaodi said. "What treasures?" "Open it and let me have a look." As Ma Jiangwo spoke, he limped forward. When Zhaodi stood up, Ma Jiangwo saw a snake floating in the wine jar, along with a vertically placed centipede. "I thought it was pickled vegetables," Ma Jiangwo said. "Sis, what are you making this thing for?" "It's so scary." Ma Baozhu, who had thought his sister was hiding something tasty, also leaned in to look. This glance made Ma Baozhu swallow hard in fright. "Good stuff. It'll be ready to drink after a while." Father and son looked at each other, couldn't help but smack their lips, imagining the feeling of a centipede crawling into their mouths. That sour, refreshing sensation. "Dad, this is really good for promoting blood circulation. Your leg must hurt on cloudy days." "I'm just preparing in advance," Zhaodi explained. After much talk, Ma Jiangwo was still half convinced. Zhaodi said directly, if you don't believe me, you can ask blind uncle. There's even ginseng inside. Zhaodi emphasized the word ginseng heavily. After all, in the impression of villagers, ginseng was something only wealthy people and big landlords in ancient times could afford, like those ginseng tonic soups. Hearing this, Ma Jiangwo exclaimed, saying this was really good stuff. But upon hearing it was given by the blind man, his interest waned. The blind man would give it away? Wouldn't he keep it for himself to stew with an old hen? Then, where did the snake come from? Did the blind man give that too? Ma Jiangwo didn't believe it. Sometimes the blind man was very stingy unless you had something to exchange with him. I caught it, Zhaodi said. Mentioning this cobra, Zhaodi's eyes instantly dimmed a little. Her mind could still recall that critical moment when Brother Zhendong, without a second thought, pushed her aside. He cherished her, didn't he? Just like in her past life, even though he knew she was already married, had become a murderer who killed her husband, he still searched for her frantically for over 10 years. Everything still felt warm, just, only residual warmth remained now. She didn't know if it could warm up again. Sis, you're really amazing. You actually dared to catch a snake. Ma Baozu gave a thumbs up. The corner of Zhaodi's mouth lifted into a curve uglier than crying. This kind of snake has medicinal value. Although shocked, Ma Jiangwo hadn't had time to ask Zhaodi if she had been hurt or anything before Zhaodi had already returned to her room. The moment she closed the door, Zhaodi leaned back against the door panel and immediately burst into tears. The bullet pendant around her neck gently pressed against her neck. Everything seemed like it was just yesterday. The next moment, Zhaodi suddenly stood up, wiped the tears from her face haphazardly. She changed into the only set of clothes she had bought, tied her hair up high, and looked at herself in the patterned mirror. She seemed much more spirited. Turning around, Zhaodi went out. The Shao family's funeral was nearing its end. This was the third day. At this time, everyone, neighbors, the Shao family's relatives, and Shao's mother's family, were all helping to clean up the dishes and organize the large tables used for the banquet. The long benches were already stacked high, waiting for the rental company to come and collect them. The white silk and white couplets at the entrance were strikingly visible. The place in the main room where the coffin was placed according to custom was now empty. Not far outside the door, broken tile fragments from the paper-burning basin remained. But Zhaodi didn't see even half a shadow of Shao Zhendong. According to northern burial customs, they had finished lunch yesterday and buried the deceased before sunset. Zhaodi turned and ran, crossing the field paths, climbing Taizi Mountain in one go. Panting heavily, Zhaodi saw several hundred soldiers gathered in the mountain hollow, standing as steadfast as pine trees, mourning in place. The leader was none other than Shao Zhendong, wearing mourning clothes. Wreaths were placed on the new grave mound. In front of the tombstone, 2 white candles and 3 incense sticks were burning, along with a fruit plate. Zhaodi felt a chill. Had Shao Zhendong not returned for a whole night and half a day? At that moment, Shao Zhendong slightly turned his gaze toward her. Zhaodi's heart suddenly beat violently a few times, but she noticed he pretended not to see her and adjusted his gaze back. Zhaodi's heart turned cold. He definitely saw it was her, but why did he? Perhaps he was just too sad for the moment. It must be that. Zhaodi watched for a long time until sunset. The soldiers of the Wild Wolf Regiment still stood there, unmoving as if rooted. Zhaodi's heart felt somewhat chilled. She turned and went home, quickly wrote a note, and asked Baozhu to find an opportunity to give it to Shao Zhendong. Chapter 89. Uncle runs for village chief. In front of the cemetery, all the soldiers took off the white flowers pinned to their chests and placed them one by one before the tombstones. Afterward, they gathered at the entrance of the Shao family home. Over a dozen military trucks were filled with soldiers ready to depart. Everything was waiting for Regimental Commander Shao's order. Dad, the troops have an urgent mission. You must take good care of yourself. Shao Zhendong looked at his dispirited old father, who hadn't slept night after night, his eyes bloodshot, a heartbreaking sight. But the troops had an urgent mission. He didn't even have time to return to the barracks. He would head straight from Taizi County to support the southern border. If he had to blame anything, it could only be that he was a soldier. Drug trafficking gangs were rampant, smuggling arms and taking lives. If he didn't set out now, this external threat would turn into an internal crisis. They were all soldiers defending their home and country. All family matters had to be set aside. After speaking, he turned and strode away. Immediately, Shao Zhendong got into the vehicle and led his comrades in arms majestically toward the border. Ma Baozhu had just rushed to the entrance of the Shao family home when he saw the large convoy gradually departing. At that moment, Ma Baozhu was stunned. They were all carrying guns. So imposing. Watching his brother Zhendong get into the vehicle, he actually didn't snap out of it. By the time the convoy had gone far into the distance, Ma Baozhu's round face fell. He looked down at the note clutched in his hand. Damn, he'd forgotten the main thing. Randomly, he took off running after them, Brother Zhendong. Watching the military vehicles disappear on the road out of the village, Ma Baozhu was exhausted, leaning over and gasping for breath, yet still unable to catch up. Dejected, he returned home, his head drooping. Sis. Brother Zhendong left. Ma Baohu opened his palm, revealing the crumpled, creased piece of paper. Zhaodi quickly gave the wok a stir, covered it with a lid, and turned to look at Ma Baozu. Yeah, he left with the main force. Zhaodi was stunned. Not even bothering to take off her apron, she ran out, chasing all the way to the village entrance and gazing into the distance where there was no trace left. She quickly turned and climbed Taizi Mountain. Standing atop the high mountain, there was indeed a feeling of seeing all other mountains as small. But on the town street in the distance, like a long dragon, military vehicles were slowly advancing. Soon, they left Taizi County. How could this be? Zhaodi couldn't believe it. In her previous life, even after she had become a fallen woman, he had searched for Zhaodi for over 10 years. She didn't believe he wouldn't listen to her explanation about this matter. Zhaodi watched the disappearing shadow of the troops, as if it were widening the distance between her and Shao Zhendong, slowly drifting further apart. The sun set in the west, yet Zhaodi still stood foolishly on the mountain peak. Alright, perhaps even without this present life, there were destined to be obstacles between her, Ma Zhaodi, and Shao Zhendong. Sometimes, being able to start over is a luxury wish. But truly starting over, one discovers that what is fated will come naturally. If it's not meant to be, striving for it is futile. Zhaodi didn't want to give up, but for now, she had to set this matter aside. Behind her were her family and that dilapidated house. One day, she would definitely obtain everything that belonged to her. As soon as she got home, Zhaodi saw her father looking out the door, seemingly waiting for her. Zhaodi didn't want her father to worry. She composed herself and went up to him with a smile. Dad, why are you standing out here? Ma Jiangwo opened his mouth but didn't say anything. Earlier, he'd heard Baozhu say his sister had gone chasing after that lad Zhendong. Ma Jiangwo had been worried about this matter and originally wanted to say a few comforting words. But seeing his daughter return smiling, his heavy heart was somewhat relieved. After preparing dinner, as soon as Zhaodi sat at the table, Ma Jiangwo tentatively asked. Zhendong left. Yeah, probably the troops have an urgent mission. Zhaodi lowered her head to serve her father rice, appearing extremely calm and composed. Then, when will he come next time? He didn't say. Dad, don't worry about this matter. Are you that eager to marry me off? Zhaodi said jokingly. How could she not understand what her father was worried about? Hey, that's not what I meant. You're still young. Marrying off can wait a couple more years. I'm just afraid my daughter might miss out on such a fine young man. Don't worry. With your daughter's figure, looks, skills that are presentable in the living room and practical in the kitchen, a girl who can both earn money and work hard, I'm the coveted catch of the entire county. Why worry about not meeting a good family? Zhaodi shamelessly praised herself to the skies, as if from the tips of her hair to her toenails, everything about her was fragrant. Hearing this, Ma Jiangwo laughed heartily, nodding repeatedly. Right, you're absolutely right. Father and daughter were just chatting and laughing when Uncle Ma Jianjun suddenly arrived. As soon as he entered, he said, What are you talking about? Your laughter could be heard from 3 miles away. Uncle, have you eaten? Let me get you a bowl of congee. With that, Ma Zhaodi went to the kitchen to add a pair of chopsticks. I've eaten. Even if you've eaten, have a little more. Ma Jiangwo said. Big brother, is there something? Ma Jianjun rubbed his hands and sat down, smiling somewhat hesitantly. It's like this. Since Liu Dasheng stepped down, right? I heard our Luwazi is going to elect a village chief. I was thinking, well, you see, there aren't many educated people in our Luwazi, right? Ma Jianjun smiled awkwardly. His words were quite clear by this point. Big brother, are you planning to participate in the election? Ma Jiangwo continued. This matter isn't that easy, is it? Jiangwo, think about it. If I get elected, your family's land issue would absolutely be the first thing I'd handle, right? Besides, I asked around. This term's village chief will be chosen by vote, not like how Liu Dasheng got it before by spending money and using connections. Oh, then big brother, you have to explain. How does this voting work? Ma Jiangwo became interested upon hearing this. If he could really help, and a relative became village chief, their Ma family could also benefit a little, couldn't they? At the very least, the land could be reallocated. Zhaodi placed the served congee in front of her uncle and sat down, eating as she spoke. Voting just means every household, every person has the right to cast a vote. Whoever gets the most votes when the time comes can become village chief. Zhaodi said nonchalantly. Ma Jianjun was taken aback. Oh, you little girl, you're quite in the know. How did you know? It's obvious just from hearing it. The literal meaning. Quite clever. Ma Jianjun praised, then turned to Ma Jiangwo. Right, it's just as Zhaodi said. I plan to visit with the villagers more during this period, build relationships. When it's time to vote, I'll also gather several dozen supporters. At most, give each household some wedding candies or something. Jiangwo, do you think this is appropriate? Ma Jiangwo was honest and simple. He didn't really have any opinions. In any case, he supported his big brother running. Then, Big brother, can I help with anything? Ma Jianjun pondered for a long time, smacking his lips. This matter of voting for village chief, not many people know about it yet. You have to keep it secret for now. Don't let others also start building relationships later. Secondly, well, it's just that Yuhua said her classmates all have mobile phones now, and she wants one too. If I don't buy it for her, she's making a fuss about not wanting to go to school. My salary this month isn't quite enough. Do you think you could? Before he could finish, the food in Zhaodi's mouth became hard to swallow. Chapter 90. Coming to borrow money. Borrow money? Borrow money from their family? Zhaodi thought it was as unbelievable as the sun rising from the west. Didn't Ma Yuhua brag all day long about how expensive her clothes were? Didn't she complain all the time about being poor? Didn't Grandma prefer being a maid for the eldest uncle's family rather than coming to theirs? Well, now they've come to borrow money. Zhaodi almost laughed her food out just thinking about it. Hey, I really have no other choice. In a while, I was thinking of spending a little money to send some gifts to each household, to canvass for votes. That child Yuhua, she's been spoiled rotten by her mother. I don't even have a mobile phone yet, and she wants one, saying it has to be a flip phone, the kind with colored lights. I went to the city yesterday to ask, and it costs 700 or 800. Big brother, you must be joking. You earn several hundred a month, while our family doesn't even have a plot of land to grow sprouts. You can't be serious, right? Ma Jiangwo was stunned. He was a permanent employee, while his own family didn't even have any land, relying entirely on his daughter selling eels to earn a little money. Although Ma Jiangwo didn't know exactly how much his daughter earned, he couldn't possibly use his daughter's hard-earned money to show off. Last month, buying the TV already cost a lot of money. If anyone was to blame, it could only be himself for being useless, forcing a 15 or 16-year-old girl to manage the household. Besides, the eldest brother earned over 300 yuan a month, and sometimes his work unit even distributed rice, flour, and oil. Even if he only saved 10 yuan a month, after working for over 10 years, he should have saved up thousands, right? How could he possibly lack a few hundred yuan? As soon as Ma Jiangwo said this, the eldest brother's face darkened, and he forced an awkward, bitter smile. I'm not joking. Just think about it, lend me as much as you can. I'm almost driven crazy by that damn girl. Seeing his elder brother's dark, troubled expression, Ma Jiangwo swallowed hard and finally believed it. Was he really short of money? Ma Jiangwo glanced at Zhaodi, wanting to see what she thought. Sister Yuhua is a fortunate person. In our village, she's the first girl to attend junior high school. If it were any other family, they couldn't even afford the tuition, yet she doesn't appreciate her good fortune. Zhaodi snorted, picked up her bowl, and went back to the kitchen to refill it with porridge. Who knows what she wants a mobile phone for? Those are for big business bosses to conveniently contact their clients. Ma Jiangwo felt his daughter made sense, so he simply didn't interject. But Ma Jianjun was unhappy. He was discussing matters with his own brother. To put it bluntly, this was a matter between elders. What did a little girl have to do with it? Looking at his useless younger brother, he didn't know since when this Ma Zhaodi, despite her young age, had started acting like an adult, her words carrying more weight than her father's. Uncle, what's a mobile phone? Ma Baozhu, who wasn't eating properly, played with his Transformers toy. Last time, one of its legs broke, so now Optimus Prime was a cripple, just like his dad, but that didn't stop him from playing with it. It's something you can talk on, you can talk from far away. Zhaodi explained. Ma Jianjun felt awkward, neither able to leave nor stay seated. But in Liu Wazi, only the two of them were from the Ma family, the closest brothers. He couldn't possibly borrow money from outsiders, that would be too embarrassing. Jiangwo, once I'm elected village chief, I'll pay you back with interest, how about that? Seeing this, Ma Jiangwo also felt conflicted. He was a man too, and sometimes even a single coin could stump a hero. He sighed and said, well, what interest? We're family. Zhaodi manages the money. I'll talk to her later. Just name the amount, and I'll send it over later. Ma Jiangwo was always this easygoing, always feeling that it was okay if he suffered a little loss or hardship. Matters of face had to be dealt with first. After this month's living expenses, I still need 500. Ma Jianjun said, then stood up and left. That much. After he left, Ma Jiangwo counted on his fingers. It was indeed a bit too much. Zhaodi, how much is left from the money I earned from work last time? Get 500. Dad, you're such a good person. Zhaodi was very reluctant. After all, hadn't their family always looked down on them? But since Dad had already agreed, 500 it was. Zhaodi had originally planned to repair her father's carpentry shed to grow some mushrooms inside, which could provide an additional source of income, especially since her father couldn't easily do carpentry work now. As for the money, Zhaodi hadn't dared to spend it recklessly herself, only using it for daily living expenses. Ma Jiangwo took the 500 yuan his daughter handed him and went to deliver it to the eldest brother's family. Dad, your legs aren't steady, and it's dark outside. I'll go. Zhaodi chased after him. Lending the money was fine, but she couldn't let that poorly raised mother and daughter spend it so comfortably, could she? She didn't even have a telephone installed yet, and here Yuhua was, rushing ahead to join the advanced production team. Why not buy a skyrocket and go to heaven instead? If they ever dared to overstep again, Zhaodi decided she would teach them a proper lesson. Be careful. I know, Dad, go back inside, Zhaodi said, taking the money to her uncle's house. Before she even reached the door, she could hear Ma Yuhua crying and making a scene, saying that if they didn't buy it tomorrow, she would burn her school bag and never go to school again. All my classmates know my dad is a worker, a permanent employee. Even kids whose parents are farmers have mobile phones. If I don't get one, how will I face people in the future? Isn't it embarrassing? We don't have that much money at home. Be good, stop making a scene. This time, Songying was also anxious. Seeing her daughter throwing a tantrum about not wanting to go to school, but upon reflection, who could she blame? Wasn't it because the elders were useless? I say, old Ma, can you come up with the money or not? Songying directed her frustration at her husband. I don't know when Jiangwo will send it over. Ma Jianjun was getting annoyed by the commotion. What money could his family have? They only bought a shabby bicycle and a broken TV. Why did you borrow from them? Haven't you seen what his daughter wears? How could they possibly have money to send over? If they wanted to give it, they would have done so right away. This is clearly just sending you away first. Enough. Ma Jianjun slammed the table and stood up. Don't you usually know how to save? I'm a grown man handing over my monthly salary to you every time. The money I carry on me has never exceeded 10 yuan. Others give leaders cigarettes that cost 5 yuan a pack. Great Yellow Mountain. What do I have? Great Front Gate. Uncle, what's all the arguing about? Zhaodi pretended not to have heard and quickly took out the money as soon as she entered the yard. Uncle, here. You better hold on to this money. I was originally planning to use it to repair the house. Ma Jianjun was taken aback, looking at the old but neatly folded bills, feeling an indescribable mix of emotions, desolation, gratitude. Ma Yuhua was stunned. She still had money? Songying's face turned very ugly. She thought to herself, she had spoken so loudly earlier, surely Zhaodi must have heard. She immediately felt guilty. Zhaodi, have you eaten? If not, let me get you some fruit. As she spoke, she turned and went inside, bringing out a large handful of fruit for Zhaodi, then called out to Ma Yuhua. Yuhua, go find an unused plastic bag for your cousin to put this in. Ma Yuhua hung her head, having already twisted the hem of her clothes to shreds. She never thought that one day she would have to borrow money from this poor girl. In the future, Zhaodi would surely use this to mock her. Zhaodi, why do you need to repair the house? Isn't it fine? Ma Jianjun asked. The walls are cracked, the tiles are broken, and it leaks when it rains. Zhaodi said casually. Hearing this, Ma Jianjun felt uncomfortable. After all, the second brother's family lived in the old house, left by their ancestors, which they had occupied for decades. He himself had drained all his parents' savings to build this red-tiled house. And now, he still had to borrow money from others. Oh, I see. Well, if there's any work I can help with another day, just call me when I'm off duty. I'll lend a hand. Chapter 91, Ma Yuhua buys a mobile phone. No need, I'll hire someone when the time comes. Zhaodi said. Songying was taken aback. Renovating a house couldn't be called a proper renovation without spending at least 1,000 yuan or so. At best, it would just be patching things up. It seemed this girl really wasn't short on money. Instantly, she couldn't help but take another look at Zhaodi. Suddenly, she realized her own daughter was 2 years older than Zhaodi, yet the gap between them was so glaringly obvious. Ma Jianjun, feeling somewhat awkward, patted his thigh. All right, it's dark outside. Let your uncle get you a flashlight before you go. He stood up, found a flashlight for Zhaodi, tested it a few times, it still worked, and Zhaodi didn't refuse. She took the flashlight, said her goodbyes, and left. Old Ma, does that girl really have that much money? Songying wondered suspiciously in her heart. Wasn't it said their land couldn't even grow crops? Where did this money come from? Ma Jianjun waved his hand impatiently. I'm busy working outside all day. How well have you managed things at home? Think about yourself first. Other families having money is their business. Hey, what's wrong with me being curious and asking? Did I offend you? Songying stiffened her neck, displeased. Besides, what haven't I managed properly? Ma Jianjun, who was about to go back to his room to sleep, suddenly stopped. I'm busy with outside matters all day. After Jiangwo had such a big accident, did you even once buy anything to go see him? You're his sister-in-law after all. Don't you have any sense of how a sister-in-law should act? At these words, Song Ying was left speechless. It wasn't that she didn't go, she felt spending money to visit the second brother was also a lost cause. Why visit him? If you fed a dog, at least it could help guard the house or something. But now, she seemed to feel she should have gone to visit back then. Who would have thought their family would be so well off now? Alright, you're always right. I'll go pay a proper visit tomorrow. On her way back, Zhaodi was in high spirits. Thinking about how Ma Yuhua hadn't even dared to utter a peep earlier, Zhaodi felt she had finally vented some frustration. What's the use of you dressing so well? Your auntie here can earn money. In the future, she, Ma Zhaodi, would also build a 2-story Western-style house for her dad and Baozhu to enjoy. She would also install a flush toilet, so in winter, they wouldn't have to run to the courtyard to relieve themselves. How cold that was. Thinking about it, Zhaodi felt her life still held much promise, and she suddenly felt a surge of warmth all over. Humming a little tune, Zhaodi entered the house, amusing Ma Jiangwo. Oh, did you go to deliver money or pick up money? Dad, I just set a life goal for myself. Zhaodi declared righteously. What goal? Ma Jiangwo laughed, the crow's feet at the corners of his eyes deepening. I want to build a small Western-style house within 2 years. This year's plan isn't too ambitious. First, earn a good $1 million or 2 million. Haha. Ma Jiangwo suddenly laughed. Oh, a small Western-style house? Take a look at the roof of our house. When you turn off the light, you can count the stars. Hey, Dad, can't you not discourage me? Just think, close your eyes and imagine. This spot right now is the main hall on the first floor of the small Western-style house. That shiny, clean cement floor will polish it into patterned terrazzo. The stool you're sitting on is a boss's chair with a leather cushion. The table in front of you isn't a small square table. It's marble, big and clean, so clean you can see your reflection. The bowls you eat from? They're all matching, a whole set, with orchid patterns at the bottom. Can you feel it? Nope. Just feel like it's quite cool tonight. I'm going out for a walk. Zhaodi was covered in black lines, watching as her dad hummed a song and led Bao out for exercise. Such beautiful aspirations were doused with a bucket of cold water, leaving her utterly chilled. Forget it, Zhaodi's plans had to proceed. The next day, Zhaodi went to the carpentry shed to roughly measure its length and width. She also took the opportunity to tidy up all her dad's carpentry tools from the shed and brought them home for storage. This shed was about 100 square meters in area. Half of it stored the wood her dad used for his work in the past. The work area had a wooden bed for planing wood, and a pile of wood shavings was stacked in the corner. These could all be taken home for firewood. Later, Ma Zhaodi pulled the flatbed cart back to the shed, dragging Ma Baozhu along. Look how old you are and still so lazy, not doing any work. Don't expect your sister to buy you tasty treats in the future, not a single cent. I'll confiscate your lame transformer. Only after a mix of persuasion and lecturing did she manage to pull Ma Baozhu over to do the hard labor. Throughout the whole process, Ma Baozhu wore a long face, either complaining the wood was too heavy, or the cart was too heavy, and he couldn't push it at all. Ma Zhaodi was the one pulling. She could feel Ma Baozhu, who was supposedly helping push the cart, wasn't putting in any effort. Look at all this fat on you. If you don't exercise, you'll end up like silly Ping'an, unable to even find a wife. What do I need a wife for? They're not even tasty. All you think about is eating. Hurry up, we're going uphill. Put in more effort, or else lunch will just be porridge, no stir-fried meat. Hearing this, Ma Baozhu thought, that won't do. Sticking out his butt, he mustered all his strength to push. Zhaodi knew he was strong, just lazy. With him putting in the effort on the uphill slope, Zhaodi actually didn't have to use much force. The cart almost shot forward. Arriving at the doorstep, the Zhaodi siblings started unloading the wood, stacking it piece by piece. Zhaodi didn't even want to discard the scraps as small as a palm. This pile of firewood would probably last several months. She'd split it when she had time later. Zhaodi, what are you doing? Why did you bring all my lumber home? Ma Jiangwo was stunned when he saw. Had his daughter taken away the tools of his trade? Dad, don't take on any more jobs from now on. I have other uses for that carpentry shed. I guarantee it'll earn more than you make as a carpenter. Zhaodi said this while unloading wood, as if she hadn't heard him. Are you obsessed with that small Western-style house? Ma Jiangwo was indeed a bit distressed. After all, this was a craft passed down from his father. Even if it didn't earn money, he didn't want to abandon it. Only then did Zhaodi look up at her father. Seeing the pained look in his eyes as he gazed at the lumber, Zhaodi understood. Dad, I'll tell you my plan in a bit. As for the carpentry work, once your leg is better, if you want to do it, we can do it at home. This wood isn't being thrown away. It's all right here. We'll cover it with plastic sheeting later, so wind and rain won't get to it. It'll still be usable. Hearing this, Ma Jiangwo seemed much more at ease. He used to work at home before, but Cuilan said the noise of planing wood, hammering nails, and all the banging was too loud and disturbed rest, so he moved. What about my tools? Ma Jiangwo asked again, still concerned. Don't worry, I oiled them all, wrapped them in plastic, and stored them in the dark room. As Zhaodi spoke, her father's expression visibly improved considerably, and she went back to work. Sis, you go stir-fry the meat. I'll handle the rest. Ma Baozhu proactively offered to work alone for the first time. Zhaodi clapped her hands and went to prepare lunch. Haha, wasn't it just because he wanted to eat meat? Thinking this, Zhaodi simply cut an extra half catty, letting Baozhu eat his fill. Cabbage stewed with sliced pork belly. The fatty meat rendered some lard in the bottom of the pot, releasing a wave of fragrant aroma. Zhaodi added water, covered the pot, steamed a few manta buns, and let it simmer slowly. Is Ma Zhaodi home? Hearing someone ask from outside, Zhaodi wiped her hands and went out. At a glance, she saw it was Bai Wenjie. He really had come. Brother Wenjie, this is my dad. Come in and sit. I'm just cooking. Chapter 92, Bai Wenjie. Bai Wenjie entered the house and looked around. The living conditions here were probably among the poorest he had seen since coming to Liu Wazi for his survey. Looking at the long altar table in the main hall, it was all stuff from decades ago, mostly left by the previous generation. Then he glanced at the table legs, half of them were rotten, and one leg was propped up with a brick. That altar table was left by my grandpa. My dad originally wanted to make a new one, but he said even if we made a new one, it wouldn't be as good as the old one. So we never did, and we'll just throw it away when it breaks completely. Zhaodi noticed him staring at their furnishings and quickly explained. Oh yeah, folks from the older generation are sentimental. Bai Wenjie said as he sat down on a small stool, taking a sip of the tea Zhaodi had poured for him. I hope I'm not causing any trouble. Not at all, no trouble. I just happened to cook a lot today. Zhaodi said, feeling grateful inside that he had come. By the way, what are you here to survey in our village? We're so poor it's practically smoking. Surveying the geology and the living standards of the villagers. Bai Wenjie said without hiding anything. The little girl today looked quite spirited, and there was none of the melancholy in her eyes that he had seen before. Bai Wenjie felt genuinely relieved. Who could blame him? Her eyes seemed to touch people's hearts. Oh, Zhaodi hummed in acknowledgement. He was an agricultural university graduate, so surveying geology made sense, but why survey the villagers' living standards? The eel pond and rice field at the foot of the mountain are your family's land, right? It turned out Bai Wenjie had already noticed the eel pond. Entrusted by his superiors, he had come to survey several villages in the Liu Wazi area to see which agricultural products could be developed to improve the villagers' living standards. At the time, he had seen that stretch of alkaline land, spanning at least 50 or 60 mu, all of it wasteland. But surprisingly, someone had actually developed and utilized it. Upon asking around, he found out it was the Ma family's land, which piqued his interest. Yes, how did you know, Brother Bai? Zhaodi asked. Outside, Ma Zhengwo saw a stranger at home. Judging by his attire, he was clearly a young man from the city. He wondered how his daughter knew someone from the city. I asked around. It's such a waste to see those dozens of mu of alkaline land lying unused. Bai Wenjie said. Seeing Uncle Ma enter the room, he quickly greeted him. Uncle Ma, you're really impressive. What am I impressive for? Ma Zhengwo thought the young man looked quite refined, but his words were a bit abrupt. Bai Wenjie introduced himself and then brought up the eel pond. This land was originally wasteland, but thanks to your clever use, Uncle Ma, it's been turned into something valuable. Only then did Ma Zhengwo understand. He laughed and said, my daughter raised them. I didn't lift a finger. Hearing this, Bai Wenjie was taken aback, and the smile on his face instantly faded. Her? How could a young girl like her know so much? No one would believe it if word got out. It was alkaline land, even experienced older farmers were helpless against it. Yet, at such a young age, she had thought of using such land to isolate and raise aquatic products. The food's ready, Brother Bai. Don't mind the simplicity. You came so suddenly, I didn't have time to buy extra ingredients. Zhaodi lifted the pot lid and placed a bowl of braised pork with cabbage on the table. In the steamed bun basket, several large, steaming white buns gave off a warm, weedy aroma. Time for some meat. Ma Baowu quickly washed his hands and sat down to eat. It's fine. I seem to have come right at mealtime. Sorry for the trouble, Zhaodi. Bai Wenjie hadn't originally planned to stay for a meal. He had just come to learn more about the alkaline land. He hadn't expected it to be the girl's idea, not the old man's. So he decided to sit down and satisfy his curiosity. During the meal, Bai Wenhao couldn't stop talking about the eel pond and the rice field. He even asked for details, not wanting to miss anything about how Zhaodi had come up with the idea to develop the eel pond. Listening to her, she explained everything clearly and logically. Bai Wenjie couldn't help but admire her. This wasn't just simple farming techniques, it required rich practical experience to think so thoroughly. Otherwise, relying solely on book knowledge would never have allowed for such detailed planning. Zhaodi, what's your education level? What did you do before? If you don't mind me asking. 5th grade of elementary school. Ma Jiangwo chimed in. This young man was a top student and even had connections with higher-ups. For such an important person not to look down on their family and even praise his daughter for being clever and capable, Ma Jiangwo was grinning from ear to ear. Bai Wenjie was stunned. 5th grade of elementary school? His eyes widened in disbelief. How was that possible? He had thought she was also a top graduate from an agricultural university or research institute. Of course, at her age, she was probably still in middle school, so that didn't seem likely either. After the meal, Bai Wenjie planned to hurry back and compile the results of his survey to submit to the county mayor. Originally, Bai Wenjie felt that Liu Wazi had too much alkaline land, scattered across over 100 mu. If he had to personally plan and oversee its development, he would find it a headache, especially considering the cost and investment involved. But now, things were looking up. He had witnessed a miracle. The method this girl used made use of local materials and was low cost. Suddenly, Liu Wazi no longer seemed like a hot potato, but a place worth investing effort into improving. Moreover, although this was only his second time meeting Ma Zhaodi, he always felt that when she looked at him, her eyes held a deep sense of familiarity, as if they had known each other long ago. What's more, when Bai Wenjie suggested that Ma Zhaodi assist him in soil improvement if needed, she agreed without hesitation. Her straightforwardness surprised Bai Wenjie a little. After seeing Bai Wenjie off, Zhaodi rode her bicycle into the city in the afternoon to buy plastic sheeting. She also spent over 200 yuan to buy half a cartload of bricks. The next day, Zhaodi hired 2 workers, paying them 20 yuan per day per person and providing a meal at noon. In 2 days, they built a wall for the carpentry shed, leaving space for a door. The carpentry shed was now a simple tube-shaped room. Wires were installed inside, and a layer of furnace slag and lime was spread on the floor. This was for disinfection. A week later, Zhaodi went to prepare the mushroom cultivation soil. The cultivation material was made from crushed wheat straw, corn cobs, cottonseed hulls, fertilizer, sugar, and 10% cow dung, all piled together and covered with plastic sheeting for high-temperature fermentation. After 2 days, Zhaodi bought a thermometer and inserted it into the pile. The temperature reached 65 degrees Celsius. After spreading it out to cool, it was ready to be bagged. Covering it with plastic sheeting, Zhaodi checked the thermometer and was satisfied. It was time to prepare the mushroom spawn and bags. It was currently summer, so the air temperature was definitely suitable for mushroom spawn germination. The biggest problem was that the hotter the weather, the more prone it was to pests. In her previous life, Zhaodi had seen white nematodes in mushroom bags. Before the mushrooms could even sprout, the spawn would be completely eaten, and these pests spread quickly. Additionally, summer brought flies and other insects. Mushrooms were particularly clean vegetables. They couldn't tolerate pesticides, alcohol, or toxic gases. Even a slight exposure would kill them. So if maggots appeared, Zhaodi would suffer huge losses this time. Therefore, she also had to prepare mesh screens for the windows. Zhaodi had already planned for the days ahead. She would have to tend to these mushrooms as carefully as if they were her own father. Zhaodi dried the prepared wild mushroom spores and crushed them into powder. She was about to go to town to buy mushroom bags when Uncle Song stopped her at the door. Hey, Zhaodi, where did you hire those masons from the other day? I heard they got 20 yuan a day and a meal. I found day laborers in town, Zhaodi said. Well, why didn't you ask your Uncle Song? I've been idle at home lately. Zhaodi was slightly taken aback. So that's what this was about. Uncle Song, didn't you go down to the mine? How are you idle? We haven't been paid for 2 months. Everyone's on strike. By the way, how did your dad's situation get resolved? Did you go to the mine leaders to ask for compensation? Chapter 93. Hiring workers. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhaodi sensed there was more to them. Hadn't they always avoided the topic before? That Aunt Song was a rail tiger. You couldn't bring up the previous mining accident in front of her. Zhaodi had long kept all of her father's examination reports, hospital medical records, and related evidence. She should have taken action earlier, but her dad wouldn't allow it, saying he had volunteered to go down into the mine and couldn't blame the unit. Zhaodi could only say that her father, who could barely read, didn't understand the law at all. But that didn't mean Zhaodi didn't. Back then, if her father hadn't stubbornly held her back, she wouldn't have delayed until now. Uncle Song, you'd better be careful. A boss who shirks responsibility even when a worker breaks his leg, well, I think delaying wages is just par for the course. Zhaodi's expression was far from pleasant. With that, she bid farewell and left first. But then again, the 20 yuan Zhaodi offered workers per day was indeed a high price at the time. 20 yuan a day would amount to 600 yuan a month, more than what the workers were earning. It was only because Zhaodi had suffered too much in her previous life that she preferred to treat grassroots laborers well rather than bother dealing with the powerful and privileged. When Uncle Song returned home, he was met with his wife's questioning. What did they say? What else could they say? They hired temporary workers from town. Uncle Song also felt a bit regretful. He hadn't expected the Ma family's life to be getting better and better. Sitting idle at home wasn't a solution. He wanted to find some work, but in this rundown place, who would hire someone to weed and farm? Look at the Ma family's second son, that's what I call living. First, they added a foreign bicycle and before long, they got a television. When they were hospitalized, they didn't have to borrow a single cent. Now look at you, at your age, if you really get a headache or fever, you won't even have money to go to the hospital. Stop nagging. What did you say about them back then? That they had no money, were too poor to afford medical treatment. Now you've grown a backbone? I think that mouth of yours is no better than a worn-out shoe. Zhaodi bought half a sack of mushroom bags and some nylon rope from the seed and medicine shop to tie the openings. Just as she was about to leave, Zhaodi heard someone calling her. Turning around, she saw that fool Liu Ping'an. At that moment, Liu Ping'an was playing marbles on the ground with a few kids in front of the town hospital, covered in dust, his face looking like Garfield. Ping'an, what are you doing here? Zhaodi asked, propping up her bicycle. My mom's lying in there. Liu Ping'an pointed at the hospital, adding that his mother had fainted and was on an 4 drip. Then why aren't you keeping her company? If your mom needs something, shouldn't you fetch her a glass of water? Zhaodi thought his mother must have been devastated by Liu Baoshan's imprisonment, but no one else was to blame. You reap what you sow. The foolish Ping'an sniffed back his runny yellow snot, moved his Adam's apple, and swallowed it. Then, with a serious expression, he said, I secretly took a sip of my mom's medicine. It was really sweet, so she chased me away. I was looking to see if there was anyone I knew who could give me a ride home. When Zhaodi heard this, she almost couldn't hold back her laughter. The 4 drip was definitely glucose. This fool really could be this clueless. You drink it? Yeah, I drank it all, not a drop left. The big fool emphasized, really having drunk it clean. Well, Zhaodi was truly speechless. But looking at the foolish Ping'an, who squatted like a stone roller and stood up like a pig rising to its feet, Zhaodi felt a wave of exasperation. Even if I pedaled my bike chain off, I probably couldn't carry you. Then I can run alongside. De Biao scratched his head and said with a grin. If you're going to run alongside, why are you here looking for a familiar face to hitch a ride with? Don't you know the way? Zhaodi was exasperated. Fine, you can run alongside then. It might even help you lose weight. Zhaodi got on her bicycle, but hadn't gone far when she saw Ping'an indeed huffing and puffing as he ran after her. Zhaodi felt a bit guilty, so she simply got off her bike and stood waiting for him. After all, among the Liu family, this mentally challenged child was the purest at heart. If he were a normal man, he'd probably be quite popular. Let's walk together, Zhaodi said with a smile. Okay, Liu Ping'an agreed very readily. On the way, Zhaodi made small talk with him. When she asked about Liu Baoshan, Liu Ping'an picked his nose, pulling out a big, black booger and a string of snot. Then he wiped his fingers on his chest and said, I don't know. I heard people say my dad went to be a big official, with food and lodging provided. Zhaodi nearly burst out laughing. She glanced sideways at Liu Ping'an, whose eyes held not a trace of worldly concern, but she couldn't bring herself to laugh. What about your wife then? Zhaodi changed the subject. Don't know. Seems like she ran away, but I'm not sad at all. Liu Ping'an waved his hand and said, she was too fierce. She cut a big gash in my hand with a knife. I don't want a wife like that, she's no fun at all. After saying this, he looked up at Zhaodi with bright eyes. I still like someone like you, D. You have a good temper and are willing to play with me. Zhaodi immediately tapped his big head. I won't be your wife. Zhaodi smiled as she looked at Liu Ping'an. In her heart, he was lonely. Though childlike, wasn't the greatest loneliness not having children to play with? Most people his age were already married, but he could only play with 6- or 7-year-old children. Even her own brother, Ma Baozhu, thought he was too silly and no fun. I don't want a wife. I just want to go to your house every day to play with you. Liu Ping'an was now terrified of the word wife and was particularly resistant to women. Sure, but your dad isn't home now and your mom is in the hospital. Are you alone at home? There's also my big brother. When Zhaodi heard this, she realized she hadn't seen Liu Dasheng out and about for the past half-month, nor in town. So he was holed up at home. What about your meals? Zhaodi chatted idly with the silly fatty, since walking back would take several hours. My mom used to cook, but now she's enjoying herself in the hospital and doesn't want to take me. I plan to go home and roast sweet potatoes. As he spoke, the silly fatty Liu Ping'an rubbed his belly, likely starving. What? Didn't that bottle of glucose fill you up? No, that all turned into a pea. How could that fill me up? The sun was blazing and sweat stains dotted Zhaodi's shirt. As the sun slanted westward, their shadows lengthened, and the temperature cooled considerably. Why don't you go to your aunt's house? Zhaodi said. His eldest aunt, Liu Baoxia, had married within the village and lived nearby, and his younger aunt wasn't far either, in Wangchuan village. I won't go. Liu Ping'an shook his big head like a rattle drum, as if there were wolves at his aunt's house. The Liu family was a large clan with many male descendants, but a big family was like a big forest. It had all kinds of birds. They chatted all the way, and by evening, they reached Liu Wazi. Liu Ping'an waved and headed home, while Zhaodi got on her bicycle to rest for a bit. Just then, she heard Liu Ping'an, who seemed to have just entered his home, getting beaten up and crying like doe. Zhaodi didn't want to meddle. When she got home, she delivered the plastic bags to the carpentry shed, planning to pack the mushroom bags with her family of 3 the next day. Dad, I want to discuss something with you. Tomorrow, let's pack the bags together, Zhaodi called out as she returned from the carpentry shed, before even entering the house. Unexpectedly, she saw an extra person in the main room, none other than Bai Wenjie. Zhaodi quickly greeted him with a smile. Brother Bai, you're here. You should have said something earlier. I just got back from town and didn't buy any groceries this time. Bai Wenjie seemed to have come prepared this time. Pointing to a plastic bag on the table, he said, I can't just eat and drink for free again. Here, I bought a few pounds of braised beef and made a cold dish. Chapter 94. Could he have taken a fancy to Zhaodi? Zhaodi felt quite embarrassed. This man had been her benefactor in her previous life, and in this life, he was still so refined and humble. Next time you come, please don't bring any dishes. It makes me feel so bad, Zhaodi said, heading to the kitchen to steam some rice. They didn't eat rice often on regular days to avoid wasting it, but today, Zhaodi was determined to cook a pot of white rice. Shao Bai, you really shouldn't bring food when you visit next time. Ma Jiangwo chimed in. What kind of guest brings their own provisions? Ma Jiangwo made small talk with Bai Wenjie, gradually steering the conversation toward how he and Zhaodi had met. Last time, it was more like a semi-official visit to survey the people's conditions. But this time, could he have taken a fancy to our Zhaodi? Once a man has a daughter, as they said online in his previous life, he starts seeing every other man as a potential scoundrel. Ma Jiangwo really needed to sound him out. He wasn't afraid of his daughter dating, but he worried she was too young and inexperienced, easily deceived by superficial appearances. That would be troublesome. We first met at Uncle Blind Man's place last time. I had already inquired about the Loach Pond on the alkaline land beforehand. Even if we hadn't met then, I would have come to your house eventually. Bai Wenjie felt somewhat awkward, but didn't know how to explain. He decided it was best to just tell the truth, otherwise, trying to clarify might only make things worse. Ma Jiangwo grew suspicious. They had only met briefly, and he knew nothing about this young man's background. Taking a sharp breath, Ma Jiangwo continued his probing. What do you do for work? You work with the leaders? What kind of work is it? Bai Wenjie now understood. Uncle Ma had truly misunderstood. It seemed he needed to explain more clearly. He couldn't risk damaging Ma Zhaodi's reputation. Uncle Ma, let me tell you, but you should keep it to yourself for now. Don't spread it around, as the leaders haven't made a final decision yet. Hearing this, Ma Jiangwo couldn't help but become serious. What did pursuing his daughter have to do with the leaders? It's like this. I graduated from an agricultural university. Originally, I was the village head in my own village, but the county magistrate of Taizi County transferred me to your Liu Wazi. In the future, I won't just be the village head of Liu Wazi, I'll also be the technician for the production team. My main goal is to lead everyone in developing agricultural and sideline products to get rich. Does that make sense, Uncle Ma? How could Ma Jiangwo not understand? He was going to be the future village head of Liu Wazi? That was the key information. Over at Ma Laoda's house, Ma Jianjun had been busy networking for a week, buying over 100 jean of candy and handing it out to everyone he met. As for cigarettes, the expense was even more painful. The villagers didn't know why Ma Laoda had suddenly become so generous, but since the gifts were free, most accepted them. Now, Song Ying also seemed transformed, spending her days cozying up to the older women she used to look down on. Mom, give me 50 yuan, Ma Yuhua said at the dinner table, eating without even looking up. What do you need money for again? Your dad is busy canvassing for votes for the village head election right now. You just bought that flip phone. Where would we have spare money? Song Ying was truly annoyed this time. She slammed her bowl and chopsticks on the table. Look at Zhaodi. She's a year and a half younger than you, but she can earn money. And you? All you know is how to ask for money. Where does money come from? Does it fall from the sky? Even if it did, it would have to hit our heads. Don't forget, this money was borrowed from that wretched girl. From now on, we won't be able to hold our heads high in front of the second family, and you're still asking for money, money, money. Phones need prepaid credit. You can't use it without topping up. Ma Yuhua pouted disdainfully. It was only 500 yuan. Once Dad becomes village head, we can easily get it back. Why worry about not being able to repay it or hold our heads high? Didn't you just top up 20 yuan the day before yesterday? And you spent 50 when you got the SIM card. Do you think our family prints gold bars? Song Ying was so angry she couldn't eat. If you won't give it, then don't. No big deal. Seeing this, Ma Yuhua threw down her chopsticks and refused to eat as well. Just as Song Ying was about to lose her temper, Ma Jianjun returned from outside, looking pleased. The villagers now had a very good impression of him. Once the election notice came, he would strike while the iron was hot. The position of village head was practically in the bag. Yingzi, what's wrong? What are you angry about now? In high spirits, Ma Jianjun sat down and started noisily eating the porridge his wife had served him. What else? Your daughter wants money again. In my opinion, we shouldn't have bought that phone. It hasn't even been a month, and she's topped up twice already. Now she wants another 50. Tell me, where am I supposed to get it? It's only 50 yuan, Ma Jianjun said, confident about the upcoming election. He immediately took out the money. Yuhua, come here. Dad will give you 50. Hey. Are you trying to make me lose face? Even if you get elected, so what? An extra 300 yuan salary. Song Ying was not happy. That's short-sighted. Do you think being village head is just about a 300 yuan salary? Let me tell you, do you know what they found out about Liu Dasheng now that he's been detained? Ma Jianjun said mysteriously, grabbing a steamed bun and taking a bite. What did they find out? Tell me. Song Ying grew anxious, snatching the bun from him so he would finish talking first. Embezzlement. Understand? Do you know what embezzlement means? Ma Jianjun lowered his voice. Although Song Ying was illiterate, she knew what embezzlement meant. She immediately drew a sharp breath. What money did he embezzle? How much? Song Ying stared eagerly at her husband, waiting for him to continue. How much? It'll scare you to death. Ma Jianjun said, holding up 5 fingers. He embezzled 50,000 in one go. Impressive? A lot, right? Let me tell you, once you're village head, there are plenty of ways to make money. Take our current situation, for example. Wasn't the second family's land allocated to the foot of the mountain by Liu Dasheng? Heavens! For Song Ying, 50,000 was an astronomical figure, a huge sum even for anyone else. Yes, go on. Ma Jianjun pulled the bun back from his wife's hand, eating as he spoke. Those 2 mu of their land were directly sold by Liu Dasheng for 3,000 yuan. My goodness. It seems there really are wide avenues for making money. This won't do. We must get elected no matter what. Tomorrow, I'll go out and do some more networking. Song Ying was stunned. Being an official really could cover the sky. Skimming a little money from the cracks was as easy as child's play. Now, Song Ying also felt that 50 yuan was nothing. By the way, what exactly was Liu Dasheng found guilty of? There are about 10 5-guarantee households in our village. The subsidies from the higher-ups all went through Liu Dasheng's hands, and he took them all. I don't plan to be that greedy. Just deducting a few dozen yuan from each household would add up to 500 or 600 a month. Now, you tell me, is being village head worth it or not? Worth it. Absolutely worth it. Song Ying's enthusiasm soared immediately. This was much better than a regular job, a fixed salary of just over 300 yuan a month, with maybe some rice, flour, or oil thrown in if the leaders were in a good mood, none of which were worth much. Chapter 95, Posing as Someone from the Industry and Commerce Bureau. Huh? You're going to be the village chief of our village? Ma Jianguo looked at Bai Wenjie, immediately stood up, and stared at him in disbelief. Bai Wenjie was taken aback. This reaction seemed a bit too strong, didn't it? Then, he adjusted his glasses and said seriously. Well, the county chief mainly sent me here to do the hard work. Forgive me for saying something you might not like to hear, Uncle Ma, but our Liu Wazi is just too poor. In the future, regarding agricultural development, I'll still need to ask for a hand from your precious daughter. At that moment, Ma Jianguo's focus wasn't on the helping hand matter. If the village chief position already had a designated candidate, then his elder brother's clever plans would be completely shattered. Zhaodi had plated all the dishes Bai Wenjie brought and set them on the table. She had also stir-fried a side dish herself. At a glance, she saw her father's worried and frowning expression. Zhaodi cleared her throat. Ma Jianguo suddenly snapped back to reality, realizing he had been somewhat impolite earlier, and quickly urged everyone to start eating. During the meal, Bai Wenjie seriously discussed the matter of those several hundred mu of alkaline land with Zhaodi. He said that when the time came, they would follow Zhaodi's method, using the lowest cost to lead the villagers in reclaiming land, boosting productivity, and reducing the waste of land resources. Zhaodi nodded. She deeply admired Bai Wenjie's current plan. She felt that if he became the village chief, he definitely wouldn't oppress the villagers or use his position for personal revenge like Liu Dasheng did. It was even said that corruption had been uncovered in his case. To put it bluntly, during all his years in office, he hadn't done a single decent thing for the common people. The only thing was applying for funds to build a school. But that school was built like a doghouse, a heavy rainstorm washed it away. The money saved from cutting corners and using substandard materials all ended up in his own pocket. Now, Zhaodi believed Bai Wenjie would definitely be a good village chief. As for her uncle's side, after the meal, Zhaodi emphasized to her father that this matter couldn't be told to her uncle. After all, Bai Wenjie had said the leadership hadn't finalized the decision yet. If word got out, it wouldn't be good for Bai Wenjie. Ma Jiangwo sighed and reluctantly agreed. Well, do you think this young Bai will help us get our land back? Don't worry, Brother Bai is a man with a conscience, Zhaodi said resolutely. In the carpentry shed, the family of 3 sat on stools, surrounding a pile of mushroom cultivation material, heads down as they filled bags. Baozu, what's the use of just filling the bags with cultivation material? You have to sprinkle spawn at both ends. Otherwise, what's going to sprout? Zhaodi had been teaching for a long time, even her dad had learned. The mushroom bags were sealed at one end. First, sprinkle spawn at the other end, then fill with cultivation material. Before sealing that end, sprinkle spawn again. This way, both ends of the bag could grow mushrooms. This could greatly increase the yield. The cultivation material needs to be packed tightly. After Zhaodi directed for a long time, Ma Baozhu became much more skilled when they continued bagging the next day. Sis, can this flowery stuff really sprout? Ma Baozhu, having worked for a day, had asked this no less than 10 times. Zhaodi shot Ma Baozhu a look. When the mushrooms grow, don't you eat any. After 2 days and 1 night, the fruits of the family's labor were finally ready. They were all neatly arranged in 3 layers and 3 rows, with a walkway in the middle for people to pass through, making it convenient to harvest mushrooms in the future. The period before sprouting and opening the bags was the least troublesome time. Once they sprouted, they would need to spray water on the spores 3 times a day with a sprayer, just keeping the mushroom caps moist. So, Zhaodi formally planned to handle her father's matter. Worried her father wouldn't let her go, Zhaodi got the address of the private coal mine from Uncle Song. She didn't realize how far it was until she arrived. It was in a place called Lijiaten in the neighboring county. Thinking about her old father walking back and forth like this every day to work, her heart ached. Zhaodi took the opportunity to inquire and learned that many young men from Lijiaten and nearby villages had worked at that coal mine to some extent. As for the boss, he was an outsider, in his 30s, only known to have the surname Zheng. But Zhaodi had come at an unlucky time. The mine had been shut down for 2 months, said to be because they hadn't paid the workers' wages. They said the boss might have run away long ago. Zhaodi didn't quite believe it. Although she hadn't had much contact with the mining industry in her previous life, the coal piled up in that walled compound had to be at least 100 tons. That was all money. Based on the current market price of 30 cents per gene for high-quality coal slag, how much money would this 100 tons of coal be worth? How could they not afford to pay the workers' wages? Girl, why are you asking about this? They don't hire women anyway. He owes my dad unpaid wages too, so I just came to ask, Zhaodi said. Hearing this, the old woman slapped her thigh and started cursing, calling him a beast, saying her son's wages hadn't been paid either, and when she called his phone, he wouldn't answer. Zhaodi was slightly taken aback. Could you also give me the number to note down? Sure. As she spoke, the old woman pulled out a palm-sized, tattered piece of paper from the pocket of her traditional Chinese jacket. It was clear this old woman was waiting to help her son get his wages. Not knowing what else to do, she could only treasure this single phone number, carrying it with her. Zhaodi immediately noted down the mobile number. As she was leaving, the old woman said if she found the person, to please come and let her know. Zhaodi naturally agreed. On the way back, Zhaodi arrived in Taizhi County in the afternoon and immediately went to a small shop to make a call. Sure enough, the phone rang twice before being hung up. Zhaodi frowned slightly and spotted a Nokia hanging from the shop owner's belt. Boss, can I use your phone to make a call? I'll pay you. Zhaodi made the request, already taking out the money. The owner didn't think much of it and lent his phone to Zhaodi. This time, the other party answered. Hello, who is this? Boss Jing, why don't you dare show your face now? Do you still want the 100 tons of coal piled up at your mine? The other party hesitated slightly. This was a young girl's voice. He didn't have any young girls working under him. Industry and Commerce Bureau. Zhaodi said calmly. You've withheld workers' wages. Dozens of people have taken it to court. So, as a last resort, our Industry and Commerce Administration has also joined the investigation. We found you don't have a business license or the Safety Management Review certificate. The small shop owner wasn't seeing Zhaodi come to make a call for the first time. This time, how had she become someone from the Industry and Commerce Administration? Really? Do public servants start working at such a young age? There was a brief silence on the other end. Could he not be frustrated? This was clearly a young girl's voice. Perhaps she just naturally had that kind of voice. He couldn't help but start speaking nicely. Comrade, you might not have checked clearly. I'm already in the application process. You know how efficient public units are. Maybe the application materials haven't been entered into the system yet, right? You have 3 days for the legal representative of the mine to come forward and resolve this. After saying that, she hung up. Turning around, Zhaodi saw Bai Wenjie standing at the shop entrance with a half smile, arms crossed, looking at her. That smile sent chills down one's spine, as if saying, "Official from the Industry and Commerce Administration, my respects to you." Chapter 96, News of Cuilan. Zhaodi was instantly embarrassed. Shortly after, Bai Wenjie bought a pack of cigarettes and walked out of the small shop. "Since when did you become a cadre from the Industry and Commerce Bureau?" I was just bluffing." Zhaodi pushed her bicycle, while Bai Wenjie followed leisurely beside her. Zhaodi couldn't just hop on her bike and flee. "It seems you, who didn't even finish elementary school, know quite a lot. You spoke so convincingly. Tell me, who were you trying to bluff?" Bai Wenjie lit a cigarette and asked with a smile. Zhaodi stopped walking, turning to look seriously at Bai Wenjie. "My dad had a work accident. His leg was almost lost, and he still limps to this day." Zhaodi briefly told him about her father's situation. After all, in her heart, he wasn't an outsider. He was her benefactor from her past life. In this life, she would do everything she could to help him, let alone keep anything from him. "So, according to what you're saying, it really is a black coal mine," Bai Wenjie said. "However, many privately contracted mines are like that nowadays. Management isn't fully developed yet, though there are still quite a few private enterprises that operate quite properly." Zhaodi naturally knew this. Based on her past life's experience, in 1995, anyone who contracted a private coal mine would become one of the first private entrepreneurs to strike it rich. But that still doesn't justify withholding wages or ignoring accidents. Zhaodi voiced her inner thoughts. Bai Wenjie couldn't help but stop in his tracks, adjusting his glasses. The little girl before him was as astonishing as watching Journey to the West. Each episode brought unexpected shocks. "By the way, Brother Bai, what are you doing in town? Weren't you here for an inspection?" Zhaodi asked. "I went to the town government to report on the situation." "Oh," Zhaodi hummed in acknowledgement. "But honestly, I do have a close friend at the Industry and Commerce Bureau." Zhaodi was taken aback. This made things even easier, but before she could feel happy, she hesitated. In her past life, she had already received too much kindness from him. "What's wrong?" "I can make a call and have someone investigate. If it's really as you said, and they don't even have a business license issued by the Industry and Commerce Bureau, then that boss is pretty much done for." "It's nothing. I just don't want to trouble anyone. Besides, my dad won't let me go seek compensation." "It's no trouble. I'll let you know how things go later." After saying this, Bai Wenjie mentioned he still had to go to Liu Village, and the two parted ways at the mountain path. As soon as she got home, Zhaodi saw two officials talking to her father at the doorstep. From afar, she could see her father's face looked terribly upset. His face was so troubled it had wrinkled up like dumpling dough, and his eyes held a trace of pain. Zhaodi quickly pedaled her bicycle a few more times, propped it up, and asked, "What's wrong?" "We found a body. After checking the local missing persons records, your family was listed. We're here to notify you to send someone with us to see if it's your family member." Ma Jiangwo didn't know about this. His eyes filled with panic as he looked at his daughter. It turned out that before Zhaodi arrived, the two officials from town had said they needed someone to identify the body. Zhaodi took a sharp breath. The local police station had indeed been led astray by Liu Dasheng. It was clear they had filed the report but never investigated, just archived it. Now it had been retrieved by the county-level public security department, and an unidentified body had been found. That was one thing, but more importantly, Zhaodi was particularly shocked. She hadn't expected this outcome. Weren't they looking for a person? How had it turned into identifying a body? "Dad, where's Baozu?" Zhaodi quickly asked. "He's at the carpentry shed checking on the mushrooms." Ma Jiangwo was distraught. Could it be that Cuilan really died out there? "Dad, don't worry. I'll go with the police officers in a bit." "All right, be careful on the way." "I know." Zhaodi responded and followed the two officials on their motorcycle. The two police officers were considerate and didn't dare accelerate too much, afraid Zhaodi wouldn't keep up on her bicycle. They left the town and headed straight to the county seat. Zhaodi had never been to the county seat in this life, though she had in her past life. The county seat was much more developed than the townships. This was also Zhaodi's first time entering a morgue, which was associated with forensic pathology. Several people stood in the clean corridor, all called to identify bodies. It was said the body had decomposed, so they could only simulate the skeletal structure to create over a dozen facial contour images. Those people were already sobbing before even seeing the body. There were elderly folks and young men alike. Despite her young age, Zhaodi remained remarkably calm. She felt this couldn't be right. It definitely wasn't Aunt Lan. Though she was cruel-hearted, she was still Baoju's birth mother. How could she bear to leave him? Later, Zhaodi followed the others into a dark room. Soon, 10 photos of women with similar appearances appeared on the screen. The moment the photos appeared, Zhaodi's ears rang. Although the over 10 images were largely similar, any one of them unmistakably resembled Aunt Lan. If the person you're looking for isn't here, please leave on your own. Soon, a figure appeared on the screen, and everyone gradually left, except for Ma Zhaodi. Where was it found? Don't get agitated. Now, listen to me carefully. The police officer seemed already convinced that the deceased's family member was this young girl before him. He then began questioning Zhaodi based on the file, asking about her relationship with the deceased and any unusual behavior before or after the disappearance. Zhaodi answered each question expressionlessly. Eloped? With whom? Do you have any clues or evidence? No evidence, but I've already mentioned the clue. She had a prior relationship with Feng Guqing. My brother is also his biological child. But I don't want this to affect my brother's life, so I hope the police will keep this confidential. The interrogator took a sharp breath. He hadn't expected this young girl to be so considerate and thorough. He nodded reluctantly. Then can you tell me now where the body was found? Zhaodi asked again. Taizi Mountain, in Yaran Gully. Based on expert assessment, the deceased had been dead for 10 days to half a month, which coincides with the disappearance timeline you described. Taizi Mountain stretched endlessly across 3 counties. Yaran Gully was just a name locals often used. It was said no one went there. There were wild monkeys, wild dogs, and the like, hence the name Yaran Gully, Wild Man Gully. In reality, it was just a mountain gully. What was the cause of death? Zhaodi asked. The cerebellum shows fracture lines. Preliminary judgment indicates injury from a heavy object or sharp weapon. The police officer spoke calmly the whole time, but his gaze remained fixed on Ma Zhaodi. She was too composed, a composure uncommon for her age. Moreover, in such a situation, her logical thinking was so clear that even he, a man nearing 30, felt a sense of admiration. Especially because of what she said next. So this case isn't just an ordinary missing persons case anymore, right? It can be upgraded to a criminal case, premeditated murder, correct? The police officer hesitated for a moment before humming in agreement. You know quite a lot for someone so young. Chapter 97. Feng Guqing's Worries. In Wanchuan Village, at the Feng household, Feng Guqing had gradually begun to feel that life was returning to normal after a period of initial tension and constant anxiety. After that incident, he seemed to love his family even more. This made Mei Xiang increasingly feel that she had finally managed to keep her man and preserve her family. Be careful. Look at you, already so big and still wanting to ride on someone's shoulders. Be careful not to break your father's neck. Inside the house, their 7.5-year-old son was clamoring to ride on his father's shoulders. Feng Guqing squatted down to let him, then walked around the room, making the boy grin from ear to ear. To Mei Xiang, watching the scene was the warmth she had long yearned for. Yet, in an instant, her worries began to surface. Late at night when all was quiet, their son had fallen into a deep sleep accompanied by even, shallow breaths. Mei Xiang reached out to stroke her son's head and said in a low, earnest voice, Guqing, you know, back then, it really felt like I didn't have a home. Now, it feels so comfortable, like a real home. But I'm always worried. Mei Xiang turned over to face her husband, only to find him seemingly not hearing her words, his gaze fixed blankly on one spot. I'm talking to you. Why aren't you answering? What are you thinking about? Oh, stop talking. It's late, let's sleep. How could Feng Guqing not be anxious? It had been nearly a month now. In this weather, the body was probably already maggot-ridden and decomposed. The old saying was absolutely true. If you have a clear conscience, why fear a ghost knocking at midnight? Guqing, don't sleep, I'm talking to you. Not only did Mei Xiang show no intention of sleeping, she even sat up and tapped her husband's shoulder twice with the back of her hand. Half a month ago, that stepdaughter of hers came looking for us. Feng Guqing had already spent over half a month living in fear, only recently beginning to feel life return to normal. Reminded by his wife, he couldn't stay lying down. Well, she hasn't come asking since, right? What does a little girl like her know? Besides, she's not her own daughter, just a stepdaughter. What's there to be concerned about? With that, Feng Guqing turned over impatiently to sleep. But Mei Xiang didn't see it that way. She had seen that girl a few times. It was true she was young, but the look in her eyes, it just didn't seem like a child's eyes. Anyway, Mei Xiang had been worried from the start, including the first time she urged her husband to turn himself in. Maybe he could get leniency, since it was unintentional, right? When Zhaodi returned from the county town normally, having made the effort to go, she would definitely buy things unavailable in their town to bring back. But this time, she only bought the rice puffballs that Baozhu liked. As soon as she got home, Ma Jiangwo asked about the situation. Looking at her father's aged appearance, and now his lame leg forcing his once sturdy body to walk with effort, making him seem somewhat worn over time, Zhaodi said with a smile, Dad, that person wasn't Aunt Lan, don't worry. By the way, where's Baozhu? I bought some rice puffballs from the county town. They're bigger and have more sugar than the ones in our town. Hearing this, Ma Jiangwo immediately breathed a sigh of relief, still in the carpentry shed. Zhaodi responded with a smile and went to the carpentry shed. As soon as she entered, seeing all the mushroom cultivation bags inside had their openings cut open, the plastic bag of rice puff balls in her hand fell to the ground. Baozu. Zhaodi almost went crazy. Seeing her brother using a knife to cut open each bag one by one, she really wanted to go over and beat him to death. She rushed over in a few steps and twisted his ear. What are you doing? Sis, let go, it hurts. Ma Baozu still held the pencil knife in one hand, while the other clutched the ear his sister was twisting. He howled. I just wanted to see how they sprout. Furious, Zhaodi lifted her foot to kick his backside. She raised it high, but the kick that landed had no force behind it. If you open the bags now, the mushroom spawn will die. Where will your tuition come from? Do you think the meat you eat every day falls from the sky? Sis. Ma Baozu, seeing his sister turn, immediately thought she was going to hit him and made a shielding motion. But unexpectedly, no heavy blow landed. Looking up, he saw his sister had found the unused mushroom bags from the packaging and was putting a new layer over each one, tying the openings. As she tied them, she wiped away tears. Ma Baozu immediately felt he had committed a huge mistake. Sis. Don't cry. I didn't mean to. I just wanted to see what they look like when they sprout. Get lost. Ma Zhaodi was furious. This was her first investment, bought with all her savings. Ma Baozu trembled with fear. He had never seen his sister so angry before. Even when she argued and fought with his mother before, she hadn't cried. Scared, Ma Baozu didn't even dare to cry now. He just watched his sister with wide eyes as she handled each mushroom bag, rebagging them and tying the openings. Come back. Zhaodi suddenly realized something. Looking back, she saw Ma Baozu walking away crying. Don't mess with the things I'm growing next time. Also, I bought you some rice puff candy at the door. It's bigger than what you've had before. Zhaodi's heart suddenly felt touched by something. For example, she was also a motherless child, just like Baozu. If he knew his mother was dead, he would be as heartbroken as she was, wouldn't he? Ma Baozu was stunned. Wasn't she going to hit him? Rubbing his eyes, he saw there was indeed a large bag of rice puff balls by the door. He immediately felt even more that he had done something terribly wrong to his sister. Zhaodi sighed. Fortunately, not all the mushroom bags had been cut open. In less than half an hour, she had them sorted out. Sis. I'm sorry, I won't do it again. Ma Baozu held out a rice puff ball to Zhaodi. He didn't even have the face to take a bite first. Zhaodi opened her mouth and took a bite. Crumbs of the rice puff immediately fell, and a hint of sweetness moistened her throat. Next time when the rice puff vendor comes to the village, we'll go make 2 batches. When we come back, I'll make some for you. Can you make them, sis? Will the ones you make be sweet? As the siblings talked, they walked home under the sunset. For Zhaodi, it seemed if she closed her eyes, she could still see the old man from her previous life pedaling a tricycle, shaking the furnace pot. When it was time to open it, the children would cover their ears and run far away. With a bang, the popcorn or rice puffs would come out. Back then, Zhaodi would even pick up the accidentally scattered pieces. Baozu, do you miss your mom? Zhaodi asked calmly, putting her arm around her brother's neck. She felt a sense of shared destiny with Baozu. Do you know where your mom went? No. Brother Ping'an said his dad went to enjoy a good life. Probably my mom went too. They provide food and housing there. When I get 100 on a test, my mom will come back. Then you have to study hard. Otherwise, you won't get 100. Hearing this, Zhaodi felt a pang of sadness because she herself had been deceived by her father with similar words when she was little. Only after growing up did she realize she had been deceived, but by then she had come to understand her father's good intentions and no longer held it against him. Then, is what Sister Yuhua said true? Didn't she say my mom ran off with someone and didn't want Baozu anymore? After all, Ma Baozu was already 13 and not so easily fooled. Although he kept talking, he walked with his head down, as if calculating something in his mind.